Chapter 1: The Ghostly Bride. A thick vision leped the mountains, shadows flickering gas twilight descended. Event the muddy country road begin to blur into obscurity. Up an agnarled, withered tree bethepeth. A raven fixate intently on the figure laying beside the dirt path, poised to pounce. Ida medide or skawing sound, caw-caw. Chuyan hansemed to awaken a thesound oft heravenskal, slowly opening highsies. Heffelto wevov dizziness was shoverham, a splitting headache, and dismind was sank slate, as if a mysterious force had erased his memories, rendering everything hazy. With great fort, Hepu shut himself up from the cold ground and surveyed his surroundings. In the pervasive mist, Hekut faint lit a zern way to pired Toby Vega structure ahead. A shemade highs way along the muddy path, he discover ready twice a muscover a darchway constructed off greenstone. Inscribed upon it were the bold characters Jean Clan Chastity Archway. The doorposts on either side of bore the inscriptions Piriazis, clean as jade and fragrance off bamboo, scent off orchid. Seeming like commemorating thun wavering virtue of Zanklin, Wolfeld chastity throughout here lives. He continued along the winding path, advancing forward. After a while, Hevigela spot Dwatsium Tobias Multownsled in the distance. Athetone entrance an old dialogaglaanthe ground, seeming lyrist with a noise, lift in jitshed to glance at the approaching Chuyan Han before lower and jide again, feigning sleep. Ashitra versed the stone paved road, Hanata said the town washed devoid of any human presence. An eerie silence blanketeth wooden building sand courtyard surrounding him. Chuyan Han furrowed his brow, perceiving Ganon settling premonition he lifeless down. He tempted Osigsumiana to inquire about his whereabouts, beauty etchafus hepastwastidleshut, and knocking I yielded no response. It wasn't when Hiriak at the town center thetas a Dorofa courtyard with green tiles lowly creaked upon. A young woman, cladding coarseline and with up a lid complexion resembling paper, dress a dasamade, softly caladato Chuyanhan. Master, where have you been? Quickly prepare yourself, or I shall miss the auspicious time. With a waiting for airplay, Shitowakishan Dan led him into the courtyard. Inside, the courtyard was adorned with lanterns and festooned with vibrant decorations. Chuyan Han felt increasing lidist. Ina haze, he was guided by the made into a lavishly appointed room in the rear courtyard. The maid retrieved a seat for splendid crimson bridal attire from wooden cabinet would hint the room and dressed Chuyan Han in it. Hested there, dazed, allowing the maid to complete that dressing before leading him to the main hall. Under the flickering light of countless red candles, the hall was filled with dozens soft men and women of collages. Yet, an uncanisal and separated the entire hall. Upon his entrance, every turned to fasehominunison, their expressions devoid of emotion. At the head table sat older lie individuals, adorned in opulenter, their faces shenan painted with rouge, exuding fainted off decay. Like lifeless figures, their hollow gazes fixate upon him. At that moment, a woman's voice began tussing from a makeshift stage erected on the southern side of the hall. All present stiff lighternet here towards vestige, their expressions remaining unchanged, as if devoid of an emotion. Chuyan Han followed suit, looking towards vestige. There stood a woman clad in a golden clothed patterned robe, her flowing ialausker trailing behind her, adorned with delicate fabrics. Her hair was styled high with a hollow worked hairpin, her face enchanting gastem on ice shimmering like Yadam waters, captivating Galhoba held her. Her voice mournful and plaintive it couldn't Chuyan Han's ears. Stumbling into the rush tower, fatal and Tetshala right saddle. A songbin salifitime, a glance false into Theobus. Only to speak of snow on moon like the wine dan flowers, yet the words arrestifuled. I harbor intentions, yet the performerish artless. Alas, one is deep affection is buterum nanton thero ad tough underworld. Draining total soft blood, seeking Gethrine shirt. As the song concluded, woman descended from vestige, walking directly Lido Chuyan Han side. Shepikadupapisa Fred Satinin placed it upon her head. In the southeastern corner of the hall, a man with a waxy complexion had appeared, void of any emotion, and bellowed. The auspicious to me has arrived today, through T-Muchmaker's words, uniting love. A marriage between Twaklins, a binding gothos, a good fativer lasting, matched in aim, a pact of Fred leaves, recorded in the book of love. Forever Randallways united in heart. An easy, bone-chilling hand gripped Chuyun Han's arm tightly, sending shivers throughout his body. Heinstein Lithel Thyssen said a Z minds no pint to carity. Yet, he was horrified to discover that there was no akin to a puppet, utterly unable to move. First boto heaven and earth. Against this will, heaven down to Bowalon say death woman beside him. Second boto theparents. Thetwo elderly figure Isathi had tably observed the bowing couple, their pale faces betraying no emotion. The surrounding wests remained zillant, as if they were respecters. Bow to a Kotharish husband and wife. Chuyun Hansen erorpeaked, yet this body involuntarily inclined towards Thebri de beside him. His gaze fallen upon a pair of blood-red embroidered shows. Ceremony complete. With that hatprimation have felt as if Harrigan control over his body. He immediately bolted towards the door. Within the hall, Nuno Matia sound tossed of him. As she reached the entrance, have found the dorsal tight, lacking ganalock, as if it were a wall. The side entrance had previously entered had vanished without a trace. The courtyard wall stored and ishbata numerous attempts, heckled not skeletum. After a long while, he was left with no choice but to suppress his fear and return to the hall. To his dismay, he found the hall lay illuminated with the flickering candles. All the guests, including the bride, had vanished without a trace. An eerie silence enveloped the space. A kill-grip Chuyun Hanshir Tasha fought against this fear, searching the hall for his enough life. Finding none, he ventured into the rear courtyard. Yet, even there, he discovered none, save for a seemingly empty room that resembled a woman's boudoir, lit by candlelight. Approaching, he noticed a beautifully crafted Duran box on the dressing table. Upon opening it, he found a thick stock of paper, each sheet inscribed with writing. The lead actress of the troupe truly lovely unsings beautifully. Alas, I regret that I, the humble servant, should not have clandestine like pledged love. Neither tia nor me albrings enjoy warrace Master Chuno? When will Master Chuko Madame Zang residence set a prose? Am yun well, I have felt weary of late. My father summoned a doctor, yet witted the doctor shake he ished after checking the pulse? One misstep leads to wetter no regret fathers as I carry a cursed child. Why does Master Chunetko me to propose, I am so afraid. Father threatens to send me to Thunderworld, claiming Sang family's reputation must not be tarnished. Oh, Master Chu, I am so frightened. My mother wishes to drown Bootwito felleth within? Just as Chuyun Han contemplated further, the candlelight in the boudoir began to flicker ominously. A cold wind surged through the door, causing Thwindoustic. From afar, a woman's seraful was if needly called out, rendering the already eerie silence even more unsettling. Official Wariario? Official. At the sound, Chuyun Hanchi Artquaked Hahastelair turned there is a paper to the box. He looked around but found no suitable place to hide. The footsteps grew ever closer, and gritting gisty, Chuyun Han had no choice but to swiftly crawl beneath the bed. Moments later, with a creak, Thedo or swung upon, and the footsteps approached slowly. A pair of blood-red embroidered shows came into view, and he clamped his mouth shut, barely daring to breathe. Suddenly, the candlelight extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. The eerie silence seemed to laped the room, making event the sound of his heartbeat feel excruciating loud. After a long while, the sound of dripping water reached these ears. Hezen said something wet dripping onto his face. Just as a cautious light prepared to tetraplets away, an overwhelming dread surged within him. Aporophacy, bone-chilling hands seized his feet from beneath the bed. My lord, I have finally found you. Before Chuyun Han could react, a tremendous force yanked him from a hiding place beneath the bed. His body was violently tossed onto the bed. Then, a damp, swollen, decaying figure pressed down upon him. In the darkness, a nauseating stench of decay assaulted Chuyun Han's nostrils. With a sudden jolt, a sharp pain pierced his chest. A skeletal hand plunged into his chest. It felt as if his heart was being tightly grasped by some unseen force. Thini yanked violently, has suddenly felt a complete loss of strength, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Amidst the excruciating pain, his consciousness began to fade gradually. Within the pitch black room, the sound of Fabi's tear engine to spray echoed. To facilitate eretters, the detailed progression route soft he 15 levels within the 6 major cultivation system soft tower of return and city of end have been placed at the end of he first chapter for aqua glance. Readers may such as ito skip it entirely, as the information will gradually unfold in the subsequent text. Endless armament system. Level 1 Gunsmith, Level 2 Gunfighter, Level 3 Mech Engineer, Level 4 Mechanical Manipulator, Level 5 Mechanical Slayer, Level 6 King of Mech, Level 7 Planet Destroyer, Level 8 Star Devourer, Level 9 Warlord, Level 10 Star Spirit, Level 11 Emperor of Galaxy, Level 12 Lord of Time, Level 13 Domain Master, Level 14 Realm Emperor, Level 15 Cosmic Sovereign. Life Evolution System. Level 1 Gene Awakening, Level 2 Gene Evolution, Level 3 Gene Recombination, Level 4 Gene Transformation, Level 5 Life Evolution, Level 6 Gene Reversion, Level 7 Life Ascension, Level 8 Ancient Ruler, Level 9 Elder God, Level 10 Outer God, Level 11 Chaos Pillar Deity, Level 12 Space Devourer, Level 13 Void Controller, Level 14 Dimension Destroyer, Level 15 Supreme Creator. Elemental Control System. Level 1 Magic Apprentice, Level 2 Junior Mage, Level 3 Intermediate Mage, Level 4 Senior Mage, Level 5 Grand Mage, Level 6 Legendary Mage, Level 7 Forbidden Spell Mage, Level 8 Archmage, Level 9 Holy Archmage, Level 10 King of Arcane, Level 11 Holy La Celestial, Level 12 Arcane Sovereign, Level 13 Origin Mage, Level 14 Time Space Annihilator, Level 15 Elemental Lord. Ascensionto Divinity System. Level 1 Apostle, Level 2 Spirit User, Level 3 Divine Power, Level 4 Faith, Level 5 Igniting Divine Fire Realm, Level 6 Condensing Divine Persona, Divine Body Realm, Level 7 Lower Deity, Level 8 Middle Deity, Level 9 Upper Deity, Level 10 True Deity, Level 11 Celestial Deity, Level 12 Divine King, Level 13 Ancestor Deity, Level 14 Realm Master, Level 15 Eternal Source Deity. Celestial and Demonic Path System. Level 1 Blood Refinement and Bodybuilding, Level 2 Essence Refinement and Chi Transformation, Level 3 Chi Refinement and Spirit Transformation, Level 4 Spirit Refinement and Void Reversion, Level 5 Void Refinement and Do Integration, Level 6 Infant Transformation, Level 7 Void Exploration, Level 8 Dharma Aspect, Level 9 Cataclysm, Level 10 Celestial Transformation, Level 11 Tao Sovereign, Level 12 Celestial King, Level 13 Primordial and Boundless, Level 14 Sacred Dooth Heavens, Level 15 Infinite Tao Master. Great Tao Xiantian System. Level 1 Bone Forging, Level 2 Blood Transformation, Level 3 5 Extremes Tao Repository, Level 4 Dragon Spine Transformation, Level 5 Primordial Essence Secret Realm, Level 6 Ascending to Heaven and Inquiring Tao Heaven Connecting Realm, Level 7 Sky Pillar Realm, Level 8 Sovereign Heaven Realm, Level 9 Vast Heaven Realm, Level 10 Sacred Heaven Realm, Level 11 Annihilating Heaven Realm, Level 12 Ancestor King Realm, Level 13 Dao Shen Realm, Level 14 Immortal Realm, Level 15 Supreme Realm. Chapter 2 Endless Nightmare. Ha! Ha! Chuyan Han abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for breathishes upon the bed, instinctively hecklutched his chest, as if the agonizing sensation of having his yar tripped out had yet to dissipate. Damn it! Another nightmare! How many days has it been? Why must it in a nightmare every single day? In affido fridge, herrlita cup from the bedside onto the floor. Ever since Marathan half a month ago, he had begun to inexplicably suffer from nightmares. Each time he matagru was omened in various ways. Once, amidst an endless forest, he was torn apart by a gigantic black bear, helplessly witnessing the beast consume him piece by piece in excruciating pain. Another time, under the blazing sun with nowhere to hide, he was baked dry by the scorching heat, reduced to a curled-up, desiccated corpse. There was also a nightmarish scene in Esoteria in a days of ravaged by apocalyptic warfare, where he was mercilessly crushed into a pulp by patrolling Giantrobits, in Avis Desert, who was overwhelmed by countless Blackhans, devouring him until only his bones remained. At times, he found himself frozen into on his sculpture amidst Antarctic wasteland, shattered into pieces. Each death in this nightmare sways accompanied by an again a thought pierced toth of a Romero Wolf's being, as if you were enduring the most brutal cherries in the depths of hell. This relentless torment that left Chuyan hench Piratina stat of utter debilitation, the most troubling aspect was, Namaturo tried to rouse himself, who wouldn't variably succumb to Adi Epsilon Birit the stroke of midnight. In recent days, he had scoured every Reiklinus in Yoman town, but Natasingle physician could dream of his plight. Even the most stimulating medications proved futile. When thither approached, he would inevitably fall into a deep sleep, only to me this demise on Simorintherum of dreams. After my contemplation, he remained bewildered as to had caused this torment. Was it merely a series of nightmares, or some form of supernatural jest? Last night marked the 16th night, and predictably, the outcome was another tragic death. Moreover, Chu Yunhan had noticed that with each death in the dream, his real body seemed to be deteriorating as well. His mental state grew increasingly frail initially, although half listles after dying in the dream, it was nowhere near as severous it was now. As the frequency of his dream deaths increased, his mental state further declined. He harbored a profound premonition that if this continued, he might truly perish in reality, yet he found no means to resolve this dilemma. He had attempted to hide as soon as she to read the nightmare, only to meet various fatigue of death in fiend. On the 13th day, he discovered that he could bring real-world objects into his dreams. As long as he touched an object before falling asleep, it would also manifest in the nightmare. He began to attempt resistance, once bringing Gamache into the dream. However, he soon realized that the threat should proceed in the nightmare for exceeded discapacity to confront them. Unfortunately, he was not a martial arts master and lacked the ability to resist the dangers encountered in the dreamscape. Suppressing the throbbing headache, Chu Yunhan rose from the bed, dressed himself, and prepared for the important task at hand. 3 days prior, he had entrusted Simeone with a considerable sum of money to procure a large barrel of kerosene. He was ready to take any last gamble. Otherwise, given the current trajectory of events, he would likely fast Rudieth. Just then, a knock resonated from outside the door. "Brother Han, are you in there?" A voice called out from outside, prompting Chu Yunhan to approach and open the door. A group of robust young men stood outside, awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing Chu Yunhan, the all greet him in greetings, "Brother Han." These individual surreal subordinates. Known as an atrius figure in Yongman town, Chu Yunhan's reputation for being fierce and combative was well established. Since the day his parents perished at the border during his childhood, he had been raised by his older sister, Chu Yunshi, who was Fabirsha Sr. Understanding from a young Gagathaton lighthouse how her fearless would be respected and nobled, had adopted an exceptionally fierce demeanor in fights, throwing himself into each confrontation without a care for his own safety. Gradually, his ruthless reputation spread throughout Yongman town, and knew not a red to bully the siblings any longer. Hegathura a group of ruffians around him engage in jinlo and sharking as a means of livelihood. The lamentation waste had helaked a substantial background or immense wealth, preventing him from entering a martial arts academy to learn the techniques of great Xia Empire. Last spring, his sister, Chu Yunshi, married into Chang'an Prefecture of Liang Province, thousands of miles away from Ishomain Jiangnan Province's Langyu Prefecture. When she initially sought to take him along, have vehemently opposed it. A newly married woman bringing her brother to her husband wouldn't lie inviting Liscusapan scandal. He did not wish to become a burden to his sister, nor did he want her to lose face in her new household. Thus, Heko said to remain in Yong'an town, living independently. Chu Yunhan nodded, and after his subordinate has entered the room, he turned to the leading man in black attire and inquired, "Sang Biao, has the payment from boss you been collected?" Sang Bia's eyes darkened, and he replied indignantly, "Boss you was gone into hiding, my brother shave searched for him for 2 days without success." "Brother Han, this you has a credit of 20,000 gold coins, including interest. He has nothing gabalian hishom, the house ice rented, and he only has a wife and daughter. He noticed that his wife and daughter are quite beautiful, his wife still possesses scarm, and his daughter is ya ungenato beskized for water. Why not sell his wife and daughter to a strip club to offset the debt?" Chu Yunhan frowned, delivering his harp slip across Sang Bia's face in response. "Have you lost the ormond?" Boss Yabarawad Themani in his personal capacity it was neither his wife nor daughter who sang yet agreement. "What did they have to do with these? If we capture them, will the law enforcement agency at the hook, bring along a few more brothers, continue with the search, and see if the own with the surname Yusithus Frenchus? Once found, break any of his legs first, let's see if he de resto idea no longer." Sang by Laura de Shaden touched the swollen bruise on his face, promptly replying, "Hang, I apologize, we'll search him immediately." Chu Yunhan nodded and instructed. Bikoshazing siolo katiim, bring him back swiftly, and dentured law enforcement bureau as not becomi a hindrance. Thelosof dasho dynasty are not to be trifled with, if we offend them, nuna will be able tos. After the crowd had parted, Shuyan rubbed this for aid and retrieved 30,000 gold yuan from his hidden savings within the cabinet. He then locked fire and Duran turned to leave a dilapidated house. It was not until the afternoon that Shuyan, panting heavily, dragged a large wooden barrel back to his residence. This 50-pound barrel of Karosny had been painstakingly acquired from a black market dealer in Qinglian County, costing him a staggering 30,000 gold yuan. His savings over the years amounted to just over 90,000 gold yuan. As a fuel for mechanical vehicles, Karas knew a strict regulated Bithdacia dynasty. Typically, only the government had the right to purchase seed from designate imperial merchants. The general populace was explicitly forbidden from acquiring or stockpiling such substances. For its highly flammable nature posed significant risks of fire and casualties. Ordinary citizens lacked mechanical vehicles and thushed news for it. However, in the black market, it was immensely popular. Wherever profit could be made, anything could be procured in the black market. Rumore de thatten could even acquired standards of thunderfire reflex of the imperial army within the black market of Langu prefecture. The sinebel items had unlimerged in recente years sharika time when the military relia danswords, guns, and bows, traveling by erstron carriages, with currency via gold and silver. Who wondered where a theme pyre had acquired such innovative knowledge, allowing the entire daxia to rapidly transform within just a few short years. As the sun the moon rose, with the night deepening and darkness enveloping the earth, Shuyan, clad in a black short coat, leaned against the bedside. Cradling the barrel of Karosny in his arms, with a glinting cold blade as secured at his waist. Toad safe, his chest pocket was fed with 3 boxes of matches. Counting the time solemnly in his mind, he was soon overtaken by an overwhelming drowsiness and swiftly succumbed to slumber. Chapter 3, A Desperate Struggle. Upon regaining consciousness, Shuyan found himself ensconced within the confines of a dilapidated manor. The forsaken estate, shrouded in an air of decay, was dominated by a crumbling wooden main building. Surrounded by the ruins of shattered walls, the courtyard was overrun with weeds, suggesting years of neglect. A pall of white mist enveloped the surroundings, obscuring any discernible landscape. Gazing at the oil barrel cradled in his arms and feeling the weight of the sharp machete at his waist, Shuyan felt a flicker of resolve. He then dragged the heavy wooden barrel toward the main building, pushing open the rotting door. A musty odor assailed his senses, light filtered through the broken windows, faintly illuminating the remnants of former opulence and grandeur. However, all the exquisite furnishings had long succumbed to fading and mold, leaving a scene of disarray. Within the 3-story wooden structure, cobwebs clung to every corner, casting an eerie and foreboding atmosphere. In the expansive hall, a battered idol stood, its original form now unrecognizable. Shuyan surveyed his surroundings, meticulously inspecting each room, yet he uncovered nothing of significance. Consequently, he dismantled several decayed cabinets. Hauling the timber into the hall. He then pried the wooden stopper from the oil barrel, saturating the entire 3-story building with the flammable liquid, save for a patch of bare floor in the hall. The pungent scent of oil permeated the space. With a steely gaze, he regarded the broken idol in the hall, wariness flickering in his eyes. Without hesitation, he poured the remaining oil from the barrel over the statue. After completing these tasks, Shuyan found himself breathless and fatigued. He leaned against a collapsed wooden table in the hall, one hand gripping the machete while the other clutched a box of matches. His gaze fixed on the idol. As time trickled by, darkness gradually encroached upon the day. Shuyan did not relax his vigilance. Rather, his expression grew increasingly grave. A glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes, and he tightened his grip on the machete. Each time he found himself ensnared in a nightmare, regardless of his location, he ultimately faced the specter of death. All he needed to do was bide his time for the impending danger. Conserving his strength for one final confrontation, this time, no matter how perilous the foe, he would drag them down to hell with him. He could no longer endure this continued torment, like an endless cycle. Day after day, he bore the weight of unending pain and suffering. As nightfall descended, a chill wind swept through the myriad gaps in the wooden structure, causing Shuyan to shiver involuntarily inside the manor. The once strong scent of oil began to dissipate under the cold breeze. As the building plunged into darkness, Chu Yunhan arranged the prepared timber in the vacant space, igniting a modest fire, feeling the warmth emanating from the flames. His taut nerves slowly began to unwind. In the flickering light, the shadow of the shattered idol loomed, twisting grotesquely as if mocking the prey awaiting its demise. In the night sky, the moon appeared to have hidden away. Its pale glow consumed by the encroaching darkness, the abandoned manor lay enveloped in silence, devoid of even the faintest chirp of an insect. Only the mournful sound of the wind echoed, rendering the atmosphere even more chilling and sinister. As the night deepened, Chu Yunhan, acutely aware of the surrounding stillness, felt his heart race. At that moment, he could no longer disregard the cold seeping into his bones, his eyes riveted on the idol as if it might spring to life at any second. Yet, after a prolonged waiting period, the battered statue remained utterly inert. What he failed to notice was a shadow, the size of a grinding stone, silently descending from the beam above, just as Chu Yunhan let out a silent sigh of relief. He suddenly perceived a dark silhouette looming above his own shadow on the ground, illuminated by the fire's glow. Cold sweat broke out on his brow, and his hair stood on end, jerking his head up. He swung the machete at the looming figure. In the flickering light, he beheld a monstrous spider, its body covered in eyes, extending a pair of sharp fangs towards him. With a swift motion, the machete cleaved into the arachnid, carving a deep gash into its bulbous abdomen. A torrent of viscous fluid erupted from the wound, drenching Chu Yunhan in the process. The giant spider was sent reeling, crashing into the nearby ruins. Gasping for breath, Chu Yunhan felt his body weaken, collapsing onto the ground. A searing pain coursed through him, as if the spider's venom held a potent toxin. It was only then that he noticed a strand of web dangling above him. Swaying in the chill of the wind, after resting for a moment, he retrieved a burning stick from the fire and approached the spot where the spider had fallen. Soon, he discovered the creature amongst the debris. Its body incapacitated, having lost several of its grotesque legs from his earlier strike. As Chu Yunhan drew near, the spider opened its maw, revealing its menacing fangs, and hissed at him relentlessly without a moment's hesitation. He raised the machete and struck down upon the monstrous beast, splattering its foul liquid everywhere. After ensuring the spider lay still, Chu Yunhan felt an intense agony coursing through his body as the venom corroded his flesh. After what felt like an eternity, he staggered toward the fire pit, his battered form dragging through the dirt. Just as he reached the warmth of the flames, he suddenly felt a sticky rope ensnare his leg. A powerful force yanked him into the darkness. Chu Yunhan fell to the ground, his machete slipping from his grasp. He managed to seize a burning stick from the fire as he was dragged away. In the dim flicker of the flames, the spider the size of a calf loomed before him. In a moment of horror, its massive fangs pierced his flesh. An agonizing pain surged through him, as if the spider had injected him with corrosive venom. Suddenly, the entire wooden structure began to creak and rustle, as countless bloodthirsty spiders, varying in size and cloaked in black fur, crawled toward him in a frenzied swarm. The sight was enough to send chills down Chu Yunhan's spine, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Before he could react, a violent convulsion gripped his stomach, as if the monstrous spider had injected sulfuric acid into his very core, threatening to dissolve him from the inside out. In utter agony, Chu Yunhan writhed helplessly, unable to utter a word. A torrent of blood spewed from his mouth, splattering onto the ground. As he beheld the horde of grotesque spiders advancing upon him, a strange calm washed over him. Devoid of fear, fixing his gaze upon the horrid giant spider, a fierce determination flickered across his features. Summoning every ounce of strength, he hurled the burning stick into the distance. With a resounding explosion, a burst of flames erupted, igniting the oil within the manor. In an instant, the decaying three-story structure transformed into a colossal pyre, engulfed in flames that illuminated the surrounding estate. A cacophony of anguished screams filled the air as the spiders were consumed by the rising inferno, the acrid stench of charred flesh pervading the atmosphere. As his consciousness slipped into darkness, Chu Yunhan caught a glimpse of the monstrous spider collapsing amidst the flames, a flicker of relief gracing his features. As the roaring fire incinerated the spiders, including Chu Yunhan himself, countless invisible green motes of light ascended from the charred remains, cascading into the ravaged body of Chu Yunhan. When the last of the giant spider breathed its last, a surge of even greater green luminescence followed suit. Chapter 4: The Origin of All Things. A terrifying truth: the universe refers to the vast expanse of space and the myriad forms of matter that inhabit it. It originated from a singular dimensionless point, a singularity of infinite density. All matter and energy within the universe coalesced into this infinitesimally small, intensely hot, and infinitely dense point. At some unknown juncture, this boundless singularity erupted, instantly generating colossal pressure. The Big Bang commenced. this unprecedented, indescribable explosion dispersed all matter contained within the singularity. The cosmos began its boundless expansion. As the universe expanded, the density of the matter within it transitioned from compact to sparse. Concurrently, the temperature began to decline when it fell to 1 billion degrees. Neutrons lost their capacity for free existence, they either decayed or combined with protons to form heavier elements such as deuterium and helium. Thus, the elements of the universe began to take shape. As the temperature dropped to several thousand degrees, radiation diminished, giving rise to gaseous matter. This gas gradually coalesced into clouds, which further evolved into a myriad of galaxies, stars, planets, and ultimately life itself. The universe has been born. As the expansion unfolds, the initial segment of space experiences a deceleration in its expansion rate. When all matter within this segment ceases to decay, it resembles a bubble, giving rise to a distinct universe. Within this singular universe, all matter and energy achieve a peculiar equilibrium, a balance that sustains its stable structure. Nevertheless, the exponential expansion of the singularity continues unabated. With the passage of time, the expansion rate of the second segment of space also begins to slow. Once all matter within this segment halts its decay, a second universe is formed. Thus, the eternal expansion perpetually endures. This nascent singularity becomes the mother universe, which in turn creates countless diverse universes. The mother universe is essentially an unfathomable infinite multiverse. The blue star, where Chu Yunhan resides, is but one of these myriad universes. Within this vast, boundless multiverse exists a colossal void stretching for hundreds of millions of light-years, referred to by all high-dimensional intelligent beings in the cosmos as the cosmic forbidden zone. At the very heart of this forbidden zone stands an extraordinarily immense tower-like structure. After Chu Yunhan loses his final breath in a dream, he finds that, unlike before, he does not awaken from the nightmare in the real world. In that instant, his physical form vanishes as if it had never existed. Upon regaining consciousness, he feels as though he is enveloped in a womb, warm, comfortable, as if submerged in the source of life. However, when he opens his eyes, he is met with an endless array of light and shadows racing before him. Soon, an indescribably vast tower appears in his line of sight, uncertain of how much time has passed. Chu Yunhan awakens from his overwhelming shock to discover himself within a colossal white space. Just as confusion sets in, a voice resonates in his mind. Within this white expanse, a massive light screen suddenly materializes. Prepared executors have passed the preliminary screening of the Tower of Ruins. Race, human talent, soul extinction talent status, awakened talent description, annihilate intelligent life forms, absorb soul power for personal enhancement talent level. Talent evaluation, sever causality, untouched by tribulations, ultimate sublimation title, none rank, 0 techniques, 0 items, 0 realm, 0 source power, 0 space, 1 cubic meter identity transition complete. Congratulations on successfully passing the initial screening to become a hunter of the Tower of Ruins. System selection initiated. Different systems present varying challenges and subsequent achievements. Hunters, choose wisely. Endless armament, ignite the light of wisdom. Ascend the tree of technology, forge all things into weapons. Life evolution, unlock genetic locks, evolve the physical form to higher dimensions. Elemental mastery, command the infinite elemental forces of the universe, unveil the secrets of the arcane. Ascension to divinity, ignite the divine flame, condense divine attributes, believe in ascension, path of immortals and demons, forge the foundation of immortals and demons, cultivate the power of the primordial spirit, seek the path of immortality. Great Tao of Mysteries, sublimate life, master the laws, reflect the heavens. Chu Yunhan is astonished by the sudden voice in his mind, taking a long time to regain his composure. What is this place? Talent? I actually possess a talent. Once he regains his wits, Chu Yunhan begins to scrutinize the so-called system selection. There are a total of 6 options, each appearing quite remarkable, from the voice in his mind and the text displayed on the light screen. It is evident that this choice is of paramount importance. It must be approached with utmost caution. However, after studying it for some time, he finds himself utterly bewildered. Yet, despite his confusion, he devises his own method, to select the one that appears most formidable. Chu Yunhan raises his head and proclaims loudly, I choose the Great Tao of Mysteries. The hunter has selected the system. Great Tao of Mysteries. Instantly a blinding white light envelopes Chu Yunhan. Qualitative transformation in progress. Transformation successful. Initial data of the Tower of Ruins has been issued. Hunters, please review carefully. As the enormous light screen transforms, Chu Yunhan attentively observes the balance point of this multiverse teeters on the brink of collapse. Should the equilibrium be disrupted, all within the multiverse shall be obliterated. Within the infinite multiverse across eternal time, two magnificent existences transcending all intelligent life have emerged amidst the boundless chaos with a single thought. All things come into being, yet with another, all things perish. However, each of their actions accelerates the collapse of universal balance. In order to restore equilibrium to the multiverse, these two exalted beings created the Tower of Ruins and the City of Finality, two primordial realms. These illustrious beings began to select qualified executors from the vast expanse of the infinite multiverse, tasked with preventing civilizations and powerful entities from disrupting the balance of the universe. Those chosen by the Tower of Ruins to execute tasks are called hunters. They are randomly selected from among the intelligent beings possessing certain creative qualities observed across countless multiverse civilizations, existing solely to fulfill various missions. Executors must either grow stronger and cultivate their own prowess or maintain the survival of their civilization. Ensuring its perpetual development, this is essential for nearly every cosmic civilization harbors the genes of destruction and ruin. Should an executor refuse to complete the tasks or demands of the Tower of Ruins and the City of Finality, they shall face annihilation. If all executors within their civilization perish, they may meet a similar fate of eradication. Executors must tirelessly strive to become stronger, confronting the endless darkness and unknown, until they either complete their mission or meet their demise. After reading this, Chu Yunhan remained silent for a long while. This is merely the information conveyed by the Tower of Ruins, and he cannot discern its truth. Perhaps only through further exposure to more information will the reality reveal itself. Chapter 5. The Abyss of Despair. The Tower of Ruins will issue various tasks to its hunters within a specified timeframe. Hunters must employ every means to complete these tasks to return to the Tower of Ruins. Their performance in completing these tasks, along with the evaluation from the Tower of Ruins, will determine the rewards they receive. The rewards encompass a wide array of possibilities, including the universal currency of the Tower of Ruins and the City of Finality, source power, as well as countless techniques, items, knowledge, and more from various systems. Perhaps a hunter could ascend from a mere mortal to divinity, or it is equally likely that they may perish in a task world one day. New hunters begin at the lowest tier of the Tower of Ruins. Upon ascending their rank, they may enter the next level. Each tier of hunters operates independently, unable to freely traverse to other levels. After advancing their rank, hunters cannot refuse to ascend to higher tiers. As ranks increase, the difficulty of tasks issued by the Tower of Ruins correspondingly escalates, and the dangers faced by the hunters intensify. Typically, hunters from different tiers do not receive the same tasks nor inhabit the same task world. Each task assigned by the Tower of Ruins is mandatory. Should a hunter decline to accept a task, they will face annihilation as punishment. In this primordial realm, there is no right or wrong, nor any laws or regulations. All must rely on the strength of the hunters themselves, due to the immense rewards for completing tasks and the severe penalties for failure. Within task worlds, unless dictated by the Tower of Ruins, all hunters will go to any lengths to accomplish their missions. The only being a hunter can trust is themselves, as the countless fallen hunters have demonstrated. Each time hunters venture into task worlds and complete their missions, they are instantly returned to the Tower of Ruins, regardless of the harm suffered in the task world, as long as they do not die. The Tower of Ruins will fully heal the wounded hunters. Each hunter possesses their own exclusive chamber within the Tower of Ruins. Between tasks, they may choose to temporarily return to their own world to recuperate. When the Tower of Ruins issues a task, hunters must return here, preparing to embark on their mission. Although no one knows how this mode of transportation operates, the strength possessed by the hunters can be taken back to their own worlds. The relationship between the Tower of Ruins and the City of Finality is one of competition and cooperation. As for the specific details regarding the City of Finality, the documents provide no explanation. In the eyes of the two great existences that created the primordial realm, all hunters are merely insignificant ants. After Chu Yunhan has perused all this, the initial excitement and exhilaration have long since dissipated. Being chosen by the Tower of Ruins to become a hunter signifies that from this moment forth, he will forever be an executor of the Tower of Ruins, enduring endless cycles, facing countless life and death crises. Until his ultimate demise, the yearning for survival, the relentless pursuit of power, the continuation of one's racial civilization, and the safety of loved ones in this world, all of these have coalesced into an immense pressure, weighing heavily upon the shoulders of every executor. It is entirely conceivable that, in the struggle for their own survival and strength, as well as for the perpetuation of their race and culture, The hunters here shall transform into the most ruthless of reapers, mercilessly harvesting any adversaries or allies that obstruct the completion of their missions. Chu Yunhan had never fathomed that beneath the nightmares he had once endured lay such earth-shattering secrets. As an ordinary individual thrust into this unimaginable realm, he was compelled to confront the ceaseless cycle of life and death, to endure countless tribulations. Most importantly, he could discern no endpoint, only the solitary confrontation with what seemed an interminable chasm of despair. Forever ensnared in a nightmarish existence, until the finality of death, after a prolonged silence, Chu Yunhan appeared to arrive at a profound realization. His fists clenched tightly, his gaze radiated determination. He understood that, regardless of the circumstances, from the moment he entered the Tower of the Return, everything had crystallized into reality. He could neither alter nor escape this fate. The sole course left to him was to exert every ounce of effort to fulfill the tasks mandated by the Tower. As long as he continued to complete these missions, he would eventually acquire unimaginable power, ultimately gaining mastery over his own destiny. Perhaps he lacked the strength to change his circumstances at this moment. But who could predict the future? When he reached a certain height of growth, perhaps he would possess the capacity to alter everything. If not, it would merely signify that he was not yet formidable enough. If he could attain sufficient strength to confront the creator of the tower, then all obstacles would cease to be issues. With this clarity, Chu Yunhan fell silent, diligently committing the tower's myriad rules to memory. Talent, spirit extermination, annihilate living beings, absorb the essence of their souls for personal enhancement, sever causality, remain untainted through countless tribulations, and achieve the pinnacle of transcendence. Chu Yunhan was unaware whether this talent was uniquely his or if others possessed it as well. Although he understood the significance of talent, he had yet to discern how to cultivate this soul essence to enhance himself. He felt no indication of this talent's existence within him, however, from the tower's explanation. It seemed highly potent. This was his only reliance for survival within the tower, a glimmer of hope to escape this infernal abyss. Time passed indeterminately, and suddenly the inscriptions on the immense light screen in the white space began to shift. The trial of the Grand Dao Xin Tian system is about to commence. Hunters, please prepare yourselves. The trial ground is a world where hunters will acquire the initial power of the Grand Dao Xin Tian system. Upon entering the trial world, hunters must complete the tasks issued by the tower. The completion level of these tasks will directly influence the rewards hunters receive thereafter. The tasks are unique, and the rewards will be double those of other missions. Detailed task information will be released once hunters enter the trial world. Countdown to the task begins. 5 4 3 2 1. With a flash of white light, Chu Yunhan vanished from the white space in an instant. Chapter 6, Xianyang Continent. The Xianyang Continent in the far west is characterized by an endless, vast desert. Not a blade of grass grows, nor does a drop of rain fall. It is a place where all life has perished. Known to all as the Death Desert. At the deepest recesses of this boundless wasteland looms a vast, impenetrable black cloud, shrouding the earth in darkness. Amidst this oppressive blackness, fierce winds tear through the void, and destructive bolts of lightning intermittently flash, exuding an aura of infinite peril and terror. This black cloud is designated as an absolute forbidden zone by the inhabitants of the Xianyang continent. Known to many as the Black Abyss. A narrow gap penetrates through it, and not far from this opening stands an immensely grandiose city, blocking all access to the Death Desert. To the east of the Death Desert, life begins to stir, with forests and lakes dotting the landscape. Cities of various sizes and towering mountains imbue the Xianyang continent with vitality. Approximately 500 miles from the edge of the Death Desert lies a modestly constructed city, its gates emblazoned with the characters Jinwu Chang. Within Jinwu Chang, countless armored guards bustle about, their dark flags fluttering in the wind atop the city walls. Upon opening his eyes, Chu Yunhan discovered himself ensconced within this vast military encampment. Clad in a coarse linen garment. A sudden influx of information surged through his mind. System trial task issued: survive 3 invasions from the alien army at the Xianyang Imperial Pass. The trialist's performance will directly affect the final rewards. Proficiency in all languages acquired. Just as Chu Yunhan pondered the task's content, a middle-aged man beside him suddenly spoke up. Young brother, why do you think the officer has summoned us? Are we about to commence training? Chu Yunhan cast a sidelong glance at the man, shook his head, and then followed a throng of similarly clad individuals toward the training ground. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the expansive training ground was densely packed with over 1,000 men. A commander adorned in black armor, wielding a long sword, strode confidently onto the wooden platform in the center of the training area. He exuded an aura of danger, his fierce eyes scanning the crowd with cold indifference. Then, his authoritative voice resonated in every ear. Remember, from the moment you stepped into Jinwu Chang, your lives are no longer your own. Regardless of your past identities, the enemies you've made, or the grievous sins you've committed, from this day forth, you are the vanguard of the Shin-Ja army, death warriors. Here, your lives are worth no more than a dog's. To survive, you must wager your very lives. Cherish this time well. Once the war begins, such opportunities will vanish forever, or from today on, all shall sleep at the second watch and rise at the fifth. Except during mealtimes, all must train with utmost vigor. Anyone daring to slack off will face severe punishment according to military law. Everyone line up to receive your weapons and techniques from the quartermaster. Assemble here in 1 hour. After delivering his orders, the officer disregarded the crowd's reactions and departed. Chu Yunhan lowered his head and silently followed the throng toward the quartermaster station nearby. Identity token. Chu Yunhan removed the wooden plaque hanging around his neck and handed it to the soldier before him. The soldier glanced at the plaque, then circled Chu Yunhan's name on the ledger before handing him a burlap sack. Upon receiving the sack, Chu Yunhan felt its weight and proceeded toward his tent. Inside the tent, he opened the package to find a set of cloth armor, a long sword, and a thin booklet. The booklet bore the title Body Refinement Technique, and as he flipped through it, illustrations of various training postures sprang to life on the pages. Beneath each illustration were several lines of text. Chu Yunhan meticulously perused the booklet, committing its contents to memory. An hour later, having donned the cloth armor and wielded the long sword, Chu Yunhan stood in the training ground, his mind still replaying the teachings of the Body Refinement Technique. The earlier officer now sat on the platform, observing as everyone gathered within the designated time. He nodded slightly and began to speak. The body refinement technique is the foundation of cultivation. The culmination of countless sages' efforts, and the finest foundational technique of the great Yin dynasty. To become a true martial artist, one must thoroughly comprehend the body refinement technique. Many of you are illiterate. Today, I will teach you how to practice it. True martial artists are categorized into 5 stages of body refinement: skin training, strength enhancement, bone forging, marrow fusion, and blood transformation. Only upon reaching the skin training stage can one be considered to have entered the martial path. Each stage represents a completely new level. Upon entering the skin training stage, one's skin becomes as tough as leather, capable of breaking a small tree with a single punch. Upon mastering skin training, with abundant vitality, one can progress to strength enhancement. Once one breaks through to strength enhancement, one's muscles become taut and energy flows throughout the body, allowing one to effortlessly lift weights of several hundred pounds. Upon reaching the bone forging stage, one's bones become as hard as iron, able to easily slay a wild bull with a single punch, and with full force, one can shatter a large boulder. The marrow fusion and blood transformation stages are realms that are currently beyond your reach. Now, I will personally demonstrate the practice method of the body refinement technique. Chu Yunhan's gaze was fixed intently on the officer demonstrating on the platform. Meticulously comparing his movements with the illustrations in the body refinement technique. As the officer's explanations filled the air, Chu Yunhan's comprehension of the technique rapidly deepened. Half an hour later, after the officer had demonstrated the body refinement technique 3 times, he ceased further demonstrations. After instructing everyone to begin practicing, he departed without further ado. Chu Yunhan followed the officer's movements and began to practice the technique repeatedly, quickly becoming engrossed. After completing the entire sequence of movements, he was drenched in sweat, his body aching terribly. Reluctantly, he settled into a cross-legged position, allowing his body to gradually recuperate and alleviate his fatigue. After several grueling practice sessions, Chu Yunhan was drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted and sprawled on the ground. Even after a brief respite of 15 minutes, his body remained sore and weak, making it a struggle to rise to his feet. Chu Yunhan understood that he had reached his limits. To push any further would yield no benefits and could indeed cause injury. The other recruits around him had long since collapsed, unable to continue. At that moment, a distant sound of gongs echoed through the air. Countless fatigued recruits, upon hearing the gong, were instantly invigorated, springing to their feet and racing towards a series of massive wooden shelters in the distance. Chu Yunhan paused for a moment, then quickly regained his composure and joined the others in their frantic dash. Inside the grand wooden shelter, Chu Yunhan accepted 2 hefty gray-black corn buns, each weighing half a pound, along with a large bowl of thick wild vegetable soup from the cook sitting on the muddy ground outside the shelter. He began to devour the food voraciously. To his surprise, the corn buns and vegetable soup, which he had anticipated to be unpalatable, were incredibly fragrant. Chapter 7: The Marvelous Use of Talent. Spirit Slaying. Strike straight. Put some force into it. Haven't you eaten? Horizontal cut, vertical slash. The black-armored sergeant, wielding a long whip, paced back and forth, surveying the recruits drenched in sweat on the training grounds. Whenever he spotted a recruit whose form faltered, He mercilessly lashed out, leaving a long bloody mark on their skin. Chu Yunhan was soaked with sweat, gritting his teeth as he gripped the heavy long knife, striking down into the air with all his might. His weary hands trembled slightly from fatigue. For over a month now, this had been his daily routine. The intense training made him feel as if his entire body was on the verge of exhaustion. Each night, he would collapse into bed, barely managing to sleep. During one training session, overwhelmed by fatigue, he lost his grip on the long knife, which clattered to the ground. The patrolling sergeant noticed and delivered a lash that nearly knocked the breath out of him, leaving a horrific scar across his back. Yet, this relentless training had propelled his physical conditioning to remarkable heights. His skin had become noticeably rougher, and his muscles were now visibly defined, suggesting a burgeoning three-dimensionality. Just the other day, he had felt a sudden surge of vitality within him, as if his blood was boiling, and his strength had started to grow gradually. However, in the past 2 days, he had not truly broken through to the skin training realm. As though he still lacked that final push, the sergeant's cold voice cut through the air. Remember, in this world, only your own strength guarantees your survival. Striving now is far better than facing death on the battlefield later. Now continue to slash for half an hour until you are completely spent. Chu Yunhan struggled to open his sweat-blurred eyes, raising the long knife to strike forward with all his might. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, until he could barely feel his hands anymore. The sergeant's indifferent gaze swept over from a distance. Chu Yunhan gritted his teeth, even as his body had reached its limit. He summoned every last ounce of strength to bring the long knife crashing down. At that moment, he suddenly felt a refreshing stream of energy surging forth from every part of his body, soothing his fatigued and aching muscles in an instant. This energy flowed through his limbs and within him, ultimately coalescing around his heart. After receiving this revitalizing energy, the beating of his heart grew stronger, while his once rough skin began to harden. Sensing the transformation within him, Chu Yunhan closed his eyes, standing still. The black-armored sergeant seemed to notice the change in him, the corners of his mouth curling slightly before he turned away. Soon after, Chu Yunhan opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. Clenching his fists, a surge of power, far greater than before, gathered within him, as though he could shatter any obstacle in front of him with a single punch. He understood that he had finally broken through to the skin training realm. As he felt this change in his body, a greenish-blue orb of light appeared in his mind. This green orb emanated an intense feeling of yearning. Suppressing his curiosity and desire, Chu Yunhan silently continued to swing his knife. Compared to his previous exhaustion, the long knife now felt remarkably light in his hands. After dozens of continuous strikes, he felt no fatigue whatsoever, as if he were overflowing with boundless energy. As night deepened, the sound of patrolling soldiers echoed outside the tent. Inside, Chu Yunhan lay in a corner, beginning to explore the green orb in his mind. Before long, he discovered that he could seemingly control the movement of the green orb. However, at the moment he directed the orb, it shattered into countless strands of green light, dispersing throughout his body, before vanishing completely. A message from the Tower of Ruins flashed in his mind. Talent, spirit slaying talent status, awaken talent description, annihilate intelligent life forms, absorb soul power for personal enhancement. Soul power, 684. Title, none. Rank, 0. Technique, body refinement technique. Items, 0. Realm, entry-level skin training, can be improved. Origin power, 0. Space, 1 cubic meter. Chu Yunhan was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized that the green light was indeed the soul power absorbed by his spirit-slaying talent. But from where did this soul power originate? After entering the trial world, it seemed he had not slain any living beings. He had never killed any intelligent life forms in the real world either. Could it be from the giant spiders he had burned to death in his nightmares? After pondering briefly, he chose not to dwell on it further and instead turned his attention to the Tower of Ruins message. Upon noticing the can be improved notation next to his realm, Chu Yunhan felt a surge of excitement. When he attempted to allocate the soul power to his realm, his soul power diminished by 100, dropping to 584. The entry-level skin training then progressed to a minor achievement. At that moment, he felt his body temperature rising sharply, as if he were a shrimp being boiled, and his skin began to tighten. A violent sensation of soreness erupted from every inch of his body. Chu Yunhan clenched his teeth, suppressing any sounds that might awaken the slumbering recruits around him. After a long while, his body temperature gradually returned to normal, and his skin began to take on a bronze hue. The strength he had accumulated surged dramatically at that moment. Feeling the immense power within him, Chu Yunhan's lips curled into a faint smile, an uncontrollable excitement swelling within him. Without further hesitation, he continued to channel his soul power into his realm. As the realm elevated, the reaction within his body was far more intense than before. A profound weakness washed over him, every muscle in his body contracted, and the ample vitality within him was drained in a matter of seconds. His complexion turned pale as if all his blood had been siphoned away. An overwhelming hunger caused his body to convulse. Chu Yunhan felt dizzy, and after struggling for mere seconds, he succumbed to unconsciousness. When Chu Yunhan opened his eyes again, he found himself in a vast tent. Lying on a wooden bed or awake, a familiar voice came from nearby. Upon closer inspection, it was the black-armored sergeant. You've severely depleted your vitality, but fortunately, we discovered it early, otherwise, your foundation would have been ruined. Didn't I teach you that cultivation should be gradual? I never expected there to be someone in my vanguard camp with such high cultivation potential. In just a short time, you've managed to break through continuously. You've reached the major achievement in skin training. After saying this, he picked up a large bowl of pungent black soup from a nearby table and helped Chu Yunhan drink it. This is a tonic prescribed by the military doctor to replenish your qi and blood. It cost me half a month's salary. The doctor said you need at least half a month's rest. For now, just focus on recuperating, and remember to pay me back. With that, the sergeant grabbed the whip on the table and exited the tent. Chapter 8, Martial Training. At this moment, Chu Yunhan felt exceedingly weak, devoid of any strength. Reflecting on his current state, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. He had initially thought he could continue to elevate his power until he had exhausted all his soul energy. He hadn't anticipated that the successive breakthroughs would lead to such severe consequences. He had indeed been overly reckless. Without fully understanding the implications of realm elevation, he had rushed headlong into it. Thankfully, he had been discovered in time, otherwise, damaging his foundation would have complicated his trial task. He was astonished that the cold-hearted sergeant would actually save him. This was entirely beyond his expectations. After consuming that bowl of soup, his once cold body gradually began to warm. A trickle of strength started to emerge within him, yet he remained insatiably hungry, as if he could devour an entire cow. With great effort, he rose and spotted a table nearby laden with large flatbreads and a pot of fragrant meat soup. Chu Yunhan swallowed hard. This was the first time he had seen meat since arriving in this world. A quarter of an hour later, he wiped the remnants from his mouth, exhaling deeply and belching contentedly. He had finished an entire pot of meat soup and devoured 7 or 8 flatbreads. He felt as if he had been revived, utterly satisfied. It was only then that he took a moment to calm down and examine the messages from the Tower of Ruins. Talent, Spirit Slayer Soul Power, 384 Title, None Rank, 0 Cultivation Method, Body Refinement Technique Items, 0 Realm, Mastery of Skin Refinement Source Power, 0 Space, 1 cubic meter. After breaking through from the novice stage of skin refinement to the minor mastery, his soul power diminished by 100 points. Upon advancing from minor mastery to full mastery, however, it decreased by 200 points, with only 384 points of soul power remaining. The options for improvement vanished, indicating that this soul power was insufficient for further ascension to the next realm. Chu Yunhan touched his skin, which felt akin to coarse leather. He picked up the long knife resting by his bedside and made a gentle cut across his palm, leaving only a white mark. With a slight exertion, he managed to inflict a small wound. It seemed that achieving full mastery in skin refinement had significantly enhanced his body's defensive capabilities and resilience. In the following days, the commander did not allow Chu Yunhan to partake in the training sessions. The daily meals transitioned from blackened corn buns to large flatbreads, and even the soup often contained several glistening pieces of fatty meat. Once he felt his body had fully recovered, Chu Yunhan proactively rejoined the training ranks. Although he continued to endure the same high-intensity regimen, he felt invigorated, unlike before when he was left sore and utterly exhausted after each session. Post-breakthrough, even the commonly practiced sword techniques within the military appeared to be simplified for him. Thus, in the training city of Jinwu, he trained diligently for 3 months. On the training grounds, Chu Yunhan's expression was grave as he fixed his gaze intently on 3 robust men across from him. His body was taut, and his nerves were instantly heightened to a state of acute vigilance. His indifferent gaze pierced through the 3 men like a sharp blade, his eyes glimmering with determination and resolve. One of them stealthily circled behind him, and simultaneously a chill crept up his spine. Chu Yunhan's muscles tensed instantly, as if he could feel every fiber contracting and coiling with energy. The other 2 exchanged glances. Their eyes gleaming with ferocity, like leopards, they lunged at Chu Yunhan with a fierce velocity, their punches whistling through the air, imbued with an overwhelming sense of pressure. In the blink of an eye, they closed the distance, their fists descending towards Chu Yunhan's face. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced to meet their assault, his body coiled like a taut string. And in the instant their strikes reached him, he sidestepped deftly, then, with a sudden clench of his fist, he retaliated with a blow that struck one man squarely in the face, akin to a bolt of lightning. His other hand clamped down like an iron vice on the wrist of the second man, the latter's pupils constricted immediately as he raised his hands to shield his face, blocking Chu Yunhan's powerful strike. But the force sent him staggering back 3 steps. The third man, caught in Chu Yunhan's grip, was compelled to retaliate with his left hand. With a resounding thud, the man's left fist met Chu Yunhan's, resulting in a brutal injury that left him bleeding profusely. Chu Yunhan merely flicked his hand before engaging with the man who had charged from behind. The clash of fists echoed, their footfalls intertwining, each collision resonating with tremendous force. Chu Yunhan's offensive was both fierce and precise, gradually overwhelming the man who had attempted to ambush him. Seeing the unfavorable turn of events, the other two swiftly closed in to join the fray. They all attacked in concert, their movements agile and strikes ruthless, momentarily matching Chu Yunhan's prowess. They constantly shifted positions and angles, seeking a flaw in Chu Yunhan's defense, yet he evaded their attempts with remarkable finesse. The air around them seemed to tremble with the intensity of their battle, dust swirling in their wake. A crowd of new recruits surrounded them, their hearts racing as they witnessed the fierce confrontation. Each attack and dodge tightening their chests with anxiety. One of the assailants, seemingly hindered by an earlier injury to his left hand, faltered in his movements. Chu Yunhan's gaze sharpened as he seized the opportunity. Delivering a powerful punch to the man's chest, the impact sent him flying, crashing heavily to the ground. The remaining two were momentarily thrown off balance by this unexpected turn, their assault momentarily stalling. Chu Yunhan did not afford them a moment to regroup. Like a ferocious tiger, he lunged at one of them, his eyes filled with ferocity as he landed a devastating blow to the man's abdomen. The man cried out in agony, propelled backward and collapsing to the ground, incapacitated. Witnessing the dire state of his companions, the last man was paralyzed with fear, retreating a step in trepidation, just as he contemplated taking advantage of the situation to strike. He unexpectedly surrendered outright. Chu Yunhan paused, then inclined his body in a gesture of respect. The surrounding recruits erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. In this practical combat exercise, Chu Yunhan had earned their admiration through sheer strength. However, the commander, observing from the side, approached with an icy demeanor and struck the surrendering man harshly with a whip. The anguished cry echoed as the man writhed in pain upon the ground. The commander's face was a mask of fury as he swept his cold gaze over the crowd, his voice laced with chilling authority. Let this be a lesson, you are all death warriors of the vanguard camp. You may be defeated, you may perish, but you absolutely cannot surrender. Should this happen again, do not blame me for executing you according to military law. All the new recruits fell silent, nodding vigorously. Chu Yunhan too was rendered mute. His identity in this world was that of a death warrior of the vanguard camp. The vanguard camp was the frontline force in battle, the first to charge into the fray. Those designated as death warriors faced nearly insurmountable odds during each conflict, with few surviving to tell the tale. It appeared that this trial would prove far more perilous than he had initially anticipated. Chapter 9: The Alien Race at the Gates. In the depths of the Death Desert, within the abyssal passage, a multitude of black dots appeared on the horizon, stretching endlessly as if without end. Atop the towering walls of the Shenyang Imperial Pass, a patrolling armored soldier caught sight of this alarming scene. Instantly, he felt a surge of anxiety and sprinted towards the alarm tower, striking a heavy wooden mallet against a massive bronze bell. The deep, resonant toll echoed within the Imperial gates, spreading alarm throughout. Moments later, the entire Shenyang Imperial Pass stirred as if awakened from slumber. A cacophony of hurried footsteps surged towards the battlements. In the distance, several beacon towers soon billowed thick smoke that soared into the sky. Within Jinwu City, Chu Yunhan was practicing his sword techniques when the urgent sound of drums resonated. His expression tightened as he looked up to see countless soldiers pouring from their tents. Racing towards the training grounds, the commander of the vanguard camp strode forward, bellowing at the recruits. Emergency military situation, assemble immediately. Once the vanguard recruits gathered, the vast training ground became filled with soldiers. Shortly thereafter, a deafening voice boomed from the distant command platform, reverberating throughout the assembly. All officers above the guard level, report to the Central Army tent for a meeting. Dozens of figures surged from the training ground. Hastening towards the central command tent, Chu Yunhan tightened his grip on the long knife, awaiting orders alongside his comrades. In less than 2 incense sticks worth of time, a burly man clad in black armor approached from afar. The commanders of the vanguard camp rushed forward, anxiously inquiring, "Guard commander, what has transpired?" The guard commander, his expression grave, replied, "Smoke signals have been sighted from the Shenyang Imperial Pass. The alien race is at the gates." "What? The commanders turned pale, their expressions tense. Wasn't the alien race repelled just half a year ago? How could they return so soon? The Grand General has ordered our Xianyang army to urgently assist the Imperial Pass. Prepare yourselves immediately and follow me to reinforce the Imperial gates. Understood. The commanders dashed back to their respective camps to make arrangements. Xu Yunhan's vanguard camp also sprang into action. Over 1,000 death warriors swiftly returned to their tents, donning their armor and arming themselves before marching alongside the main army towards the depths of the Death Desert. Days later, the army finally arrived before the Xianyang Imperial Pass. The Imperial Pass spanned the abyssal passage like a colossal beast, seemingly ancient and eternal, blocking the route and severing the Shenyang continent from the abyss. Xu Yunhan gazed up at the magnificent and imposing fortress, feeling a profound sense of insignificance in its presence. The densely packed troops appeared as mere ants before this grand edifice. As the army approached the Imperial Pass, the towering walls loomed into the clouds, stretching beyond sight. All stood awestruck before this monumental structure. One soldier murmuring, "So this is the legendary Shenyang Imperial Pass, it is truly immense," the commander of the vanguard camp explained. The Shenyang Imperial Pass was constructed with the collective strength of the entire Shenyang continent. Its walls built from enormous stones weighing thousands of pounds. The walls are inscribed with celestial runes, riddled with countless formations. This is our greatest barrier against the abyss and the incursion of the alien race. Should the Shenyang Imperial Pass fall, the entire Shenyang continent would descend into chaos and humanity would face extinction. Therefore, prepare to fight with all your might. Whether one can survive depends solely on fate. The captain spoke solemnly, and after his words trailed into silence, a flicker of sorrow seemed to cross his gaze. The colossal city gate, forged from dark iron, creaked open, allowing the disciplined army to flow into the city. As they passed through the towering entrance, a vast and formidable aura washed over them. Upon entering the Imperial Pass, a sprawling marketplace and a labyrinth of stone houses came into view. This was the dwelling place of the city's defenders. However, the army did not linger, pressing onward towards the abyssal depths. After traversing for half an hour, they finally reached the opposite side of the Imperial Pass, where several immense military encampments sprawled before them. The massive walls facing the abyss had turned a deep ebony hue, stained by the bloodshed of countless years. A multitude of indifferent, silent veterans observed the armored troops as they surged toward one of the encampments. Many of these veterans bore missing limbs and were marred by ghastly scars, as if their very bodies were testaments to the horrors wrought by foreign invaders. As Xu Yunhan walked past these veterans, he sensed a palpable aura of danger emanating from many of the disabled soldiers. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed from afar, shaking the very ground beneath them. Moments later, dozens of towering beasts, each standing 10 meters tall, charged forth. Their bodies were clad in fearsome scales, as unyielding as dark iron. The terrifying presence of these creatures left the onlookers frozen in place, trembling in fear. What was even more astonishing was that these monstrous beasts bore riders. Each rider donned black armor inscribed with arcane symbols and wielded massive spears that spanned several meters, their expressions cold and merciless. The hundreds of thousands of armored troops hastily cleared a path for these fearsome beasts, which darted past them and into another encampment. Xu Yunhan stood in shock, his mind clouded with confusion. What kind of terrifying world was this? How could such dreadful creatures exist? Could human strength truly contend with such horrors? In their presence, Xu Yunhan felt as insignificant as an ant, fearing that a single misstep could lead to his demise. Even more astonishing was the realization that these terrifying beasts were merely mounts for their riders. Just how powerful must those knights be to tame such fearsome creatures as steeds? The captain, having regained his composure, looked on with evident envy. Sensing the crowd's bewilderment, he spoke with reverence. "They are the Bloodfiend Knights. And those monstrous steeds are the Bloodfiend beasts capable of annihilating a city. Each Bloodfiend Knight is a formidable cultivator who has reached the Dragon Spine realm, far beyond our imagination, during every foreign invasion. They are a crucial line of defense. Without them, countless lives would be lost in the struggle to hold the Imperial Pass. They are the heroes of our kind, the dream of countless defenders. If not for their presence, any of them would be a revered figure across the entire Xianyang continent." A shadow of profound sadness crossed the captain's eyes as he sighed. "Alas, when I first arrived at the Xianyang Imperial Pass, there were as many as 300 Bloodfiend Knights. Now only a handful remain. They have all perished in the wars against the foreign invaders. Among them, 53 of our Grand Yen dynasty's great cultivators met their end here." Chapter 10: The terrifying foreign invaders. With the arrival of tens of thousands of armored troops to reinforce the Xianyang Imperial Pass, the vanguard battalion, where Xu Yunhan was stationed, was assigned to the southeastern corner of the encampment. After settling the vanguard troops, the leading commander and several captains vanished from sight. The vanguard's warriors exchanged glances, retreating to their tents. An oppressive and heavy atmosphere enveloped the entire camp, as if a storm were brewing. Xu Yunhan sat quietly in the corner, polishing his sharp blade. Though this was their first arrival at the Xianyang Imperial Pass, everything he witnessed foreshadowed peril and devastation. To say that survival would be a near impossible task would be no exaggeration. The entire Xianyang Imperial Pass gathered elite forces from several kingdoms across the continent, numbering in the millions. Among them were countless top-tier experts and great cultivators. Such a formidable strength was solely dedicated to repelling foreign invaders. None of the vanguard troops, aside from their captain, had ever seen what the foreign invaders truly looked like or how powerful they were. The captain had never broached the subject of the invaders with them. Xu Yunhan pondered deeply. Based on the strength of the bloodfiend knights he had witnessed, the 1,000-strong vanguard would undoubtedly be slaughtered in less than a tea's worth of time before those knights. He could not comprehend what purpose their presence served in the Xianyang Imperial Pass. Were they merely fodder to delay the enemy's experts, buying time for their own great cultivators to act? As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. Distant sounds of commotion echoed from the towering walls. Late into the night, Xu Yunhan lay on the common sleeping area within the military tent, suppressing his inner turmoil and forcing himself to sleep. The following day, just as dawn began to break, the captain roused the entire vanguard battalion. The soldiers donned their gear and, after breakfast, followed the captain towards the massive siege ladder leading to the towering walls. After a quarter of an hour, they finally ascended the 100-meter-high ramparts. The wall was nearly 20 meters thick and it was already filled with soldiers. Every 10 meters, a massive ballista was stationed. Its iron bolts stretching several meters long, the ballistae were adorned with various runes, and even the bolts bore exquisite engravings, radiating an aura of dread. Piles of wooden barrels were placed near the battlements. The contents within a mystery. The captain led the troops along the wall for quite some time before finally halting. He pointed to a segment of the wall stretching several hundred meters and addressed the soldiers. This section is the defense zone for our vanguard battalion. Everyone must remember this, even if it means death. We cannot allow the foreign invaders to breach our walls. You need not worry too much. There are experts assigned to intercept the enemy. Your task is to slay any invading foot soldiers that approach. If you can survive this foreign incursion, not only will all your previous transgressions be pardoned, but you will also be rewarded with substantial riches and promotions. This is your chance to rise and prosper. I was promoted to captain of the Yin dynasty thanks to my contributions during a foreign invasion. Barely had the captain's words finished echoing when a resounding horn blared from afar. The captain's expression shifted dramatically. He immediately shouted to the troops, "Prepare, the foreign invaders may be launching an assault." With that, he drew a long blade, his gaze fixed intently on the ground below the wall. A sense of dread enveloped Xu Yunhan and the others, their hearts racing as they turned their anxious eyes towards the expanse beyond the Imperial Pass. They could only vaguely discern a swarm of dark figures surging towards the pass like a tidal wave. Before long, the tide of darkness reached the base of the Imperial Pass, rapidly scaling the majestic walls. Xu Yunhan wiped the cold sweat from his brow, gripping his long knife tightly as he braced for the unknown enemy's appearance. In less than the span of a T, the mysterious invaders finally came into view. Towering 2 meters tall, their black bodies glistened like steel, exuding an aura of resilience. Each creature possessed 6 sharp legs, driving into the wall like daggers, while a pair of massive pincers flanked their chests, resembling the sides of death, capable of tearing through anything in their path. Their heads, akin to demonic entities from the underworld, or 4 pairs of glaring red eyes and a terrifying maw filled with rows of razor-sharp fangs. The vanguard soldiers trembled in fear at the sight of these approaching monstrosities, paralyzed by terror. They watched in horror as the creatures drew nearer, their eyes wide with panic. The captain let out a furious roar, bringing his blade down to cleave the first of the invading monsters, sending the fallen creature crashing into several others below. It was only then that the soldiers snapped back to reality, forcing themselves to confront their fears and raising their weapons to engage. Xu Yunhan gritted his teeth and swung his blade fiercely at the oncoming beast. Clang! A sharp, resonant sound echoed as the monstrous creature's pincers swept across, colliding with Xu Yunhan's blade. He felt as though he had struck solid steel, the impact reverberating painfully through his grip, forcing him to stagger backward. Yet the creature remained unfazed, advancing swiftly up the wall. Realizing that the beast was about to breach the fortifications and wreak havoc, Xu Yunhan's heart sank. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward, his blade raised high as the creature lifted its side-like pincers to clamp down on him, while its legs lunged directly towards his body. In that instant, his pupils constricted as he rolled forward, narrowly evading the massive pincers and sharp legs. He tumbled beneath the creature, swinging his long knife upward with all his might, aiming for a decisive strike. Hiss! The abdomen of the alien creature was deeply slashed open by a sharp long knife, and a torrent of foul-smelling green liquid gushed forth, splattering everywhere. The alien beast let out a piercing shriek. Its massive body crashing heavily to the ground, motionless. Chu Yunhan's gaze was icy as he fixedly stared at the fallen otherworldly being, showing no sign of carelessness. The downed creature appeared lifeless, devoid of any movement. As he cautiously approached, two razor-sharp claws hidden beneath its body suddenly lunged out. Chu Yunhan's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly dodged. He then raised his long knife and thrust it viciously into the creature's head. Green blood splattering onto him, the enormous body of the alien convulsed violently a few times before gradually becoming still. At that moment, he felt a sudden surge of green spiritual energy in his mind and breathed a sigh of relief. Still shaken, he paid no mind to the quantity of spiritual energy and charged towards another alien creature engaged in combat with three others. Chapter 11. The grim battlefield. The setting sun bled crimson as the walls of Shenyang Emperor's Gate were strewn with severed limbs and dismembered bodies. The vivid red blood mingling with the murky green liquid, creating a scene of utter desolation that evoked waves of nausea. Countless cold corpses littered the ground, some belonging to human soldiers, others to the alien invaders. The faces of these soldiers were contorted, their eyes filled with the terror and resentment of impending death. In terms of numbers, the casualties among the human ranks far exceeded those of the aliens. On the T-shaped walls of the fifth section, fewer than half of the thousands of death warriors from the vanguard camp remained alive, comrades who had trained together in Jinwu City for months, who had shared meals and laughter in the early hours, were now gone. The echoes of their joyous voices seemed to linger in the air, yet now, they had transformed into a ground littered with mangled limbs. The once familiar faces utterly vanished. The brutality of this war surpassed all imaginations. In this battlefield life had become so fragile, the harrowing sights inducing a profound heartache. The terror of the alien invaders left all the surviving death warriors in the vanguard camp trembling with fear. Chu Yunhan quietly leaned against a corner of the city wall, bandaging his numerous wounds with torn strips of cloth ripped from the corpses around him. Several times, he had narrowly escaped death. With over a dozen cuts on his body, each a testament to his brush with the Grim Reaper, had it not been for his innate talent allowing him to break through to the pinnacle of skin refinement, significantly enhancing his stamina, speed, and strength, he might well have perished here. He had never anticipated the aliens to be so terrifying, resembling demons emerging from the depths of hell. It was no wonder the lieutenant had said that once the aliens breached Shenyang Emperor's Gate, the entire Xinjiang continent would plunge into despair, leading to the annihilation of humanity. With the aliens' bloodthirst and ferocity, it seemed unlikely that any living being could survive before them. Most shocking to Chu Yunhan was the lieutenant's revelation that the aliens they had fought so fiercely against were merely cannon fodder among the invading forces. The truly powerful aliens had yet to unleash their assault. This wave of alien army was merely a test, a probing strike, and already it had inflicted such heavy casualties on the vanguard camp. He could scarcely imagine how they would confront the full might of the alien forces when all their strong warriors participated in the attack. The Guishu Tower had actually arranged the trial tasks in such a terrifying world. He had entered the trial realm as an ordinary person. If it weren't for the Jilling talent, he would have likely become just another body among the scattered limbs and corpses. Perhaps even the chance to retain a complete corpse would be difficult to achieve. According to the mission prompt, he had to survive until the third invasion of the aliens to complete the task. How could a task with such near impossible odds be suitable for a novice? The Guishu Tower, having meticulously selected predators from countless observed multiverse civilizations, would not intentionally arrange for them to perish. Otherwise, the so-called cultivation of predators would lose all significance, even if one were to rear a poisonous insect. A sliver of hope must be afforded, right? Was it because he had failed to grasp the optimal way to complete the mission, or was it because he had chosen the ultimate path of the Xintian system that the Guishu Tower had cast him? An ordinary person into such a perilous trial world, the only remaining hope lay in his relentless pursuit of strength. In the face of this overwhelming tide, he must do everything in his power to survive. With this thought, Chu Yunhan began to assess his spiritual energy talent, Jilling talent status, awakened talent description, annihilate sentient life forms, absorb spiritual energy for personal enhancement, spiritual energy, 1284 title, none rank, 0 cultivation method, body refinement technique items, 0 realm, pinnacle of skin refinement, upgradable, source power, 0 space, 1 cubic meter once reduced to a mere 384 points of spiritual energy. It had now increased to 1284 points. This brutal slaughter had resulted in him personally slaying 9 alien creatures. It seemed that for each alien creature slain, he absorbed 100 points of spiritual energy. He needed to strengthen himself as quickly as possible. With that thought, Chu Yunhan no longer hesitated and directly elevated his realm. As 400 points of spiritual energy flowed into his body, a searing heat surged within him. A pain akin to the tearing of muscles enveloped him. Even Chu Yunhan, who had long been accustomed to extreme suffering, found himself curling up, convulsing uncontrollably. After what felt like an eternity, the excruciating pain gradually subsided. He clenched his fists, feeling an explosive power coursing through him, as if he could shatter all enemies with a single blow. It was an overwhelming, uncontainable sensation. Even his once rough, dark skin began to take on a more radiant hue. Realizing the terrifying power within, he understood just how vast the difference between realms could be. If he were to face his pre-breakthrough self now, he could easily defeat him in less than 10 moves. However, despite the breakthrough, an overwhelming sense of hunger surged within him. Silently, he retrieved his rations from a nearby gatehouse and returned to his designated area, devouring them ravenously. After finishing the rations, the hunger within him began to wane. Opening the information in his mind, he noted that his spiritual energy had decreased from 1284 points to 884 points. His realm had also advanced from the pinnacle of skin refinement to the entry level of body strengthening. Although the remaining spiritual energy could continue to elevate his realm, he dared not repeat his previous mistake. He must wait until his body's vital energy was fully restored before attempting another breakthrough. At that moment, the lieutenant approached from a distance. Upon seeing Chu Yunhan, a flicker of a smile appeared on his previously cold face. He patted Chu Yunhan's shoulder and lamented, "You truly are fortunate. Not only have you survived, but you have also slain so many aliens. The inspection team has already counted the kills, and you will receive every bit of the military merit you deserve. I hope you can hold on during this alien invasion. Our vanguard camp is fortunate to have a promising talent like you. It would be a pity to lose you." Chu Yunhan looked at the lieutenant, his face twitching slightly as he nodded, then resumed cleaning his long knife. The lieutenant shook his head, pulled out a half-pound piece of cured meat from his pocket, and tossed it to Chu Yunhan. "You've been a bit low on vitality lately. Find a secluded spot to eat this meat. Don't let anyone else see it. This is a precious dragon beast jerky I managed to procure from the garrison commander. Excellent for replenishing vitality." Seeing the puzzled expression on Chu Yunhan's face, the lieutenant quickly added, "Don't misunderstand, I'm merely lending it to you. When you make it big, remember to pay me back with interest." With that, he hurried off to check on the casualties of other warriors. Holding the dark piece of jerky, Chu Yunhan silently tucked it away, gratitude flickering in his eyes. Chapter 12, The Terrifying Onslaught in the Stillness of the Night. The once blood-soaked walls, now quiet, were patrolled by guards wielding torches, moving cautiously as though fearing to awaken the slumbering soldiers below. Chu Yunhan opened his eyes from a feigned sleep, glanced around, and then retrieved the dragon beast jerky from his pocket. The jerky had been smoked to a very firm texture, and Chu Yunhan bit down hard, chewing and swallowing. The taste of the dragon beast jerky was akin to that of dried lamb, tinged with a hint of gaminess. As soon as he swallowed, it felt as though a flame ignited within him, spreading warmth throughout his body. His blood seemed to pulse with renewed vigor. Chu Yunhan promptly activated his body refinement technique, and the previously slow flow of energy within him surged with newfound intensity. The effects of the dragon beast jerky far exceeded Chu Yunhan's expectations. He had not anticipated such a significant boost to his bodily vitality. The preciousness of the jerky was evident. It seemed he owed the lieutenant another immense favor. After some time, the tumultuous energy within him gradually calmed. The weakness resulting from his earlier breakthrough had completely dissipated. Chu Yunhan continued to gnaw on another piece of jerky, savoring it slowly. Half an hour later, the half-pound piece of dragon beast jerky had vanished into his stomach. His vital energy boiled within him like water reaching a rolling boil, and the blood coursed through his veins like mercury, surging with vigor. It appears that this state signifies the full circulation of vital energy throughout the body. Seizing this opportunity to cultivate will surely yield twice the results with half the effort. Regardless, while others slumber, I shall toil tirelessly. I must exert myself beyond my peers to survive and grow ever stronger. Chu Yunhan silently contemplated. Then, he elevated his realm, talent, slaying spirit soul power, 84 title, none rank, 0 cultivation method, body refinement technique items, 0 realm, minor completion of strengthening realm source power, 0 space, 1 cubic meter. The originally abundant 884 points of soul power had instantly dwindled to a mere 84. A torrent of vital energy surged into his limbs and bones, the meridians within began to warm, muscles contracted, and beads of sweat flowed profusely from his skin, carrying a faintly unpleasant odor. Chu Yunhan frowned and removed his cloth armor. He then stealthily retrieved a garment from a nearby sleeping soldier to wipe away the sweat that drenched him. Only after breaking through to the minor completion of the strengthening realm did Chu Yunhan gain a clearer understanding of the power contained within his body. He possessed at least 1,000 pounds of strength. With a single punch, a practitioner at the skin refinement stage would likely be killed instantly. With his current prowess, he should be capable of confronting the monstrous beings of foreign tribes head-on. His soul power had nearly been depleted, cultivation was complete. Now for rest. Dressing in the cloth armor again, Chu Yunhan returned the soiled garment to the slumbering soldier. A faint, rancid odor lingered in the air, prompting him to frown once more. He distanced himself from the sleeping soldier and found a new spot to lie down cross-legged. Ever since the probing attack from the foreign tribes, 3 days had passed without any further disturbances. The remaining hundreds of elite warriors in the vanguard camp had gradually acclimatized to the circumstances within the Xianyang Imperial Pass, just as everyone believed the foreign tribes had retreated in the face of adversity. The Black Abyss Passage finally stirred. Dozens of supersized insects, each over 40 meters long, slowly emerged from the other side of the Black Abyss Passage. Their appearance loomed like a dark cloud overshadowing the land. From atop the walls of the Xianyang Imperial Pass, these colossal worms appeared as if they were grotesque, oversized versions of ordinary earthworms. They occasionally emitted sparks of electricity, a testament to the formidable energy contained within them. Capable of annihilating everything upon release, the raised heads bore menacing maws that nearly encompassed their entire heads, lined with countless sharp fangs akin to daggers. Accompanying these super worms were hundreds of massive demonic beasts, each over 20 meters tall and possessing 4 arms. Their presence intensified the already oppressive atmosphere. Not far behind these terrifying creatures trailed thousands of silver-white monsters from the foreign tribes, each exuding a chilling aura of malice. The officer, standing on the city walls, shuddered upon witnessing this scene, his complexion paling instantly. With wide eyes, he stared at the horrifying tableau, murmuring, "It's the Thunderlight giant worms and the frenzied demon beasts. This is a grave predicament." His trembling voice betrayed his fear and despair. After a moment, he regained his composure and shouted to the remaining elite warriors of the vanguard camp, "When the foreign tribes attack, everyone must hide behind the battlements. Under no circumstances should you expose yourselves. Wait until the foreign monsters ascend the walls before engaging in battle." His voice, laced with tension and resolve, resonated through the air above the city walls. Instantly, the entire vanguard camp fell into a deathly silence, despair etched on every face. From the officer's tone, they understood the impending terror and strength of the foreign tribes' assault. Even the usually stoic officer was engulfed in profound despair. The color drained from his face as he managed a bittersweet smile, softly uttering, "Brothers, it seems we may find it exceedingly difficult to survive this time, although I have always wished to ensure your survival. I can only watch as one batch after another of our comrades perished. Behind us lie our loved ones, the millions of citizens of the Xianyang continent. We have no retreat, no escape. We are their hope for survival. We are the guardians of the Xianyang Imperial Pass and the Xianyang continent. This time, I shall only die before you. I implore you, brothers, to follow me into death. Remember, my name is Wang Zhan, the king of overlords, the warrior of battle." Officer Wang Zhan stood resolute, his gaze alight with determination. At that moment, the distant war drums began to beat, and the clarion call of war resounded. Chu Yunhan stared blankly at the officer, and in that instant, the officer's figure appeared extraordinarily grand in his eyes. "We are willing to follow you into death." The hundreds of elite warriors of the vanguard camp shouted in unison. Their eyes ablaze with fervor. Though they understood that this battle might be their last, they did not flinch, nor did they show fear. Only steadfastness and valor remained to eye in this moment, for the billions of lives on the Xianyang continent. They were no longer nameless elite warriors of the vanguard camp, they had become the guardians of the Xianyang Imperial Pass, symbols of hope, and undeniably the heroes of the Xianyang continent. Chapter 13, The Desperate Battle Before the Distant Black Abyss Passage. Countless monstrous beings from the foreign tribes gathered, their grotesque faces merging to saturate the earth in a sea of darkness. Under the blinding sunlight, accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, dozens of Thunderlight giant worms opened their enormous mandibles toward the Xianyang Imperial Pass. A swirling mass of blinding electric light coalesced within their gaping jaws, dazzlingly bright, as if containing a miniature star, causing the hairs on the backs of the defenders next to stand on end. Meanwhile, the hundreds of four-armed frenzied demon beasts hefted massive boulders weighing thousands of pounds overhead. hurling them fiercely toward the walls of the Xianyang Imperial Pass. Simultaneously, a flicker of light coursed through the walls of the Xianyang Imperial Pass, the towering walls, reaching heights of over 100 meters. Glowed with a brilliant white radiance as numerous rune-etched boulders began to emanate a dazzling light. Countless strands of white brilliance coalesced in the air before them into a colossal rune-protective barrier. Moments later, hundreds of boulders, each weighing thousands of pounds, soared through the air and crashed violently against the rune barrier. The barrier trembled slightly, and in an instant, all the boulders shattered into debris, cascading to the ground below. The electric orb within the Thunderlight giant worm's mouths appeared to have reached its peak of energy, and in a flash, dozens of brilliant light beams erupted forth, illuminating the entire realm in pure white. Almost simultaneously, these electrified beams collided with the colossal rune barrier, causing it to shake violently. The countless defenders atop the Xianyang Imperial Pass felt a wave of trepidation wash over them, their hearts racing in fear that the defensive runes might falter against this terrifying onslaught. The beams emitted by the Thunderlight giant worms lasted only a few seconds before gradually dissipating. The colossal rune barrier stabilized once more, prompting a thunderous cheer from the defenders atop the Xianyang Imperial Pass. Chu Yunhan observed this scene with a complex expression, refraining from joining in the jubilant cries of others. He noticed that the radiance of the rune barrier had dimmed slightly after sustaining the assault of numerous beams. If the foreign tribe's Thunderlight giant worms continued to unleash such attacks, it would merely be a matter of time before the barrier was breached. Indeed, the scenario that Chu Yunhan feared soon unfolded. Mere seconds later, the Thunderlight giant worms began to gather electric energy once more. When the electric orbs brimmed with power, dozens of brilliant beams once again struck forcefully against the colossal rune barrier. Following this assault, all the defenders atop the Xianyang Imperial Pass recognized the gravity of the situation. The luminescence of the protective barrier had entirely dimmed. In that moment, silence descended upon the walls as all eyes turned toward the distant Thunderlight giant worms, which were once again amassing electric energy. Despair flickered in their gazes. As expected, after the third barrage of beams, the colossal rune barrier emitted a crisp sound. With a resounding crash, the barrier shattered, transforming into countless motes of light that dissipated into the ether. As the rune barrier crumbled, an exuberant and triumphant roar erupted from the ranks of the foreign tribes. Following this, hundreds of boulders, each weighing over 1,000 pounds, plummeted from the sky, crashing down upon the walls. "Take cover!" Officer Wang Zhan shouted in a piercing voice. The hundreds of elite warriors of the vanguard camp immediately covered their heads and crouched beneath the battlements. Among them, 7 or 8 boulders hurtled toward the vanguard's defensive zone. Chu Yunhan watched in horror as dozens of elite warriors, who had just moments ago been alive and vibrant, were instantaneously obliterated by the crashing boulders, leaving behind only a gruesome tableau of crimson stains and mangled flesh. Chu Yunhan's heart sank, and his grip on the long knife began to tremble uncontrollably. Such an onslaught was beyond the capacity of those at the body refinement stage to withstand. Their survival now hinged solely on the favor of the heavens. The fortunate survivors were merely those blessed by luck. Having evaded the descending boulders, however, it soon became apparent to Chu Yunhan that the previous bombardment of boulders was merely an appetizer. A dazzling beam of light struck mere meters from the vanguard's defensive zone, engulfing the area in a brilliant display of electric light. That segment of the wall was blasted away, reduced by over 2 meters in an instant. In an instant, the thousands of guards within the entire defensive zone vanished, dissolving into the radiant beam of light. When the luminescence dissipated, no trace of humanity remained, leaving behind a chasm over 2 meters deep. Chu Yunhan stood in stunned disbelief, gazing at the horrifying scene before him, a profound sense of crisis swelling within his heart. He could not help but deeply question whether the Xianyang Imperial Pass could truly withstand the onslaught of the alien forces, just as all the guards were stripped of their very souls by the attack of the otherworldly beings. A melodious dragon's roar resonated, and an immensely brilliant light sword from the Xianyang Imperial Pass, hurtling toward the distant thunderous giant insects. In the blink of an eye, dozens of the giant insects, which had been reassembling their electric energy, were severed in two, with green blood and entrails splattering across the ground. An enraged roar erupted from the rear of the alien ranks. A 3-meter-tall, golden humanoid creature with multiple pairs of enormous wings flapped its wings and ascended rapidly, darting toward the Xianyang Imperial Pass. Meanwhile, atop the walls of the pass, a general clad in crimson rune armor slowly emerged, wielding an ancient long sword. Soaring through the air to confront the golden entity, the two figures clashed instantaneously, then vanished into the clouds above. An ancient, booming horn sounded from within the alien ranks. Echoing across the battlefield, countless alien monstrosities surged forth like a tidal wave, overwhelming the Shenyang Imperial Pass. Concurrently, the heavy drums of war resonated from the pass. Prepare for battle. Massive crossbow bolts began to rain down upon the alien forces below. Occasionally, bursts of green blood erupted from the ranks of the alien army. Chu Yunhan tightened his grip on the long knife, his expression tense as he fixated on the tumult below the walls. Soon, a multitude of alien creatures surged up the walls with alarming speed. At that moment, the guards atop the walls began to lift open wooden barrels, pouring their contents over the edges. As the liquids cascaded down, the once firmly embedded sharp blades of the alien monstrosities became slick and slippery. A large number of the alien creatures lost their grip and tumbled from the walls, crashing to the ground and creating splashes of green blood. Yet, this still could not prevent all the alien beings from ascending the walls. Dozens of black alien creatures charged toward the vanguard's defensive zone. A cold glint flickered in Chu Yunhan's eyes as he brandished his sword and leapt forth. Delivering a fierce slash at the alien creature that had scaled the parapet, with a resounding clang, the alien was cleaved from the wall by his blade. Chapter 14. My name is Wang Zhan, the king of tyranny, the warrior of battle. Simultaneously, two other alien creatures arrived, their massive, sharp pincers aimed menacingly at Chu Yunhan. Just then, several long knives swung in from beside him, intercepting the pincers of the alien. Seizing this rare opportunity, Chu Yunhan executed a horizontal slash, severing one of the alien's pincers cleanly. In a swift motion, he reversed his grip and swept his knife towards the second alien, leaving a deep gash upon its body. Without the time to express his gratitude to the supporting warriors beside him, Chu Yunhan narrowly dodged an incoming strike from a sharp blade. He retaliated with a strike that cleaved into the head of the alien with the severed pincer, the blade slicing through half of its skull. Meanwhile, another alien was besieged by several warriors. Chu Yunhan recognized the chance rolling beneath its abdomen. He plunged his knife deep within and forcefully tore it open, spilling its innards. With no time to catch his breath, the group charged toward more alien creatures. After a brutal skirmish, the dozen or so alien creatures that had advanced were dispatched by the vanguard's warriors. Yet over 100 of their own had perished beneath the aliens' blades. The centurion Wang Zhan, drenched in green alien blood, trudged forth, dragging his long knife as he joined his comrades in hurling the fallen alien corpses from the walls. In the chaos of battle, Chu Yunhan seized the opportunity to deliver fatal blows to many grievously wounded alien creatures. However, before the survivors could rest, another 100 alien monstrosities charged toward them, the remaining vanguard warriors, exhausted, prepared to confront the oncoming tide once more. Engaging in fierce combat. Half an hour later, the onslaught of alien creatures had been entirely vanquished by the vanguard. No more alien beings appeared beneath the walls of the defensive zone. Chu Yunhan collapsed onto the ground, his body riddled with new wounds, blood soaking him entirely. A centurion Wang Zhan sat beside him in silence, tending to his injuries. At this moment, apart from a dozen severely injured warriors on the brink of death, only a scant few dozen remained alive in the vanguard. Those lying on the ground, gravely wounded and moaning in agony, begged centurion Wang Zhan for release from their suffering. Grief shone in Wang Zhan's eyes as he silently wept. Personally escorting these brave souls on their final journey, the surviving warriors, including Chu Yunhan, under the leadership of Wang Zhan, saluted the bodies of their fallen comrades. Centurion Wang Zhan called out loudly, "Brothers, you go ahead, we shall follow shortly." Chu Yunhan silently observed it all, remaining voiceless. Yet, fortune seldom comes alone, and calamity does not strike singly. A piercing shriek echoed from the distance. Soon, a gargantuan silver figure charged toward Chu Yunhan and the others from another defensive zone. The group hurriedly rose, gripping their weapons tightly, anxiously watching as the figure approached. In no time, a 3-meter-tall alien creature, its silver body radiating a bloodthirsty, perilous aura, appeared before them, with claw-like limbs glinting with a cold sheen, 6 long and sharp legs, and a nearly 3-meter-long, pointed tail swaying ominously behind it. Its blood-red eyes exuded a deadly, cunning, and ruthless glare. Upon sighting this silver monstrosity, Centurion Wang Zhan gasped, "Silver armor blade demon! Everyone be cautious, you cannot breach its defenses. It possesses incredible speed and strength. Its only weaknesses are its joints and head." Upon seeing the gathered warriors, the silver armor blade demon emitted an excited screech. In an instant, Chu Yunhan witnessed a flash of white as the two warriors at the forefront barely raised their long knives before their bodies erupted in a fountain of blood. Cleaved in two. Chu Yunhan's heart plummeted into despair. Such speed rendered any reaction impossible. Centurion Wang Zhan's eyes widened in horror as he emitted a mournful seer white in a blur. He darted toward the silver armor blade demon as if possessed. Clang! A deafening sound echoed as Wang Zhan's long knife clashed against the demon's claws, sparks flying. Almost immediately, the demon's legs lunged toward Wang Zhan's body from both sides with alarming speed, with his pupils constricting. The centurion swiftly dodged the strikes, rolling to evade the tail that swooped in from below, yet the silver armor blade demon surpassed Wang Zhan in both strength and speed. Each of its attacks cut through the air like a blade, leaving the centurion in peril and quickly falling to a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Chu Yunhan and the other warriors, disregarding their fear, rushed to surround the creature. Should the centurion fall, none of them would survive. However, the silver armor blade demon seemed unperturbed by their onslaught. Effortlessly maneuvering through the flurry of strikes. As the battle wore on, the demon began to grow impatient. It withstood the warrior's attacks, darting left and right, its sharp claws and legs weaving a tapestry of deadly shadows. Soon, the vanguard warriors began to fall one after another, yet the remaining fighters had forgotten life and death, charging forward recklessly. One warrior, pierced through the chest by the demon's claw, realizing he had no hope of survival, displayed a glimmer of resolve in his eyes. With all his strength, he clung to the demon's claw, refusing to let go even in death. The silver armor blade demon swung its limb, yet it could not shake off the warrior clinging tenaciously to it. Witnessing this, other severely injured warriors understood their fates and, with newfound determination, hurled themselves at the demon, grasping its legs with all their might. Suddenly, 7 or 8 warriors clung to the demon, causing its speed to falter. Seizing the moment afforded by the sacrifices of his comrades, Wang Zhan struck, severing 2 of the demon's legs at the joints. The silver armor blade demon let out a pained screech. Spiraling rapidly in place, those who had been clinging to it were instantly shredded by its slashing claws, their bodies flung away. As Chu Yunhan charged forward, a chill gripped his heart. He quickly raised his long knife defensively. The demon's claw struck him directly, sending him crashing to the ground, his blade breaking in 2 upon impact. Before long, the silver armor blade demon lost its balance and ceased its spinning. The remaining legs struggled to stabilize its body. A glimmer of grim determination flashed in Wang Zhan's eyes as he disregarded the severe wounds on his chest, leaping forth to slash down one of the demon's claws. With a sickening thud, the demon's tail pierced through Wang Zhan's chest, its tip protruding from his back. At that moment, the last few remaining warriors clung desperately to the demon's other claw. Another warrior, summoning every ounce of strength, struck down the remaining claw at its joint. The remaining legs of the silver armor blade demon shot out, instantly impaling the warriors who had clung to it. With a collective weight pressing down upon it, the immense creature collapsed heavily to the ground. Deprived of its support, Commander Wang Zhan's gaze turned towards the fallen Chu Yunhan in the distance. His hands clutching his tail tightly against his chest, exhausting his last vestige of strength, he shouted, "Chu Yunhan!" Straining to swallow the blood pooling in his mouth, Chu Yunhan dragged his battered body upright. Retrieving a long blade from the ground, with a pronounced limp, he approached the immobilized silver-armored blade demon. Trembling, he raised the blood-stained sword, his eyes ablaze with boundless murderous intent. With every ounce of his being, he plunged the blade into the demon's crimson eyes. With a sickening thud, the blade pierced through, and the silver-armored blade demon ceased to quiver. A faint smile graced Commander Wang Zhan's lips, his once vibrant eyes now dimmed, revealing a glimmer of solace and relief. Then, his head drooped, and the hands that clutched his tail fell limply, swaying in the air. Chu Yunhan, suppressing his grief, rendered a military salute to his fallen comrades and to Commander Wang Zhan. Were it not for them, he would have perished long ago beneath the blades of the alien beasts. A chill wind swept by, and the echo of the commander's furious roar reverberated in his mind. Remember this. My name is Wang Zhan, the King of Kings, the Warrior of War. Chapter 15. The cultivation system. The Xianyang Emperor's Pass was shrouded in a scene of unparalleled carnage. The walls were strewn with severed limbs and lifeless corpses, dark and bloodstains saturating the fortifications. The entire Xianyang Emperor's Pass resembled the depths of hell itself. The Xianjia army, which had rushed to the defense of the pass, suffered catastrophic losses, barely a fraction remaining. At the height of the most desperate battle, dozens of bloodthirsty knights clad in obsidian armor rode forth on towering blood beasts, each nearly 10 meters tall, sweeping across the battlements. Numerous black alien monsters and silver-armored blade demons attempting to storm the walls were shattered like mere ants beneath the blows of massive war spears. Those guardians, who had previously teetered on the brink of despair, found renewed hope in the arrival of the Blood Knights. Above the boundless expanse of the sky, countless shimmering sword lights twinkled like stars, shooting forth from the clouds and piercing the heavens. Each beam radiated a resplendent brilliance, exuding an aura of unfathomable majesty and lethal intent. A 3-meter tall humanoid creature, adorned with numerous pairs of massive wings, Descended from the clouds, its wings were battered and its robust form marred by countless wounds, as it surged towards the alien ranks, leaving a trail of golden blood in its wake. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar erupted from the alien camp, prompting the once invincible horde, now engaged in fierce combat atop the walls, to retreat in disarray. A general clad in blood-red runic armor emerged, radiating an aura of boundless brilliance. The ancient sword in his hand glimmered with golden light, emanating an overwhelming pressure. "The general's might!" cried the throngs at the Xianyang Emperor's pass, their blood-stained faces alight with uncontainable excitement and joy. Chu Yunhan sat slumped on the ground, gazing at the figure on the horizon, reminiscent of a celestial sovereign descending upon the earth, exuding immeasurable authority. This individual was none other than the guardian general of the Xianyang Emperor's pass, Mu Qingyun, the very pillar of the fortress. A legendary figure of the Ascension realm, he was among the most formidable personages on the entire Xianyang continent. As the testing ground of the Grand Dao Xin Tian system, the power structure of this realm might very well chart the course of Chu Yunhan's future journey. Chu Yunhan had previously inquired about the cultivation realms of this world from Commander Wang Zhan, who generously imparted all that he knew. The cultivation path on the Xianyang continent is divided into 5 stages of body forging. The 5 extremes: Dao Repository, the Dragon Spine Secret Realm, the Yuan Spirit Secret Realm, and the 6 Realms of Ascension. Warriors are categorized into 5 stages of body forging: skin training, strengthening, bone forging, marrow integration, and blood transformation. In his lifetime, Commander Wang Zhan had achieved mastery in the strengthening stage. Following the 5 stages of body forging comes the 5 extremes Dao Repository. Those who attain the 5 extremes Dao Repository on the Xianyang continent are deemed capable of serving as military officers. Practitioners must refine their heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys to perfection, achieving completeness. The so-called organs are repositories of essence and energy, thus they must be full yet not overflowing, encompassing spirit, blood, and soul. The organs are the center of human vitality, with consciousness divided among them. Once the 5 extremes Dao Repository is perfected, the practitioner can unify their entire being into a cohesive whole. Upon breaking through the realm of the 5 extremes Dao Repository, one enters the Dragon Spine Secret Realm. Those who achieve mastery in the 5 extremes Dao Repository are referred to as martial powerhouses, while those who break through to the Dragon Spine Secret Realm are honored as cultivators. This distinction is a prerequisite for holding the position of a military advisor. The difference between the practitioners of the 5 extremes Dao Repository and those of the Dragon Spine Secret Realm is monumental. The Dragon Spine Secret Realm cultivates the great dragon of the human body, specifically the spine, divided into 3 transformations. Each transformation brings the cultivator's body closer to perfection. The Dragon Spine Secret Realm allows the practitioner's spine to undergo a transformative ascension, akin to birthing a great dragon within, rendering the body flawless. Upon completing all 3 transformations, the body becomes impervious, sealing the essence and blood within, achieving ultimate physical perfection. This represents the pinnacle of mortal cultivation. When a cultivator achieves the great perfection of the dragon spine, their physical form transcends, becoming immaculate, with divine power manifesting spontaneously, extending their lifespan by a century. Even in their twilight years, a practitioner of the great perfection of the dragon spine will not suffer from loss of vitality or energy. Until the moment of their demise, they can maintain a certain level of combat prowess. Those who master the 3rd transformation of the dragon spine are revered as great cultivators. A single great cultivator possesses the strength to contend with thousands of soldiers, moving with unparalleled freedom. Unless faced with an army of 10,000 willing to disregard casualties to encircle and annihilate, they remain an indomitable force. The fearsome Blood Knights are indeed great cultivators of the Dragon Spine Secret Realm. The commander of the Xinjiao army, overseeing tens of thousands of troops, is a great cultivator of the dragon spine's great perfection. Upon breaking through the 3 transformations of the dragon spine, one enters the Yuan Spirit Secret Realm, marking a true divide between the mundane and the divine. Practitioners of the Yuan Spirit Secret Realm possess lifespans measured in centuries, unperturbed by the onslaught of tens of thousands of soldiers. If an army does not organize itself into a formation to counter them, it is only a matter of time before they are completely decimated by the practitioners of the Yuan Spirit Secret Realm. These practitioners no longer cultivate the physical body but rather their spiritual consciousness, often referred to as essence, energy, and spirit. The spiritual consciousness resides deep within the brain, significantly influencing the Yuan spirit. Practitioners of the Yuan Spirit Secret Realm can see through illusions, Discerning authenticity from falsehoods and unraveling the nature of reality, they condense essence, energy, and spirit, giving rise to the three flowers within their spiritual platform, with each flower representing a world, when essence, energy, and spirit are refined to perfection. And spiritual consciousness is elevated, only then may they aspire to the gathering of the three flowers atop their head. Countless truly gifted and extraordinary practitioners have found themselves stymied at this juncture. Should one fail in the gathering of the three flowers, their essence, energy, and spirit will suffer irreparable damage. For a practitioner to restore their essence, energy, and spirit to perfection would be more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Unless one possesses rare heavenly materials for nurturing, the path of cultivation may be irrevocably severed. Numerous prodigies of the Xianyang continent have met their demise at this threshold, leaving the world in lamentation. Only those who successfully gather the three flowers atop their heads can nourish their Yuan spirit, continually enhancing its power. Practitioners whose Yuan spirit is not sufficiently strong are deemed unworthy to continue on the path of cultivation. This is why countless exceptionally talented individuals are willing to take great risks to attempt the gathering of the three flowers. Those who succeed in this endeavor are unparalleled, overshadowing their contemporaries. The sons and daughters of the great cultivation sanctuaries, the heads of millennia-old noble families, and the renowned disciples of prestigious sects, all are practitioners who have successfully gathered the three flowers within the myriad dynasties of the Xianyang continent. They occupy significant positions of power, wielding tremendous influence. The Grand Commander of the Xianjia army, who commands hundreds of thousands of troops, is also a practitioner who has gathered the three flowers. Once the practitioners of the three flowers elevate their Yuan spirit to its utmost form, the Yuan spirit begins to undergo a metamorphosis. Only those whose Yuan spirit completes this transformation can glimpse the path to enlightenment. Aspiring to ascend and seek the Tao, they catch a fleeting glimpse of the legendary six realms of ascension. Throughout countless ages on the Xianyang continent, those who have sought the Tao are exceedingly rare. In the lengthy annals of Xianyang's history, they have left behind resounding legacies. The tales of those who have sought the Tao are sung by all, representing the ultimate dream and pursuit of millions of practitioners. Within the myths and legends that circulate in the world, the so-called immortals are none other than practitioners of the six realms of ascension. The quest for immortality and the Tao is intrinsically linked to the six realms of ascension. Practitioners of the six realms of ascension are revered throughout the Xianyang continent, often regarded as the founders of sacred cultivation sites. Regrettably, as legendary figures, practitioners of the six realms of ascension remain elusive. Ordinary cultivators may spend their entire lives without ever catching a glimpse of one. Thus, the details surrounding the six realms of ascension remain shrouded in mystery to the world. Commander Wang Zhan gleaned from the words of the guarding general that the first realm of the six realms of ascension is the Tongtian realm, where deities may seek the Tao, and power may transcend the heavens. As for how to cultivate to the Tongtian realm, he knew nothing of it. Chu Yunhan could only resign himself to the fact that the six realms of ascension were far beyond his reach. Chapter 16, Bone Forging. The casualties from the second assault of the alien forces far exceeded those of the first. In the vanguard camp, apart from Chu Yunhan, over 1,000 valiant warriors, including Commander Wang Zhan, perished in this battle. Even the supervisory team suffered near total annihilation. When the defense officer of the Xinjia army's vanguard camp arrived to account for the losses, he was rendered speechless by the horrific scene before him. Particularly upon encountering Wang Zhan's lifeless body, he displayed a pained expression. Alas, I never imagined you would ultimately fall at the Xianyang Emperor's Pass, the defense officer lamented, having lost his own left arm to the alien forces. Out of 5,000 soldiers in the vanguard camp, fewer than 600 survived. With all 5 commanders meeting their end, Chu Yunhan, along with the surviving soldiers, was escorted down from the walls by the defense general to regroup. In this battle, Chu Yunhan had slain a total of 31 alien beasts. Under the desperate struggle of his comrades, the terrifying silver-armored blade demon ultimately succumbed to his blade, the soul power absorbed by the innate ability. Soul Reaver coalesced in his mind into a resplendent sphere of green radiance. Just that solitary silver-armored blade demon contained a staggering 2,000 points of soul power. As they returned to the military camp for recuperation, the scenes along the way were heart-wrenching. The entire route was strewn with severed limbs and shattered corpses, as countless soldiers quietly collected the remains of the fallen guardians. Some guardians had met such a gruesome fate that not a single complete limb remained. Blood and flesh splattered across the walls and ground, leaving no choice but to scrape the remnants together by hand. The sight before them, reminiscent of hell itself, compelled the surviving soldiers to stifle their sobs. Alas, a profound sorrow flickered in the eyes of the commander, who with a soft sigh refrained from chastising these soldiers. He could not bear to blame those who had miraculously survived this battlefield of slaughter. Within the vast military encampment of the Dian dynasty, Chu Yunhan was reassigned to a battalion of 1,000 men for his valor in battle, having slain 31 dark alien creatures and a silver-armored blade demon. His achievements were duly reported to the commander. 3 days later, due to his remarkable military contributions, Chu Yunhan was promoted 3 ranks, bypassing the position of squad leader to become a lieutenant, now commanding this newly formed battalion. He retrieved a finely forged steel blade from the supply depot and exchanged all his rewards for a vial of chi recovery pills. These pills, essential for the cultivation of body-refining martial artists, were rare due to the precious materials required for their concoction, making them difficult for ordinary warriors to procure. Typically, they were distributed as salaries to officers of the rank of captain and above. A lieutenant's salary consisted of 1 chi recovery pill per month, plus 10 taels of silver. To acquire more, one had to earn military merits through battlefield victories. In contrast, civilian martial artists could only enhance their abilities through various chi and blood-nourishing ingredients, which were vastly inferior in efficacy and speed compared to the pills. Chu Yunhan's military merit allowed him to obtain a remarkable 10 chi recovery pills, perhaps because he was the sole survivor of the 1,000-strong vanguard, or perhaps out of admiration. The commander discreetly slipped him an oil paper package. When Chu Yunhan opened it in solitude, he found it contained the dried meat of a land dragon, which Lieutenant Wang Zhan had previously gifted him in secret. It weighed nearly a pound. In the stillness of the night, Chu Yunhan shed his lieutenant's uniform and began to assess his soul power. Innate ability: Soul Reaver. Soul power 5184. Title: None. Rank: 0. Technique: Body refining art. Items: 0. Realm: Minor completion of body strengthening, upgradable. Origin power: 0. Space: 1 cubic meter. After surviving the harrowing battle, he had amassed a remarkable 5,100 points of soul power. Without hesitation, he opened the porcelain vial and swallowed a chi recovery pill. As it entered his stomach, it gradually dissolved into a warm current, swiftly replenishing his entire vitality. The nearly depleted vitality within him surged back to its peak. The wounds all over his body began to itch and slowly formed scabs. Chu Yunhan directly elevated his minor completion of body strengthening to full completion, instantly reducing his soul power by 1,200 points. Sensing the swift depletion of his vitality, he hastily consumed another chi recovery pill. With the replenishment from the pill, he managed to stabilize his condition. After feeling the potent power contained within the full completion of body strengthening, Chu Yunhan's resolve hardened. This was not enough. Such strength was still far from sufficient. Thus, he poured out 3 more chi recovery pills from the vial and swallowed them whole, raising his realm once more. Boom! Chu Yunhan felt as if a volcano had erupted within him, his entire being surging with vitality. His bones creaked ominously. In that instant, his soul power diminished by 1,600 points, and an excruciating pain surged through him. Gritting his teeth, he bore the agony, drenched in sweat. It took nearly the duration of a stick of incense before he finally vomited a large pool of foul blood. Reeking of a nauseating stench. Following this, an immense power erupted from within him. With 2,384 points of soul power remaining, Chu Yunhan chose not to immediately pursue further breakthroughs. Instead, he began practicing the body refining art. Repeating the exercises, he gradually acclimated to the newfound strength within him. It wasn't until 2 hours later that he wiped away the sweat covering his body, after a brief period of rest. He consumed all 5 remaining chi recovery pills from the porcelain vial. A scorching flow akin to molten lava surged throughout him. He radiated a misty white heat, his body glowing a deep crimson. The vitality within him roared and surged as if it would spill forth. Without hesitation, Chu Yunhan opted for the breakthrough. A full 2,000 points of soul power infused his being, and his bones began to emit a faint white glow. He achieved minor completion of bone refinement. His sharply defined physique resembled a sculpture, brimming with explosive power. When he clenched his hands, his body resonated with a thunderous sound. His blood coursed through him like a mighty river, creating a cacophony of rushing water. As Chu Yunhan reveled in his transformative power, his gaze turned steely. Should he encounter that silver-armored blade demon again, he was confident he could slay it swiftly. No longer feeling the despair and helplessness that had once plagued him, needing to rely on the sacrifice of dozens of comrades to secure a narrow victory, the following day, over 1,000 soldiers of the newly formed Vanguard Battalion trained vigorously under the hot sun in the military camp. Chu Yunhan stood at the front of the line, bare-chested, wielding his finely forged steel blade, leading all the soldiers in practicing their sword techniques. Simple slashes, cuts, and strikes resounded with a whistling sound. A cold glint flashed in the air. And a sharp blade light stung everyone's eyes. The over 1,000 soldiers regarded their newly promoted lieutenant with admiration. In the military, strength was paramount, only the strong earned their respect. Zhu Yunhan's fearsome record of slaughtering countless alien creatures and the silver-armored blade demon had spread among them. Thus, none dared to show even a hint of dissatisfaction towards their new lieutenant. Chapter 17, The Alien Conspiracy. In the commander's residence of the Xianyang Imperial Pass, dozens of armored generals gathered together. The deputy generals, chief generals, and senior commanders of various dynasties gazed respectfully at the middle-aged man at the head of the table. This was none other than Mu Qingyun, the commander of the Xianyang Imperial Pass, who had previously shone on the battlefield with a single sword strike that illuminated the heavens. According to intelligence, 3 royal figures of the alien race had come to besiege the pass. One had already suffered injuries at my hands, gravely weakened. The other 2 remained hidden, plotting something unknown. What are your thoughts on this alien invasion? The assembled crowd exchanged glances, and one of the senior commanders stood to speak. Commander, this alien invasion seems not to have employed their full strength. In previous years, their assaults on the pass were relentless and all out, although this time they appear formidable. The forces attacking the city are merely low-tier factions. Furthermore, it has not been a full year since the last invasion. I suspect there is something amiss with this alien incursion. They must be scheming something. We cannot let our guard down. Mu Qingyun's expression grew grave as he nodded in agreement. Each time the alien race fails to breach the pass, they require at least 5 years to recuperate before they can attempt another invasion. This time, however, barely a year has passed. There must have been some significant change on the other side of the Black Abyss. Moreover, I have an unsettling premonition. I fear that the aliens have more than just 3 royal figures in their ranks. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately became anxious. The alien royals are all formidable beings, capable of reaching the celestial realm. If even the commander feels uneasy, could it be that this invasion involves the royal family? Mu Qingyun furrowed his brow and shook his head. While the alien royals possess tremendous power, I could still barely contend with them. However, that alone would not render me restless. This time, it seems the situation is more complex than merely involving the royal family. What? The crowd gasped in shock, their composure shattered. It is not just the royal family. Could the aliens be planning a full-scale assault? Impossible. The alien clans are numerous, and the various royal families are constantly at war with one another. Some of the larger clans harbor deep-seated enmities, making it impossible for them to unite. Otherwise, the Xianyang Imperial Pass would have fallen long ago. Mu Qingyun remained silent for a moment before speaking. Regardless of the aliens' plans, I requested aid from the capital 10 days ago. The Xianyang Imperial Pass must not falter, otherwise the world shall know no peace. Just yesterday, I received a reply from the capital. The Grand Marshal of the nation has already set out to personally reinforce the Xianyang Imperial Pass. He should arrive within 10 days. Upon hearing that the Grand Marshal was personally coming to provide support, the tension in the room eased considerably. The anxious expressions that had dominated their faces were replaced with relief. What? He actually stirred the Grand Marshal? Excellent. With the Grand Marshal guarding us, the Xianyang Imperial Pass is secure. With him here, no matter how many royal figures or alien nobles come, they are merely delivering themselves to their demise. Indeed, this time, the aliens will surely suffer significant losses. Just thinking of the Grand Marshal's imminent arrival calmed Mu Qingyun's earlier unease. No matter what schemes the aliens may have, with the Grand Marshal present, their strength is sufficient to quell all threats. Thus, no longer troubled by the intrigues of the foreign tribes, he turned to a scholar-like man on his right and inquired, "Have the casualty statistics been compiled?" Upon hearing Mu Qingyun's question, the previously light atmosphere instantly grew heavy. The scholar-like man produced a booklet and, with a grim expression, stated, "General, the heaviest casualties were suffered by the Xuanjia army from the Great Yin dynasty, which came to our aid. Of the 450,000 Xuanjia troops, only 130,000 survived after 2 battles. Following them, the Filian army responsible for guarding Wei has also suffered over 200,000 dead and wounded. In total, we have lost nearly 800,000 soldiers in these 2 conflicts." Hearing of such devastating losses, every person present wore a sorrowful countenance. Since the emergence of the passage from the abyss of darkness 3,000 years ago, countless warriors have perished due to invasions by foreign tribes over the millennia. The entire Xianyang continent has paid an extraordinarily painful price for this. For 3,000 years, in order to resist the incursions of foreign tribes, innumerable dynasties have vanished into the annals of history. Countless renowned sects and esteemed families have sent their disciples forth, sacrificing their lives to protect this land and safeguard the billions of souls on the Xianyang continent from the slaughter of foreign tribes. Once the high officials of the Xianyang continent contemplated negotiating peace with the foreign tribes, even willing to pay exorbitant prices for it. Alas, what the foreign tribes sought was something the Xianyang continent could not provide. What they desired was the flesh and blood of the billions of beings inhabiting the Xianyang continent. To the foreign tribes, the Xianyang continent was merely a newly discovered pasture. With its billions of inhabitants akin to cattle and sheep. It was a divine offering granted to them. With this clear understanding of the foreign tribes, all the people of the Xianyang continent recognized one undeniable truth. This was a war of races. It could only be terminated through the complete annihilation of one side. This is the dividing line, in the boundless expanse of the death desert steppes. Amidst the endless abyss of darkness, under the illumination of cataclysmic lightning, one could faintly perceive the passage of the abyss. 6 foreign lords, their bodies shimmering with golden light and exuding an overwhelming aura of power. Surrounded a weathered stone tablet over 3 meters tall, continuously bowing in reverence. Not far away, a gigantic blood-red rune array emanated a spine-chilling eerie presence. Unbeknownst to anyone, the blood spilled by the soldiers of the Xianyang Emperor Guan and the foreign tribes was slowly seeping into the depths of the earth at an incredibly sluggish pace. Under the influence of the colossal blood-red rune array, it gradually began to converge. Below ground, an immense sea of blood formed. Above this sea of blood stood the decayed stone tablet. As the ritual progressed, the 6 foreign lords cut their arms, allowing their golden essence to drip down upon the tablet. Soon, the flow of essence grew more abundant until the 6 lords' auras began to wane, and they nearly fell from their realms before they ceased. Immediately thereafter, 3 figures resembling humans emerged from the void. Their white forms emitted no aura, appearing as ordinary human beings. However, all nearby foreign entities, including the 6 lords, fell to their knees upon seeing the two. "We pay homage to our emperor." The 2 white humanoid beings produced a blood-colored crystal dagger, slicing open their wrists, from which vast amounts of golden blood cascaded. The void seemed unable to bear the weight of the blood. Trembling violently as if the very essence could crush this world. At that moment, the gigantic blood-red rune array began to flicker with crimson light. The sea of blood beneath surged violently. The entire sea of blood rapidly contracted until it formed a blood-colored crystal the size of an egg in mere moments. The blood-colored crystal shot forth, directly landing atop the stone tablet. Subsequently, the blood-colored crystal and the golden blood upon the tablet were gradually absorbed by it. The 6 foreign lords and the 2 royal figures simultaneously bowed, their voices resonating through the heavens. Countless beings as offerings, millions of sacred tribes as guides. "We beseech the heavens, grant us divine grace." Once the ordinary, decayed stone tablet absorbed all the blood, it began to emit a radiant glow. Shining brilliantly, the terrifying abyss of darkness, illuminated by this radiance, ceased its tumultuous churn. The cataclysmic lightning and the tearing winds of the void vanished. Seemingly fearful of this brilliance, the resplendent light gradually coalesced in the void. Ethereal and enchanting, after a long while, the radiance dissipated between heaven and earth. A blood-colored spear, ablaze with crimson flames and seemingly capable of vanquishing both heaven and earth, materialized in the void. The entire expanse quivered at the appearance of this spear. Yet upon closer inspection, it seemed that the blood-colored spear was merely a shadow projected into this realm. Upon witnessing this spear, the 2 royal figures displayed overwhelming excitement. The records left by their ancestral king were indeed not mistaken. This must be the legendary blood god spear, projected into this world after the sacrifice to the Towning immortal tablet, right? Indeed, it must be. Alas, it is merely a projection, possessing only a single strike of power. But one strike is sufficient. This is an existence capable of slaying gods and demons. Even as a mere shadow, no one in this realm could withstand the strike of the blood god spear's projection. This time, the Xianyang Emperor Guan shall cease to exist, and the Xianyang world shall possess no power for resistance. Chapter 18, An ominous premonition in the Xianyang Emperor Guan. Chu Yunhan was in the training grounds, imparting insights on breaking through from the leather realm to the strengthening realm to the vanguard death squad. A dragon's roar reverberated through the sky. In the distant heavens, a black dragon over 100 meters long burst forth from the clouds, trailing behind it a magnificent golden war chariot. Countless people in the city looked up in astonishment, their mouths agape. I asked that the legendary dragon, am I seeing things? The dragon seems to be pulling a war chariot. Who could that be? Even the emperors of the great dynasties would not have such a grand display, would they? The black dragon gracefully swayed its body and instantly soared above the Xianyang Emperor Guan. The valiant general Mu Qingyun, leading over 10 high-ranking officials from various dynasties, flew out from the command residence to greet it. We pay homage to the Grand Marshal. Mu Qingyun took the lead, and everyone bowed in unison, their eyes filled with utmost reverence. An elderly man clad in simple clothing, with white hair, slowly emerged from the golden war chariot. Standing amidst the void like a deity, he shone brilliantly, surveying the world and gazing down upon all beings. His aged body radiated an aura that pressed upon the heavens, exuding immeasurable might. The visitor was none other than the Grand Marshal of the Xianyang continent. Commanding millions of troops from 6 great dynasties and 12 sacred sections, he was the unparalleled figure of the current era, dominating the Xianyang continent for millennia. The old man smiled faintly and walked toward the command residence. Gliding gracefully as if walking on lotus petals, the crowd hurriedly followed him into the residence. As this godlike figure arrived, countless people within the Emperor Guan began to murmur in discussion. Chu Yunhan gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. He had thought that General Mu Qingyun, the defender of the Xianyang Emperor Guan, was already the strongest individual in this world, yet he had not anticipated the existence of such a formidable personage. The terrifying aura exuded by that 100-meter-long black dragon was already enough to instill dread. Little did he know that it was merely the chariot mount of the Grand Marshal. To what heights could the Tao of the Xiantian system ascend? Contemplating this, he could not help but feel a sense of relief. Perhaps his choices were not misguided. Although the trials he faced were nearly fatal, they truly demonstrated the strength of this system. The evaluation of the Guishu Tower regarding the Tao of Xiantian was, mastering the laws, reflecting the myriad heavens. Perhaps, when he could reach the pinnacle of this system, he would be able to escape the Guishu Tower. This purgatory, yet, he wondered if he could survive the third invasion of the foreign tribes. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Chu Yunhan's heart darkened. The first 2 incursions by the foreign tribes had already inflicted severe casualties upon the defenders of the Xianyang Emperor Guan. Even he had barely survived by luck. It was apparent that the third invasion of the foreign tribes would undoubtedly be cataclysmic, an all-out assault. Perhaps the top experts within the Emperor Guan might survive. But how many of the lowly soldiers like him could escape unscathed? Moreover, he felt an overwhelming sense of unease, while the invincible Grand Marshal had personally come to assist the Emperor Guan. Could the foreign tribes truly be unprepared? Having battled the Xianyang continent for thousands of years, how could they not be wary of the foremost champion of the Xianyang continent? Since the foreign tribes had broken with precedent, choosing to invade again in less than a year, they must have discovered a method to counter the Grand Marshal. Furthermore, given the increasing intensity of the trials within the Tao of Xiantian system, every incursion by the foreign tribes had grown more brutal. With the world's most formidable being now in the Xianyang Emperor Guan, the foreign tribes would surely have devised a strategy against him. The Guishu Tower could not possibly allow him to complete this trial task effortlessly and without consequence, could it? It should be noted that the task assigned by the Guishu Tower was, survive until the Xianyang Emperor Guan withstands 3 invasions by the foreign tribes. The emphasis was on those 2 words, survive. Although Chu Yunhan had just become a hunter in the Guishu Tower, his understanding of it indicated that it would never be unfounded. The third invasion of the foreign tribes would likely be earth-shattering. If things were to proceed in this manner, what awaited him would be certain death. The unease in Chu Yunhan's heart intensified, bringing forth a sense of oppressive foreboding as if a storm were brewing. It seems that in the not-so-distant future, a great terror awaits him. Upon contemplating this, he could no longer remain in place. He must devise a means to escape from the very eye of this storm. If he can survive until after the third invasion of the foreign army, then his trial mission will be complete. He will be instantly transported back to the Tower of Return. As for the rewards associated with the level of completion, he can hardly afford to concern himself with such matters at this time. What rewards can one discuss when life itself is at stake? Only by surviving can he hope for a future. The consequences of failure extend beyond mere death. If, as he suspects, he is the sole hunter in the entire world, then his demise would also signify the annihilation of his reality. Regarding the war between the Xianyang continent and the foreign tribes, should the heavens fall, there will naturally be tall figures to prop them up. With his current strength, his impact on the overall battle situation is nearly negligible. A flicker of determination flashed in Chu Yunhan's eyes as he made his way towards the commander's tent. What? You wish to hunt down the stragglers beyond the Imperial Pass? You must understand that hunting foreign tribes outside the Imperial Pass will not earn you any military merits, the commander exclaimed in astonishment. Gazing at the newly promoted lieutenant before him, yes, my lord. I feel that I am on the verge of a breakthrough, yet I cannot take that final step. Whenever I engage with others, I am always filled with reservations. Unable to grasp the essence of life and death in an instant, thus, I wish to hunt foreign tribes and take that step forward. After a moment of contemplation, the commander nodded in agreement. He could not thwart the lieutenant's desire to break through, and hunting foreign tribes outside the imperial pass did not violate military law, so he did not refuse Chu Yunhan's request. He turned to write a pass for him. Once Chu Yunhan received the pass, he wasted no time. He returned to his quarters, donned his equipment, gathered all his rations, and proceeded towards the gates of the imperial pass. Remember, you must return to the imperial pass within 3 days to reapply for a pass. Otherwise, you will be treated as a deserter. The city guards carefully examined Chu Yunhan's pass and searched his person before allowing him to proceed. Only after distancing himself several thousand meters from the imperial pass did the unease and apprehension within Chu Yunhan begin to dissipate. Chapter 19, The Annihilation of the Imperial Pass. At the exit of the Black Abyss Passage, the resounding sound of horns echoed through the heavens. The foreign army advanced like a tsunami, overwhelming all with their relentless might. 6 golden foreign lords stood in the air, exuding an aura of grandeur, atop the Xianyang Imperial Pass, which had withstood the test of time. The commanding general, Mu Qingyun, gazed solemnly at the encroaching foreign army, while dozens of subordinate generals and commanders behind him wore expressions of tension as they fixated on the foreign forces. They did not expect that this time 6 lords would arrive at once. The foreign tribes were clearly intent on launching a full-scale assault. As the crowd pondered this, the 6 golden lords divided into 2 groups. A member of the foreign royal family materialized from the void, standing before the army. What is that? As anticipated, a royal from the foreign tribes had indeed arrived. Did they not fear the demise of their royal lineage here? A frown creased Mu Qingyun's brow, yet he showed no fear. Soaring into the air to stand at the forefront. 7 commanders followed closely behind, nervously fixating on the royal being across from them. The 6 foreign lords bellowed in unison, Mu Qingyun, why do you not kneel before our emperor? Mu Qingyun smiled indifferently, curling his lips in disdain. Kneel, a mere being from a foreign realm, what right do you have to demand my submission? The foreign lords erupted in fury, brandishing their weapons. The royal being's cold gaze pierced through Mu Qingyun, a slight sneer escaping his lips. I had intended to spare your life, to make you a vanguard for my holy clan, but alas, you do not know how to cherish it. You are not worthy of my personal intervention. With a mere flick of his finger, 3 foreign lords shot forth like lightning. Boom! As they struck, the void churned, and the heavens darkened, unleashing an aura of destruction capable of slaying all living beings. Towards Mu Qingyun, facing the assault of the 3 foreign lords, Mu Qingyun unleashed a punch akin to a true dragon's roar, silencing all as the winds and clouds shifted dramatically. With a resounding crash, their powers collided, dazzling light engulfing the realm. The royal being's brow furrowed, his demeanor remaining impassive. 3 figures were sent flying from the brilliance, golden blood raining from the sky. Damn it, if it weren't for the essence blood. Mu Qingyun's eyes glinted with derision as he scoffed. Is that all? Well, the foreign lords are not so formidable. The 6 foreign lords, upon hearing this, changed countenance, collectively rebuking him as golden light began to radiate from their bodies. Together, they unleashed a single strike, a brilliant light surging forth, piercing directly towards Mu Qingyun. Mu Qingyun's expression grew grave as the ancient sword beside him erupted with a blinding radiance. A cold gleam transformed the heavens, surging forth to meet the dazzling light. The entire void began to warp, a sharp chill permeating the air. The sword light sliced through the heavens as torrents of golden blood fell from the sky. 6 shattered figures plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. The 6 lords were left breathless, gravely injured, unable to rise. A fleeting doubt crossed Mu Qingyun's mind. Why were the foreign lords so easily vanquished? Yet there was no time for further contemplation as he turned to face the royal being. The royal being cast a cold glance at the retreating 6 lords, a surge of fury igniting in his eyes. Mu Qingyun smiled nonchalantly. When did the foreign lords become so weak? White-skinned fiend, allow me to witness the so-called power of your royal lineage and see just how formidable you truly are. Impudent. A king cannot be insulted, and a royal cannot be challenged, even if the black abyss shrouds the heavens. I remain invincible in this world. The royal being's fury erupted, raising a finger to unleash a force that shook the very fabric of reality. A chilling aura, capable of making all beings tremble, manifested as a shadow of annihilation, emerged from the void, aimed at Mu Qingyun. Mu Qingyun formed hand seals, the ancient sword bursting forth with boundless brilliance. The sword's body began to disintegrate, transforming into myriad sword lights that coalesced into a massive wheel of light before him. Spinning rapidly, boom, the shadow of destruction crashed violently against the wheel of light. Mu Qingyun spat blood as the wheel shattered, scattering into motes of light that vanished into the air. He was propelled back 100 meters. Yet the shadow of annihilation relentlessly pursued him, unyielding. The seven commanders, gripped by dread, shielded Mu Qingyun with unwavering determination, channeling their powers to withstand this earth-shattering strike. In the midst of their despair, a dragon's roar resounded throughout the universe. A radiant dragon-shaped light tore through the void, exuding an overwhelming celestial might, as if the very world could not withstand its presence. It tore through the void, hurtling towards the foreign royal being. The royal being's expression shifted in alarm as he withdrew his pointed finger. The shadow of destruction dissipated in tandem. Just as he gathered his strength, the brilliant dragon-shaped light crashed into him with unstoppable force. Ugh! As the light faded, the royal being lay in tatters, golden blood staining the ground. His arm completely vanished. In the void, the figure of the national marshal gradually coalesced, with an air of unyielding authority. He cast a cold gaze upon the gravely wounded royal being on the ground. Just as the national marshal prepared to deliver the final blow to eliminate this foreign royal, the void above the battlefield suddenly shattered, revealing a blood-red light of blazing flames. An aura that incited countless whales, capable of obliterating heaven and earth, locked onto the national marshal. The entire world appeared ensnared by this blood-red light, rendering all beings immobile. In the eyes of Chu Yunhan and others, filled with horror and despair, the national marshal's pupils contracted sharply, revealing an unprecedented expression of despair after millennia. Yet no matter how he summoned his full power, he remained utterly still under the restraint of the blood-red light, helplessly watching as the shadow of annihilation surged forth, crashing into him. In an instant, the figure of the national marshal was obliterated by the blood-red light. This blood light shook the heavens, crashing toward the towering Xianyang Imperial Pass behind the marshal. The entire expanse of the Xianyang Imperial Pass, spanning 100 miles, was annihilated under the impact of this blood-red light. Beginning with the towering iron gates and extending for hundreds of miles, leaving only shattered remnants of its former grandeur, even the ground bore a deep pit, plunging dozens of kilometers deep, stretching endlessly. The millions of guards stationed within the Xianyang Imperial Pass were nearly all obliterated by this cataclysmic strike. The blood-red light shot into the sky, vanishing into the upper realms. The suddenly appeared foreign royal fell from the void, resembling a desiccated corpse, as if every drop of blood and soul had been completely siphoned away, devoid of life. Tears of blood flowed from Chu Yunhan's eyes as he beheld the devastation before him. Anguish and horror etched upon his face. The invincible national marshal, who overshadowed the world, was dead. The mighty Xianyang Imperial Pass, which had stood for a millennium, was no more. The countless lives on the Xianyang continent were on the brink of facing their own bloody and tragic fate. Chapter 20. The carnage not far away. The gravely injured royal being stared in shock at the lifeless body on the ground. He could never have anticipated that a single strike from the crimson blood spear would utterly drain the life force of a royal lineage. Even though he had slain the Grand Marshal of the Xianyang continent and obliterated the Xianyang Imperial Pass, which had stood as a bastion against the Holy Clan for millennia, the elite fighting force of the Holy Clan was reduced to his gravely wounded self, alongside 6 other nobles whose bloodlines had been severely depleted. Initially, he had devised a plan to lure out the towering pillar of humanity by sacrificing his own injuries, while another member of the royal family lay hidden in the void, poised to unleash the crimson blood spear upon the invincible Grand Marshal. This would also conveniently annihilate the Xianyang Imperial Pass that had loomed over the Holy Clan for thousands of years. Thus, the Xianyang continent would be left defenseless against an alien army led by a peak royal. However, he could never have imagined, not even in the ancient texts left by the royal ancestors, that the crimson blood spear possessed such an enigmatic nature. It drained the entire essence and soul of its wielder. Consequently, the Holy Clan's invasion could not culminate in a single decisive blow. The royal being cast a discreet glance at the heartbroken Mo Qingyun and others nearby. Given his current state, if he did not retreat, he would surely perish. In a flash, he propelled his battered form towards the abyssal passage behind the alien army. As for the 6 noble beings lying unconscious on the ground, he could no longer afford to concern himself with them. His movement instantly roused Mo Qingyun and the others. With a furious roar, Mo Qingyun soared into the air, his figure flickering as he raced after the escaping royal being. The other generals, their faces etched with grim determination, turned to regard the fallen alien nobles. Sensing Mo Qingyun's pursuit from behind, the royal being let out a piercing shriek, summoning reinforcements from the distant alien army. Mo Qingyun bellowed, striking down dozens of alien foes blocking his path into oblivion. Just as the royal being was on the brink of retreating into the abyssal passage, the number of alien soldiers obstructing his way multiplied. Becoming dense and overwhelming. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Mo Qingyun's eyes, his aura surged to unprecedented heights, his blood igniting in an instant. A colossal sword shadow materialized behind him, and with a swing, it cleaved through the air like a phoenix soaring through the skies, racing towards the front. All the aliens impeded by the torrent of sword light melted away as if they were mere snow under the blazing sun. The distant royal being, who had been reveling in his fortune, felt his heart plummet as he turned to behold the cataclysmic swordlight, which approached with the swiftness of lightning, his face contorting in despair. Then his figure began to dissolve within the radiance of the sword. Mo Qingyun, feeling his vitality waning, appeared as a frail old man, his once dark hair now resembling white snow, his body riddled with wrinkles. He collapsed to the ground, gazing at the disintegrating royal figure and the remaining alien army that was closing in. A flicker of resignation and regret crossed his eyes, tears welled as he murmured, "Riding my sword, I strive to pacify the world, joyfully welcoming the dance of the green plum, where our fated paths have diverged, leaving me with naught but memories of our shared warmth and revelry in the spring breeze." Mo Qingyun slowly closed his eyes, awaiting the end of his existence. "General." In the distance, several high-ranking generals soared through the air, horrified at the sight of Mo Qingyun, whose hair now resembled white snow under the flashing blades of the alien creatures. Several miles away from the remnants of the Xianyang Imperial Pass, Chu Yunhan's pupils constricted, cold sweat cascading down his brow, upon witnessing the apocalyptic crimson glow annihilate the magnificent and imposing Xianyang Imperial Pass. He finally grasped the source of his lingering unease. The pass was home to nearly 10 million soldiers, yet, under such overwhelming celestial might, everything seemed to vanish like fleeting bubbles in an instant. In that moment, the fragility of life became starkly evident. Had he not acted on his apprehension and decisively left the city, he would have been among the countless souls extinguished. Chu Yunhan silently gazed at the sight of the countless lost souls. Where the imperial ruins lay, regrettably, his power was minuscule, akin to that of an ant, rendering him incapable of altering this fate. He could not even pinpoint the origin of his unease, nor could he confide in anyone else. Lest it sow discord among the troops, no one would heed the words of a weakling like him. Only when his strength could overshadow all and suppress everything would he possess the right and ability to alter this wretched destiny. Unable to shatter the shackles of fate, such tragic scenes and profound regrets would inevitably replay before him time and again. Resolutely, Chu Yunhan rose, an unwavering determination igniting within his eyes. One day, I shall seize control of my own destiny. After a prolonged moment, he brandished his long blade and hastened towards the ruins of the Imperial Pass. Moments later, a beacon flared to life atop the remnants of the Xianyang Imperial Pass. A column of smoke ascending towards the heavens, it sent a signal beyond the death desert. Upon sighting the smoke signal, hundreds of alien creatures lurking in the vicinity of the ruins surged forth. Atop the beacon, Chu Yunhan gripped his blade tightly, his gaze cold and merciless, fixed upon the savage, bloodthirsty alien beasts. With a flash of his blade, he unleashed a torrent of icy radiance, under the flickering blade light. Several of the leading alien beasts found their heads severed, collapsing to the ground, yet the hundreds of alien creatures showed no sign of fear, charging forth relentlessly to encircle him. Chu Yunhan fought like an Asura emerging from the depths of hell. Cutting through the blood-soaked battlefield with unyielding ferocity, the area around the beacon was drenched in green blood and dismembered alien limbs. The alien creatures seemed inexhaustible, overwhelming Chu Yunhan's figure like a relentless tide. As the sun dipped low, casting a blood-red hue across the sky, Chu Yunhan, panting heavily, slumped to the ground. He had slain every one of the hundreds of alien beasts that had besieged him. His once formidable steel blade lay in tatters. During the chaos, his left arm had been severed by the pincers of an alien beast, and his back bore numerous deep scars, a harrowing sight. The severity of his abdominal wounds blurred his vision further. The desolate battlefield seemed to recount the intensity and peril of this battle, just as Chu Yunhan's breathing began to weaken and his vitality waned. A voice resonated in his mind: the trial of the Grand Dao Shintian system is nearing its conclusion. The hunter shall return to the ruins tower. All items from this trial world cannot be taken back to the ruins tower. Countdown to return begins. 3, 2, 1, a wave of energy imperceptible to any beings swept through, and the gravely wounded Chu Yunhan vanished in an instant, as though he had never existed. All that remained was a battered steel blade, an oiled paper package, and a set of military armor. Chapter 21, Return and Rewards. Chu Yunhan felt darkness envelop him, and in the next moment, he found himself within the white expanse of the ruins tower. A beam of pure white light illuminated his battered form, an infinite mysterious energy surging into him. In mere seconds, his grievously injured body was wholly restored. Not only had his severed left arm regrown, But even his severely depleted spirit had returned to its peak state. As Chu Yunhan marveled at the transformation, a voice echoed in his mind. A massive screen materialized in the void. The trial task of the Grand Dao Xin Tian system has been completed. Congratulations, Hunter, on successfully unlocking the Grand Dao Xin Tian cultivation system. The Hunter returns to the Ruins Tower's exclusive chamber. This exclusive chamber is a unique space for the Hunter, entirely secure, inaccessible to any beings. Trial World, Xianyang Realm Trial Difficulty, 5 stars. Trial Task Completion Level, A. Note, ratings range from E to SSS, calculated based on the Hunter's performance. Trial tasks are unique, and rewards will be double that of other tasks. Rewards are being compiled in the Ruins Tower. The Hunter has successfully completed the trial task, ranking 1. Congratulations, the Hunter has obtained the Ruins Tower imprint. Expanding storage space by 1 cubic meter. Reward, source power 3000. Reward, a level Grand Dao Xintian system cultivation method. Double rewards from the trial are being stacked. Storage space 2 cubic meters. Reward, source power 6000. Reward, S-level Grand Dao Xintian system cultivation method. All rewards have been deposited into the storage space. Please check at your convenience. The Hunter is to select a codename within the Ruins Tower. The Hunter's rank is 1. The first layer of shared space in the Ruins Tower is unlocked. The Hunter's next mission is scheduled for 30 days from now. The Hunter may temporarily return to their world. However, the Hunter must return to the Ruins Tower before the mission time expires, otherwise the Ruins Tower will directly erase the Hunter. A black tower-shaped mark suddenly appeared on Chu Yunhan's chest. He had not anticipated that the double rewards from the trial task would be so gratifying. Even the originally awarded a level Grand Dao Xintian cultivation method had directly escalated to S- grade. Additionally, there were 6,000 points of source power, although he still did not know the precise value of this so-called source power. It was a significant sum, especially considering the near-death challenges he faced in the trial world, which had only granted him a meager 3,000 points. Regardless of how one calculated it, the universal currency in the Ruins Tower was undoubtedly a fortune. Yet, the immediate priority was to review the S-grade Grand Dao Xintian cultivation method awarded by the Ruins Tower. Suppressing the excitement and exhilaration within him, Chu Yunhan activated the imprint to begin his review. Within the imprint, a white light orb materialized. When Chu Yunhan's consciousness touched the orb, his mind was flooded with hundreds of luminous points. As his thoughts brushed against one of the luminous points, a brief yet profound message materialized within his mind. Body technique, ascending steps to heaven. Chu Yunhan's eyes sparkled with intensity, yet he refrained from making an impulsive choice. This opportunity arose due to the unique system trial task offering double rewards, enabling him to acquire an S-rank technique. When the next chance to obtain an S-rank reward would come was uncertain, hence, he had to proceed with utmost caution. His consciousness shifted to the next glowing point. Revealing, sword technique, true martial sword classic. The subsequent point, finger technique, divine punishing finger, upper. Chu Yunhan's pupils constricted sharply upon seeing that name. Suppressing the intense urge within, he continued to explore the next luminous point. Palm technique, 7 absolute techniques of heaven and earth. Heart technique, northern dipper demon suppression record. Body technique, surging dragon of the phoenix. Seal technique, 8 seals of the celestial dragon. Body refinement technique, barbaric goddess dominance. When Chu Yunhan beheld the barbaric goddess dominance, his heart raced uncontrollably. Gazing at the remaining dozens of luminous points, he ultimately restrained his impulses and patiently examined every single one. Finally, at the last glowing point, he encountered body refinement technique, eternal cataclysm body, upper. Without a hint of hesitation, he directed his thoughts and selected the eternal cataclysm body, upper. The recent experience of the system trial task imparted a profound truth to Chu Yunhan. In the abyssal Ruins Tower, a realm akin to a hellish cycle through myriad heavens, the essence lies not in the ferocity of one's attacks or the swiftness of one's speed, but in survival. Only by living could one truly grasp their destiny. Thus, he resolutely chose this technique, which would enhance his defenses. The eternal cataclysm body, the luminous point instantaneously merged into his mind, revealing the detailed information of this body refinement technique. Eternal cataclysm body, upper, rating, eternal and undying. Unvanquished through eons, untainted by cause and effect, unfettered by rebirth. Note, this body refinement technique is divided into 9 tiers. The requirements for cultivation become increasingly stringent with each successive level. The last 3 tiers demand resources that are exceedingly rare, nearly impossible to find across the myriad realms, and no individual has been able to achieve perfection in them for countless epochs. Thus it is rated S- upper volume techniques, Golden Bell Shield, Diamond Resolve Arhat's Guardian, For readers who have questions regarding the eternal cataclysm body, consider it a skill that increases physical strength, defense, and recovery abilities rather than a path of cultivation. Noted Tears, Golden Bell Shield. Diamond Resolve, Arhat's Guardian, Celestial Vault, Reversing the Firmament, Divine Punishment, Chaotic Heaven, Infinite Realm, Cataclysmic Oblivion. Then, the cultivation mantra of the eternal cataclysm body appeared in his mind. Chu Yuhan promptly began to operate the cultivation mantra and commenced his training. After an hour, he stopped, his expression somewhat grim. The requirements for this eternal cataclysm body were exceedingly high, or perhaps his own cultivation aptitude was dreadfully lacking. After an hour of practice, he had not even sensed a hint of energy. This realization stirred a hint of regret within him. However, Chu Yuhan quickly regained his composure. He possessed the talent of soul devouring. As long as he could grasp the fundamentals, he could directly enhance his abilities using soul power. What need was there for exceptional cultivation aptitude? Thus, he began to inspect his soul power within his mind. Talent, Soul Devouring Soul Power, 15184. Title, None. Rank, 1. Techniques, Body Refinement Technique. Eternal Cataclysm Body, Upper, Body Refinement, Golden Bell Shield, Not Yet Mastered Items, 0 Realm, Initial Bone Forging Completion, Can Be Enhanced, Original Power, 6000 Space, 3 cubic meters. In the final battle upon the remnants of the Shenyang Imperial Pass, he fought valiantly, slaying 148 alien beasts. His soul-devouring talent absorbed 14,800 points of soul power, plus the remaining 384 points, totaling a substantial 15,184 points of soul power. The only regret was the nearly 1-pound piece of Earth Dragon jerky, which could not be brought back to the Abyssal Ruins Tower. Nevertheless, such an abundance of soul power was sufficient to significantly enhance his strength. The paramount task now was to cultivate the first layer of the eternal cataclysm body to the entry level. Otherwise, no matter how much soul power he possessed, he would be unable to advance in the eternal cataclysm body. As for the codename within the Abyssal Ruins Tower, Chu Yuhan contemplated for a moment and chose not to use his real name. Instead, he whimsically adopted the alias, Heavenly Punishment. He needed to accomplish the tasks assigned by the Abyssal Ruins Tower, and he would inevitably traverse countless worlds. Should he encounter individuals capable of cursing him merely through his name, it would spell disaster. Moreover, he was not the sole participant in the Abyssal Ruins Tower. The tower had selected countless hunters from myriad multiversal civilizations. Each hunter chosen by the Abyssal Ruins Tower must devise every conceivable means to survive amidst the endless cycle of tasks. Including himself, the only way to endure was to continuously enhance one's strength to a level capable of sweeping through the task worlds. The path is arduous and fraught with challenges. Any who dare to impede him shall face his unrelenting wrath. Here, no hunter is worthy of his trust. A betrayal or a treachery could yield a price far beyond his capacity to bear. Chapter 22, Trading Square. Chu Yuhan soon discovered that within the white expanse, a luminous gate had appeared unbeknownst to him. According to the information from the Abyssal Ruins Tower, beyond the gate lay the first layer of the so-called shared space. Upon stepping through the gate, Chu Yuhan found himself in an immense circular plaza. The overwhelming cacophony of voices momentarily disoriented him, as though he were in a colossal marketplace. A multitude of buildings, each with distinct shapes, lined the edges of the plaza. Some were constructed from massive stones, others from an unknown metallic alloy. Some resembled gigantic trees, while others appeared to be formed from flesh and blood. Above the plaza loomed a vast celestial dome, enveloping the entire area. Countless bizarre creatures entered Chu Yuhan's line of sight. Some resembled upright walking beasts, others emanated a radiant glow. There were humanoids entirely composed of mechanical metal, beings resembling humans but adorned with pointed ears and tails, and even strange entities with tentacles. Amidst the bustling crowd, he even spotted numerous humans clad in eccentric attire. From his rough estimation, the number of creatures within the plaza was no less than 100,000. What astonished him further was that, possibly due to the influence of the Abyssal Ruins Tower, he could comprehend every utterance and understand the conveyed meanings. Not far ahead, a creature resembling a beastman clad in armor spread out a massive beast hide on the ground, showcasing an array of items and fervently promoting his wares. Fire Elemental Enchanted Greatsword, rating 38, only 200 points of original power. Mystic Silver Armor, rating 65, with anti-magic properties. Serious buyers can negotiate details. Mechanical Race Rifle, rating 27, Ferocious Firepower, 150 points of original power, includes 200 rounds of ammunition. Basic Life Recovery Potion, rating 20,300 points of original power. No bargaining. Curious, Chu Yuhan approached to examine the offerings, prompting the Beastman vendor to eagerly pitch his sales. After a brief moment, he shook his head and departed, finding nothing of interest. He continued to wander around the plaza. His primary objectives were to familiarize himself with the prices of various items, ascertain the value of original power, and glean insights into the types of task worlds that the Abyssal Ruins Tower might assign based on the creatures and their wares. It was not until he had strolled for over an hour that he began to comprehend the nature of the shared space on the first layer. The so-called shared space served as a venue for transactions and exchanges for the hunters of the first layer, provided by the Abyssal Ruins Tower. This shared space is absolutely secure, where no individual can attack another in any form. Each item is assigned a rating by the Abyssal Ruins Tower, and the rating signifies the item's value. Most of the items sold at stalls in the plaza are relatively low tier, with high-quality goods being exceedingly rare. The truly high-rated items are primarily found in the shops along the edges of the plaza. The sole exception is that the Abyssal Ruins Tower has established a facility akin to an auction house. All high-rated items can be traded within this auction house, where the Abyssal Ruins Tower provides explanations of item usage. Unlike the simple ratings of stall or shop sales, however, the handling fee reaches as high as 10. Which deters 95 of individuals. After all, original power is earned through grueling endeavors in task worlds, and no one wishes to squander it frivolously. Those peculiar buildings constitute various shops, some selling equipment, others offering information on task worlds, some selling food, and others providing unique services. Just the thought of those bizarre races sent a shiver down his spine. Moreover, the value of original power far exceeded his previous expectations. After enjoying an exquisite meal he had never tasted before at a food shop run by humans, he spent 1 point of original power. Following his meal, he began to meander through the shops once more. Soon, he discovered something of interest within an equipment store. The Qingfeng sword, boasting a rating of 85, possesses 600 points of primal power. The Xian iron broadsword, with a rating of 92, offers 720 points of primal power. The ice elemental staff, rated at 114, provides 900 points of primal power. The alloy armor, rated at 125, grants 1150 points of primal power. The anti-armor heavy sniper rifle, with a rating of 138, possesses 1400 points of primal power. The sky-splitting blade, rated at 198, contains an impressive 2000 points of primal power. It is this very sky-splitting blade that has captured the attention of Chu Yunhan. After months of arduous practice in swordsmanship on the Xianyang continent, he now finds himself without a suitable weapon. Given the current rating of 198 for the sky-splitting blade, it undoubtedly ranks among the highest within the first tier of weaponry. After negotiating with the shopkeeper for quite some time, Chu Yunhan ultimately acquired the blade for 1680 points of primal power. Following an extensive perusal of various shops in the plaza, he finally procured all the necessary items. Upon returning to his exclusive chamber, he began to inventory his acquisitions: 1 sky-splitting blade, 1 vial of basic stamina restoration potion, 1 vial of basic cell repair potion, and 5 tiger bone leopard fetus pills. The 2 potions cost him 500 points of primal power, while the 5 tiger bone leopard fetus pills set him back a staggering 2500 points. It was only at this moment that Chu Yunhan realized that items within the cultivation system were the most exorbitantly priced of all. He even encountered a manual on the wind and thunder sword technique in one shop, priced at an astounding 8000 points of primal power. Following this expenditure, his initial 6,000 points of primal power dwindled to a mere 1310. After accounting for all his possessions, Chu Yunhan commenced his training in the first layer of the Eternal Cataclysm body, the Golden Bell Shield. He needed to master this body refinement technique as quickly as possible. He did not wish to endure the despair and helplessness of the Xianyang continent once more. The next mission from the Guishu Tower would be announced in 30 days. He was uncertain of the terrifying world he would face or the dangers that awaited him. All he could do was strive to elevate his strength to its utmost before the next mission arrived. Perhaps this would increase his chances of survival in the mission world, rather than relying solely on luck. His fate could only be held in his own hands. As for returning to his original world, he had no such intention for the time being. He could always return later when he had attained greater strength. After all, apart from his sister, who was married and living 1,000 miles away, there was little else that tethered him to this world. After more than half a month, Chu Yunhan finally sensed a faint aura emerging within him. This aura began to circulate through his meridians. Though the time it took was exceedingly long, requiring over an hour to complete a full cycle, the aura seemed to grow slightly stronger, albeit imperceptibly. Yet, this was enough to excite Chu Yunhan. As long as it was effective, That was all that mattered. Thus, for the remainder of his time, aside from meals, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to his training. Finally, on the 26th day, he entered the initial stage of the Golden Bell Shield. Chapter 23, The Biochemical Frenzy. Chu Yunhan eagerly utilized his soul power to elevate the Golden Bell Shield from its initial stage to minor success. His original 15,184 soul power instantly diminished by a staggering 10,000 points. Causing his face to twitch involuntarily, the soul power he had painstakingly accumulated was now reduced to just over 5,000 points. Truly, this was an S-rank body refinement technique, the first layer of the eternal cataclysm body. Consuming an astonishing amount of soul power, after advancing the Golden Bell Shield to minor success, he felt the meridians within his body begin to heat up, the aura circulated throughout him, and the previously tense muscles became even more resilient. His skin, once as tough as leather, now appeared tighter and more refined, emanating a faint golden glow. When he drew a sword across his palm, it left no trace. Only when he took out the sky-splitting blade and made a gentle cut did he draw blood. Moments later, the wound began to heal slowly. Chu Yunhan nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that this body refinement technique not only significantly enhanced his physical defenses but also improved his recovery abilities. Gazing at the remaining 5,184 points of soul power in his mind, he unhesitatingly decided to elevate his bone-forging realm from minor success to major success. Instantly, 3,000 points of soul power surged into his body, causing his vital energy to roil and rapidly deplete. He hastily consumed one of the tiger bone leopard fetus pills, and a tremendous surge of vitality emanated from it, swiftly replenishing his depleted energy. After some time, Chu Yunhan felt his entire body brimming with explosive power. His vitality surged like that of a fierce tiger, embodying ferocity. The information from the Guishu Tower in his mind transformed to reflect the following: Hunter, Heavenly Punishment Talent, Spirit Execution Soul Power, 2184 Title, None Rank, 1 Technique, Body Refinement Technique. Eternal Cataclysm Body, Upper, Body Refinement, Golden Bell Shield. Minor Success Items: Sky-Splitting Blade, Basic Stamina Restoration Potion, Basic Cell Repair Potion, Tiger Bone Leopard Fetus Pills. X4 Realm, Bone Forging Realm. Major Success: Primal Power, 1315 Space, 3 cubic meters. His strength had reached its zenith, and Chu Yunhan chose to take the remaining time to rest. He allowed his previously taut nerves to relax. Now, all that remained was to patiently await the arrival of the next mission from the Guishu Tower. Time flew by, and a few days later, the mission notification from the Guishu Tower arrived as expected. In the void of his exclusive chamber, a massive light screen materialized. The Destruction and Purification mission is about to commence. Hunter, Heavenly Punishment, please prepare yourself. The power level of this mission world is rated E. Hunters undertaking the same mission may form teams to enter this mission world. Hunters are advised not to mention the Guishu Tower in any manner within the mission world, or face immediate obliteration. Specific mission details will be released upon entering the mission world. The countdown to the mission begins. 3, 2, 1. With a flash of white light, Chu Yunhan's figure vanished from the room. When Chu Yunhan opened his eyes, he found himself atop a skyscraper overlooking the entire cityscape. A white energy dome enveloped an area of nearly 100 square meters. Within this dome, there were 3 others besides Chu Yunhan: a towering orc, muscular and wielding a massive axe, a human male clad in camouflage military attire, brandishing a firearm, and an oddly adorned woman draped in animal pelts, her face covered in tribal tattoos, resembling a human. The moment they appeared in this world, the 3 individuals exchanged tense glances, on guard against one another. The imposing orc drew his axe, cautiously observing the other 3. The woman swiftly performed hand signs, uttering incantations, and a massive black wolf, as large as a bull, emerged from the void, its fierce gaze fixed on the others, protecting her. Meanwhile, the human man, upon noticing Chu Yunhan, displayed a look of delight. "Hey, brother!" Just as he was about to greet Chu Yunhan, he realized that Chu Yunhan's demeanor was cold, exuding an air of unapproachability. The man awkwardly smiled, stepped back a few paces while still holding his gun, and assured the others that he posed no threat. At that moment, the information from the Guishu Tower appeared in Chu Yunhan's mind. Mission: Biochemical Frenzy. Mission difficulty: 2 stars. E-level. On the planet Calorantan, an unknown virus has suddenly erupted, infecting the entire planet. Within a year, billions of Calorantonians have suffered grievously under the virus's onslaught, with countless individuals rapidly decaying and dying after infection. The remaining infected have mutated into mindless bloodthirsty, and savage husks. Aside from a scant few who escaped the calamity, the entire Calorantonian civilization has sustained a catastrophic blow. As time progresses, the mutated beings grow increasingly powerful and bloodthirsty, while various species on Caloranton also begin to mutate. The remaining survivors of the intelligent civilization face an existential crisis. Mission objectives: first, identify the source of the virus outbreak on Caloranton. Second, annihilate the source of the virus, preserving the flicker of civilization on Caloranton. Mission failure penalty: the difficulty level of the next mission world will increase by 1. Warning: as time passes, the mutated beings will become even stronger. Hunters are urged to complete the mission swiftly. Chu Yunhan furrowed his brow slightly. According to the Guishu Tower's warning, he not only had to contend with countless virus-mutated beings but also be wary of the unknown virus's infection. Moreover, time was of the essence. As the mutated beings would only grow stronger, the expressions of the other three shifted dramatically upon seeing the mission details. The human man immediately erupted in anger. Are we being sent to our deaths? I just barely survived an F-level world, and now I've jumped 3 levels straight to an E-world. The towering orc slammed his fist into the ground, venting his inner fury and fear. The woman who summoned the giant wolf also paled significantly. Clearly, the difficulty of this E-level mission exceeded their expectations. However, for Chu Yunhan, having witnessed the cataclysmic devastation in the Xianyang world, this mission world, while perilous, was insufficient to unsettle his composure. He did not believe that these so-called virus-mutated beings could possibly rival the higher echelons of alien races. If that were the case, the Guishu Tower would never have rated this mission world's power level as merely E. Furthermore, he was eager to discover whether defeating the virus-mutated beings would allow him to absorb soul power. If one could absorb it, then this world would undoubtedly become his hunting ground. He took a deep breath and approached the edge of the building to survey the scene. Before him lay an enormous, desolate city. Towering skyscrapers stood in stark contrast to the profound silence enveloping the entire metropolis. Even the chirping of insects and the calls of birds had vanished, leaving behind a deathly stillness. While Chu Yunhan assessed the situation, the other three clearly lacked confidence in completing the mission alone. Consequently, they swiftly reached a consensus to cooperate. They turned their gazes towards Chu Yunhan, yet dared not utter a word. Chu Yunhan glanced at them, his expression cold and indifferent, not acknowledging their presence. Soon, the protective barriers surrounding them dissipated. Alone, he silently descended towards the ground floor of the building. The three exchanged looks of concern, then hurriedly followed him downstairs. Chapter 24. The mutated virus. Upon reaching the silent street, the three remained at a distance behind Chu Yunhan. It was evident that they deduced the reason for the sudden leap from a grade F task world to an E-level world. There was only one possibility: the exceptional power of this merciless man far exceeded their OWN. In order to maintain balance, the Tower of the Abyss had classified this mission as an E-level world. As for the so-called dignity of the strong, to hell with dignity. Surviving in the task world was of paramount importance. The dilapidated street faintly revealed the splendor of its past, now shrouded in eerie silence. Their footsteps echoed in the emptiness. The three behind him were visibly tense, cautiously scanning their surroundings, fearful that a monster might suddenly emerge and drag them into oblivion. Suddenly, Chu Yunhan's footsteps faltered. His keen senses detected a hint of unusual movement. Instantly, his leg muscles tensed, and he lunged forward, passing through the air like a shadow rushing towards a nearby shop. His right leg swung out forcefully. With a resounding crash, the shop's door shattered under his kick. Ah! Two women with blue hair resembling humans huddled together inside the shop, burying their heads and screaming in terror. Chu Yunhan paused momentarily, then bellowed silence. Hearing his voice, the two women snapped back to reality, their tear-filled eyes fixed on him. The three hunters, witnessing the scene, rushed over, carefully circumventing Chu Yunhan as they comforted the women and inquired about the situation. It turned out that since the outbreak of the viral crisis in this world, the two sisters had barricaded themselves within the building. Previously, this shop had sold food, and they had managed to survive due to their ample food stockpile, aware that the entire world had descended into despair. Teeming with man-eating monsters, they had been exceedingly cautious, fearful of making any noise, until today, when they ventured downstairs to retrieve supplies. A slight sound had drawn Chu Yunhan's attention, resulting in the shattering of the shop's door. Gradually calming down under the hunters' reassurances, the two women began to recount their story. Originally, the city had a survivor base established by governmental organizations, housing several hundred survivors. However, the sisters, being overly timid, had refrained from seeking refuge there. Unfortunately, half a month ago, when personnel from the base ventured out in search of food, they were inadvertently discovered by the mutated beings. Consequently, the survivor base was besieged by a horde of these creatures. And no further news had emerged since. It was highly likely that their fate was grim. As for the origin of the virus outbreak, the sisters were unaware. Just as the conversation continued, Chu Yunhan's expression hardened. Drawing his blade, he advanced forward. The others were momentarily stunned but quickly regained their senses, rushing upstairs to hide. In the distance, faint roars echoed through the empty street. Soon, several monsters, their skin rotting and revealing crimson muscle beneath, came into view. Their teeth had mutated into sharp, dagger-like fangs, and their hands had evolved into massive claws. Upon spotting Chu Yunhan, the creatures let out a simultaneous roar and charged towards him. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he unsheathed his blade, charging forward. The flash of the blade was swift and lethal. Within moments, several mutated monsters were cleaved into pieces, their remains twitching on the ground, yet he did not let his guard down. Remaining vigilant. A moment later, a grayish-white figure, extraordinarily agile, leapt from the outer wall of a nearby building, its glimmering claws aimed directly at Chu Yunhan's head. He retaliated with a swift strike, severing the creature's claw with a resounding clang. The monster howled in pain and fled rapidly. A glint of cold determination flashed in Chu Yunhan's eyes as he pursued the injured creature, swiftly ending its life with a decisive blow. Shaking off the foul blood from his blade, he frowned. The soul power provided by these viral mutants was exceedingly sparse. Each of the previous monsters yielded merely 1 point of soul power, and even the stronger variant offered only 5. His initial plan to harvest soul power in this world was dashed. Unless he encountered a horde of viral mutants, the risk of injury would significantly increase. If injured, whether he could withstand the virus's contagion remained uncertain. He dared not take such a risk. The onlookers hidden above were astounded by Chu Yunhan's swift elimination of the monsters. The 3 hunters displayed expressions of delight. Indeed, their cold companion's strength surpassed their expectations. While they could have dealt with the previous monsters, they could never have done so with such effortless grace as Chu Yunhan. It appeared that to complete the Tower of the Abyss's mission, they must firmly cling to Chu Yunhan's coattails. With a powerful ally leading the way, their chances of survival increased significantly. However, after waiting for a considerable time without seeing Chu Yunhan return, unease began to settle in. They rushed downstairs only to find the street utterly deserted. Where could Chu Yunhan be? In the distance, a figure darted past, none other than Chu Yunhan himself. After failing to glean any useful information from the 2 rescued women, he deemed staying a waste of time. The other 3 hunters were too weak to offer him any assistance. He had no interest in playing the role of a caretaker in the ruthless cycle of life and death within the Tower of the Abyss. There was no room for sympathy or compassion. Otherwise, the Abyss awaited him. He needed to uncover the source of the virus outbreak in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, as time slipped away, the situation could escalate to a point where even he could not escape unscathed. Before long, a massive structure came into view. The entrance had been breached, and bloodstains marred the surroundings. Judging by the scene, the incident had occurred not long ago, resembling the survivor base the 2 women had mentioned. Chu Yunhan cautiously entered through the gaping doorway. Inside the hall lay severed limbs and dismembered bodies, interspersed with a few corpses of mutated creatures. The entire building was devoid of life, presenting a gruesome and terrifying sight. He began his search through the various rooms on the 1st floor, continuing until the 3rd floor, where he finally discovered a notebook in an office. Chapter 25, Fierce Battle. Upon opening the notebook, he found it filled with disordered writing. April 12, the hospitals are overwhelmed, infected patients are exhibiting high fevers and skin necrosis. April 14, the pathology center has yet to provide any explanation regarding the infectious disease. April 18, the military has sealed off all major hospitals, allowing no one in or out. April 21, the number of infected patients is rising, the hospitals can no longer accommodate them. April 25, the federal government has issued a red alert. Citizens are urged to stockpile supplies, secure their doors, and stay indoors. April 29, chaos reigns, the streets are filled with looting and violence. May 2, even the National Defense Forces have begun to enter the city. All criminals are being mercilessly shot. May 6, the National Virus Research Center has announced, this is a new disease transmitted through respiratory and bodily fluids. May 11, the first infected patient has died. The death was horrific, their entire body decayed, even internal organs rotting away. May 14, good news, it is said that a vaccine will be developed soon. May 18, oh heavens, the virus is mutating too rapidly. The newly developed vaccine is utterly ineffective. May 25, my father has sent word urging me to flee to the countryside away from the crowds. But how can I abandon so many people? I am their elected official of Nolan City. June 7th. I contacted my father. He told me the calamity has arrived. It is humanity's self-destruction. It is divine punishment for human greed. June. They are all dead. All dead. I am next. So it is. Ha ha. The infected have become zombies. The greedy federal council and those merchants deserving of death. Is this what you desired? Why open this hellish Pandora's box? Now it is out of control. Isn't it? Nolan City is finished. The federal government is finished. Humanity is finished. Now the world is filled with demons emerging from hell. What use are the countless gold coins you have amassed? Now let us take the flowers to hell. June 22nd. Humanity has unwittingly opened the gates of hell. Let destruction reign. This is our just punishment. Chu Yunhan, with a grim expression, closed his notebook. It turned out that this viral mutation is referred to as a zombie. What does it mean for humanity to self-destruct? And what is this infernal box unearthed from hell? Is the one who left these notes mentally unstable? Could he not have clarified matters before this collapse? Now he is left to decipher riddles. He detests such situations. Wouldn't it be simpler to forge ahead unimpeded? After meticulously searching every corner, he found nothing further. Chu Yunhan, agitated, wore a fearsome expression before he could exit the building. The roar of the undead reverberated throughout the block. Hundreds of zombies materialized before his eyes, among them a towering 3-meter-tall mutant zombie. In the rear, a grotesque mass of flesh writhed slowly, riddled with holes, oozing an unknown liquid that dripped to the ground, releasing wisps of green smoke and an unbearable stench. Chu Yunhan suppressed his discomfort and cleaved through several approaching zombies with a swift stroke of his blade. He then retreated to the gaping hole of the door, preparing to lie in wait. This way, he minimized his exposure to attacks, allowing him to respond with ease. He dared not gamble on whether these zombies could pierce his skin. Once infected by this virus, whether he could endure until returning to the Tower of Returning Ruins was entirely uncertain. Soon, hundreds of zombies surrounded the entrance, blocking any escape. The blade glimmered in the dim light as it flashed, reflecting the cold light of death. The ground was littered with the remnants of the undead. He silently thanked fortune for acquiring the rift blade in the shared space plaza. Had it been an ordinary steel blade, it would have surely succumbed by now. The mere thought of using his fists to combat these zombies and their mutations filled him with revulsion. The towering mutant zombie, obstructed by the horde, roared in frustration. As the foremost zombies fell to his blade, his presence caught the attention of the giant. It became agitated, sweeping its massive arm, sending the blocking zombies flying. A colossal hand descended upon Chu Yunhan. His pupils constricted, and with a swift flourish, he severed the giant's arm. Yet, the mutant zombie seemed impervious to pain, its severed limb crashing down upon him. He felt a tremendous force, akin to being struck by a mechanical vehicle. The impact sent him crashing to the ground, wiping the blood from his lips. He felt a crushing sensation in his chest. Fortunately, his body's resilience was considerable, having cultivated the Golden Bell shield to a minor success. Otherwise, such a blow would have surely resulted in severe injury. Chu Yunhan's expression turned grave. This zombie exhibited no sense of pain. Within its 3-meter frame resided an extraordinary strength. That strike bore the force of thousands of pounds. Engaging in a direct confrontation was unwise. With this thought, Chu Yunhan retreated, prompting the giant to grow increasingly impatient. Its massive form squeezed through the breach, stirring up a cloud of dust. However, due to the narrowness of the opening, its body became stuck, emitting a deafening roar. Seizing the opportunity, he evaded a grasping hand and delivered a powerful strike to the mutant zombie's leg. With a sickening thud, the ankle of its left leg was severed, and the entire body lost balance, crashing heavily to the ground. A cold glint flashed in Chu Yunhan's eyes as he lunged forward, plunging his blade into the mutant zombie's eye socket. A mixture of black and white liquid gushed forth, and Chu Yunhan nimbly dodged back. The giant, impaled in its head, gradually ceased its movements. After dispatching the giant, Chu Yunhan turned to plunge into the throng of zombies. After a prolonged struggle, all the undead collapsed motionless. It was only then that the grotesque mass of flesh from a distance inched closer, gazing upon its horrifying visage. With an overwhelming stench wafting into his nostrils, Chu Yunhan's face twitched involuntarily, and he swiftly turned to flee. With such a repulsive entity, he harbored no desire to engage. It resembled a conglomeration of viruses. With a single strike, who could tell if he might be infected? In the outskirts of Nolan City, the daylight faded. Inside an isolated dwelling, Chu Yunhan retrieved a set of garments purchased from the Tower of Returning Ruins from his storage space. Today, he had slain hundreds of zombies, accumulating a total of 310 points of soul power. The giant zombie mutant had yielded a mere 200 points of soul power. Such gains paled in comparison to what he had acquired within the trial world. Chapter 26, A Perilous Journey. The following day dawned bright and sunny. In a world devoid of human activity, a sense of lifelessness prevailed, yet an illusion of vibrant vitality lingered. Chu Yunhan emerged from a bookstore, clutching a substantial bundle of newspapers, and began to peruse previous reports. According to the notes, the entire incident should have erupted before April 12 of last year. He needed only to locate news articles from that period to glean some understanding of the events that transpired in this world. After a full hour of searching, he finally stumbled upon a seemingly inconspicuous headline: "Shocking, an archaeology professor from the Federal Academy, accompanied by students, discovered an ancient relic of unknown origin near the capital." According to local residents, it appeared something extraordinary had been unearthed, leading to a complete military lockdown of the area. Citizens speculated whether an important historical dynasty site had been excavated. We eagerly await the Federal Academy's response. Recalling the note's phrase, "Why open this infernal box unearthed from hell?" he could almost ascertain that this was one of the crucial factors in the unfolding events. With this in mind, he unfolded the map he had found, searching for the capital's location. Estimating the distance, the capital lay approximately 800 kilometers from Nolan City. At his current speed, even without encountering any unforeseen circumstances, it would take him over 10 days to reach. As for the abundance of vehicles on the streets, Chu Yunhan was utterly perplexed. These vehicles were entirely different from the cumbersome machines of his world, being exquisitely crafted and considerably more compact. Even if he had been accustomed to operating heavy machinery, he would be at a loss with these contraptions. After gathering a substantial supply of canned goods, he set out toward the capital. Following the route marked on the map. At the city exit of Nolan, a great river flowed across his path. The bridge above was choked with various vehicles. He approached the riverbank, setting down his pack, and cupped his hands to splash water on his face. Yet, in mere moments, a colossal shadow surged swiftly beneath the once calm surface of the river. A massive white streak sliced through the tranquility, sending countless droplets flying. Sensing the disturbance, Chu Yunhan gripped his blade tightly and retreated a few steps, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching white line. Suddenly, with a tremendous splash, an enormous black shadow leapt from the water. Lunging towards him, Chu Yunhan's heart raced as he beheld the creature soaring through the air. It was a colossal black fish. Its scales shimmered with an eerie luster under the sunlight, each scale the size of a bowl. Adorned with bizarre patterns, countless scales overlapped to form an impenetrable armor of fish scales. The fish's head was crowned with numerous protrusions, and its blood-red eyes radiated a ferocious hunger. Its gaping maw was lined with serrated teeth. Alarmed, Chu Yunhan rolled to the side just as the massive fish crashed down where he had stood, producing a deafening sound. The enormous body landed heavily on the riverbank, with a cold glint in his eyes. He surged forward, the rift blade slicing through the air and striking the fish's armor with a resounding clang, generating a shower of sparks. Yet, this strike left only a minor wound on the creature. At that moment, the fish's immense tail swept towards him with a whistling sound. Chu Yunhan hastily retreated, narrowly avoiding the tail swipe. However, the fish was relentless, propelling its massive body towards him with a powerful push of his legs. He leaped back several meters. The tremendous weight of the fish crashed to the ground, sending clouds of dust swirling. Seeing that the prey was retreating from the riverbank, the fish twisted its body, preparing to plunge back into the water. Fury surged within Chu Yunhan as he leapt into the air, driving his blade deep into the left gill of the fish's head, then yanking it back with force. A torrent of boiling blood gushed forth from the gill. The fish trembled violently, turning its head to bite down upon him. He fell to the ground, narrowly evading the bite, while the rift blade stabbed into the fish's belly. Feeling resistance in his grip, a glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. Power surged from within him as he pressed down with all his strength. With a resounding rip, he sliced open a gaping wound several meters long beneath the giant fish's belly. A deluge of fish blood and entrails poured forth. In agony, the fish began to thrash wildly. Caught off guard, Chu Yunhan was struck by the flailing creature, sending him hurtling backward. Breathless, he watched as the fish, in its desperate struggle, fell back into the river. The surface erupted into a massive whirlpool, and the fish's form vanished beneath the water. As he lamented, a great surge of crimson suddenly erupted from the distant river's surface. After a brief moment, he felt a strand of verdant soul power manifest in his mind. In the distance, a colossal shadow gradually emerged from the water. The soul power absorbed after slaying the great fish astonishingly reached 500 points. This was far superior to the rewards from vanquishing zombies. Upon crossing the bridge, he quickened his pace, sensing an ominous premonition that his journey might not be entirely smooth the following day. As Chu Yunhan passed through a village, He suddenly noticed a massive shadow flit across the ground under the sun's rays. When he looked up, he beheld an extraordinarily large bird soaring through the sky, this nameless avian creature, cloaked in ebony feathers and sporting a hooked beak. Shimmered with a metallic gleam in the sunlight, its outstretched wings spanned nearly 20 meters, casting a shadow as dark as a storm cloud. Its scaled skin was menacing, with gnarled talons ending in sharp, curved claws. As it grasped a gigantic zombie and flew toward the forest beyond the village, with a grave expression, Chu Yunhan quietly crouched down, lying flat on the ground, and only rose slowly after the great bird disappeared into the woods. He then circled far around the tranquil village, resuming his journey from the opposite side. On the third day, as he traversed the edge of a dilapidated city, Chu Yunhan witnessed a scene that left him utterly astounded. Initially intending to scavenge for supplies within the city, he stood atop a derelict building, gazing out. Before him, the ruins of the entire city were densely populated with zombies, resembling an endless sea of darkness that engulfed the land. Countless grotesque zombies mingled together, their roars echoing through the skies. From his vantage point, he estimated there were at least over 100,000 of them. Such a multitude of zombies was far beyond his current capabilities to handle. Even if they all extended their heads to him, he would be overwhelmed with exhaustion. Not to mention, within this horde lurked various terrifying mutated beings. He held his breath, stealthily retreating into the distance. Avoiding the zombie-infested sea. Chapter 27. Hell on Earth. 3 days after Chu Yunhan set out, the other 3 hunters from the Tower of Return, having learned from some source that the origin of this apocalyptic world might lie in the capital, began their journey toward it. After settling the 2 surviving women, Chu Yunhan cleared every small group of zombies he encountered along the way and finally halted to rest upon arriving at a seemingly intact farmstead. However, just as he prepared to enter, several sharp crossbow bolts shot toward him from the second-floor windows of the farmhouse. With a swift strike, he deflected the bolts, his gaze turning icy as he approached the farmhouse. The front door, encased in heavy iron, was securely locked from the inside. He charged forward, delivering a powerful kick that shattered the door, twisting the lock and sending it crashing to the ground. Inside, 3 men armed with machetes and crossbows stared in shock at the intruding Chu Yunhan. They trembled at the sight of the massive dent left in the iron door. Seeing Chu Yunhan's cold gaze sweep over them, the man in the center, holding a crossbow, hurriedly stammered, "We're sorry, we thought you were a zombie." Furrowing his brow, Chu Yunhan lowered the knife in his hand, ignoring the men as he turned to a nearby wooden table, retrieving 2 cans to begin eating. The 3 men exchanged glances, cautiously laying down their weapons while keeping a wary eye on Chu Yunhan. The man who spoke earlier returned from the room, carefully presenting a bowl of cooked meat before Chu Yunhan. "Big brother, this is beef from our farm, please give it a try, we have more if it's not enough." Chu Yunhan accepted the bowl with a quiet thanks, setting it aside as he continued to eat from the can. The other 2 men, witnessing this, sighed in relief and quietly retreated to the second floor. The man, seemingly relaxing his guard, sat on a nearby wooden chair, wearing a broad smile as he struck up a conversation with Chu Yunhan. "Big brother, where do you hail from?" "Nolan City." "Nolan City, that's quite far. Did you encounter those terrifying zombies along the way?" "Indeed, I eliminated them all." The man fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Big brother, where are you headed?" "The capital. The capital is still several hundred kilometers from here." "Would you like to rest for a while?" the man tentatively suggested. Chu Yunhan shook his head slightly, sensing the man's concern about him taking over the farm. "I will rest briefly and then depart." The man awkwardly chuckled, feeling relieved in his heart. After finishing his can, Chu Yunhan did not touch the meat the man had brought. Noticing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed the man's face. He gathered his belongings, preparing to leave. Originally intending to rest here for the night, he figured it unnecessary to disturb the current occupants. He could easily find another house to stay in. As he stepped outside, a faint sound echoed from upstairs. Suddenly, there was a loud thud, followed by silence. The man's expression shifted slightly as he awkwardly remarked, "That must be my wife accidentally bumping into something." Chu Yunhan glanced up at the stairs, but no figure appeared at the window. He then strode away. The man exhaled sharply, hurriedly closing the kicked-open door and bracing it with a wooden stick. A glint of cruelty flashed in his eyes as he rushed upstairs, in one of the second-floor rooms. Several naked women were chained to the wall, their bodies marred with various bite marks, burns, and bloodstains. Their eyes shone with a vacant stare, devoid of any spark of life, resembling mere shells of their former selves. Blood stained the floor, mingled with filth, emitting a foul odor. Nearby, another woman lay on the ground, blood streaming from her head, utterly limp. One of the men wielded a wooden stick, mercilessly striking the woman. The man who had rushed upstairs burst into the room. Seizing the limp woman by her hair and hoisting her up, he then slammed a fist into her face, causing blood to splatter. "You filthy whore, do you wish to end up like your dead husband?" Chopped up and served as food, seeing the woman slip into unconsciousness, he tossed her aside and stalked into the kitchen. Moments later, he emerged wielding a cleaver. "Bring her here, let us savor some fresh meat today." The other two men revealed sinister expressions as they dragged the unconscious woman before the knife-wielding man. The man's eyes gleamed with malice as he swung the blade toward the woman's hand. "Is this your so-called wife?" Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from behind the man. He froze in place, and before he could react, his gaze uncontrollably shot upwards to the ceiling, spinning several times before crashing to the ground. Consciousness fading away, the headless body crumpled heavily to the floor. Chu Yunhan wiped the blood from his knife, casting a frigid glance at the other two men. They stared in shock at their beheaded leader. Their bodies trembling involuntarily. A murderous aura enveloped Chu Yunhan as he flashed forward, the blade glinting, and both men fell to the ground, emitting piercing screams before falling silent. Chu Yunhan surveyed the hellish scene before him. And with a sweep of the void splitter, the chains binding the women were severed. The meat that the man had offered him was clearly not beef, igniting his murderous intent. It was not until dusk that the unconscious woman finally awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, terror flooded her eyes. Turning her head, she found herself lying in bed, a garment draped over her. Her mother and sister lay beside her, soundly asleep. Struggling to rise, she found no trace of the three devils. As she steadied herself against the wall and exited the room, she spotted a cold-faced stranger consuming several cans. Hearing the commotion behind him, Chu Yunhan turned to see her, and a scene from his past, when the lieutenant had saved him, flickered in his mind. "You're awake, your injuries are severe. Whether you survive depends on your resilience." The woman stood frozen in place, as if trapped in a dream. What about those three? I killed them." A look of disbelief washed over her face, fearing she had misheard. Moments later, tears streamed down her cheeks as she fell to her knees, wailing in anguish. Chu Yunhan watched in silence, gently shaking his head. Chapter 28, The Terrifying Mutated Tree. The next morning, when Chu Yunhan inquired about the women's experiences, he learned of their harrowing tale. The woman's family had once lived in bliss, running the farm together with her husband, accompanied by her mother and sister. When the virus outbreak occurred, they hoarded all the food on the farm, seeking refuge within its confines, due to its remote location. They managed to endure until 2 months prior, when the three men, driven by hunger, collapsed not far from the farm. Seeing them from above, the mother, moved by compassion, insisted on rescuing them, despite her husband's initial reluctance due to food shortages. He eventually relented under her persuasion. Three men expressed their heartfelt gratitude for the rescue provided by the family and pledged to leave after a few days of recuperation. However, as the days passed, they showed no intention of departing. The presence of 3 adult males drastically increased food consumption, soon leading to a dire shortage of provisions. Finally, one day, the woman's husband confronted the 3 men, stating that they must either leave or venture out to find food. The men nodded in agreement, promising to search for sustenance the following day. Yet that very night, under the cover of darkness while the family slept, the 3 men transformed into fiends. The woman's husband was brutally slain, and the woman along with her mother and sister were shackled with iron chains, subjected to the merciless torment of the 3 men. Even after the food was depleted, the woman's husband was treated as. From that moment on, the family lived in a hellish nightmare. It wasn't until the arrival of Chu Yunhan, who severed a crossbow bolt with a single strike, that the woman saw hope from the upper floor. As Chu Yunhan prepared to leave, the woman could no longer contain herself and weakly called out to him from the window. After hearing her plight, Chu Yunhan shook his head slightly. The existence of boundless kindness in a world on the brink of despair had already sealed their fate. When order disintegrates, humanity in the apocalypse resembles a descent into hell. Those soulless beasts reveal their dark and cruel natures, bringing endless despair and terror to their kind. The horror they inflicted surpassed that of zombies. After rejecting the woman's plea, he readied himself to depart, for the task of the ruins tower awaited his completion. He could not bear the consequences of failure. Hours after Chu Yunhan left, the older woman from the farmhouse leaped from the rooftop, her blood staining the ground, her eyes wide open in a final expression of profound regret. Approximately 300 kilometers from the capital lies a forest park, once a renowned tourist destination before the apocalypse. Each year, countless visitors flocked here to enjoy the beauty of nature. Now, the once bustling forest park lay shrouded in eerie silence. Not a single zombie roamed, nor were there any traces of mutated animals that occasionally appeared elsewhere. At the park's center stood a colossal fruit tree, towering several dozen meters high. Its sturdy trunk and lush green leaves formed a vast canopy, casting shade over a 100-meter radius. On its branches hung dozens of fruits the size of footballs. exuding an intense and peculiar fragrance that wafted through the air, reaching far beyond. A massive gray bird, with wings spanning several meters, caught a whiff of this enchanting aroma from afar, letting out a fierce cry. It soared swiftly towards the source of the scent, as though consuming the fragrant fruit would grant it evolution. Soon, the bird discovered the magnificent tree. It landed on a branch bearing the fruits and pecked at one. The skin split open, revealing the vibrant red flesh within, causing the aroma to intensify. Just as the bird prepared to feast, an unseen root suddenly struck with lightning speed. With a swift thrust, it pierced the bird's body. The root then began to writhe, producing bulges that traveled into the tree trunk. The bird's form rapidly withered, drained of all flesh and blood, leaving only a mere skin and scattered feathers. The tree quickly regained its tranquility, and the fruit's skin restored itself, as the intoxicating fragrance resumed its journey through the air. On his journey to the capital, whenever Chu Yunhan encountered zombies or mutated creatures he could manage, he slaughtered them all. The previous encounters had taught him that his current strength was insufficient to navigate this apocalyptic world with impunity. Numerous entities posed a threat to his existence. The enormous bird, for instance, was a clear indication that he was not yet its match. Before reaching the capital, he needed to continue enhancing his strength. In this world ravaged by a biochemical frenzy, even the mutated creatures were formidable. The source of the unknown virus could very well be beyond his imagination, thus he slowed his pace, purposefully eliminating various zombies to absorb their soul power. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. Their only flaw was the meager soul power gained from each killed. It wasn't until he was over 300 kilometers from the capital that he absorbed enough soul power, 5,000 points, for the ruins tower to present him with an upgrade prompt. He found a secluded spot, retrieved a tiger bone leopard fetus pill from the ruins tower's storage, and consumed it. His cultivation realm transitioned from bone refinement to marrow integration. Upon this elevation, a radiant glow emanated from his bones, and an overwhelming itch coursed through his body, making him wish to excavate his very bones. Yet, this sensation quickly transformed into an intense heat, as if the marrow within his bones had turned to magma, causing his entire body to flush a deep crimson. The immense vitality from the tiger bone leopard fetus pill was fully absorbed by his bones. After a prolonged period, the scorching sensation gradually subsided. Chu Yunhan, drenched in sweat, stood up, and his bones erupted in a cacophony of cracks. Feeling the surge of power coursing through him, a smile of delight spread across his face. With the advancement from bone refinement to marrow integration, not only had his physical strength significantly increased, but the regeneration rate of his vitality also surpassed previous levels. He struck his clenched fist against the adjacent wall with tremendous force, shattering it into fragments. Recalling his encounter with the massive zombie mutant, he was confident that should they cross paths again, he would undoubtedly overpower it. However, the most pressing matter was to swiftly enhance his abilities. Time was of the essence. For as time passed, the viral infection in this world evolved rapidly. He needed to elevate his strength to a level capable of confronting any situation in the shortest time possible. Chapter 29, The Survivor Gathering Place. While Chu Yunhan was fervently seeking out hordes of zombies to exterminate, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a convoy besieged by zombies. The convoy comprised around 50 individuals, each armed with firearms he had never seen before, their firepower rivaling the standard-issue Thunderfire rifles of the Daxia Dynasty army from his world. The roar of the vehicles likely attracted a horde of zombies numbering in the thousands. While scavenging for supplies in a vast market, they quickly found themselves encircled by the undead. They barricaded the market entrance with their vehicles and took cover atop them, firing incessantly at the advancing zombies. However, as two exceptionally swift mutated zombies emerged from the horde, the group began to falter. Their bullets failed to find their mark against these agile foes, and as the casualties mounted, the remaining 30 or so individuals had no choice but to retreat into the market. After observing the scene from a distance, Chu Yunhan no longer hesitated and charged into the fray. After days of killing, he realized that ordinary zombies posed no threat to him. His strength in the marrow integration realm, combined with his mastery of the Golden Bell Shield, had significantly enhanced his defensive capabilities. The sharp teeth and claws of ordinary zombies could not penetrate his resilient skin. Thus, he faced the horde with reckless abandon, his razor-sharp slice through the air, dispatching zombies that dared to stand in his way. The carnage soon drew the attention of all zombies in the vicinity. The two mutated zombies abandoned their pursuit of the group inside the market and charged directly at Chu Yunhan. One on the left and one on the right, the two figures lunged toward him in an instant. With an impassive expression, Chu Yunhan swung his blade, cleaving one of the mutated zombies in half. Then, with a powerful punch, he sent the other flying. Before it could rise, he swiftly maneuvered, severing its head in one fluid motion. He then turned and plunged into the sea of zombies to die in less than half an hour. Xu Yunhan had carved a path through the entire horde, leaving a carpet of dismembered zombie limbs in his wake. The group, having heard no sound from the zombies for a while, cautiously emerged to assess the situation. Only to be struck dumb by the sight before them. Among the heaps of corpses, a lone man was wiping his blade clean with a tattered piece of cloth. The aura of slaughter hung heavy in the air. A leader-like figure from the group cautiously inquired, "Excuse me, may I ask, did you kill all these zombies?" Xu Yunhan glanced at the man but did not respond. Turning to leave, the man hurriedly called out, "Master, would you like to come to our gathering place to rest? We have ample food and hot water." Xu Yunhan paused at the offer, considering that his recent scavenging had yielded little food. And the stench from his body after days of killing was unbearable. He yearned for a hot bath. Upon receiving his nod of agreement, the man appeared elated. He had never encountered a human capable of eradicating nearly 1,000 zombies with just a blade, including 2 remarkably swift mutated ones. If such a master could be invited back to their gathering place, their safety would undoubtedly increase several folds. Moreover, in this recent encounter with the horde of zombies, they suffered the loss of 23 individuals. With this formidable expert accompanying them on their return journey, their safety undoubtedly increased significantly. He harbored no doubts about Xu Yunhan being a malevolent character. Given Xu Yunhan's prowess, if he wished to seize their supplies, it would be a remarkably effortless endeavor. Although they possessed firearms, he did not believe that a master capable of slaying even the mutated zombies would be unable to evade their bullets. The surviving members hastily transferred all the supplies they had collected from the market onto their vehicles. However, upon witnessing their deceased comrades, a profound silence enveloped them, quietly gathering the weapons of their fallen friends. They returned to the vehicles. The assembly point for this group was situated in a hotel several dozen miles away. The hotel, a 12-story structure, was surrounded by barbed wire, with reinforced metal doors. The windows from the 2nd to the 5th floors were completely boarded up, presumably to prevent any mutated zombies from infiltrating through those openings. When the group returned to their gathering place, the sentinels on the rooftop spotted them from a distance. The heavy doors swung open, and 6 vehicles brimming with supplies slowly entered the hotel lobby. As Xu Yunhan alighted from the vehicle, 70 or 80 women and children swiftly surrounded the convoy, eagerly unloading the supplies. Upon seeing the leading man, several children rushed forward with exuberance and embraced him. After escorting Xu Yunhan to a suite on the 4th floor for rest, the man turned to leave. He enjoyed a refreshing shower in the suite's bathroom. Shortly thereafter, the man returned with a steaming bowl of food. Once Xu Yunhan finished his meal, the man began to describe the situation at the gathering point. His name was Yas, a former sheriff beloved by the residents before the apocalypse. After the outbreak, he led the sheriff's department to convert the hotel into a refuge while simultaneously rescuing the remaining human survivors. They had managed to endure through this bleak world thus far. Currently, the gathering point housed nearly 150 individuals, with over 80 being elderly women and children. The remaining few dozen men served as the guards of the refuge. Following the recent loss of 23 comrades, fewer than 50 guards remained. Fortunately, they had gathered an ample supply of resources, enough to sustain them for a considerable time. The only lingering concern was that their ammunition reserves were nearly depleted. A thought struck Xu Yunhan, prompting him to inquire about the cause of the virus outbreak. Yas wore a pained smile and shook his head, admitting he was uncertain of the specifics, only knowing that the initial infected appeared in the capital. The virus spread rapidly, engulfing the entire Federation before extending globally. Within 2 months, the federal government began to collapse, severing communications with other countries. After realizing that he couldn't extract any useful intelligence, Xu Yunhan shifted his focus to the distribution of zombies in the vicinity. He intended to remain at the gathering point for some time, using it as a base to systematically eliminate the surrounding zombies. Yas, as the sheriff, was well acquainted with the conditions within a 100-mile radius. Over the past year, he frequently led teams to scavenge for supplies and food, thus becoming particularly knowledgeable about the distribution of zombies. Yas produced a sheet of white paper and sketched a rudimentary map, meticulously marking the potential locations of zombie hordes within 100 miles. He also indicated areas where mutated zombies and aberrant creatures might be found. Xu Yunhan studied the map intently, committing all the information to memory. With the assistance of this map, he would no longer need to waste time searching for small zombie groups. He could simply follow the mapped routes to engage them directly. Chapter 30, The Death Trap for 3 consecutive days. Chu Yunhan thoroughly eradicated all small zombie groups surrounding the gathering point, having slain over 5,000 zombies in total. Only the outskirts of Binu City remained, which was an extension of the capital. Newman City, the lower-class populace laborers, and vendors from the capital had all been relocated to Binu City by the federal government, resulting in a population exceeding 1 million. Following the outbreak, as the apocalypse descended, the residents of Binu City began to flee en masse. Even so, the city still harbored at least 200,000 zombies, with countless mutated ones among them. Yas, the sheriff of the gathering point, had never dared to approach Binu City. Confining his activities to the vicinity of the small town where the gathering point was situated. As Chu Yunhan cleared the surrounding zombie groups, everyone from the gathering point joined him, following in his wake to scavenge the battlefield for supplies. Chu Yunhan gazed at the distant Binu City, recognizing it as the sole thoroughfare leading to the capital. The area was surrounded by mountains, and circumventing Binu City would necessitate traversing rugged terrain. However, Chu Yunhan had no intention of taking a detour. He needed to fervently enhance his strength before entering the capital, and the overwhelming number of zombies in Binu City provided the perfect opportunity for his growth. As time passed, he could distinctly sense the escalating strength of the various zombies. A sense of urgency weighed heavily upon him. Time was not on his side. After ensuring an adequate supply of food was left behind, Chu Yunhan instructed Yas and the others to return to the gathering point, as the upcoming battles were beyond their capabilities to partake. For the following period, Chu Yunhan, armed with a single blade, navigated the periphery of Binu City, methodically harvesting every zombie he encountered. Meanwhile, in another direction outside Binu City, 3 weary hunters trudged toward the city. After an extended journey filled with combat, the trio was utterly exhausted. A large black wolf returned from the distance, and a woman clad in animal skins closed her eyes momentarily, her face lighting up with joy. Ahead lay a park, seemingly devoid of zombies and mutated creatures. "Let us rest there for the night." The orc wielding a massive axe and the soldier in military attire nodded in agreement, their expressions filled with relief. The three traversed the wide stone path within the park and arrived at an abandoned cabin, where they settled down to rest. As dusk fell, the fatigued trio succumbed to sleep early. The once serene atmosphere of the park grew increasingly tranquil. In the early morning, the man clad in camouflage military attire was the first to awaken. He gently pushed open the cabin door and stepped outside in search of a clean water source. Before long, a strong and peculiar fruity aroma wafted through the air. The man's eyes sparkled with excitement as he followed the scent. Soon, he discovered a towering fruit tree standing in the center of a grassy clearing. The branches of the tree bore dozens of strange fruits, and the delightful fragrance enveloping the air emanated from these fruits. The man's eyes glimmered with surprise as he hurried toward the tree. However, when he was within 30 meters of the tree, he abruptly halted. It was only then that he noticed the thick trunk of the tree was surrounded by a multitude of fur and skeletal remains, littering the ground within a 10-meter radius, creating an exceptionally eerie and terrifying scene. At that moment, the man sensed something amiss. The entire park was astonishingly silent, even the sounds of insects had vanished. This unnatural stillness sent a chill down his spine, igniting an ominous premonition within him. After a brief moment of contemplation, the man decided to turn back. The tree was too strange, and risking his safety for some fruit was not worthwhile. However, as he retreated less than 10 meters, dozens of sharp, barbed roots suddenly erupted from the ground, lunging toward him. Terrified, the man exerted all his strength to flee, just when he thought he was gaining distance from the tree. More razor-sharp roots erupted from the ground ahead of him. Surrounded by 100 roots converging from all sides, escape was impossible. With a roar of defiance, the man drew 2 handguns from his waist and fired frantically at the encroaching roots. Countless bullets struck the roots with a cacophony of clattering sounds, yet they could not even pierce the outer layer. In the midst of his despair, dozens of roots plunged into his body from every direction. The man found himself suspended in midair, and within mere seconds, his entire body deflated like a punctured balloon. As silence returned to the surroundings, only a skin clad in camouflage and a pile of shattered bones remained on the ground. After some time, the woman and the orc, who had been asleep in the cabin, finally awoke. Soon, they realized that the soldier had vanished, and despite searching the area thoroughly, they could find no trace of him. Fear and unease enveloped them. The soldier's rifle was still inside the cabin. He would not have left without notice. The woman summoned the black wolf, which sniffed the rifle for any lingering scent before turning and sprinting toward the center of the park. The two exchanged glances and hurriedly followed the wolf. Before long, guided by the wolf, they arrived at the grassy clearing. They stood in shock at the sight of the enormous tree in the center. Meanwhile, the black wolf circled a pile of objects on the ground, growling softly. Alarmed, the two rushed over to examine what lay there, their faces blanching in horror. The skin on the ground, clad in camouflage, belonged to the missing soldier. This terrifying revelation sent chills down their spines. At that moment, they also recognized the unsettling nature of the massive tree ahead. The ground was strewn with fur and bones, creating a hellish scene that set off alarm bells in their minds. Reacting swiftly, they bolted in the direction from which they had come, upon realizing the grim sight of human skin and shattered bones. However, just as they sprinted less than 10 meters away, hundreds of barbed roots erupted from the ground in all directions, surging toward them in a relentless swarm. The orc, wielding dual axes, let out a ferocious roar and unhesitatingly unleashed his innate abilities. His entire being radiated a crimson glow as his muscles surged, swelling with newfound strength. The massive axe swept through the air, cleaving through dozens of obstructing roots, the bark splintering under the tremendous force. Oozing vibrant red sap, these roots emitted a cacophony of chattering sounds, as if they possessed life. Seizing the opportunity, the two individuals hastened their escape, dashing forward with fervor. The injured roots seemed to enrage the towering tree, which responded with a resounding rumble from the ground, erupting hundreds of sharp roots that lunged menacingly towards the pair. Upon witnessing this, the woman quickly formed a hand gesture, and the nearby black giant wolf transformed into a streak of crimson light, merging into her body. In an instant, her form expanded, her speed exponentially increased. With powerful thrusts of her legs, she surged forward, breaking free from the encircling roots. Chapter 31, Frenzied Cleansing. However, the orc's pace was far too slow, forcing him to watch helplessly as the woman escaped. With a thunderous roar of fury, he gripped his massive axe tightly, his body beginning to spin rapidly. The axe, propelled by the orc's movement, created an unending torrent of axe shadows. The clash of roots against the axe echoed, sending sparks flying. Hundreds of roots surrounded the orc, forming a colossal sphere. Suddenly, with a series of sickening sounds, several roots erupted from the ground beneath him, burrowing swiftly into his lower body. The orc emitted a heart-wrenching wail of agony, his movements slowing. Before he could react further, several roots surged from above, penetrating through his head, eyes, and ears. Within mere seconds, the orc's robust form withered away to a mere husk. With a clatter, his massive axe fell to the ground. The transformed woman, however, remained in peril. Roots continued to burst forth from the earth around her, charging towards her with relentless speed. As she saw dozens of roots emerging ahead, a flicker of despair crossed her eyes, yet, steeling herself, she formed intricate hand signs, creating a fleeting shadow of herself. Moments later, a mournful howl of a giant wolf echoed from within her. A blood-red aura enveloped her, doubling her speed just in time to evade the onslaught of roots. After fleeing nearly 100 meters from the giant tree, the relentless pursuit finally ceased. Trembling violently, she collapsed to the ground, spewing large quantities of blood, her vitality diminishing rapidly. Glancing back at the orc's tragic fate, a wave of dread washed over her. Upon entering this world, they discovered that the power levels had escalated to an E grade, vastly surpassing the F grade world they had previously experienced. Consequently, they formed a temporary alliance, facing countless dangers together, relying on one another to arrive at this moment. Yet, in this seemingly innocuous place, they had nearly met their doom. Her feelings were not of guilt or sorrow for the loss of her two companions, but rather the daunting challenge of completing the task at the ruins tower without their support. In a desperate bid for survival, she had sacrificed her summoned beast, narrowly escaping the jaws of death. Without her summoned beast's aid, she had lost her greatest source of strength before returning to the ruins tower. In a world of such elevated power levels, her only hope lay in locating the enigmatic figure who had departed alone. After the departure of that individual, they had followed the traces left behind. Believing that only under that figure's protection could she hope to return to the ruins tower alive, with determination, she rose to her feet and moved away from the horrifying locale, needing to find that figure for refuge. Meanwhile, Chu Yunhan was intently observing a terrifying and grotesque mutant approaching from a distance. His frenzied slaughter of zombies and mutants at the outskirts of Binu City had finally attracted the attention of a powerful presence within the city. A mutant stretching several dozen meters in length and 5 meters wide, was covered in grotesque faces, emitting mournful wails that instilled dread in all who beheld it. Its enormous head was adorned with layers of razor-sharp teeth. Resembling a colossal centipede faced with this monstrous abomination, Chu Yunhan had no choice but to proceed with utmost caution. Upon detecting Chu Yunhan, the mutant charged towards him at an alarming speed, with his right hand gripping his blade. He advanced rather than retreating, propelling himself forward with fierce determination. As the mutant opened its ghastly maw to devour him, he twisted his body, evading the lethal bite. He retaliated with a swift thrust of his blade into the mutant's neck. Propelling himself forward several dozen meters, the mutant's body was cleaved open, a foul liquid spilling forth from the gaping wound. The left side of the mutant's body was nearly severed, and the faces on its back wailed in torment. Chu Yunhan shook off the blood from his blade and lunged forward, striking with blinding speed, cleaving the mutant's massive form into several sections. The mutant writhed violently on the ground before curling into a motionless ball. The 300 points of soul power he absorbed left Chu Yunhan somewhat astonished. Despite the mutant's horrifying appearance, he had not anticipated it would be so easily vanquished. He had expected a monumental battle. Yet it had been resolved with a few precise strikes. After dispatching the mutant, Chu Yunhan ascended to the rooftop of a sturdy 5-story building he had previously selected as a battleground. Once atop, he retrieved 2 hollow steel pipes and began to strike them together, producing a resounding clang that echoed across the vicinity. Soon, the air was filled with the distant howls of countless zombies. A horde of dark figures emerged from every direction, rushing towards the source of the sound. Within moments, thousands of zombies encircled the building. Seeing this, Chu Yunhan discarded the steel pipes, drawing his blade and preparing for the oncoming wave. A throng of zombies surged up the stairs, filling the stairwell to capacity. As the mass of zombies charged forward, Chu Yunhan's expression remained cold as he swung his blade. The staircase quickly became obstructed with the corpses of the slain zombies. While more continued to push forward from behind, Chu Yunhan retreated a few steps, waiting for the next wave of zombies to press in before he began his counterattack. As time passed, the number of zombies gradually dwindled until the last one fell to the ground. Only then did Chu Yunhan, panting heavily and drenched in sweat, collapse onto the ground. Although the overwhelming number of zombies posed no real threat, the exertion had taken a toll on his stamina. It was only thanks to his mastery of the essence refinement stage that he could endure. Had it been in the past, he would have long since collapsed. After resting for a while, Chu Yunhan resumed his search for a suitable location to continue his efforts. The fierce battles persisted until nightfall, which proved to be far more perilous than the day. This left him feeling immensely fatigued. Both physically and mentally, his immediate goal was to find a place to rest for the night and resume his endeavors in the morning. Chapter 32. A tremendous surge. The sun slowly descended, casting shadows as night enveloped the land. The hotel security personnel at the gathering place spotted a figure approaching in the distance. When they raised their weapons in caution, they soon realized it was a living woman clad in animal hide. Not a zombie or mutant, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Upon entering the gathering place, the woman collapsed, succumbing to exhaustion. Meanwhile, Chu Yunhan was hiding in a basement, voraciously consuming food. After finishing his meal, he shed his blood-stained clothing and donned a fresh outfit. Leaning against the corner of the basement, he began to assess his gains. His soul power had reached a staggering 14,000 points. He had hoped to elevate his golden bell shield to a perfected state, but no such prompt appeared, indicating that his soul power was insufficient for a breakthrough. Reluctantly, he swallowed a tiger bone leopard fetus pill, spending 8,000 points of soul power to elevate his essence refinement stage from entry level to minor success. After this breakthrough, his strength increased by approximately 30%. The remaining 6,000 points of soul power were insufficient for further enhancement. After acclimating to his newfound power, he quickly fell into a deep slumber. The next day, to the southeast of Binu City, thousands of zombies, accompanied by dozens of mutated zombies, surged towards an 8-story building like a tidal wave. On the rooftop, blades flashed, and dismembered limbs flew through the air. After a considerable time, calm was gradually restored. More than an hour later, a similar scene unfolded in another district. This harrowing spectacle persisted for over a week before finally subsiding. Outside the gathering place, Chu Yunhan, dragging his exhausted body, approached slowly. Upon sighting him, the patrol team hastily opened the gates, with Yasi leading a group of several dozen to welcome his return. At that moment, Chu Yunhan exuded a palpable aura of menace, as if he had just emerged from the depths of hell itself. The crowd fell silent, overwhelmed by his presence, creating an oppressive atmosphere. It was only when Yasi broke the eerie silence that the tension lifted. "Sir, a woman came earlier. She said she knows you." Chu Yunhan looked at Yasi with surprise as a woman stepped forth from the crowd. It was one of the hunters who had descended into this world alongside him. Upon encountering Chu Yunhan, the woman was instantly overcome with tears, exclaiming, "Boss, my name is Kiali. I have finally found you. They are all dead, and I am left all alone. Please, allow me to follow you. I am willing to do anything." Chu Yunhan furrowed his brow and bluntly replied, "I do not wish to carry a burden. You should remain here and wait until I deal with the source of the virus." With that, he disregarded the pitiable Kiali and turned to enter the hotel. Behind him, Kiali, wiping her tears, froze momentarily, filled with resentment and helplessness. Chu Yunhan's refusal to protect her left her devoid of any courage to venture to the capital. After losing her spirit beast, her strength had vanished entirely. The only option left was to await Chu Yunhan's return from the task at the Tower of the Abyss. However, once the task was completed, her contribution would undoubtedly be minimal. Upon returning to the tower, her evaluation would likely be dismally low, and her rewards significantly diminished. Regrettably, Chu Yunhan paid no heed to her plight, completely unmoved by her distress. Over a week of effort, combined with the previous accumulation of over 6,000 points, had brought Chu Yunhan's soul power to approximately 50,000. Without hesitation, he expended 20,000 points to elevate the Golden Bell Shield from minor success to great success. After cultivating the technique, his physical defenses had ascended to an entirely new level, far surpassing what could be achieved by merely breaking through several minor realms, were it not for the existence of the Golden Bell Shield. He would have been incapable of navigating through the tide of corpses. For safety's sake, enhancing the technique was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Unfortunately, the remaining 30,000 soul points were insufficient for another upgrade. Once the Golden Bell Shield reached great success, his overall physical defense had significantly improved. Even when struck by the sky-splitting blade on his arm, it only left a minor scratch. As for ordinary iron swords, they left not a single mark. Chu Yunhan even had Yas shoot at him multiple times with a handgun, and under the astonished gazes of onlookers, the bullets merely left a few red marks on his body. Had it not been for the continuous fire on the same spot, even his skin would have remained unbroken. Only high-powered rifles could pierce his skin, with the bullets lodging in his muscle. Unable to penetrate further, the remainder of his soul points was entirely devoted to elevating his realm. The 30,000 points directly advanced his minor success in the Essence Fusion realm to the entry level of the Blood Transformation realm. The only miscalculation on Chu Yunhan's part was that the 2 remaining Tiger Bone Leopard Fetus pills were insufficient to compensate for the blood and energy depletion caused by his consecutive advancements. As a result, upon breaking through to the Blood Transformation realm, his internal energy was excessively drained, leaving his body in a state of extreme weakness. After consuming the purchased basic stamina recovery potion, he barely regained a modicum of strength, preventing him from collapsing entirely. Following his breakthrough into the Blood Transformation realm, the blood within him began to boil. The it thickened, resembling mercury, after resting in the gathering place for a full 3 days. Consuming 7 to 8 pounds of meat at every meal, and nearly depleting the canned meat collected there, he finally managed to recuperate somewhat. However, he faced an awkward dilemma: without new pills or substantial nourishment, his strength could not be further enhanced. As his realm improved, the consumption of his body escalated rapidly. If he were to force another advancement, his body might collapse under the immense strain. Furthermore, upon returning to the Tower of the Abyss, he would need to continue seeking pills with greater potency than the Tiger Bone Leopard Fetus pills to satisfy his ever-increasing consumption. After resting for an additional 2 days in the gathering place, Chu Yunhan's body finally returned to peak condition. Feeling the immense power coursing within him, he was able to set aside his previous anxieties. Throughout this period of combat, he had noticed a marked increase in both the strength and speed of the zombies as time progressed. This realization cast a shadow over his prospects of heading to the capital to resolve the source of the virus. Fortunately, with the assistance of his innate talent, the spirit execution, his rate of enhancement far surpassed that of the infected beings. Initially, he had believed that gaining strength in this world would be exceedingly difficult. Killing a single zombie yielded only a small amount of soul power, and even slaying a formidable mutated creature would net him only 200 to 300 points. Yet, he had overlooked the sheer abundance of zombies in this world. There were so many that he could not hope to kill them all, and the slaughter seemed endless, as their numbers accumulated to a certain extent. The quantitative change led to a qualitative transformation. This significant boost in strength solidified his resolve to seize the opportunity and diligently accumulate soul power. Otherwise, once he entered the next world, such an opportunity might never arise again. Chapter 33, The Burning Tree. After recuperating, Chu Yunhan was bolder than before. Armed with a single blade, he charged directly into the heart of Binu's city. The entire city was thrown into chaos, with countless zombies emerging in a dense, dark wave resembling a black sea surging towards him like a tsunami. The roars of the undead echoed throughout the city, a deafening sound that even those in the gathering place could distinctly hear. All the inhabitants cowered in their rooms, trembling in fear from the earth-shattering cries, fully aware that the cause of this chaos was the man who resembled a god of war. In that moment, Chu Yunhan seemed to them like an angel sent by the divine to deliver them from their plight. In this boundless despair and terror of the apocalypse, he would sweep away all evil and rescue Carrie Land and Star from the depths of hell. However, at that very moment, in the center of Bennu's city, the divine messenger in their eyes, the war god Chu Yunhan, was desperately fleeing. "Damn it, I got too cocky," he muttered under his breath, sprinting with all his might. The sky-splitting blade slicing through the encroaching zombies, the rapid enhancement of his strength and the dramatic increase in his physical defenses had instilled him with confidence, leading him to believe he could sweep through the entire city with ease. It was only when he found himself besieged by over 100,000 zombies that he realized he had somewhat overestimated his capabilities. Over 100,000 zombies, coupled with several thousand mutated ones, taught him the lesson of a multitude of ants can bring down an elephant. Even if he were made of iron, such a horde could still crush him into scrap, with no other choice. Chu Yunhan decisively fled. After several arduous hours of navigating through the zombie-infested sea, he finally managed to escape Bennu's city. Finding a deserted house, he collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. This encounter felt like a cold bucket of water dousing his head. The arrogance and pride that had surged from his rapid power increase evaporated in an instant, returning him to a state of calm reflection. He realized that the zombies' rate of power enhancement had accelerated significantly. At least 50% higher than when he first arrived in this world. He had initially fantasized about finding the virus source in the capital and taking his time to eliminate the zombies. Planning to make a massive haul and accumulate soul power for years to come, he envisioned returning to the Tower of the Abyss with hundreds of millions, even billions of soul points, allowing him to sweep through all realms. With such abundant soul power, he, once a mere insect in the Xianyang continent, would be able to effortlessly defeat even the most powerful of alien monarchs. Unfortunately, given the current rate of enhancement among the zombies, confronting a horde would make survival exceedingly difficult, let alone harvesting souls on a global scale. At this moment, he could no longer afford to wait. He had already wasted enough time. The situation regarding the virus source remained a mystery to him. If he continued to squander time eliminating zombies, the virus source might evolve to a level beyond his capacity to contend with. Resolute, Chu Yunhan prepared himself and set forth towards the capital. Within less than an hour, he arrived at an unusually tranquil park. The air carried an intriguing scent of fruit. Curiously, he sought out the source, hoping to discover some rare treasure. Upon reaching the center of the park, he beheld a towering tree, several dozen meters high. Its branches bore numerous large fruits, exuding a potent aroma. Surrounding the tree was a carpet of various biological remains, both human and zombie, littered with fur and shattered bones. This scene revealed to him that these so-called fruits were likely traps set by the tree to lure in prey. However, he remained puzzled about the tree's method of attack. Thus, Chu Yunhan gathered several large stones nearby and hurled them forcefully at the peculiar tree. Bang! The stones struck the trunk, and to Chu Yunhan's astonishment, dozens of thorny roots erupted from the ground, shooting towards the tumbling stones. Fist-sized rocks were shattered upon impact. Amused by this spectacle, Chu Yunhan quickly devised a plan. Soon, he dismantled several small wooden cabins in the park. Collecting the lumber, he hurled large bundles of wood around the base of the tree. Hundreds of roots shot skyward, pulverizing the timber that fell upon the trunk. Moments later, the shattered wood formed a substantial circle. Encircling the tree, Chu Yunhan retrieved the matches that Yas had gifted him. Igniting a bundle of clothes intertwined with the wood before tossing it onto the pile. In no time, a fierce blaze erupted, illuminating the sky with its fiery glow. The inferno crackled and hissed as it consumed the strange tree. Countless roots emerged from the earth, reaching towards the flames. The roots of the once invincible tree have now encountered a formidable foe. Not only were they unable to extinguish the raging inferno, but even the roots themselves began to ignite. In a matter of moments, hundreds of roots snapped under the searing flames, cascading to the ground. The tree's lush branches and leaves also succumbed to the blaze. Dozens of large fruits fell from the tree, their charred skins oozing bright red liquid, exuding a pungent odor. The fire raged on for an extended period until the towering tree finally collapsed with a thunderous crash. Its immensely thick trunk reduced to charred remnants, wafting wisps of black smoke. However, what puzzled Chu Yunhan was that he had not absorbed a single fragment of soul power. Thus, he approached the heap of blackened charcoal, reminiscent of a small mountain situated 100 meters away. Upon locating the trunk of the peculiar tree, he swung his blade, sending charcoal flying in all directions. It was only when he nearly severed the trunk that he revealed a spherical, bizarre creature enveloped in a translucent gelatinous substance at its core. This peculiar being, roughly the size of a human head, had countless red filaments sprouting from its surface, embedding themselves into the branches of the tree. A glint of cold ruthlessness flashed in Chu Yunhan's eyes as he raised his hand and cleaved the creature in half with a single stroke. An overwhelmingly intense stench immediately filled the air. From the bisected mass flowed a bright red liquid, revealing numerous unfamiliar organs quivering within. Chu Yunhan picked up several burning logs from the side and tossed them onto the two halves of the creature. And soon an abhorrent odor wafted through the air. In his mind, a surge of soul power emerged, totaling an astonishing 2,000 points. Chu Yunhan had not anticipated that slaying this entity would yield such a substantial amount of soul power. He flicked the red liquid off his blade and continued on his journey towards the capital. Chapter 34. The bizarre capital. Chu Yunhan stood at the entrance of the main roadway into the capital city of Numan. His face etched with vigilance as he gazed at the eerily silent metropolis before him. Unlike other cities, which should have been overrun by zombies, this capital was hauntingly quiet, as if all undead and mutated beings had vanished without a trace. This abnormal sight heightened his wariness. As he cautiously stepped into the city, all the towering skyscrapers stood in utter stillness. He searched several buildings, yet found no signs of life or discovery. Reluctantly, he pressed onward towards the city center. The entire capital of Numan spanned nearly 5,000 square kilometers, and after a long trek, he finally reached the true urban area. The cityscape was littered with crumbling ruins and countless vehicles collided in a chaotic tangle. Obstructing every thoroughfare, the splatters of blood on the ground seemed to narrate the despair and death once experienced by the city's inhabitants. Strangely, there were no visible corpses or remains, not even a single zombie. It was not until Chu Yunhan arrived at a grand theater that he sensed something amiss. The square in front of the theater was riddled with deep craters, and scattered throughout were colossal mechanical vehicles he had never encountered before. The massive cannons and heavy steel armor bore testament to the formidable power and danger of these weapons, yet they now lay in ruin, reduced to heaps of scrap metal. As he cautiously entered the vast theater, he found the ceiling had completely collapsed. Within the expansive hall, a multitude of trees had formed a colossal circular structure resembling an oversized nest. In the center of this immense nest lay three towering black eggs, each several meters high. Chu Yunhan climbed into the nest to scrutinize the three giant eggs, noting their stark difference from any he had previously seen. The eggshell appeared to be forged from black metal, gleaming with a metallic luster. He drew his riftbreaker blade and struck forcefully, leaving only a slight crack on the surface. A fierce glint ignited in Chu Yunhan's eyes as he summoned all his strength. A flash of cold light coursed through the air as the riftbreaker blade came crashing down upon the eggshell. With a resounding crack, the hardened shell split open, unleashing a torrent of viscous red and yellow liquid that spilled across the ground. Moments later, his expression brightened, realizing this egg had granted him 1,000 points of soul power. Without hesitation, he shattered the other two eggs as well, absorbing a total of 3,000 points of soul power. With that, Chu Yunhan decided against lingering and turned to leave the enormous nest. After venturing several miles towards the city center, the day began to fade into twilight. He sought refuge in a two-story house by the roadside, intending to wait until morning to continue his journey. Just as he finished a few cans of food, a piercing shriek echoed through the sky. Startled, Chu Yunhan rushed to the window to investigate. Soon, a massive shadow swept across the ground. Looking up, he saw a dark cloud racing towards the city center. In the dimming twilight, he could vaguely discern a supergiant bird soaring through the air. Its wings spanning dozens of meters, the creature emitted a series of sharp, ear-piercing cries that left his ears ringing. Chu Yunhan's expression shifted. He surmised that the commotion was likely due to the three giant eggs he had destroyed. He felt a wave of relief, grateful for his swift retreat, knowing that encountering such a terrifying creature would have made escape nearly impossible. That night, the once silent city erupted into chaos. The center of the city resonated with the sounds of colossal roars and shrill cries. It was evident that the supergiant bird had misinterpreted something, engaging in a fierce battle with another terrifying monster in the heart of the city. The cacophony persisted until deep into the night. Gradually fading away, after a considerable time, the giant bird returned to its nest, though it appeared to have suffered severe injuries. The following morning, Chu Yunhan emerged from the house, invigorated, and resumed his journey toward the city center. As he passed by a bookstore, he discovered a detailed map of the capital city of Numan. After reviewing the routes, he redirected his course towards the location of the Federal Academy, according to prior information. It was the excavation of some relic by a professor from the Federal Academy that had triggered the apocalyptic virus sweeping across the globe. If he could reach the Federal Academy, he might uncover some clues. The academy was not far from his current location, prompting him to quicken his pace. After more than an hour, a vast complex of buildings came into view. This was once the Federal Academy. However, the academy now lay in an unusual silence, with its structures appearing remarkably intact, seemingly untouched by destruction. Yet, as Chu Yunhan searched through half of the academy, he suddenly heard a noise. In a flash, He dashed into a nearby building. As he kicked open the door to a room, he found an elderly man seated at a dining table, a plate of glutinous food in hand, eating heartily. Upon witnessing Chu Yunhan burst in, the old man seemed taken aback, causing the plate to clatter to the floor. Chu Yunhan was momentarily stunned. He had not expected to encounter a living person in this desolate city. When the old man realized he was in the presence of another human, he too appeared bewildered, astonished that anyone could still survive in such a terrifying place. He promptly closed the door and took a seat before Chu Yunhan. "Who are you?" the old man countered with a question of his own. "Who are you? How have you survived until now?" Chu Yunhan furrowed his brow and drew his rift-breaker blade, thrusting it into the table with a resounding thud. The old man's expression changed, and he swallowed hard, promptly answering Chu Yunhan's inquiries. My name is Chris, a professor at the Federal Academy. Do you know of an archaeology professor? He excavated a relic before the virus outbreak. Upon hearing this, the old man's face stiffened, his expression growing peculiar. I suppose I am the archaeology professor you mentioned. Chu Yunhan's eyes brightened, pressing for more information. What exactly did you excavate? Where did the virus come from? The old man glanced at the blade on the table, and promptly began recounting the events that led to the outbreak. A year ago, he had received word that a circular stone structure had been unearthed while someone was excavating a foundation in the suburbs of the capital city. Chris had then taken his students to investigate. After several days of digging, a massive stone construction resembling a monastery emerged. This strange edifice had no entrance, surrounded entirely by colossal stones. Ancient inscriptions adorned the stone walls, which, after being translated by numerous professors specializing in ancient languages, revealed a dire warning: the eternal demon of evil is sealed here. The being that opens the seal will incur the curse of the gods. Hell shall return to the mortal realm. The tragedy of Elia's destruction shall be replayed. The curse of eternal life will shroud the world. Chapter 35. The curse of eternal life. After this warning was translated, everyone abandoned the thought of opening the structure. Professor Chris immediately resolved to rebury the massive stone building. Throughout the long history of Karalandan Star, thousands of years ago, Elia had been a civilization of unparalleled splendor. Countless exquisite artifacts and written records unearthed from various locations testify to the prosperity of the alien civilization. Yet, at some point, it seemed as though this civilization had vanished abruptly, leaving a gap in history. No records could explain what had transpired to cause the brilliant Elia to fade into obscurity. After reburying the stone structure, Professor Chris reported the curse inscribed on the stone wall to the federal government. Hoping to secure the area and prevent any further excavation, however, what he never anticipated was that the two words eternal life inscribed in the curse would, like a spell, captivate the keen interest of high-ranking officials and members of the federal government. Disregarding his vehement objections, the federal government forcibly excavated the colossal stone structure, mocking him for his superstitions and his belief in an ancient curse. Upon unveiling the structure, they discovered an altar upon which rested a mysterious metallic artifact. This metallic creation resembled a diminutive triangular pyramid engraved with arcane runes that enveloped its surface. The entire metallic pyramid was seamless, devoid of any fissures. The federal government promptly dispatched troops to secure the site and transported this metallic pyramid back to the research institute. The following day, the federal government summoned countless scholars and professors to decipher the secrets of the metallic pyramid, among them the elder Chris. Yet, no one could comprehend the meaning of the runes adorning the pyramid. The research made no headway, and the federal government gradually grew impatient. Thus, they resorted to forcibly cutting open the metallic pyramid. At the moment of its unveiling, all present were astounded. Inside lay a gigantic heart. Still pulsating, this revelation plunged everyone into a frenzy of astonishment. A heart sealed for thousands of years was astonishingly still alive. Did the fabled eternal life truly exist, or did this heart belong to a deity? The federal government immediately ordered a blackout on the news while commencing their study of this immense heart. Soon, through the extraction of blood and tissue from the heart, they discovered an unprecedented virus. This virus possessed extraordinary activity, able to enter a dormant state without any nutrients, yet upon receiving nourishment it could rapidly replicate in a matter of moments. The researchers conducted live experiments using mice, discovering that as long as the virus was present, even deceased mice maintained an extraordinary vitality. However, the researchers could not ascertain whether the mice, despite their lifelessness, retained consciousness. To validate this, they began experiments on death row inmates. They executed these criminals, then injected the virus into their corpses and observed the subsequent changes. Remarkably, every executed criminal resurrected, yet, upon revival, they did not exhibit the expected behavior. Instead, they had lost all cognitive abilities and responsiveness to the external world. The virus merely preserved their physical vitality. Consequently, they proceeded to conduct experiments on living subjects. The outcome was disheartening, as all inmates injected with the virus gradually lost their sanity, displaying extreme aggression. This result left the federal government deeply disappointed. Researchers began to shift their approach, attempting various methods to induce mutations and evolution in the virus. Everyone hoped to discover a perfect virus that could maintain the vitality of aging, damaged bodies without compromising mental faculties. If such a perfect virus could be cultivated, humanity would achieve true immortality. Humanity would ascend to the status of deities, impervious to injury and death. This ideal virus proved to be an irresistible temptation for the upper echelons of the federal government and its legislators. Particularly for some elderly ailing members whose desperation for the perfect virus reached a frenzied level. Several major conglomerates within the Federation were equally eager for the emergence of this flawless virus. Not only did it promise boundless wealth, but it would also grant them eternal dominion over riches and status. Thus, experts from various fields, biology, medicine, and virology, were summoned to the capital for extensive research on the virus. During the research, the virus mutated multiple times. Though the resultant strains still fell short of their aspirations, the investigation persisted until one fateful day when the virus underwent a catastrophic mutation. The previous virus could only spread through bodily fluids. But this new variant was airborne. Initially, researchers remained oblivious to this change. It was only when a significant number of personnel at the institute began exhibiting symptoms of infection that the federal government recognized the gravity of the situation. By then, it was too late to contain the outbreak. The virus had already spread, with the families and neighbors of the researchers exhibiting symptoms of infection. Soon, the entire capital was inundated with a multitude of infected individuals. The vaccines developed against the virus became ineffective after its mutation, and the mutated strain proved far more terrifying. Those infected with the mutated virus experienced severe skin necrosis, their bodies contorting grotesquely under the influence of the virus. Meanwhile, the original viral core, that enormous heart, evolved in a manner incomprehensible to all. The viral core seemed capable of controlling all the viruses spawned from it. All infected researchers were consumed by the viral core. Becoming its sustenance, the research institute transformed into a nightmarish hellscape. The sole silver lining was that the mutated virus lost its airborne transmission capability within a short time, reverting to transmission through bodily fluids. With a population of over 2 million in the capital city of Newman, more than 70,000 individuals were infected, while the others either perished in chaos or fled the city. The number of survivors dwindled to an alarming degree. Most terrifying of all was the observation that the viral core appeared to be in a state of constant evolution. Every few months, a surge of zombies and mutated creatures would spontaneously converge upon the location of the viral core, only to be devoured and converted into nutrients. This pattern persisted until half a month ago, when the last batch of zombies was consumed, explaining the absence of any zombies throughout the capital. The only unaffected beings were the mutated organisms infected by the virus, which seemingly retained their original cognitive abilities and rationality. Humanity's pursuit of the perfect virus had manifested in previously inconspicuous creatures. An ironic twist of fate that felt like a cruel jest from the heavens. It was, without a doubt, a profound irony. Chapter 36, The Viral Core. Although the elder Chris did not participate in the subsequent research efforts, he remained steadfast in his belief that the warnings etched upon the stone walls were no mere jest. Thus, upon sensing that something was amiss, he promptly sought refuge in the underground food storage of the Federal Academy. Regrettably, his family resided in their hometown, far from the capital, and he dared not venture back into the zombie-infested world to search for them, relying on the vast reserves of provisions in the underground storage. He managed to survive until now. After hearing the elder Chris's account, Chu Yuhan immediately discerned that the source of the virus in the task concerning the Tower of Return must be the viral core. However, he now faced a daunting challenge. This viral core, having evolved over such a long duration, especially after consuming over 1 million zombies throughout the capital, had likely surpassed Chu Yuhan's wildest imaginings in terms of power. Yet, this also left him perplexed. The Tower of Return rated this world as E-level. Logically, if the highest combat strength in this world was the colossal superbird he had previously encountered, he could understand that. After all, with his strength, he was not incapable of challenging it. But what level of power could a viral core, having evolved for over a year and consumed over 1 million zombies, possess? Even a cursory thought would reveal that the strength of this viral core could not possibly be compared to E-level. So why did the Tower of Return deem this world merely E-level? given the tower's terrifying capacity to eradicate the multiverse, such an oversight seemed implausible. The only possibility was that this so-called viral core had undergone some transformation that Chu Yuhan could not comprehend. Now, he needed to ascertain the specifics of the viral core situation. Only then could he devise a means to eliminate this source of the virus. After Chris marked the location of the research institute on the map, Chu Yuhan set off immediately. The institute lay on the opposite side of the city, a considerable distance from the Federal Academy. He dared not waste any more time, for if the viral core evolved once more, his mission would likely become untenable. The consequences of failure, given the ruthless nature of the Tower of Return, were something he was unwilling to risk. After an entire day of frenzied travel, he found himself approaching the research institute. At that moment, a thunderous cacophony of battle erupted from a distant area. Ascending a tall building, he beheld the superbird engaged in a fierce struggle with an immensely large beast. This creature towered over 10 meters. Its body covered in golden fur, sporting two horns atop its head, resembling a colossal lion with antlers. The two behemoths appeared to have engaged in a brutal confrontation. The superbird bore several massive wounds on its wings from the beast's bites, copious blood oozing forth, while its abdomen bore deep gashes. Conversely, the beast's back was marred by the superbird's sharp talons, blood saturating its entire body. The beast's massive head had also been punctured by the superbird's beak, leaving several gaping holes, and nearby structures crumbled under the ferocity of their clash. And Chu Yuhan watched intently from a distance, captivated by the brutal spectacle of their combat. Once they were severely wounded, he would undoubtedly seize such an opportunity, unhesitatingly slaying the two colossal beasts. After the two titans battled fiercely for half a day, they did not fight with the desperation that Chu Yunhan had envisioned. Instead, they lowered their flags and retreated, dragging their injured bodies far away. Chu Yunhan hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided against seeking trouble with them for the time being, given the strength of the two giants. Attempting to vanquish them would likely come at a significant cost. Unless they were critically injured and weakened, he was not willing to take the risk, especially with an unknown viral entity awaiting his resolution. After a night's rest, Chu Yunhan finally arrived at the site of the research institute the following afternoon. The towering 20-story building had completely vanished, replaced by an enormous, over 40-meter-high circular black entity standing in the vast expanse. The surface of this colossal object was riddled with large vein-like structures that pulsated and contracted, resembling a gigantic living organism. Chu Yunhan stared in astonishment at this bizarre creature, finding it entirely different from his preconceived notions of the viral entity. He had anticipated a particularly terrifying monster, yet what lay before him resembled a biological structure. Standing before this eerie being, he felt as minuscule as an ant faced with this enormous viral entity. He was at a loss as to where to begin. Drawing his rending skyblade, Chu Yunhan attempted to strike the surface of the viral entity, inflicting several deep gashes. The black exterior was torn open, revealing a dense network of biological tissue within, from which some viscous fluids and tissues fell. However, these strikes seemed akin to an ant biting an elephant, eliciting no reaction from the viral entity whatsoever. Frowning slightly, Chu Yunhan began to strike with greater vigor. The brilliance of his blade flashed continuously, each swing carving a substantial wound into the surface of the viral entity, with viscous fluids and shattered biological tissue littering the ground. It was only when he managed to create a gaping wound several meters wide that the viral entity finally reacted. The massive circular being began to writhe violently, with red liquid coursing rapidly through the vein-like structures adorning its surface. Suddenly, a 10-meter-tall circular passage opened up on the surface of the viral entity. Peering inside, he was met with an array of bizarre tissues. Before long, a grotesque creature, nearly 3 meters tall and coated in slime, emerged from the passage. This humanoid monstrosity appeared exceptionally terrifying, its enormous mouth filled with sharp fangs, and its arms adorned with a pair of massive, razor-like claws. Its body was covered in a multitude of blood-red eyes, with rows of bony spines protruding from its back, while a nearly 2-meter-long, spine-covered tail trailed behind it. Chu Yunhan fixed his gaze on this creature, his expression grave and brimming with vigilance. Upon sighting Chu Yunhan, the creature lunged forward with the speed of a released arrow, accompanied by a pungent odor, its sharp claws aiming directly at him. With a frigid glare, Chu Yunhan swung his rending skyblade to intercept the incoming claws. The creature's claws were severed in a single stroke, and with a twist of his body, he executed a sweeping arc with his blade, delivering a heavy blow to the creature's body. The creature was sent flying several meters, crashing to the ground with a massive wound carved into it, crimson liquid gushing forth from its multitude of eyes. Just as Chu Yunhan prepared to deliver the final blow, his expression shifted abruptly. And he sprang back. Several razor-sharp bony spines shot through the air, embedding themselves into the ground where he had just stood. After narrowly dodging a few more spine projectiles, Chu Yunhan propelled himself forward. Positioning himself before the creature. In a flash, he struck once more with his rending sky blade. With a resounding clang, a bony tail intercepted the blow, causing sparks to fly as the blade met the tail. Surprisingly, the creature's tail remained intact. With a swift kick, Chu Yunhan struck the creature's body, causing a burst of blood to erupt as it was sent flying several meters away. The downed creature appeared grievously injured. Convulsing on the ground, he stepped forward decisively, severing the creature's head with a single stroke. After slaying the beast, he absorbed a mere 100 points of soul energy. The creature's strength left him perplexed. Despite its fearsome appearance, it seemed significantly weaker than he had anticipated. However, Chu Yunhan soon comprehended the situation. From the previously opened massive fleshy passage of the viral entity, one grotesque creature after another began to surge forth. Cursing under his breath, he realized that this viral entity resembled a biological factory, continuously producing monsters. It then dawned on him why the Tower of the Return had raided this world at E-level. The viral entity's evolutionary trajectory was not as he had assumed, focused on individual strength. Instead, it functioned like a biochemical nest, inexhaustibly generating biomonsters. The countless zombies it had consumed had become the raw materials for the nest's production. In a matter of seconds, dozens of biomonsters erupted from the fleshy passage. Upon spotting Chu Yunhan, the monsters raised their spines in unison, unleashing a barrage of spines toward him. His expression shifted as he swiftly wielded his rending sky blade. Forming a semicircular barrier of blades before him, clangs echoed as countless spines were severed and fell to the ground. Yet Chu Yunhan's countenance darkened with intensity once the swarm of biomonsters had exhausted their spines. He charged into their midst like a piercing arrow. The air was filled with the glint of his blade and the splatter of viscous blood as he unleashed an assault reminiscent of a demonic warrior from the depths of hell upon the biomonsters. After what seemed like an eternity, he had slain all the biomonsters that had emerged from the biochemical nest, yet he remained vigilant, his gaze fixed firmly on the circular passage. As expected, within minutes, a new horde of biomonsters surged forth. With a furious roar, Chu Yunhan charged once more into the fray. As dusk fell, the ground before the biochemical nest was littered with the corpses of monsters. After a grueling half-day of intense combat, he was utterly exhausted, panting heavily and covered in wounds from the spines. Although his strength allowed him to dominate the biomonsters, he could not fathom how long this slaughter would continue. His stamina was nearly depleted. Yet the biochemical nest seemed unaffected, continuously producing bio-monsters. No matter how he struck at the core of the nest, it appeared impervious to harm. Understanding that he had to leave today, lest he be worn down by the relentless onslaught of the biochemical nest, he decided to depart without hesitation before the next wave of monsters emerged. That night, Chu Yunhan concealed himself within a building, gazing at the enormous shadow in the distance, feeling a headache coming on. The massive form of the biochemical nest posed no real threat to him with his current strength, while it continued to produce biomonsters without pause. Without a particularly effective strategy, it seemed nearly impossible to eliminate the nest. The following day, Chu Yunhan refrained from further engaging with the biochemical nest and returned to the Federal Academy to seek out Chris. Upon hearing Chu Yunhan's account, Chris was left utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that the viral entity had evolved into a massive biochemical factory. If allowed to continue its evolution unchecked, who knew what terrifying monsters it might produce in the future? It was clear that without sufficiently powerful weaponry, it would be impossible to confront this colossal nest. Determined, Chu Yunhan resolved to return to the gathering place to see if Yas and the others could devise a way to harness the power of this world to assist him in eliminating the biochemical nest. Chris managed to find an intact vehicle on the street, and together they set off toward the gathering place. By the time they arrived, it was already the next day. After learning of Chu Yunhan's intentions, Yas pondered for a moment before proposing a solution. The only weapons we currently possess are rifles, and our ammunition is quite limited. If that creature is truly as large as you claim, our current firepower might not be sufficient to harm it, unless we can locate some heavy weaponry. Before the apocalypse, a military unit was stationed in the capital, Newman City. If we could find their military base, we might discover what we need. Chris's eyes lit up at this revelation, eagerly nodding in agreement. Indeed, there was a military presence in Newman City, but after the viral outbreak, that unit suffered devastating losses. I know their base is located on the outskirts of the city. There should be what you need. Energized by this prospect, Chu Yunhan urged everyone to move swiftly. The biochemical nest was continuing to evolve. And they had little time to spare. After Yas organized the affairs of the gathering place, he set out with over 60 guards in a vehicle alongside Chu Yunhan, leaving only the elderly, children, and a handful of guards behind. The following day, as the group arrived at the military base located on the outskirts of the city, they found the entire facility deserted, with remnants of battle strewn across the ground. Chris, his face alight with excitement, exclaimed, "This is the place, let us venture inside. We might uncover some heavy weaponry." Chapter 38, The Method to Annihilate the Mother Nest. Upon entering the military base, the group discovered that the buildings were riddled with bullet holes, evidence of fierce combat that had once erupted here. After a brief search, it became apparent that the base was devoid of any personnel, and even the zombies that had been a common sight elsewhere had vanished. Dozens of individuals immediately began to disperse in search of anything of value, until, half an hour later, someone stumbled upon a massive iron door leading underground. The door was completely sealed, with an electronic keypad at its entrance. Yet no one knew the code. Chu Yunhan scrutinized the formidable iron door, realizing its thickness made it nearly impossible to breach by force. He then approached the adjacent wall and struck it with a mighty punch. The immense force created a circular indentation in the wall, yet it remained unbroken. The wall was far sturdier than he had anticipated. Reluctantly, he resorted to using the rending blade to meticulously chip away at the bricks surrounding the indentation. Laboring for half an hour before finally hewing out a passage. As they entered, they discovered an exceedingly long corridor that descended deep underground. At the end of the passage lay an immense chamber, filled with numerous items resembling small mountains, all covered with tarpaulin. Upon unveiling the tarpaulin, they found an array of fuels, military uniforms, canned goods, firearms, military trucks, bullets, and shells. Strikingly absent were any heavy artillery pieces capable of launching shells or other substantial weaponry. Despite a thorough search of the entire military base revealing nothing, the group quickly replenished their firearms and ammunition in the underground warehouse. After some contemplation, he instructed Yas to fill over 10 trucks with various fuels and shells. After activating the switch to open the iron door, they drove the trucks outside the base, leaving the remaining supplies in place to be utilized once Yas and the others relocated their gathering point here. After a period of rest, the group set forth in their convoy of trucks towards the location of the mother nest. However, midway through their journey, they encountered an obstruction. Before them loomed the colossal beast that Chu Yunhan had previously battled alongside the supergiant bird. Standing over 10 meters tall, it had evidently been drawn by the sounds of the convoy and approached, clearly viewing the group as potential prey. A chill ran across Chu Yunhan's face as he ordered the others to retreat. Charging alone towards the beast with his blade in hand, the creature swiped at him with a massive claw, clearly underestimating the diminutive human. Before in a moment of agility, Chu Yunhan propelled himself into the air, severing a significant portion of the beast's forepaw with a single strike. Only then did the beast realize that this human posed a genuine threat. A flicker of fear crossed its eyes, and as if incensed by Chu Yunhan's attack, it opened its massive jaws, revealing a mouthful of razor-sharp fangs, and let out a thunderous roar, preparing to pounce. As Chu Yunhan landed, poised to meet the beast's assault, an unexpected turn unfolded. The creature, displaying remarkable intelligence, disregarded its wounded paw and fled in the opposite direction. His expression stiffened, astounded, as he watched the beast, in an instant, cover over 100 meters, given its gargantuan size. It was evident that it was determined to escape, and he could do nothing but watch as its silhouette gradually faded from view. The gathering had been equally astonished by Chu Yunhan's prowess. The sight of such a massive mutated creature had instilled despair among many, as they recalled their previous encounters with mutated beings, such as the 2-meter-tall mutated dog that had claimed 7 or 8 lives before it was finally slain. In contrast, this creature, towering over 10 meters, seemed impervious to the rifles in their possession, which could not even pierce its hide. Yas too was profoundly taken aback. He had known Chu Yunhan was formidable, yet this was beyond his expectations. The fact that such a terrifying super mutant had chosen to flee before him felt surreal. Chu Yunhan scoffed, "Consider yourself fortunate to have escaped." When the group arrived at the location of the mother nest, they found that its appearance had undergone significant transformation. The towering biomother nest, now standing at 40 meters, had burrowed itself over 10 meters underground. The previously black, mucus exterior had developed layers of scale-like armor. Moreover, the several meter-long wounds he had inflicted had completely healed, and the remains of the hundreds of biomonsters he had slain had vanished without a trace. The once 10-meter-wide flesh passage had shrunk down to 5 meters. He immediately understood that the biomother nest was undergoing a significant evolution. He instructed the others to stack all the shells and fuels from the trucks around the biomother nest. As they meticulously transported the materials, The biomother nest seemed to sense impending danger. Its massive 30-meter-long body began to convulse violently, prompting Chu Yunhan to position himself at the entrance of the 5-meter-wide flesh passage, blade at the ready. The others, recognizing the urgency, swiftly maneuvered the military trucks into position around the biomother nest. Yas, accompanied by several individuals, opened barrels of fuel and began dousing the ground with it, creating a trail leading away from the biomother nest. Soon, a horde of biomonsters surged forth from the passage. Unlike before, the newly emerged creatures had shrunk to around 2 meters in height, their claws transformed into lethal bone blades, their once blood-red eyes were now replaced with a chitinous shell. As the biomonsters charged towards Chu Yunhan, who stood firm at the passage entrance, they swung their bone blades at him. He met their assault with a downward slash of the rending blade, producing a resounding clang as it struck the bone blade, leaving a gaping notch but failing to sever it. His right leg became a blur as he delivered a powerful kick to one of the biomonsters, sending it sprawling to the ground. Though it quickly regained its footing, Chu Yunhan's expression grew grave. These new biomonsters were significantly stronger than their predecessors. It would no longer be a simple task to dispatch them with ease. As more and more biomonsters poured from the mother nest, he resolved to retreat into the flesh passage, bottlenecking them within. With the passage only 5 meters wide, he could effectively contend with 3 biomonsters at a time, making the ordeal far more manageable. After engaging in combat for over 10 minutes within the blood passage, he heard Yasa's voice calling out from a distance. They had completed their preparations and were now awaiting his withdrawal from the vicinity of the mother nest. Responding without hesitation, he turned and sprinted away, while the biomonsters relentlessly pursued him, streaming forth from the flesh passage. Chapter 39. Complete annihilation. Once Chu Yunhan had lured the hundreds of biomonsters several hundred meters from the mother nest, Yas and his companions ignited the trails of fuel they had spilled on the ground. Flames erupted, racing along the trails toward the biomother nest. Recognizing the impending explosion, Yas and the others revved their engines and sped away. The combined explosive power of the fuel and shells aboard the 10 military trucks was sufficient to flatten everything within a radius of several hundred meters, even at distances exceeding 1,000 meters. The shockwave from the massive explosion would be fatal. Fortunately, igniting the shells would require some time, allowing them to distance themselves by several thousand meters. The flames spread rapidly, consuming the fuel in mere seconds as they reached the stockpiled barrels and shells beside the biomother nest. Boom! A tremendous fireball erupted, engulfing the area in a fiery crimson glow. Chu Yunhan felt the intense heat wave surging from behind, startling him into a full sprint. The biomonsters in pursuit seemed to sense the danger threatening their mother nest and began to veer towards it. As the biomother nest writhed in the inferno, it sensed its impending demise. Its towering 30-meter body began to secrete copious amounts of mucus while shrinking rapidly. The scale-like armor on its surface darkened, glimmering with a metallic sheen in the firelight. However, the sheer volume of fuel they had amassed was overwhelming. Countless gallons of fuel enveloped the biomother nest in flames, filling the air with a pungent odor of charred flesh. Thick black smoke billowed into the sky. The shells piled beside the nest and on the military trucks began to glow red under the intense heat. Minutes later, the red-hot shells detonated. Boom! A colossal mushroom cloud billowed into the sky. The deafening explosion reverberated throughout the entire region, shaking the ground beneath them. A massive shockwave radiated outward from the site of the mother nest, flattening everything within a radius of several hundred meters in an instant. The shockwave shattered windows of buildings several kilometers away. At that moment, the entire city of Newman could witness the soaring flames and hear the earth-shattering detonation. In the city of Newman, the colossal superbird and the monstrous beast trembled in fear from the explosion, swiftly taking flight to escape the city. Meanwhile, Yas and the others had already fled several kilometers away at the moment of the blast. They too were shaken by the tremendous shockwave, struggling to maintain their footing as a deafening ringing filled their ears. At that moment, although Chu Yunhan had sprinted over 1,000 meters, he was nonetheless toppled to the ground by the force of the explosion. His clothing was torn to shreds, and his back bore scorched marks. Fortunately, his physical defenses were sufficiently robust, otherwise, he would have sustained severe injuries. Once he regained his composure and turned to look back, he saw that the once mighty biochemical nest had been obliterated, reduced to a sky of scattered flesh. The hundreds of biochemical monstrosities returning to the nest had also been turned to ash in the explosion. Strangely, the Tower of Ruins did not provide a prompt indicating the completion of the task. After nearly an hour of waiting, the massive flames gradually subsided. Chu Yunhan hurried back to the site of the biochemical nest for inspection. At the center of the explosion, the ground within a radius of several hundred meters was carpeted with charred remnants of flesh. Each step he took produced a squelching sound. The location of the biochemical nest had been entirely leveled, leaving only a vast pit measuring about 100 meters in diameter. Chu Yunhan began to search meticulously. The lack of a completion prompt from the Tower of Ruins led him to wonder if the biochemical nest had somehow survived such a terrifying explosion. However, despite his exhaustive search, he found nothing. He scoured the area within several hundred meters, but aside from the burnt remains, he did not encounter even a single intact entity. After waiting for another hour with no results, Chu Yunhan reluctantly decided to leave. Half an hour later, he emerged from a nearby pit. Upon reaching the explosion's epicenter and surveying the surroundings, his expression darkened. Damn it, it truly is gone. As nightfall descended, a chilling wind swept through, scattering the charred remnants around the center of the explosion. Beneath the ground, 10 meters deep, a massive red flesh orb 2 meters in diameter writhed with unnatural vigor. After a while, the gigantic red orb began to grow translucent, as if being absorbed by some unseen force. Suddenly, a pair of pale hands ripped through the now transparent orb. A woman, perfectly resembling a human, emerged naked from the flesh. Dozens of crimson veins cascaded from her navel. As she slowly opened her eyes, her pupils were pitch black, devoid of any emotion, resembling a mere automaton. Then, the woman seized the flesh orb, tearing it into countless fragments, which she consumed entirely, as if her slender form concealed an insatiable abyss. After devouring all the flesh, she waved her hands and began to burrow through the soil above, ascending toward the surface. Eventually, the charred ground was excavated, and the woman crawled out from the depths. Sensing the presence of air, she inhaled deeply and walked towards the distance. Finally, "It's about time you emerged. Damn it, I've been here enduring this stench and the wind all day. You were so adept at hiding. Why not now?" Chu Yunhan's figure appeared before the woman, blocking her path. The woman stared at him for a considerable time, as if sensing something. The previously emotionless gaze suddenly revealed a flicker of fear. Her slender and delicate body began to tremble in the cold wind. Chu Yunhan clicked his tongue, intrigued as he scrutinized her bare form. The fear in the woman's eyes dissipated somewhat at that moment. As if memories of ancient times surged within her mind, her ample bosom involuntarily heaved, creating a wave of pristine white. Then, a blinding light reflected in her dark eyes, and she collapsed to the ground. Chu Yunhan shook the blood from his blade and murmured to himself, to think that such a towering biochemical nest could condense into this ghastly form. In an instant, cold light flickered as the blades rained down upon the creature until it was reduced to mere pulp. After a while, the carnage on the ground began to quiver. Then, a bucket of fuel poured from above, drenching the remains. A match fell, igniting an explosive blaze that engulfed the remnants, sizzling until they were completely charred. At that moment, the voice of the Tower of Ruins finally resonated in Chu Yunhan's mind. Task: Biochemical Frenzy. Task difficulty: E. First, identify the source of the Caroline Star virus outbreak. Second, annihilate and eradicate the virus source. Preserving the spark of civilization on Caroline Star. Congratulations, Hunter Tianfa, for independently completing all tasks. You are about to return to the Tower of Ruins. Please prepare for your return. Moments later, a ripple passed through, and Chu Yunhan vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, a woman within the gathering place bore a look of shock before disappearing from the room. The only remnant in the room was a faint echo. Tianfa? Divine retribution, perhaps. Chapter 40, Exchange Mall. A pure white light illuminated Chu Yunhan's form from the exclusive room of the Tower of Ruins. Almost instantaneously, the wounds that marred his body were restored. A massive light screen gradually materialized in the void. Hunter returning to the exclusive room of the Tower of Ruins. Task: Biochemical Frenzy. Task World, Caroline Star. Task difficulty: 2 stars. E. Task completion level. Note: the rating ranges from E to SSS, calculated based on the hunter's specific performance. Rewards from the Tower of Ruins are being tallied. Rewards: Reika Automatic Rifle X1, A-Class Origin Crystal X1, Merit X3, Storage Space 1 cubic meter. Reward: Origin Power 3500. All rewards have been stored in the storage space. Please check them at your convenience. The hunter's next task will commence in 30 days. The hunter may choose to temporarily return to their own world. The hunter must return to the Tower of Ruins before the task time elapses. Otherwise, the Tower of Ruins will directly obliterate the hunter. Note: the exchange mall of the Tower of Ruins is now open. Please check it at your leisure. Upon viewing the task settlement information on the light screen, Chu Yunhan's expression darkened slightly. The biochemical frenzy task was entirely accomplished by him alone, yet the final completion level was merely a dash. It appeared that the discount in completion level was due to the final kill of the biochemical nest leveraging the explosion. Was the Tower of Ruins encouraging all hunters to complete tasks using their own strength? At this moment, the light screen in the air began to shift. The exclusive exchange mall open. Point 1. The currency for all items in the mall is solely origin crystals. 2. The mall only allows the exchange of corresponding level items with the same level origin crystals. Point 3. All items exchanged in the mall are bound to the soul of the exchanger and cannot be shared or traded with other hunters. For once an item is exchanged in the mall, it cannot be refunded or replaced. Hunters are advised to exchange cautiously. Point 5. The items in the mall are limited to those within the hunter's affiliated system. 6. The items in the mall are refreshed randomly upon each return of the hunter, limited to 5 items. Point 7. The items in the mall range from F to SSS. Higher tier items have a lower refresh rate. 8. Origin crystals can be split but not synthesized, at a ratio of 1. 2.9. Items in the mall can be actively refreshed using origin power, with the first refresh costing 1,000. And each subsequent refresh costing double the previous price. After reading the exchange mall's instructions, Chu Yunhan began to examine the items within the mall carefully. As he opened the item list, the first item left him utterly astonished. 1. Bishui Yuming Gun, Weapon, Level, S. Description: forged from the depths of the Yellow Springs using 9 layers of Inshu iron tempered with the fires of the Inferno, infused with the blood essence of ghostly immortals. Taking a century to complete. On the day of its completion, demonic flames surge, and its fearsome might shakes the world. Exchange price: 1 S-class origin crystal. Just reading the description, he knew this was undoubtedly an extraordinary weapon. Regrettably, its exchange price was equally extraordinary. Chu Yunhan shook his head in disappointment. Such a formidable weapon was far beyond the reach of a novice at the first level, even if he could exchange it. It would be a weapon he could not wield. It could very well harm him before it harmed others. What a pity for such a stroke of luck. Point 2. Mingguang Armor, Level, F. Description: crafted from high-quality steel. Weighing 80 pounds, with strong defensive capabilities. Exchange price: 1 F origin crystal. Point 3. Blood Demon Pill. Level, E. Description: consumes all vital blood, transforming it into explosive power, significantly enhancing combat capability, lasting for 100 breaths. But leaves the user in extreme weakness afterward. Point 4. Ancient Incense. Level, E. Description: calms the mind and clears the heart, rendering one impervious to ghostly temptations. Burning time: 15 minutes. Exchange price: 1 E-level origin crystal. 5. Refined Iron Sword. Level, F. Description: a standard long sword among martial artists, forged from refined iron, weighing 12 pounds. Exchange price: 1 F origin crystal. After reviewing the items in the mall, Chu Yunhan shook his head. Aside from the first item, the Bishui Yuming Gun, which he could not afford, the other 4 items were of little use to him, while the Mingguang Armor was steel-forged. Its defensive capabilities offered only marginal improvement over his current Golden Bell Shield, rendering it somewhat redundant. The Blood Demon Pill was merely a one-time use item, likely leaving him incapacitated afterward. As for the Ancient Incense, although its duration was short, it might still prove useful in the realm of spirits. However, to dismantle an A-grade source crystal for such a trivial matter only indicates that he has lost his senses. After all, the hints from the Tower of Return suggest that source crystals can only be dismantled and not synthesized. The fine iron sword. Very well, I shall give it to him, though he seems to find it cumbersome. It appears that I must wait for the next refresh of the marketplace to see if there are any desirable items available. After closing the exchange mall, Chu Yunhan began to tally his gains from the recent biochemical frenzy task. Having expended all his soul power to elevate the Golden Bell Shield to perfection, he progressed to the initial stage of blood transformation. He then acquired 2,000 points by slaying that peculiar tree and another 3,000 points by shattering 3 giant eggs. In total, he had vanquished over 340 biochemical monsters in the biochemical nest. Currently, he still possessed more than 40,000 points of absorbed soul power. Without hesitation, he enhanced his body refinement technique to the consummate stage of the Golden Bell Shield. Distinct from other cultivation techniques, the body refinement technique boasts an additional complete realm at each level. The Tower of Return rewarded him with 3,500 points of source power, bringing his total to 4,810 points. Furthermore, he received a Reika automatic rifle, an A-grade source crystal, and 3 points of merit. The Reika rifle could be sold outright, and he could exchange the source crystal for something more suitable once the marketplace refreshed. As for the 3 merit points, they would be used to elevate his hunter rank. To ascend from a first-tier hunter to a second-tier 1, 10 merit points were required, which he currently lacked. After accounting for all his gains from this task world, Chu Yunhan turned and exited his private room, making his way to the shared plaza. The plaza was bustling with activity, as countless hunters engaged in transactions. Chu Yuhan did not wish to waste too much time setting up a stall to sell his items, although doing so might yield a higher sale of source power to those in need. He approached a shop at the edge of the plaza and sold the Reika rifle, rated at 69 points, for 400 points of source power. At a restaurant run by humans, he spent 1 point of source power on a sumptuous meal. He then visited the shop where he had previously purchased the tiger bone leopard fetus pill. Of this establishment, known as Yudenfang, was one of the few in the entire plaza that sold pills from the Grand Dao Xin Tian system. The counter displayed a variety of pills. After some hesitation, Chu Yuhan chose not to buy the tiger bone leopard fetus pill again. Although it only required 500 points of source power, it no longer met his needs for vitality replenishment during breakthroughs. Instead, he inquired with the shopkeeper about any superior vitality replenishing pills. Chapter 41. Returning to the real world, the shopkeeper's eyes brightened, and he quickly retrieved a blood-red pill from the counter, placing it before Chu Yuhan. The Xian blood pill, primarily made from the blood of a century-old exotic beast, combined with aged ginseng angelica and white peony, it is undoubtedly an exceptional vitality replenishment pill for practitioners of the Grand Dao Xin Tian system. Chu Yuhan nodded and directly asked, "How much?" The shopkeeper's expression brightened, and he eagerly replied, "The crafting of this pill not only requires expensive materials, but also has a very high failure rate. I operate on a low margin, high volume basis, so it's 4,000 points of source power each." Upon hearing the price, Chu Yuhan turned to leave. The shopkeeper was taken aback and hurriedly called out to him, "Wait, although this pill is a bit pricey, it is indeed worth the cost. How about you make an offer?" Chu Yuhan paused, turned back to the shopkeeper, his gaze laced with a hint of mockery. "Do you take me for a fool? How much source power do you think one can obtain from a task world? Not to mention, I have yet to see another hunter from the Grand Dao Xin Tian system. At most, I will offer you 1,500 points each. If you refuse, feel free to let them gather dust." The shopkeeper chuckled awkwardly as Chu Yuhan's words struck a nerve. In his previous trial within the immortal demon Dao system, he had barely survived to receive a B-grade reward. He had chosen alchemy among countless B-grade techniques, hoping to amass source power through pill making to enhance his strength. However, he soon discovered a painfully awkward truth: his lack of talent limited him to crafting only low-grade pills. These low-grade pills could only replenish vitality, offering little utility to the hunters of the immortal demon Dao system. Only newly initiated practitioners required vitality replenishing pills, and once they advanced to the Qi refinement stage, such replenishment became unnecessary. The Xian blood pill, being a premium vitality replenishing pill, was utterly beyond the reach of newcomers. It was most suitable for practitioners of the Grand Dao Xin Tian system. The issue was that the trials for the Grand Dao Xin Tian system and the Tower of Return were among the most perilous of all. Few hunters managed to successfully pass through these trials. Those who had originally existed had already ascended to the second level. The batch of Xian blood pills he had previously crafted had become unsellable. Finally encountering a new practitioner from the Grand Dao Xin Tian system like Chu Yuhan, he naturally hoped to profit handsomely. However, he had not anticipated that this newcomer would be so difficult to deceive. If he failed to sell them this time, they would remain in his possession, and his own strength would inevitably be affected, making the next task world all the more challenging. The shopkeeper, resigned, quietly confessed, "I want to hide it from you. The crafting cost for the Xian blood pill is 1,700 points of source power. I can offer them at 1,800 points each, or else I'd rather feed them to my spirit beasts." Chu Yuhan pondered for a moment and chose not to press the issue further, recognizing that this price was likely the shopkeeper's bottom line. 3 Xian blood pills for 5,200 points of source power. "This is all I possess. If you agree, we have a deal. If not, then so be it." The shopkeeper gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. After purchasing the Xian blood pills, Chu Yuhan found himself devoid of all source power. He had no reason to linger in the shared plaza any longer. Upon returning to his private room, he first assessed his current situation. Hunter, Heavenly Punishment Talent, Spirit Slayer Soul Power, 119 Title, None Rank, 1, Merit 310, Technique, Body Refinement Technique. Eternal Catastrophe Body, Upper, Body Refinement, Golden Bell Shield. Perfect Realm Items, Rift Cutting Blade, Primary Cell Repair Potion, A-Grade Source Crystal, Xian Blood Pill. 3 Realm, Minor Completion of Blood Transformation. Source Power, 0 space, for cubic meters. After organizing his situation, Chu Yuhan called upon the Tower of Return to transport him back to his own world, on Water Blue Star in the Day Summer Dynasty, Jiangnan Province, in the second floor of an old house in Yomen Town. Chu Yuhan suddenly appeared in his bedroom. It felt as if all he had experienced in the Tower of Return had merely been a dream, yet, feeling the vast power within him, he understood that his future would lead him into an entirely unknown realm. After changing into fresh clothes, he stepped out onto the street. The familiar sights reminded him that his roots would forever be within the day-summer dynasty of Water Blue Star. Not long after, his old subordinates came looking for him. Leading the group was a man named Sang Biao, who, upon spotting Chu Yuhan from afar, shouted, "Brother Han, where have you been all this time? The brothers have searched everywhere for you. Boss, you suddenly appeared a few days ago, and all the debts owed have been collected, totaling 20,000 gold yuan. Please confirm." He then handed over a large bundle of cash. Chu Yuhan did not take it, shaking his head as he looked at these brothers who had followed him for many years. "From now on, we shall no longer inhabit the same world, Sang Biao. I have something of great importance to attend to, and I will have little time for you all. You have been with me for so long. You and the brothers can divide this money. From now on, I entrust this group of brothers to you." Sang Biao was momentarily stunned, disbelief etched across his face. Chu Yuhan patted his shoulder and turned to leave. Behind him, Sang Biao stared at the retreating figure, opening his mouth yet saying nothing. Chu Yuhan slept for a full 2 days at home, allowing his previously taut nerves to finally relax completely. Only in this world could he let down all his defenses and truly unwind. However, on the 4th day after returning to the real world, the patrols from the Law Enforcement Bureau came knocking at his door. In an old house in Yong'an Town, several corpses lay sprawled in the living room. The table was littered with empty liquor bottles and prepared dishes. The entire living room was splattered with blood, resembling a slaughterhouse. The dismembered bodies had their limbs severed and piled to one side, their abdomens were sliced open, and entrails were strewn about. Chu Yuhan stood outside the police tape erected by the Law Enforcement Bureau, his complexion ashen as he surveyed the scene. "Brother Han, which deity have you offended? Such a grave vendetta. The coroner says they were all dismembered while still alive." The captain of the patrol, dressed in uniform, fixed a cold gaze on Chu Yuhan. "The neighbors say you met just 4 days ago, and then this happened. Don't tell me you know nothing." This case had even alarmed the county magistrate. "You cannot bear the weight of this. It would be best to clarify the situation promptly so we can protect you. You must understand, you could very well be the next to be killed." Chu Yunhan's countenance was shrouded in gloom as he cast a sidelong glance at the captain of the patrol, before turning on his heel and striding out. A flicker of ire flashed in the captain's eyes as he pivoted to issue orders to the other patrol officers. "Notify all personnel to set up surveillance near Chu Yunhan's residence tonight. The murderer is likely to seek him out. Furthermore, investigate if he has offended anyone recently." Chapter 42, The Arbiter of the City of Finality. As night fell, Chu Yunhan lay upon his bed, gripping the riftbreaker knife as if anticipating the arrival of an unwelcome visitor. However, as dawn broke, there was naught but silence. The patrol officers, who had kept vigil throughout the night, were utterly exhausted, stifling yawns as the first light of day illuminated the sky. Noticing the sun had risen, yet the murderer had not made an appearance as anticipated, the captain reluctantly ordered everyone to disband, planning to return for another watch after sunset. Once the patrol officers had departed, a glint of malevolence flickered in Chu Yunhan's eyes. Moments later, the iron door of his room creaked open without a sound. A middle-aged man entered, his features twisted with mockery and hatred. Upon laying eyes on Chu Yunhan, the man's eyes blazed with a fierce light, though he refrained from launching an immediate attack. Instead, he slowly seated himself on the couch by the bedside, gazing at Chu Yunhan with wild laughter erupting from his lips. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. "Boss Han, you remember me, don't you?" With a look of bewilderment, Chu Yunhan inquired. "Boss, you? Surely you couldn't have been the one to kill Sang Biao and his associates?" "Indeed, in the past, I was incapable," you retorted vehemently. "I merely borrowed 10,000 gold from you, and within a few short months, it ballooned to 20,000. You lot drove me to the brink of despair." Chu Yunhan furrowed his brow. "When you came to me, destitute, seeking a loan, I made it abundantly clear. Repay within half a month with a mere 10% interest, or it would double after that. Yet, that is of little consequence now. That I am curious, by what means did you manage to eliminate Sang Biao and his men?" At this, veins throbbed on Yu's forehead, his eyes turning crimson with a deep-seated fury as he declared, "Do you comprehend what I have endured? Do you know what hell is like? I do, for I clawed my way out of hell. Scum like you will never grasp how I survived my return to this world. The other insects have already been sent to their doom. Now it is your turn." As he spoke, Yu's body began to swell grotesquely, his visage contorting in a horrifying manner. His shirt tore apart, revealing arms that morphed into razor-sharp crimson bone blades. A flicker of astonishment crossed Chu Yunhan's gaze as he fixated on the swirling black brand emblazoned upon Yu's chest. Seemingly aware of Chu Yunhan's scrutiny, Yu coldly proclaimed, "This is the mark of hell. and you are unworthy even to enter." With that, he prepared to dismember Chu Yunhan with cruel intent. Is this the mark of the city of finality? Chu Yunhan's words left you momentarily speechless. How do you know of the city of finality? Rising to his feet, Chu Yunhan mused, so I am not the only one chosen in this world. He had always believed that he was the sole individual selected by the Tower of Ruins. Yet here was another chosen by the city of finality. In the small town of Yong'an, two individuals had simultaneously entered the primeval realm. If that were the case, then surely many more had been chosen throughout the vast Xia dynasty. It was a rare encounter to meet a fellow native of the primeval realm, and he had hoped to exchange information, yet it seemed that opportunity would present itself again in due time. No sooner had he spoken than a flash of lethal light sliced through the air. Yu's arms were severed at the shoulders, blood gushing forth. And the next instant, Chu Yunhan delivered a forceful kick, sending Yu crashing through the wall behind him. Yu lay on the ground, his bones shattered, a flicker of terror in his eyes as he shrieked, "How is this possible? Could it be that you are also?" Ignoring him, Chu Yunhan advanced, knife in hand to wait. Weakened before he could finish, Yu's head was sent flying, rolling lifelessly to the floor. After ensuring the scene was devoid of evidence, Chu Yunhan seated himself at the head of the bed, contemplating the implications of this encounter. If even the small town of Yong'an had two individuals selected by the primeval realm, how many might there be throughout the entirety of the Xia dynasty? Yet, he had never heard of any news concerning those chosen. Was this phenomenon a recent development or something that had long been established? Despite his strength being considerable among newcomers, what if someone else had entered the primeval realm before him, possessing even greater power? How would he contend with that? It seemed that he must exercise caution even in the real world. After all, aside from the trials of the system, he had only traversed a single task world. Even with the aid of his unique talent, the speed of his cultivation far surpassed that of others, yet his time for growth had been painfully brief, too brief to risk any recklessness. Furthermore, did the Xia dynasty possess knowledge of the primeval realm's existence? If so, what stance would they adopt towards the executors of the primeval realm, as one of the most formidable empires of Waterblue Star? The Xia dynasty boasted a population nearing 1 billion and an expanse of millions of square kilometers. The number of strong individuals within the empire was staggering. He had often read about the empire's formidable figures in the newspapers. The National Guardian sect's head, Yu Xuanji, had once slain nearly 1,000 Wolf Rider mechanical troops of the Baiman royal court at the border with a single sword strike, forcing the right-hand king of Baiman back. The imperial chancellor Huzhan Tai Yuxuan had commanded the heavens during a year of drought, causing torrential rains to descend upon the capital from the star bathing platform with but 9 words. The Xia dynasty's national guardian prince and martial prince, Huangfu Tianjue, could alter the very landscape with a mere gesture, as if he were a deity upon the earth. Moreover, the Xia dynasty's military was composed of several million troops, armed with devastating weaponry. The standard-issue Thunderfire rifles possessed a firepower that even exceeded the firearms he had encountered in the biochemical frenzy task world, not to mention the terrifying Thunder God cannons he had heard tales of. Each executor of the primeval realm, after undergoing a task world, saw their strength augmented. Having faced life and death in those task worlds, how many could resist various temptations upon returning to the real world, maintaining their composure, like you, who, upon gaining power, eagerly sought to cruelly annihilate those who had wronged him? Such individuals as you would not be the first, nor the last. As the saying goes, a hero treads the path of sin. Once wrongdoings proliferated, with executors committing murder and theft, the Xia dynasty would undoubtedly take action. Given the strength of the Xia dynasty, should they pursue these executors, his days would be fraught with peril until he fully matured. Thus, until he possessed sufficient strength, the only means of survival was to remain low-key. Chapter 43, the Jing'an Division. On that day, the patrol officers of the Law Enforcement Bureau continued their watch near Chu Yunhan's home. However, after an entire week of vigilance, no anomalies had arisen. This left the patrol captain in a state of perplexity. Logically, after the brutal slayings of Sang Biao and his companions, their next target would undoubtedly be their leader, Chu Yunhan. Yet, despite the passage of time, there was not a whisper of activity. Could it be that this affair bore no relation to Chu Yunhan at all? After several more days of surveillance, the patrol was reluctantly forced to abandon their post in search of new investigative leads. Qinglian County, which comprised 5 towns and boasted a population of over 300,000, included Yong'an Town among its ranks. Historically, Yong'an had never witnessed such a heinous crime, and the incident was the talk of the entire county. The Law Enforcement Bureau's inability to resolve the case had left the populace in a state of anxiety. Fearing that the deranged murderer might soon invade their homes, the county magistrate found himself beleaguered by the pressures stemming from this case. Ultimately, under considerable duress, he escalated the matter to the Jing'an division of the Langya prefecture. The Jing'an division was an enforcement agency established by the Xia dynasty across various provinces and prefectures, directly overseen by the imperial court, wielding authority even over the governors of major provinces. The Jing'an division was tasked with addressing significant criminal cases, overseeing national affairs, and serving as inspectors to quell civil unrest, espionage, and all cases that local enforcement agencies could not handle. The Jing'an division was a presence many dared not mention within the Xia dynasty. Typically, even the most grievous of crimes would not be reported to the Jing'an division by local law enforcement, for once the Jing'an division intervened, the situation would spiral beyond the control of local governments and law enforcement agencies. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, the county magistrate hesitated to report to the Jing'an division. However, with rumors swirling throughout the county and towns, the populace gripped by fear, and the law enforcement bureau still at a standstill. He realized that if things continued in this manner, he might soon find himself replaced as magistrate. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to report to the Jing'an division, entrusting them with the case to restore peace among the citizenry. Upon receiving the magistrate's telegram, a man in a brocade robe emerged from the Jing'an division and boarded a mechanical train bound for Qinglian County. Unbeknownst to Chu Yunhan, the Jing'an division had taken over the case. At this moment, he was diligently honing his knife techniques atop his own rooftop, though he has currently advanced to a minor achievement in the realm of blood transformation, and his golden bell shield has reached perfection. His swordsmanship remains rooted in the techniques learned during his time in the Jinwu city of the Xianyang continent. Should he encounter an opponent of comparable strength, his swordplay would become a glaring weakness. Regrettably, he lacks the necessary resources to acquire a high-level sword technique, compelling him to continuously refine his foundational skills. On the morning of the following day, at the entrance of the law enforcement bureau in Yong'an town, a man clad in a brocade robe presented his identification token and entered the case-handling area amidst the awe-stricken gazes of the patrolling officers. We welcome the esteemed Lord General to Yong'an town. The captain of the patrol team, displaying utmost respect, hurried forward to greet the brocade-robed figure. Su Jinhong, the general of the Jing'an division, offered a slight smile, nodded, and inquired, "Please provide me with a detailed account of the case and share your insights." The captain promptly retrieved the case files and began his detailed exposition. Upon hearing that several victims had been gruesomely dismembered while still alive, Su Jinhong's expression darkened. The brutality of the killer, who chose to dismember the victims while they still drew breath, was exceedingly rare in the homicides he had encountered. Furthermore, the case files indicated that the deceased, known for their boldness and fighting spirit, had exhibited no resistance at the time of their demise. The Law Enforcement Bureau had identified all individuals with whom the deceased had conflicts, yet to no avail. Su Jinhong meticulously scrutinized every detail and then turned to the captain, asking, "This boss you, known for his gambling addiction, has been missing for several months, yet he suddenly returned 20,000 gold coins just days before the victims' deaths. Has there been any inquiry into the source of his funds?" The captain appeared taken aback, immediately dispatching several officers to investigate. Moreover, all the deceased were under the command of this Chu Yuan. Why then did he escape unscathed? It seems he has also been missing for several months. Have we looked into his whereabouts during this time? The captain promptly relayed the details of their surveillance over the past few days to Su Jinhong. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jinhong rose and commanded the captain, "Let us go meet this Chu Yuan." Upon arriving at Chu Yuan's residence, they found him concluding his sword training. The instant Su Jinhong laid eyes on Chu Yuan, his pupils constricted, and his body involuntarily tensed. A master, Su Jinhong instantly understood why Chu Yuan had remained unharmed in this incident. Though he had considered the possibility of Chu Yuan being the perpetrator, the deceased had been his subordinates for many years, and their relationship had always been amicable. Chu Yuan had no motive to murder his own men so brutally. Nevertheless, he sensed that Chu Yuan must possess some crucial knowledge. Noticing the visitors, Chu Yuan's expression remained cold as he sheathed his sword and turned to face them. "I am Su Jinhong, general of the Jing'an division. Might I have a word with you, brother Chu?" A flicker of seriousness crossed Chu Yuan's eyes upon hearing the name of the Jing'an division. "Let us speak downstairs." Once in the room, Su Jinhong got straight to the point. "Brother Chu, would you kindly disclose where you have been these past few months?" Chu Yuan's pupils abruptly narrowed, and he fell silent. Having spent nearly 3 months in the Tower of the Abyss, where the passage of time mirrored that of the real world, he found himself unable to explain his sudden disappearance. He had long been aware of the Jing'an division's formidable reputation. Any excuse he might conjure would be swiftly uncovered, thus it seemed wiser to remain silent, to say less and err less. It appears Brother Chu is not inclined to share. Surely you have some suspicions about the perpetrator, might you enlighten me, Boss Yu? Ha! It seems my suspicions were not unfounded. The Law Enforcement Bureau has thoroughly investigated everyone who bore a grudge against you. Yet this Boss Yu has remained elusive. Coincidentally, he has also been missing for several months. Brother Chu, do you believe this Boss Yu will continue his crimes? Chu Yuhan regarded the man before him with a solemn expression and after much deliberation, slowly shook his head. He likely will not commit further offenses. Su Jinhong's pupils contracted, then he nodded and smiled. In that case, we shall not impose further on you, Brother Chu. I trust we shall meet again. With that, Su Jinhong turned and departed. The captain and others followed closely behind, but after walking a considerable distance, one cautiously inquired, Sir, shall we investigate this Chu Yuhan further? Su Jinhong's expression turned grave as he shook his head. This case concludes here. Rest assured, the perpetrator will not surface again. The captain and his companions were momentarily stunned, and by the time they regained their senses, Su Jinhong had already vanished from view. On the mechanical train returning to the capital, Su Jinhong took out his notebook and inscribed several lines. Suspect in the Yong'an Town homicide case, Boss Yu, suspected of being the chosen one. Deceased, Slayer, Chu Yuhan, suspected chosen one, strength unknown, potentially a master of the fifth realm of martial arts. After a brief hesitation, he added another note, may be recruited. Chapter 44, The Grief of the Blood Moon after the departure of the Jing'an Division personnel. Chu Yuhan began to contemplate how he would confront this empire's violent law enforcement agency. Through his conversation with the General Su Jinhong, he realized that he could no longer conceal his involvement in the slaying of Boss Yu from the Jing'an Division. However, this was not a significant issue, as Boss Yu had first committed murder before seeking him out. His actions were merely self-defense. The crux of the matter lay in Su Jinhong's awareness of his months-long disappearance. This was a detail he could not explain, as he had been directly transported to the Tower of the Abyss, followed by the trial tasks. He had intended to enhance his strength within the Tower of the Abyss before hastily returning to the real world. Believing there was little purpose in his return, yet, he had not anticipated the emergence of someone like Boss Yu, which left him with no time to make reasonable arrangements for the gap in his real-world activities. Given that Su Jinhong specifically mentioned the issue of his disappearance, it indicated that the Jing'an Division must possess some knowledge regarding the original land. However, it remained unclear what stance the Jing'an Division or the Great Xia dynasty held towards the executors. If they recognized the existence of executors, it would be manageable. However, should they oppose them, he would need to devise a plan in advance. Originally, he had intended to visit his sister, Chu Yunxi, in the Chang'an prefecture of the Liang province upon returning to the real world. But now he had to abandon this thought, until he understood the Great Xia dynasty's stance on executors. Visiting his sister would only bring her endless trouble. Ultimately, it all boiled down to his insufficient strength. Otherwise, he would not be beset by so many worries. One day, when his power was formidable enough to dominate the entire world, who would dare to seek him out for trouble? For now, he could only take one step at a time. It was the first time Chu Yuhan felt a desire to enter the Tower of the Abyss's task world. Only by experiencing more task worlds could he rapidly enhance his strength. Had he not been chosen by the Tower of the Abyss to become a hunter, he would have been among those whom Boss Yu had brutally slain. His previous resentment and aversion towards the Tower of the Abyss began to gradually dissipate. As the days passed, Chu Yuhan dedicated every moment to honing his swordsmanship. Perhaps due to his mediocre training aptitude, his progress in the body refinement technique was painfully slow, rather than waste time. He found it more beneficial to elevate his combat skills. Soon, it had been 28 days since his return to the real world. After this time of arduous training, his mastery of swordplay became increasingly refined. More adept than ever before, when he drew his sword, it was as natural as a ram's horn. The next task world was imminent. It was time to return to the Tower of the Abyss. After making the necessary preparations, Chu Yuhan purchased a ticket to the capital and boarded the mechanical train. Upon arrival, instead of entering the capital, he turned towards the nearby mountains, with a flash of energy. Chu Yuhan's figure vanished deep within the mountains, in the exclusive chamber of the Tower of the Abyss. After organizing his belongings, Chu Yuhan awaited the arrival of the next task world. Time flew by. And with a surge of energy, he disappeared from his exclusive chamber. When Chu Yuhan opened his eyes again, he found himself in a vast underground chamber. The entire space was constructed of massive stones. Furnished with all necessary living amenities. He was attired in coarse linen garments, silver crosses adorned the walls, and on the wooden table before him lay a thick Bible showing significant signs of wear from years of handling. At that moment, the task prompt from the Tower of the Abyss gradually materialized in Chu Yuhan's mind. Task: the grief of the blood moon. Task difficulty: 2 stars. E-level. The angel Dini Loss. On the day of Christ's Passion, committed an act of rebellion and was cursed with eternal damnation by God. Unable to endure the perpetual darkness and solitude, Dinilas chose self-termination. Before his death, he bestowed his fallen blood upon his earthly servant. From that moment on, darkness and fear enveloped the land, and the legend of the blood race spread throughout this world. The great war between humanity and the Blood Clan has commenced, plunging both sides into a protracted conflict. Seizing the opportunity, the werewolves, nurtured by the Blood Clan, chose to betray their masters and escape from their dominion, resulting in an imbalance of power. Ultimately, humanity emerged victorious from the war. As the Blood Clan teetered on the brink of extinction, the 13 most powerful vampires convened a council of elders. This council established 6 sacred edicts, guiding the remaining Blood Clan to evade the human realm and ensuring their survival. However, as time passed, the once mighty elders succumbed to slumber. After an extensive passage of time, the newly emerged vampires no longer adhered to the 6 sacred edicts. Simultaneously, in the shadows, the bloodthirsty and ferocious werewolves revealed their fangs, once again casting the human world into an atmosphere of death. The mission details were released. First, identify and eliminate the mastermind behind the indiscriminate slaughter of the populace. Second, restore the glory of the Holy See. Third, slay the progenitor of the werewolves. Fourth, exterminate the 13 vampire clan princes. Fifth, annihilate the corrupted blood. Note: completing any 3 tasks allows for a choice to return. In note: the hunter Tianfa has assumed the identity of the Grand Knight of the Tribunal in this world. Warning: this mission is set in an open world. Hunters should remain vigilant of the judges in the City of Twilight. Note: due to a significant disparity in strength, the judges of the City of Twilight have already entered the mission world in advance. Mission failure penalty: immediate execution. After reading the mission briefing, Chu Yunhan furrowed his brow upon realizing that the executor from the City of Twilight was referred to as the judger. He had not anticipated encountering an executor from the City of Twilight so soon. And from the mission hints, it appeared that the relationship between the two parties was far from harmonious. Moreover, this time, in order to facilitate his completion of the mission, the Tower of Returning had assigned him the identity of the Grand Knight of the Tribunal. The penalty for failure this time was outright execution. This revelation immediately instilled immense pressure upon him. In the previous world, a mission failure merely escalated the difficulty of the next task. However, with the presence of the judger from the City of Twilight, the Tower of Returning imposed a maximum penalty for failure. It seemed that the competitive dynamics between the two primordial realms were more intense than he had initially envisioned. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the basement door, followed by the creaking of the iron door as it swung open. A priest adorned in resplendent ecclesiastical robes entered. Upon seeing Chu Yunhan, he promptly retrieved a parchment scroll, unfurled it, and began to read aloud. By unanimous consent of the bishops of the Holy See, the proposal by the esteemed chief judger of the tribunal has been approved: the imprisonment of the former Grand Knight of the Tribunal, Tianfa, is hereby temporarily revoked. Tianfa is commanded to immediately depart to the Holy Sanctuary to meet with His Holiness the Pope. After finishing the notification, the priest's eyes reflected a mixture of reverence and trepidation, accompanied by a faint smile. Lord Tianfa, His Holiness the Pope sends his regards through me. Additionally, the chief judger has been awaiting your arrival at the tribunal. Chu Yunhan nodded silently and followed the priest out of the basement. Chapter 45. Grand Knight Zisnia City serves as the headquarters of the Church of Light, with its renowned holy sanctuary located within. At the opposite end of the city stands the imposing tribunal building, which instills fear in countless heretics and malevolent forces. Upon arriving at the entrance of this grand edifice, an elderly man dressed in simple attire and bearing an expressionless visage awaited his arrival. Behind the elder stood a throng of knights clad in ornate armor, their eyes sharp and vigilant. Upon sighting Chu Yunhan, the elder's face broke into a smile of relief. "Child, may the Lord bless you," he exclaimed, stepping forward to grasp Chu Yunhan's hand and leading him toward the tribunal building. The knights followed suit, their faces alight with excitement and fervor. In a sparsely furnished study, the elder regarded the silent Chu Yunhan and reflected, "In the past, when dealing with heresy, you took too many lives. While I understand your plight, the opinions of the masses can be fearsome. You have endured much hardship over the years. I hope you do not hold it against me." Gazing at the elderly figure before him, Chu Yunhan acknowledged the sentiment with a nod, managing to muster a faint smile. The elder, witnessing this response, smiled back and then retrieved a letter from the desk. Presenting it to Chu Yunhan as he began to speak. 1 year ago, in a small town within Lutra's city, all residents perished overnight. The death toll reached 1,328 individuals. Every victim was drained of their blood. Less than a month later, 2 villages on the outskirts of Peter City also saw their inhabitants completely drained of blood. In just 1 year, similar incidents have occurred hundreds of times across the nation. Even the royal guard dispatched for investigation has seen hundreds go missing. Until last month, the church in Millet City was assaulted by unknown assailants, resulting in the deaths of dozens of clergy members, including a cardinal. After sifting through countless documents, the holy sanctuary concluded that these mysterious attackers are likely the fabled evil blood clan. His Holiness the Pope dispatched a nightly order led by 3 cardinals to investigate and track the blood clan. However, a week ago, they were all discovered to have returned to the embrace of the Lord. Thus, I propose to the Holy See to absolve your transgressions and place you in charge of resolving this matter. Here is your knightly armor. It is time for it to return to its rightful owner's. Child, go forth to the holy sanctuary, where His Holiness the Pope will grant you authority, execute your judgment and make these malevolent creatures understand that the Church of Light is not to be desecrated. The glory of the Lord shall illuminate the entire world. Chu Yunhan cast a glance at the elder, remaining silent as he donned the silver-white armor and strode purposefully out of the room. Outside the door, dozens of knights promptly followed in his wake. In the heart of Zisnia City, a contingent of knights led by a knight clad in silver armor, mounted their steeds and galloped forth from the headquarters of the Church of Light. As dusk fell, they arrived at a small town situated over 200 kilometers from Zisnia City. David, is this the Rhine town mentioned in the intel? Chu Yunhan inquired with an icy tone. A knight promptly replied, Yes, my lord, according to the information, Rhinetown is the most likely target for an attack. Gazing at the brightly lit town in the distance, a chilling resolve flickered in Chu Yunhan's eyes. With a swift crack of the whip, he surged forward into the town. As night deepened and the moonlight waned beneath the encroaching clouds, the once bustling Rhinetown had fallen into an eerie silence. The residents had concluded their evening leisure and succumbed to slumber. Yet, within the hushed residential area, faint sounds of disruption began to emerge. Agile figures darted through the streets, infiltrating various wooden houses. However, the anticipated screams never materialized. Soon, these figures emerged from the houses, their expressions filled with confusion. The townsfolk, who should have been asleep, had inexplicably vanished, and it was not just 1 or 2 families. Every single resident had disappeared, as if none had ever lived there. A pallid man with blood-red eyes felt an unsettling premonition stir within him. He waved his hand, and dozens of figures followed him as they hastened toward the outskirts of the town. Just as they were about to break free from the town's confines, they halted abruptly. At the entrance, a man clad in armor stood resolute, sword in hand. Under the moonlight, the silver armor glimmered intermittently, while the blade radiated a chilling gleam, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Surrounding exits were completely sealed off by a throng of knights. The pallid man momentarily froze before a sneer of disdain and malice crossed his features. He lunged forward, his form darting toward the armored figure, revealing a set of sharp fangs as he opened his mouth. With claw-like hands, he aimed for the knight's throat. A flash of cold steel pierced his abdomen, yet he seemed unfazed, as if the wound had no bearing on him, and continued to grasp for the knight's neck. With a crunch, the sharp claws dug into the knight's throat but met an impenetrable barrier. The claws shattered upon impact, failing to even mar the knight's skin. In an instant, the armored knight seized the pallid man's throat. Lifting him effortlessly into the air, the once mighty figure now appeared as fragile as an infant in the knight's grasp. Desperate struggles proved futile, and terror filled the pallid man's eyes. Who are you? He gasped. Chu Yunhan, regarding the man suspended above him, murmured, It seems your body is resilient to injuries, showcasing remarkable recovery capabilities. Your speed is astonishing, and your strength is nearly thrice that of an ordinary human. So this is what they refer to as a vampire of the blood clan, but where lies your fatal weakness? With that, he plunged his blade into the pallid man's heart, a torrent of crimson spilling forth as the man gasped his last. Ah, so the heart is indeed the weak point. With a swift toss, he discarded the lifeless body to the ground and, in a flash, leaped into the remaining throng of shadows. The blade danced with lethal precision. An icy intent coursing through it. In mere minutes, over 30 vampires met their demise at the hands of Chu Yunhan. With each vampire slain, he was granted an additional 10 points of soul power. It appears that these vampires must belong to the lower echelons of their kind, for their strength is simply too feeble. Initially, he had hoped to catch a significant prize this time, but instead, He found himself confronted only by a swarm of insignificant minions that he then turned to instruct the knights surrounding the vampires, "Clean up this mess, we shall proceed to the next location." Chapter 46, The Judicator's Response. In the royal palace's rear garden of the Kingdom of Winnegad, King Richardson regarded the three visitors before him with a grave expression. "You claim to know who was responsible for these massacres?" The foremost among them, an extraordinarily beautiful woman, bowed gracefully before the king, her melodious voice echoing through the hall. "Indeed, your majesty, my companions and I have been investigating this matter for a month, and we have successfully captured several of the culprits. Based on their methods and characteristics, I can ascertain that they are the legendary vampires." Upon hearing this, King Richardson's countenance shifted dramatically, and he turned to the captain of the guards beside him. "Is this the person you insisted I meet? Have you brought me here to mock me with such absurdity?" The captain, pale and drenched in sweat, recalled that these individuals had approached him through his wife 2 weeks prior, imploring him to introduce them to King Richardson. They had promised him a substantial reward of 500 gold coins should he comply. After discreetly investigating their backgrounds, he discovered that the leading woman was the daughter of a wealthy local merchant who had always held the royal family in high esteem. Convinced they did not harbor ill intentions toward the king, he had acquiesced to their request, thinking they merely wished to see the king's visage. To his astonishment, upon meeting the king, they had made such startling claims that he now regretted his decision immensely. "Your Majesty, I have brought the culprits. I hope you will step outside to witness the truth." The woman seemed to have anticipated the king's skepticism and therefore had brought the so-called culprits with her. "Oh, I am most curious to see what manner of beings these culprits are." King Richardson's interest piqued, and he followed the three outside. At the entrance, one exceptionally tall man among them opened a large black sack, revealing a pale and unconscious young man. Then, before King Richardson's eyes, he dragged the young man outside. At that moment, the midday sun shone its brightest. Under its rays, the young man let out a piercing scream as thick black smoke billowed from his body. His form began to burn violently, quickly reducing him to a pile of ash. King Richardson stood in stunned silence, finally believing the words of the trio. The royal library contained records of vampires. He had assumed them to be mere fabrications. To his astonishment, the accounts were true. Just as described, vampires would turn to ash in sunlight. No wonder so many victims had been drained of their very life essence. This revelation made everything fall into place. Richardson's perception of the three transformed instantaneously, and his demeanor softened. He promptly inquired what rewards or requests they might have. After the banquet, the trio exited the palace. The tall man, perplexed, asked Mo Ching Chi, "Did we spend a month merely to obtain temporary command of the Rose Knight Brigade?" The woman named Mo Ching Chi, her expression grave, replied, "Bruce, did you not notice the serious issue in the previous hint from the City of the End?" "What issue?" "This mission takes place in an open world, and our team entered together, yet we have not gathered any information regarding those who entered this mission world from the Tower of the Abyss. It was only yesterday that the City of the End announced the entrance of the hunters from the Tower of the Abyss into this mission world. They arrived a full month after us. Furthermore, they came alone. This can only mean that this hunter is significantly more powerful than the combined strength of our three members. You are well aware of the relationship between the City of the End and the Tower of the Abyss. Should we encounter any conflict in our missions or interests, it will undoubtedly lead to a battle to the death. The City of the End allowed us to enter the mission world a month early to enable us to strategize. Only with the aid of the local powers within this mission world can we hope to contend against this unknown enemy." Upon hearing this, Bruce and another man's expressions darkened. Mo Ching Chi quickly reassured them. "Do not worry too much. We have now successfully secured temporary command of the Rose Knight Brigade, whether in completing the mission or facing the hunter from the Tower of the Abyss. We now possess sufficient confidence. I refuse to believe this hunter could be so formidable as to challenge us with the backing of the Rose Knight Brigade. If that were the case, given his level of power, he could not possibly only have entered an E-level mission world unless he is an inexperienced newcomer. But how could a newcomer possess such strength?" Bruce's expression eased slightly, and he nodded. "You're right. Even combined, we might not defeat the Rose Knight Brigade. I refuse to believe the hunter from the Tower of the Abyss can reach such heights." Mo Ching Chi smiled gently. "Let us proceed to the Rose Knight Brigade's headquarters. Only by securing control of the Rose Knight Brigade can we commence with our next plan, in the town of Hisnio, a territory belonging to the noble Viscount Neo of the Kingdom of Winnegad. The local populace, numbering in the thousands, typically earned their livelihood by assisting Viscount Neo in cultivating and managing vineyards. The red wine produced in Hisnio is renowned throughout the kingdom for its rich flavor. With even King Richardson having praised it highly, however, when Chu Yunhan and his companions arrived in Hisnio, they found themselves too late. The entire population of the town had been drained of their blood and perished. The temple knights who entered Viscount Neo's castle reported to Chu Yunhan that the Viscount and his family had also met their demise. Chu Yunhan, witnessing the terror and suffering etched on the faces of the deceased townsfolk, wore an expression of profound gloom, particularly upon entering the castle and seeing the Viscount's wife and daughter, who had clearly suffered indignities before their deaths. His heart sank further. The Viscount himself had been gruesomely impaled with a wooden stake. His body grotesquely displayed. The atmosphere around the temple knights grew unbearably oppressive and terrifying, as if their leader were a volcano on the verge of eruption, dangerous and volatile. Tracking the vampire's trail, they noted that the blood had not yet dried. They could not have escaped long ago. No matter what, they must capture these vampires. This time, even Satan himself could not save them. Understood. Chapter 47. The 13 clans of the bloodline. On a small road 30 kilometers from Hisnio, a group of ragged young women were bound by ropes, being dragged forward. The entire party, aside from the captured maidens, numbered around 150 individuals. Leading them was a young man dressed in a black tailcoat, exuding elegance and charm, resembling a noble. Beside him, a man with a sycophantic demeanor flattered, "My lord the Baron, capturing so many maidens will surely delight the Count. Indeed, the taste of maiden's blood is the sweetest and most exquisite." He replied, "Remember to keep 3, I shall raise them well. Rest assured the finest 3 maidens have been prepared for you." With that, the man extracted 3 young women from the throng and presented them to the Baron. The Baron grasped one maiden's chin, gracefully kissing the back of her hand. "Indeed, maidens are the most delectable. Merely inhaling their fragrance makes me impatient." Just then, the sound of galloping hooves approached from the road behind. The Baron's brow furrowed as he turned to look. A squadron of several dozen knights was charging towards them. Upon noticing the iris flower emblem on their armor, the Baron's smile gradually faded. That emblem is that of the Holy See's Temple Knights. When he recognized the golden iris flower insignia on the leading silver-armored knight, the Baroness' expression turned to one of sheer terror. His blood-red pupils constricted as he gasped, "The Temple Knight Commander? Were you not imprisoned by the Holy See? How could this be?" Before the Baron could collect himself, Chu Yunhan leapt from his steed, his figure darting into the throng of enemies. Instantly, flashes of blades erupted, cold glints like sharp thorns, and blood splattered everywhere. The valley echoed with countless cries of agony. The other temple knights hastily dismounted, swords in hand, charging towards the foes. Witnessing the slaughter of countless vampires by the temple knight commander, who dispatched them with ease, the Baron was struck with terror, fleeing into the woods like a shadow. Abandoning his slaughtered subordinates, the Baron was acutely aware of the dread inspired by the Grand Master of the Knights Templar. It was precisely due to the Holy See's crusade against heresy that the Grand Master unleashed a butchery so severe that the number of foes who perished at his hands exceeded tens of thousands. His reaping was akin to that of the Grim Reaper, instilling profound terror even in the armies of the Church and the realm. Countless voices condemned the Grand Master for his transgressions against God's compassion, labeling him a veritable demon from the depths of hell. He was burdened with numerous epithets: the Scythe of Death, the Infernal Judge, the man whom even Satan feared, among others. In a bid to quell the public's wrath and fear, the Holy See reluctantly confined the Grand Master within the Inquisition. Little did they foresee that this harbinger of death would be released by the Church. Cursed fate, that he should cross paths with me. He harbored no inclination to oppose such a formidable entity. As the pinnacle of the Holy See's martial prowess, such a terrifying presence was certainly beyond the capacity of a mere bloodline baron like himself to contend with. Not even the esteemed Count could stand against him. When the Baron fled rapidly from the woods, Chu Yunhan summoned all his strength, propelling himself like a cannonball towards the Baron. In mere moments, he caught up with him. A flash of cold light flickered, and the Baron was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Chu Yunhan approached with an icy demeanor, slowly extracting his blade. "I grant you but one opportunity. Confess all that you know. I shall afford you a swift end, otherwise, I will imprison you and torment you daily with various means. When you can no longer endure, I shall feed you blood, allowing you to recuperate, only to resume your suffering anew. I shall torment you until the day I draw my last breath, and then I shall pass you on to another to continue this torment. I assure you, you would not wish to experience the taste of such eternal agony and suffering." At these words, the Baroness' eyes widened with unfathomable terror and despair. His entire body trembled involuntarily, his heart plummeting into an abyss of hopelessness. Was this the utterance of a mere human? Even the devil of hell would appear infinitely more merciful than this fiend. In a state of profound fear and despair, The Baron divulged all matters concerning the bloodline and their subsequent plans. Deep within a vast, desolate forest outside the city of Yenigang stood a grand castle, William Castle, the ancestral seat of the Cappadocian family. One of the 13 clans of the Bloodline Council. It was also the eternal resting place of Prince William of the Bloodline. The elders of the Bloodline Council, the princes of the 13 clans, chose to enter slumber to prolong their lives and adhere to the 6 sacred tenets of the bloodline, unless faced with a grave existential threat to the council or their clans. Any who dared disturb their slumber would be met with merciless retribution, since Prince William of the Cappadocian family fell into a deep sleep beneath the castle's altar 3 centuries ago. The other elders gradually succumbed to slumber over the ensuing centuries. Control of the Cappadocian family fell into the hands of Count Viana, the 5th-generation direct descendant of Prince William. As a new progeny of the bloodline, Count Viana had not endured the crucible of the past conflict with humanity, and thus harbored a dismissive attitude towards the 6 tenets established by the council. He was weary of remaining forever ensconced in the dark, sunless castle. In Count Viana's eyes, humanity was merely livestock for the bloodline. The immensely powerful bloodline had absurdly adopted seclusion as their primary tenet. The first decree, seclusion: all bloodline members must not reveal their true forms before humans. This decree was the most significant and core tenet of the bloodline. Those who transgressed it would face the council's most severe punishments. To him, it was nothing short of a grand farce. With humans' frail bodies, they were destined to be mere reservoirs for the great bloodline. He could not comprehend why, with the bloodline's might, humans could not possibly oppose them. Why then should the council formulate such ludicrous tenets? Such regulations only shackled the bloodline's hands, relinquishing the world to the lowly humans. The council's antiquated members, despite their formidable power, merely cowered in the shadows, destined to be eclipsed by time. Thus, let the relics of the council remain in eternal slumber upon their altars. No one would awaken them again. The new generation of bloodline nobility would inherit the noble will of their kind and reclaim dominion over the world that rightfully belonged to them. Count Viana resolved to seal the ancestral altar of the Cappadocian family with massive stones, ensuring that no one could enter to awaken the elders. The Cappadocian family would remain under his control indefinitely. Following discussions with the new generation of leaders from the other 12 clans, all concurred with Count Viana's perspective. The 13 clans of the bloodline no longer required those antiquated relics upon awakening. They would merely usurp the power held by the current generation. Thus, it was better to let those antiquated relics sleep forever. Consequently, under Count Viana's proposal, the 13 clans reached a unanimous agreement. They would collaborate and simultaneously launch an assault on the human world, reclaiming it under the rule of the bloodline. All humans in this world would become sustenance for the bloodline, to be indulged at their leisure. Once dominion was established, the world would be divided into 13 territories, with the great 13 clans each overseeing their respective domains. They would become the eternal sovereigns of their realms, thus having reached a consensus. The 13 clans of the bloodline initiated a war against humanity. This was merely the prelude to their offensive. Once the human world was confirmed to lack any resistance, the bloodline would descend upon the world in full force. Chapter 48. The Werewolf's Revenge. The shadowy forest is an immense, boundless expanse, located at the border of the kingdom of Winagard. In certain scattered legends and through the tales of wandering bards, it is said to be a gathering place for werewolves. Centuries ago, the servant of the fallen angel Danilas fell into a deep slumber after consuming the blood of the fallen. One moonlit night, a wild wolf infiltrated his abode, and upon discovering the slumbering servant, it bit him. As the flesh imbued with the fallen blood was swallowed by the wolf, the servant was jolted awake in agony. Before he could react, the wolf fled in fright. Soon, the fallen blood began to undergo wondrous transformations within the wild wolf. Its size rapidly multiplied, and it could now stand upright, its claws sharpened, and its strength surged. The wolf soon began to attack domesticated livestock and even humans. Eventually, humans could no longer endure the onslaught of this wild wolf and organized a military expedition to hunt it down. After numerous attempts, and at the cost of hundreds of lives, they succeeded in slaying the beast. However, the wolf's carcass was neither cremated nor buried. Instead, it was secretly concealed by a soldier after consuming the flesh of the wolf. This soldier began to undergo mutations. On another moonlit night, the soldier's body began to swell uncontrollably, transforming him into a towering 3-meter-tall werewolf. Each time he transformed, he lost all reason and attacked all living beings. The werewolf became intoxicated by the fresh blood and flesh of humans and other animals. After a transformation, he stood 2 meters tall, fierce, and formidable. As more humans were bitten by the werewolf, Mutations began to manifest among them, giving rise to a new werewolf clan. Upon realizing the truth, the soldier was engulfed in fear. He dreaded the thought of losing control during a transformation and harming his loved ones. He feared that if discovered, other humans would seek to slay him. Ultimately, the soldier led the newly transformed werewolves into the depths of the forest. They subsisted by hunting various animals within the woods and refrained from interfering with human affairs. It was not until long after that the werewolves stumbled upon a magnificent castle deep within the forest. While investigating the castle, its master, a bloodline prince, discovered their presence. Upon realizing the existence of this werewolf species, the prince captured all the werewolves. Since the werewolves, upon transformation, could infect any human they bit, the prince began to subjugate the werewolves as slaves, utilizing them as guards and laborers for his castle. Over a century later, the war between the bloodline and humanity commenced. As the conflict escalated, the battles between humans and the bloodline intensified. The werewolves enslaved by the bloodline were ordered into battle as well. However, due to the bloodline's brutal treatment of the werewolves over the years, the untransformed werewolves retained their human reason. Thus, at a pivotal moment in the war, the werewolves led by that soldier revolted, with their transformations granting them immense strength, rapid speed, and acute senses. The werewolves surged forth. Meanwhile, the bloodline, upon being bitten, lost their regenerative abilities. Moreover, as humanity gradually discovered the bloodline's weaknesses, sunlight and silver weapons that could harm their immortal forms, as well as wooden stakes that could pierce their hearts, human forces began to systematically hunt down the bloodline. Thus, the human army started to gain the upper hand in this war. Faced with impending extinction, the bloodline was compelled to establish the Council of Elders, formulating the 6 sacred tenets, and stealthily retreating from the realm of humanity. Only then did the remnants of the bloodline manage to survive in this world. After the war, the werewolves, having lost their sanity upon transformation, frequently wreaked havoc upon humanity. Consequently, they too became prey for human hunters. Ultimately, a small faction of surviving werewolves, under the leadership of a soldier, fled into the depths of the dark forest. After centuries of propagation and survival, the werewolf clan gradually evolved into a formidable force. They concealed themselves in the innermost recesses of the dark forest, biding their time for an opportunity to exact vengeance upon both humans and the Blood Clan. This moment arrived following a large-scale assault by the 13 clans of the Blood Tribe against humanity. A group of men, who often visited the border town to sell animal pelts, hurriedly made their way into the depths of the dark forest, arriving at a vast cavern upon entering the dim and damp cave. They traversed an unknown distance until they reached an immense pit within the cave. This pit was filled with numerous stone houses, where countless werewolves resided. The men ventured into the deepest stone hall, where they recounted the events transpiring in the human world to the dozen or so men guarding the area. After extensive discussions, they finally reached a consensus. They proceeded to a colossal stone sarcophagus, pouring copious amounts of blood into the intricate engravings upon its surface. As the blood flowed continuously, signs of movement gradually emerged from within the sarcophagus. Finally, with a resounding crash, the lid of the sarcophagus was propelled outward. An enormous werewolf rose from within, its terrifying and fierce aura permeating the air. Upon sighting the colossal werewolf, the men immediately knelt, exclaiming in unison, "Progenitor!" The giant werewolf, its eyes glowing red, fixed its gaze upon the prostrate figures before it. Before its form slowly shrank down into that of a human man, it was none other than the soldier who had once surreptitiously consumed the flesh of a wolf. "How long have I been asleep?" "Progenitor, you have slumbered for 385 years. 385 years, surely you grew and the others must have perished by now. The ancestor grew passed away 3 centuries ago, only you, progenitor, possess the gift of eternal life among the werewolf clan. Why have you awakened me, progenitor?" The Blood Clan no longer adheres to the 6 sacred decrees. The 13 clans have begun a large-scale assault on humanity. Upon hearing this, the werewolf progenitor erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha, at last, I have awaited the opportunity for revenge. I have longed for this day for over 400 years. The Blood Clan and humanity must pay for what transpired in the past. How many of our kin remain?" The kneeling men displayed expressions of pride. "Progenitor, the werewolf clan now boasts over 8,000 members." The werewolf progenitor murmured, "Sufficient, more than sufficient. William, await my return. This time I shall render your Blood Clan to mere dust of history. It is time for our werewolf clan to reign supreme." Chapter 49, The Terrifying Legend of the Knight Commander. The Cappadocia family, the Gangrel family, the Broha family, the Nosferatu family, the Setna family, and the Morsus family, over 5,000 vampires from the 13 blood clans. led by Count Viana and 5 other counts, stealthily advanced towards Valence City under the cover of twilight. As the second largest city in the Kingdom of Winegard and its most significant commercial hub. Valence City lies beneath the Carpathian Mountains. Its Swan Lake is renowned as the most famous attraction in the kingdom. The city is home to nearly 200,000 residents, including countless affluent individuals. The Lord of Valent is Duke Reinfield of the Kingdom of Winegard. Despite being a powerful figure within the kingdom, Duke Reinfield is currently hosting a grand banquet for the Temple Knights from the Holy See's Inquisition. The hall is filled with an array of delectable dishes served continuously by attendants. 500 Temple Knights sit silently at numerous tables, cold expressions on their faces as they feast on the sumptuous fare. Meanwhile, in the inner hall, Duke Reinfield is seen pouring wine for his daughter, Tina, to serve to Chu Yunhan. As the sole daughter of the Duke, Miss Tina is cherished and spoiled today. However, she is sweating profusely. Carefully filling the cup of the Temple Knight commander with red wine, Duke Reinfield raises his glass, gesturing to Chu Yunhan, and then downs it in one go, his face glowing with delight. Commander of the Divine Punishment Knights. I have read the Holy Pope's letter. I am deeply grateful for the Holy Pope's warning and the assistance of the Temple Knights, otherwise, I would have been at a loss on how to face the 200,000 citizens of Valence City. With the support of the Temple Knights, I am confident that those vampires will face the most severe judgment under the radiance of the Holy See. The 6,000 city guards of Valence City are entirely at your command. Commander of the Divine Punishment Knights, the safety of Valence City rests in your hands. Chu Yunhan nodded expressionlessly, focusing his attention on the feast before him. Duke Reinfield, however, remained unfazed by Chu Yunhan's indifference. He was well aware of the Knight Commander's demeanor, having been startled when he received the letter from the Pope. Never did he anticipate the emergence of the legendary vampires. Countless attacks on the Kingdom of Winegard over the past year had been orchestrated by these vampires. Cursed be these vampires for setting their sights on Valence City. It is worth noting that Valence City houses 200,000 residents. Though the city boasts 6,000 guards, this does little to ease his anxiety. After all, the 3 cardinal archbishops leading the Temple Knights had all perished at the hands of these vampires. It was only with the arrival of the Temple Knights led by Chu Yunhan that his heart, which had been in suspense, found solace, not due to the 500 valiant Temple Knights, but because of the Knight Commander known as the Scythe of Death, the Judge of Hell. He had witnessed the terrifying prowess of this Knight Commander. The Inquisition was regarded by all in the kingdom as a living hell, a place of no return, primarily due to the presence of this Knight Commander. The war against heretics had instilled such dread in him, a military man, that it sent shivers down his spine. In that battle, this Knight Commander single-handedly breached the ranks of the heretics. Following the conflict, he ordered the execution of over 10,000 heretics. As a Temple Knight of the Holy See, even if those heretics had sacrificed infants to wicked deities, such slaughter should not have occurred. He had never imagined that a single human could possess such might, especially one so cold and ruthless. Yet, he was relieved. This time, the Scythe of Death, the Judge of Hell, was here to assist him. With this Knight Commander at his side, he eagerly anticipated the fate that awaited those vampires. In the dead of night, under the moonlight's glow, Valence City appeared to be in a deep slumber, enveloped in an eerie silence. Only the tightly shut city gates and the occasional patrolling guards broke the stillness. Count Viana's army of vampires had now reached a nearby grove outside the city. Gazing at Valence City, illuminated by the moonlight, Count Viana's blood-red eyes glinted with cunning, ferocity, and a thirst for blood. With a sweeping gesture, over 5,000 vampires surged forth like wildcats, stealthily approaching Valence City. Before the patrolling guards atop the city walls could emit a single scream, several high-ranking vampires had already snapped their necks. As the city gates swung open, the vampires surged inside like a tide. Once every vampire had entered, Count Viana commanded the gates to be sealed, ensuring no human would escape Valence City alive. The Lord's Manor in Valence City was silently enveloped by the throng of over 5,000 vampires. As the vampires infiltrated the Grand Manor, they were taken aback to find not a single guard in sight. Count Viana scoffed disdainfully. Valence City had enjoyed peace for far too long enough to have completely lowered its guard this time. Let them become the lavish feast of the Blood Clan. As Count Viana pushed open the grand door to the main hall and entered, he was met with the sight of a knight clad in silver armor, standing resolutely with a sword in hand. The knight's icy gaze locked onto him like a blade poised to strike. Behind the knight, the hall was filled with armored knights, a palpable aura of menace hanging in the air. Count Viana's heart raced, and he swiftly retreated from the hall, glaring at the knight who slowly emerged from the hall. Count Viana's face turned ashen as he roared in fury, annihilate them instantly. Countless vampires behind him screeched and charged towards the hundreds of knights. However, in a flash of cold light, the foremost vampires were cleaved in two by a single stroke of the knight's blade. Chu Yunhan propelled himself forward as if a fierce tiger leaping into a flock of sheep. Plunging into the vampire horde of hundreds of temple knights raised their broadswords and formed a phalanx. Advancing upon the densely packed vampire army, the dazzling blade light flickered amidst the vampires, cold as steel. The vampires surrounding Chu Yunhan screamed in agony as they were ruthlessly slaughtered, observing the knights slaughtering the vampires with such ease. Count Viana's blood-red eyes seemed to ignite with fury. His razor-sharp fangs protruded from his mouth, and his fingernails elongated into deadly claws. With a fierce howl, several counts from the 13 clans followed him into the fray against the knight. The harsh sound of slicing reverberated through the air. The razor-sharp fingertips of the assailants laboriously tore through Chu Yunhan's armor. Chapter 50. The Reaper's Scythe. As a noble of the bloodline, a direct descendant of the Blood Prince, Count Viana and his compatriots possessed an unparalleled swiftness. The weighty armor encasing Chu Yunhan rendered him less agile. Under the relentless assault of 6 counts, his armor was slashed open in multiple places. Chu Yunhan's countenance darkened, instantly ignited by the provocation from several counts. With a swift stroke, he sent the count attacking from the right flying, his left fist following up with a devastating blow that struck Count Viana with immense force. Viana had no time to evade, and was hurled back, crashing heavily to the ground. After a considerable period, Viana's injuries gradually healed under the formidable regenerative abilities of the vampire lineage. However, when he turned to glance at the knight, he was horrified to discover that only one of the 5 counts who had besieged Chu Yunhan remained. In a matter of mere minutes, the other 4 counts had been mercilessly slain by that terrifying knight. Even though bloodline counts possessed remarkable regenerative capabilities, they could not survive decapitation. Fear gripped Viana's eyes as he seized the opportunity to flee while Chu Yunhan pursued the last remaining count. As Chu Yunhan reduced the count to mere pulp, he turned around only to find that the gravely injured vampire had vanished without a trace. He did not pursue the fleeing vampire, instead turning his wrath towards the vampire horde. In his eyes, these vampires represented countless sources of soul power. The 5 vampires he had just slain had granted him an astonishing 2,500 points of soul power. This exhilarated him to no end. Even the grotesque and terrifying vampires appeared almost endearing in his sight. As Chu Yunhan plunged into the vampire army, the pressure on the Holy Knights diminished significantly. Time passed slowly as the bloody massacre continued. No vampire could withstand a single blow from Chu Yunhan. With each vampire he felled, countless others awakened to the terror of death, gazing upon the horrifying scene reminiscent of a slaughterhouse, where numerous vampire comrades were ruthlessly slaughtered. The remaining vampires erupted in piercing screams of terror and fled in all directions. However, when they reached the gates of Volante City, they discovered that the gates had been ordered sealed by Count Viana. The towering 10-meter walls could only be scaled by high-ranking vampires. Just as they were about to recklessly clear the debris blocking the gates, countless torches ignited atop the walls. 6,000 city guards and the pursuing Holy Knights had encircled them completely. The surviving 3,000 vampires were instantly overcome with despair. Chu Yunhan halted the intervention of the Holy Knights and city guards. These 3,000 vampires possessed over 30,000 points of soul power. Armed with a blade, he charged directly into the throng of vampires. The harrowing scene silenced everyone present. As they beheld the man slaughtering amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, even the stoic Holy Knights felt a surge of fear within. By the time Duke Rainfield, the Lord of Volante City, arrived at the scene, all the vampires had been mercilessly exterminated by Chu Yunhan. As he surveyed the hellish sight, the Duke's noble and elegant demeanor vanished entirely. Indeed, he was still that Reaper's Scythe. The church had imprisoned him for so many years, yet it had not changed him in the slightest. Instead, he had become even more bloodthirsty, cruel, and cold-hearted. After this night, the infamous reputation of the Holy Knight Commander would surely echo even louder. Drenched in the blood of countless vampires, Chu Yunhan strode directly towards his abode, leaving behind the thousands of vampire corpses for the city guards to clean up. The following morning, the citizens of Volante City were well aware of the events that had transpired the previous night. While they felt relief, they were also gripped by fear of the man more ferocious than Satan. The once boisterous and carefree populace began to adopt a cautious demeanor. It was only after the terrifying Holy Knight Commander led the Holy Knights out of the city that everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, tales of Chu Yunhan's solitary slaughter of thousands of vampires in Volante City spread throughout the entire kingdom of Winegard. His fearsome reputation escalated even further. Even many children, upon hearing the name of the Holy Knight Commander, ceased their cries in terror. When Xu Yunhan returned to the Inquisition in Cisnea, even the notoriously merciless presiding judge could not help but urge him to practice self-cultivation. He suggested that Xu Yunhan should read the Bible more often to experience the mercy and compassion of God. The gazes of all clergy members were filled with dread, as if they were staring at the infernal demon Satan. Xu Yunhan merely nodded silently at the presiding judge's counsel before turning away. He proceeded to the hall of the Light Church to report the vampire's schemes to the Pope. The Pope remained silent for a long time before summoning the red-robed archbishops scattered throughout the nation. During the church meeting, the Pope informed all the archbishops of the situation. After a full day of discussions, the Pope personally visited the royal family of Winnegard to meet with King Richardson. The following day, King Richardson convened the commanders of the three great legions of the kingdom. He mobilized 50,000 soldiers from the Furious Lion Legion, the Blazing Dragon Legion, and the Holy Shield Legion, alongside 2,000 Royal Rose Knights, dividing them into three large armies to campaign against the 13 clans of the vampires. Simultaneously, the Pope issued a decree from the Holy Church. The Light Church would dispatch 8 red-robed archbishops and 3,000 holy knights to assist the three great legions in exterminating these heretics cursed by God. As for Xu Yunhan and the Holy Knights of the Inquisition, they were to remain in Cisnea. The commanders of the three legions unanimously opposed allowing the exceedingly ruthless Holy Knight commander to participate in the campaign. They feared that if this terrifying commander lost control, he might not spare even the soldiers of the royal legions. Should such a scenario arise, none would be able to stop him. Only the presiding judge of the Inquisition could command this Holy Knight commander. Others, including King Richardson, would find it impossible to compel his obedience. Even the Pope would have to negotiate with him. Therefore, it was deemed best to keep this harbinger of death within the Inquisition, allowing his mentor to oversee him. Both King Richardson and the Pope did not oppose the three commanders' proposal. Firstly, the concerns of the three commanders were not without merit. Xu Yunhan's participation could disrupt the morale of the three legions. Secondly, keeping Xu Yunhan at the Inquisition would ensure they had the means to resist should Cisnea come under attack from the 13 clans. Chapter 51, The Origins of the Vampires. Upon receiving the order to remain at the Inquisition, Xu Yunhan felt no dissatisfaction. The 13 clans of vampires were not to be trifled with. Each clan harbored blood princes who had lived for centuries. Simply relying on these tens of thousands of soldiers to subjugate the 13 clans would be an exercise in futility. In a 2-star, E-level world, the pinnacle of combat power undoubtedly lay with the blood princes of the 13 clans and the werewolf progenitor, although Xu Yunhan was unaware of their true strength. He could glean some understanding by referencing the top-tier powers in the world of Biohazard. In the same 2-star, E-level world, the strength of the vampire princes and the werewolf progenitor would certainly not be inferior to that of the Biohazard mother nest. Moreover, this world lacked a particularly robust power system. The so-called knights and soldiers of various legions were merely slightly stronger than ordinary people. The red-robed archbishops of the church possessed some blessings in healing magic, but in his eyes, they were hardly more formidable than mere sorcery. These armies posed little challenge to ordinary vampires. However, when confronted with the vampire princes, it would be a one-sided massacre. Had it not been for the werewolf rebellion years ago, humanity might not have triumphed in the war against the vampires unless the Pope himself intervened. Regarding the Pope of the Light Church, he had always found it difficult to gauge the Pope's true strength. On the surface, the Pope appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary old man, yet he sensed that this Pope might not be as simple as he seemed. The notions of God in heaven might have genuinely existed at some point. The current mission required the assassination of the werewolf progenitor and the vampire princes of the 13 clans, as well as the obliteration of the unknown entity known as the Fallen Blood. Failure to complete the mission would result in immediate execution. To fulfill the mission, he had to devise a way to ascertain the strength of his targets. Learn about the vampire princes and the werewolf progenitor. He meticulously reviewed some classified materials from the Inquisition. Through these secret documents, he began to understand the true origins of the Fallen Blood and the vampires. It is said that to reward the guardians of heaven for their service in maintaining holiness, goodness, and righteousness, God blessed all angels on Christmas Day. Among these angels, none shone brighter than Michael, who was also the most favored by God. He was known as the one resembling God, having led the angelic legions to defeat the fallen angel Lucifer, casting him into the depths of hell. To honor Michael's contributions and unwavering loyalty to heaven, God appointed him as the Vice-Lord of Heaven, the sovereign of light. One angel named Dinilos, dissatisfied with God's favoritism towards Michael, succumbed to Satan's temptations and chose to abandon the light in favor of darkness. Thus, on the day of Christ's suffering, he committed the act of falling. God's fury at Dionys's betrayal was immense. He bestowed upon Dionys an eternal curse from the angelic pool. From this moment forth, you shall no longer belong to the light, but shall forever languish in darkness. When you behold the light, you shall turn to smoke and ash. From this moment forth, you shall no longer indulge in the delights of gourmet cuisine, destined to survive solely by the consumption of fresh blood. When you cease to partake in this sanguine sustenance, you will forfeit both your strength and your beauty. The tempter, Satan, who led Dionys to his downfall, has incurred the wrath of God due to Dionys's transgressions. Thus, the promises made were betrayed, and the gates of hell are forever barred to Dionys. Henceforth, Dionys is scorned by both heaven and hell, condemned to dwell in the shadows of the mortal realm. Unable to endure the eternal darkness and solitude, Dionys chooses to transform into ashes upon the arrival of light. In his final moments, he bequeaths his fallen blood to his servant in the human world. Thus, the legend of the bloodline vampires is born, a tale woven into the fabric of this world. The bloodline possesses formidable power, unmatched speed, and the ability to heal rapidly. The purer the bloodline, the mightier the strength. High-ranking vampires can even levitate, hypnotize humans, and metamorphose into bats. As the bloodline indulges in the unrestrained consumption of human blood, darkness and fear envelop the world. Humanity cannot accept its fate as mere sustenance for the vampires, and thus, the epic conflict between humans and vampires commences. After enduring a protracted war, humanity gradually uncovers the vampires' weaknesses. They fear the light, and silver weapons can harm their undead forms. A wooden stake through the heart can likewise extinguish these creatures. The Holy See and the human armies begin a fervent campaign against the bloodline in broad daylight. Compounded by the rebellion of the werewolves, once nurtured by the bloodline, led by the progenitor of werewolves, the scales of victory start to tilt in favor of humanity, as the bloodline teeters on the brink of extinction. The 13 most powerful vampires form a council of elders. These 13 are revered as princes by all vampires, possessing supreme authority. To ensure the survival of their kind, the council establishes 6 sacred laws, which every vampire must adhere to without fail. The first law: isolation. No vampire shall reveal their true nature to humans. This law is the most critical and central tenet of the bloodline. The second law: dominion. Each vampire prince wields absolute power over their territory. The third law: offspring. No vampire may bestow the gift of turning a human into a vampire without the council's consent. Violation results in death for both the vampire and their progeny. The fourth law: responsibility. Each vampire must personally guide their progeny, and any misdeeds committed by the progeny will reflect upon the creator. The fifth law: respect. Vampires must honor each other's dominion. No actions may be taken in another's territory without consent. The sixth law: kin-killing. Except by the council's decree or the prince's permission, the slaying of fellow vampires is strictly forbidden. For severe transgressions of these 6 laws, the punishment is succinctly stated: death without mercy. The council leads those vampires willing to abide by the laws away from the realm of humans. Thus, the bloodline successfully endures in this world. The 13 vampire princes descend into slumber. As for the werewolf progenitor, they too were transformed into a werewolf after consuming the carcass of a wild wolf infused with fallen blood. Therefore, if fallen blood truly exists in this world, it stands to reason that angels must also exist. However, they might be constrained by certain limitations, preventing their appearance in the realm of humanity. Hence, the power level of this task realm is merely E. As God's representative on earth, the Pope being a powerless ordinary man would indeed be a grand jest. Thus, while the 3 major legions and the Holy See venture forth to hunt the bloodline, he remains at the Inquisition, awaiting news. This could very well draw out the princes of the 13 bloodline clans. If their strength falls within his capacity to manage, he can then seek to challenge them at a more opportune moment. Chapter 52: The Siege of Gongro Castle. At the encampment of the Rose Knights of the Winnegard royal family, Mo Qingqi, upon receiving the command from King Richardson, swiftly teams up with his comrade Bruce, leading a contingent of 2,000 Rose Knights to rendezvous with the 3 major legions. The tasks issued by the city of Endings comprise but 3 objectives: to slay the princes of the 13 bloodline clans, eliminate the werewolf progenitor, and obliterate the fallen blood. By accomplishing any 2 of these, they may return to the city of Endings. Relying solely on the strength of the 3 of them, the task would prove exceedingly difficult. Hence, Mo Qingqi invested a full month in securing a measure of military authority. Only with substantial military backing could they hope to fulfill their mission. After successfully obtaining temporary command of the Rose Knights, Mo Qingqi awaited the opportune moment. Now that moment has arrived. With the three major legions undertaking the campaign against the 13 bloodline clans, they too join the fray, with such a multitude of troops at their disposal. She is confident that the completion of this mission is well within reach. No matter how formidable the bloodline princes and the werewolf progenitor may be, they cannot withstand the onslaught of nearly 60,000 soldiers. Moreover, she possesses a powerful trump card. Should she ascertain the location of the hunter from the ruins tower, she can also leverage the Rose Knights to encircle them with 2,000 warriors, after Mo Qingqi and the three major legions converge. The Grand Army swiftly prepares for departure, armed with intelligence provided by the Holy See regarding the hiding places of the 13 bloodline clans. The Rose Knights and the Furious Lion Legion set forth to assault the ancestral grounds of the Gongro clan. Nearly 20,000 soldiers march forth towards the Vania forest, while the Sacred Shield Legion and the Blazing Dragon Legion attack the Cappadocia and Bra clans, respectively. 8 cardinals and 3,000 paladins dispatched by the Holy See split into two teams to assist the two major legions. After nearly 10 days of marching, the Furious Lion Legion finally reaches the hidden stronghold of the Gongro clan in the Vania forest. Gazing at the endless expanse of trees, the commander of the Furious Lion Legion waves his hand, signaling the troops to venture deep into the dense Vania forest. In a secluded valley deep within the forest stands a magnificent castle hewn from colossal stone. This is the hidden realm of the Gongro clan, one of the 13 bloodline clans. Half a month prior, the new leader of the Gongro clan, Count Karl, departed the Vania forest with over 1,000 bloodline descendants. It was only a week ago that the remaining bloodline members stationed at the ancestral grounds learned of Count Karl's demise. As a direct descendant of Prince Turing and the sixth-generation leader of the family, Count Karl openly defied the 6 sacred laws established by the Council of Elders. His death sent shockwaves through the entire Gongro clan. After all, they had all witnessed Count Karl's actions. Whether in agreement with his ideology or out of fear of his authority, they had all chosen to remain silent. Little did they expect that Count Karl would meet his end in Volante City. Their collective inaction amounts to a blatant betrayal of the Council. No one can fathom the punishment they will face once Prince Turing awakens to this news. Amidst the growing unease, a temporary leader emerges from among the ranks of viscounts to assume control of the clan. Now their only course of action is to keep the princes and elders of the Gongro clan ensconced in their familial altar. No one dares to awaken them, otherwise they would face unprecedented retribution. However, today, the watchmen stationed in the Vania forest relay a message that plunges them into despair. Tens of thousands of human soldiers have surged into the Vania forest, their trajectory aimed directly at the ancestral grounds of the Gongro clan. At this moment, only a little over 2,000 bloodline members remain to defend the clan. In a state of panic, the Viscount leads all bloodline guards to fortify the castle's key positions. 3 days later, the Furious Lion Legion and the Rose Knights finally lay eyes upon the ancient, colossal castle. The grand fortress, nestled within a valley, is shrouded in the shadow of towering trees that obscure the sunlight, casting the entire valley into darkness. Mo Qingqi gazes at the distant castle of the bloodline and cannot help but smile. It seems the intelligence provided by the Holy See is indeed remarkably precise. This time, the Gongro clan has nowhere to flee. Under the command of the Legion leader, the army begins to fell the surrounding trees to construct siege weapons. After a day, all siege equipment is ready. The Furious Lion Legion and the Rose Knights split into 5 waves, sequentially attacking the Gongro clan's castle. They intend to obliterate the Gongro clan with an unrelenting assault, with the sounding of the horn. The first wave of 4,000 soldiers advances with towering ladders and siege engines towards the castle. The bloodline guards stationed at the castle retaliate with arrows against the advancing human soldiers. By the time the human soldiers, braving the rain of arrows, finally scale the walls, fewer than 3,000 remain from the first wave of attackers, witnessing the first assault successfully breach the walls. The commander of the Furious Lion Legion realizes that the Gongro clan's defenses are not formidable. Without hesitation, he orders the second wave to commence their attack, although the vampire warriors possess strength and speed surpassing that of humans. As long as their heads and hearts remain intact, they will continue to fight. Nevertheless, the sheer numbers of the human soldiers prove overwhelming. While still entangled with the first wave of attackers, the second wave launches its assault. The vampire guards find themselves besieged by multiple human soldiers. As time passes, the vampire guards quickly begin to falter. Countless vampires fall to the ground, their heads severed by swords. The freshly appointed vampire viscount watches in despair as the number of human soldiers surging into the castle increases. The bloodline defenders begin to perish in droves. He swiftly comprehends that their strength is utterly insufficient to withstand the onslaught of the human army. In this dire moment of life and death, He finds himself with no other choice: awaken the family elders and Prince Turing. He may face severe punishment, but his life may yet be spared. However, if the human army breaches the castle, their demise is assured. With no options left, the Viscount promptly led a dozen blood kin to the castle's innermost depths, clearing away the massive stones sealing the underground altar. Blood was poured over the stone coffins, where the elders and Prince Turing lay in slumber as he anxiously awaited their awakening. Yet, it wasn't long before the sounds of battle echoed from outside the altar. The human soldiers had infiltrated the very heart of the Gongdaluo family. The conflict outside concluded with alarming swiftness, and the bloodkin stationed beyond the altar fell silent. With a resounding crash, the altar's doors were burst open by a squad of human soldiers, and hundreds of them surged inside. Chapter 53. Prince Turing the Viscount gazed upon the soldiers flooding into the altar, despair etched across his features. Gritting his teeth, he brandished his longsword and charged at the intruders. The battle lasted mere minutes before the Viscount was utterly vanquished beneath the onslaught of the human soldiers. The warriors who concluded the skirmish surveyed the blood-stained stone coffins before them, their expressions turning worried. A few soldiers cautiously approached and exerted all their strength to push the coffin lids, only to find them immovable. They quickly retreated to report their discovery to the Legion commander, while dozens of others drew their weapons, encircling the ominous stone coffins. The blood that had soaked the coffins swiftly seeped into them, vanishing without a trace. As the blood was absorbed, the coffins began to tremble violently. The soldiers, startled by the commotion, gathered with their swords drawn to investigate. Then, with a thunderous crash, the lids of the coffins were hurled aside by an immense force, striking the crowd and leaving dozens of soldiers bloodied and battered. Before anyone could regain their composure, an ancient and emaciated figure resembling a mummified creature arose from each coffin. These ghastly beings, seemingly drawn by the scent of blood in the air, crawled out and hastened towards the soldiers. Terrified, the soldiers shrieked and scrambled to escape the altar. It appeared that these revenants, having just awakened, had yet to regain their hearing or sight. They simply crawled toward the bloodstains on the ground, eagerly licking them up. Before long, Mo Qingqi burst into the altar with two companions and hundreds of rose knights. Upon sighting the dozen undead, she understood that the Gongdaluo's vampires had roused the family elders at their last moment. Mo Qingqi swiftly drew her staff and began to chant an incantation. A brilliant light emanated from the blue gem atop her staff, and three massive fireballs materialized in the air. As she directed the staff towards the mummies, the fireballs hurtled forth with a roar, igniting the three undead in flames that reduced them to ashes in mere moments. Sensing danger, the remaining mummies swiftly crawled towards the group beside Mo Qingqi. Bruce let out a furious roar, his form rapidly swelling until he transformed into a towering brown bear over 2 meters tall. The bear stood upright, slamming a mummy to the ground with a mighty paw, then positioned itself protectively in front of Mo Qingqi. Meanwhile, another companion produced a massive firearm from their storage space. As the trigger was pulled, a bright spark erupted from the muzzle, unleashing a barrage of bullets that tore the mummies apart. Once Mo Qingqi incinerated the last of the undead with her fire spells, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. She had not anticipated the ease with which they had dispatched the vampire elders. Fortunately, these ancient bloodkin had only just awakened and had not yet consumed a significant amount of blood to restore their full strength. Otherwise, this battle would have proven far more arduous. However, before she could thoroughly examine the altar, the ground beneath began to tremble violently. Soon, enormous fissures appeared in the stone floor. As Mo Qingqi and her companions braced themselves, a sudden stillness descended, after several minutes of waiting in vain for any sign of activity. Just as they were about to approach the rift, an innumerable swarm of bats erupted from within. Mo Qingqi reacted swiftly, launching a few fireballs at the bats, but they exhibited an uncanny agility, swiftly maneuvering around her and her companions, darting towards the outside of the altar. The hundreds of rose knights outside had no time to react before the swarm plunged into their midst. These bats, armed with razor-sharp fangs, tore through the knights' armor as though it were mere parchment, draining their blood in an instant. The air was filled with horrified screams as the knights succumbed. Mo Qingqi's countenance shifted in alarm, and she cried out, "Be cautious, it is the Turing prince of the Gongdaluo family." In that moment, she retrieved a parchment scroll from her pocket, which emanated a faint yet palpable aura of power. Sensing the impending threat, the swarm of bats abruptly ceased their feeding and hastily retreated into the darkness of the castle. Unconcerned with the wounded rose knights, Mo Qingqi and her companions promptly pursued the fleeing bats. By this time, the Gongdaluo castle had turned into a battlefield strewn with the corpses of the furious Lion Legion soldiers, all of whom had perished at the hands of the Turing prince. As the soldiers began to clear the battlefield, a vast swarm of bats suddenly erupted from the depths of the castle. they plunged into the ranks of the soldiers, and a cacophony of screams erupted once more. Within mere minutes, dozens of soldiers were drained of their life force, their bodies turning pale and gaunt, collapsing to the ground in lifeless heaps. The once bloated bats, now glistening with blood, coalesced in the air. Transforming into a man clad in a resplendent crimson robe adorned with intricate patterns, this figure was none other than the Turing prince of the Gondoluo family, who had slumbered for centuries. A formidable aura emanated from the Turing prince, his cold, blood-red eyes devoid of emotion as they surveyed the thousands of human soldiers surrounding him. In an instant, he vanished, appearing amidst the soldiers. The armor of the soldiers offered no protection against the prince's razor-sharp claws. Countless soldiers fell beneath his merciless onslaught as they flailed their massive swords in vain, unable to inflict any harm. The number of fallen soldiers escalated under the prince's ghostly speed. Only those soldiers standing in the shafts of sunlight filtering through the towering trees managed to endure. The others were swiftly overwhelmed, leaving a scene of carnage. From a distance, the Legion commander beheld this grim spectacle and, in a fit of rage, charged towards the Turing prince like a ferocious tiger. Wielding his massive two-handed sword, yet, the commander was left dumbfounded as the Turing prince did not evade the strike. He allowed the sword to cleave into his shoulder, before the commander could comprehend the situation. He felt a searing pain in his chest as a pale hand pierced through him. The Turing prince, with a cruel smile, savored the matter in his grasp, feasting upon it as the commander's body crumpled to the ground. His final gaze witnessing the prince extracting the sword from his shoulder and discarding it, the grievous wound began to mend itself almost instantaneously, and in despair, the commander drew his last breath. Chapter 54, A disastrous defeat. As Emo Qingqi and her companions burst from the castle, they beheld a scene of utter devastation. The soldiers of the furious Lion Legion lay slain in droves by the Turing prince. Fear flickered in Emo Qingqi's eyes as she surveyed the carnage before her. She had never imagined the Turing prince to be so overwhelmingly powerful. The sheer number of human soldiers proved inconsequential against this vampiric monarch. His spectral speed rendered any attempt at retaliation futile. The anticipated encirclement of the Turing prince by thousands of soldiers had yielded no results. Without the ability to strike him, even the most formidable weapons were rendered useless. Watching the Turing prince continue his merciless rampage, Emo Qingqi gritted her teeth and retrieved the previously mentioned parchment scroll. Chanting the incantation inscribed upon it, she raised her staff, which radiated a brilliant light in the dim air. A powerful surge of magical energy began to coalesce in the void. The Turing prince, sensing this potent magical disturbance, ceased his slaughter and regarded Emo Qingqi with indifference. In an instant, he transformed into a multitude of bats. Retreating into the dark depths of the forest, vanishing from sight, with the Turing prince temporarily deterred, Emo Qingqi forced herself to halt the incantation, but the backlash of magic surged through her, causing her to cough up a torrent of blood. Stumbling to the fallen commander's side, despair engulfed her. The Turing prince was a foe far beyond her capacity to confront. Such prowess has undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of this world. The only threat she poses to her opponent lies in that serendipitously acquired magical scroll. Yet, there are as many as 13 bloodline princes. Additionally, there exists a werewolf progenitor of unknown strength. The caliber of these adversaries fills her with profound despair. The mission issued by the City of the End is to eliminate the 13 princes of the clans and the werewolf progenitor. Given the current circumstances, it appears to be a directive to lead her to her demise. Emo Qingqi collapsed onto the ground, her two companions similarly ensnared in deep despondency, just as she prepared to brace herself for the severe punishment from the City of the End and abandon this mission. She suddenly sensed something amiss. Just one Prince Turing is already so formidable, even a siege of nearly 20,000 soldiers proves utterly ineffective. Moreover, the bloodline possesses a staggering 13 princes. How then did humanity conquer such a powerful bloodline centuries ago? Even more perplexing is the fact that humanity not only triumphed over the bloodline but also forced them to retreat into the primordial forests for centuries. Ultimately, they even vanquished the werewolves. It is inconceivable that mere numbers of human soldiers could achieve this. Though vampires are indeed vulnerable to sunlight and silver weaponry, the bloodline princes could easily unleash slaughter upon the human army under the cover of night. There must exist a certain mysterious force within the human realm. This enigmatic power is the key to humanity's victory over the bloodline and werewolves. It is only at this moment that Emo Qingqi comprehends the truth. The City of the End had not dispatched her team to seize control of the army but had instead allowed her time to seek out the very force that enabled humanity to prevail against the bloodline and werewolves. She had fundamentally misunderstood from the outset. This misinterpretation had led to the tragic circumstances they now faced. Upon realizing this, Mo Qingqi mustered her strength and began to regroup the surviving soldiers. In the final tally, she discovered that over 4,000 soldiers had perished at the hands of Prince Turing. Thousands more had scattered in fear during the bloody onslaught. When Mo Qingqi returned with the surviving forces to Cisnea, she received grim news. The Holy Shield Legion, which had attacked the Cappadocia family, had also suffered a massacre at the hands of the recently awakened Prince William. Of the 23,000 soldiers, only a little over 10,000 managed to escape. The flames of the Dragon Legion, assaulting the Bra family, suffered an even more catastrophic defeat. The elders and princes of the Bra family had long been awakened upon the arrival of the flames of the Dragon Legion. Night had already fallen, and they had intended to wait until dawn to assault the Bra ancestral land. However, that very night, they were ambushed by the Bra prince and 11 elders leading an army of vampires. The entire force of 20,000 was nearly annihilated. Only a scant few hundred soldiers managed to escape. The 8 cardinals of the Holy See and 3,000 paladins sustained near total casualties. This devastating defeat shocked the entire kingdom of Winegard. King Richardson, upon learning of the 3 legions' catastrophic losses, turned grey overnight. The populace, upon receiving the news, became filled with trepidation. Everyone was awestruck by the formidable power of the bloodline. No one could have anticipated that vampires, once thought to exist only in legend, were indeed real. Furthermore, even the kingdom's mightiest legions could not withstand them. The combined defeat of the 3 legions and the Holy See left Winegard without sufficient strength to resist the bloodline. In the border cities adjacent to the bloodline's ancestral lands, mass panic ensued. Countless citizens fled with their families and possessions toward the capital Cisnea. Despair painted every face. The entire kingdom bore the visage of a cataclysmic end. The stationed troops along the borders of Winegard, under royal orders, hurriedly departed for Cisnea, having abandoned any pretense of guarding against border threats. Protecting the Winegard royal family had become the utmost priority. Should Cisnea fall under an assault by the bloodline, the kingdom itself could very well meet its end. Meanwhile, the Pope of the Holy See, upon learning of the near-total demise of all red-robed cardinals and paladins, knelt in prayer before the statue of God in the sacred hall. Subsequently, he issued a decree for all clergy in the kingdom to return to Cisnea. In the Inquisition, Xu Yunhan was still sifting through various top-secret documents in the basement. The chief judge hurriedly entered, conveying the news of the 3 legions' devastating defeat. Upon hearing the chief judge's report, he was momentarily taken aback. He had long anticipated that the 3 legions would be unable to withstand the 13 princes of the bloodline. He simply did not expect the defeat to be so thorough, and with only 3 clans having caused such disarray, how would Winegard resist when all 13 clans were unleashed, the elders fully revived? Alone would suffice to vanquish an ordinary human army, not to mention the awakened princes of each clan, although he was uncertain of the exact disparity in strength between the awakened princes and himself. Their power could certainly be deemed the apex of this world. Chapter 55. War approaches. Observing the chief judge's anxious demeanor, Xu Yunhan smiled. "Fear not, I am still here," the chief judge sighed and replied. "If it were merely one bloodline prince, I would not be concerned, but there are 13 princes among the clans. Tianfa, you are my most exceptional disciple and my greatest pride in this life. The Inquisition will eventually be entrusted to your hands. I know your character. This time, you must not act impulsively as before. The bloodline is not something you alone can address. Moreover, the Holy See has endured for a millennium for a reason. We have our trump cards. Heed my counsel this time. Leave the bloodline to His Holiness to handle. Remain within the Inquisition and, unless absolutely necessary, do not intervene." Xu Yunhan, seeing the concern in the chief judge's eyes, nodded. "Very well, I will heed your words. Unless absolutely unavoidable, I shall refrain from intervening." In the depths of the dark forests of the Carpathian Mountains stood a colossal temple, constructed entirely of massive stones. It had weathered the test of countless ages. Now cloaked in a verdant mantle of moss, dense thickets and underbrush had long since enveloped the temple, and for centuries, no human had ventured within. Yet at this moment, flickering candlelight could be seen emanating from the innermost sanctum through the doors. 13 men were seated around a vast stone table. The elegantly attired man sitting third from the left was none other than Prince Turing, who had left a carnage of the raging Lion Legion in his wake. The man seated at the head exuded an overwhelming aura of power and authority, even surpassing that of Prince Turing. After scanning the room, the man slowly began to speak. "Since the establishment of the Council of Elders, we have not convened a judgment assembly for nearly 4 centuries. This judgment assembly will deliberate on the war between the bloodline and humanity. Ever since we 13 established the 6 edicts of the bloodline, no one among our kind has dared to violate them, yet, upon our slumber, the descendants of the 13 clans have forgotten the counsel es gravitas. The descendants of the Gangluo family, Bra family, Nisfarata family, Setna family, Morsis family, and my own Cappadocia family have not only contravened the 6 edicts but have openly launched attacks against humanity. They have even sealed the altar. Attempting to ensure our eternal slumber, such treachery is utterly intolerable. Due to the betrayal of these descendants, not only have we been plunged into war with humanity, but our slumber has also been disrupted. Awakening us, all bloodline members complicit in this matter must face the most severe punishment. Upon the conclusion of his statement, the other 12 princes voiced their unanimous agreement. I concur, agreed. Prince Turing's expression darkened. The most grievous losses among the 13 clans had befallen his Gangluo family. He had been awakened only at the last moment before his family was annihilated. Having just awakened, he had yet to regain his strength. The 10 or so elders of the Gangluo family had perished almost immediately after their revival, leaving no other family members alive. The Gangluo family had effectively become a shell of its former self. Although he could bestow the initial embrace and cultivate descendants gradually, each act of bestowing initial embrace would result in a prolonged stagnation of his power. By the time he managed to restore the Gangluo family, his strength would lag significantly behind that of the other princes. The premature awakening of all the princes had also sabotaged their original plans for advancement. Contemplating this, Prince Turing felt a surge of resentment. With anger in his gaze, he turned to the man at the head. William, the current situation has arisen due to your Cappadocia family. Viana has brazenly violated the 6 edicts and incited the 13 clans to wage war against humanity. Not only has this disrupted our slumber, but the Gangluo family has also been overrun by humanity, resulting in our total demise. You must provide me with an explanation for this matter. Prince William furrowed his brow and replied slowly, my direct descendant Viana has already been executed before the assembly. All descendants of the Cappadocia family involved in this conspiracy have been put to death by my hand. I extend my deepest apologies for the plight of the Gangluo family. In the forthcoming resolution, I shall contemplate measures to compensate for their losses. Prince Turing nodded in satisfaction. Prince William continued, stating, the primary purpose of convening this council is to deliberate on how to address the ongoing war with humanity. In the past, humanity compelled us to retreat from the world, and we have slumbered for centuries. Now, since the war has erupted, the 6 edicts we previously established are no longer suitable for the current circumstances. The conflict between the Blood Clan and humanity has become inevitable. We must decide whether to continue our seclusion or to wage war against humanity to reclaim the world that rightfully belongs to us. I invite all princes to cast their votes. After a moment's hesitation, Prince Brook, seated to the right, inquired, if we engage in war with humanity, how shall we confront the divine descent of the Holy See? Prince William smiled faintly, producing a small glass vial from his bosom. Within the vial was half a bottle of black liquid, exuding an unmistakable aura of decay, corruption, and darkness, even through the glass. This is? All the princes gazed at the vial, aghast. The blood of corruption. How did you come to possess such a thing? It appears that the blood of corruption, a legacy of our progenitor, has fallen into your hands. William, you cannot possibly withstand the curse and erosion of the blood of corruption. Do you wish to become a mindless monstrosity like our progenitor? Prince William shook his head, replying with a smile, while I am tempted to drink it, I certainly do not wish to end up like the progenitor. I cannot endure the erosion of the blood of corruption. This is an eternal curse bestowed by God himself. We cannot withstand it. Nor can the Holy See. Therefore, there exists no power in the human realm that can prevent our blood clan from reigning over the earth. Upon hearing Prince William's explanation, all present princes suddenly comprehended his intentions. The previously anxious expressions vanished, replaced by uncontainable excitement. During the great war between our two factions, although the betrayal of the werewolves dealt a heavy blow to the blood clan, the true decisive factor in the war's outcome was the divine descent of the Holy See. The Blood Clan once boasted 24 prince-level beings. However, the divine descent of the Holy See resulted in our utter defeat. In that battle, the Holy See slayed 11 prince-level Blood Clan members. Seeing the dire situation, the remaining 13 fled decisively, thus preserving their lives. Otherwise, how could mere humans and werewolves possibly vanquish the immensely powerful Blood Clan? Now, however, the sole concern has dissipated. Prince Turing was the first to voice his stance. I choose to go to war. It is time to reclaim our world. A chorus of agreement followed. War. Chapter 56. The Blood Clan's full offensive. Half a month later, the city of Yeningang had lost its former prosperity and vibrancy. Following the catastrophic defeat of the three great legions of the Kingdom of Winegard, citizens began to flee the border city with their families in tow, after the Holy Shield Legion rested in Yeningang. They ventured into a vast, desolate forest beyond the city, yet, within mere days, the once mighty legion returned in a state of disarray akin to frightened strays. Originally numbering over 20,000, only around 10,000 soldiers managed to return. These soldiers, each bearing expressions of terror and despair, recounted their harrowing encounters to the citizens of Yeningang. Consequently, panic gripped the populace. They feared that the legendary vampires would pursue them to Yeningang. If even the kingdom's most formidable Holy Shield Legion could not withstand the vampires' onslaught, what chance did ordinary citizens have against them? Thus, a mass exodus commenced. The once thriving city of Yeningang, once home to over 50,000, was now reduced to just over 8,000 souls, apart from the city lord's guards. Nearly all that remained were the elderly. Unable to flee, they were reluctant to abandon the city they had lived in for a lifetime or forsake the livelihoods they had built. They clung to the hope that, having not been attacked by vampires for centuries, perhaps this time would be no different. Meanwhile, the city lord was also consumed by anxiety. Unlike the common folk, if he were to flee Yeningang, he would face execution by the king. Thus, he could only silently pray to God, hoping the vampires would spare Yeningang. As for the citizens, he did not hinder their escape. Even in death, he refused to bear an indelible mark of shame. Otherwise, he could never face his ancestors, who had been ennobled for their military achievements. Over 2,000 guards from the Lord's Manor remained stationed upon the city walls, patrolling tirelessly day and night to defend against the Blood Clan's onslaught. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting twilight upon the land, the patrolling soldiers beheld a scene that plunged them into despair. Countless figures surged from the forest, racing towards Yeningang at an alarming speed. Before they could sound the alarm, the leading group of pale-faced men had already scaled the towering 6-meter walls with astonishing swiftness, commencing a brutal massacre of the guards. Following suit, droves of vampires ascended. Plunging into the fray, the guards' longswords found purchase upon the vampires' flesh, yet their efforts were in vain. The vampires felt no fear of ordinary weaponry, for unless their hearts were pierced, they remained unharmed. This left the guards mired in terror and despair as anguished screams echoed through the air. As more and more vampires breached the walls, the guards began to fall in droves. At that moment, the city lord, wielding a silver weapon, led a contingent of guards towards the chaos, under the silver weapon's influence. Several vampires lost their formidable regenerative abilities, swiftly falling to the lord's sword. Just as the lord severed the head of one vampire, a shadow darted from afar, materializing before him in an instant. Before the lord could react, sharp fangs pierced his neck. He felt his lifeblood surging uncontrollably from his body. Unable to even scream, he withered away before the eyes of his guards. This sight instilled profound fear in all the guards, who abandoned the fight against the vampires, turning to flee. Alas, the guards' speed paled in comparison to that of the vampires. The vampire horde quickly overtook the fleeing guards, dispatching them one by one. Yeningang was left utterly defenseless. The vampire army surged forward, descending upon the screaming, fleeing populace. The entire city of Yeningang was engulfed in terror. No matter how the citizens sought refuge, the relentless vampires unearthed them, dragging them into the night. Under the cloak of darkness, Yeningang resembled a hellish nightmare. On that same night, 11 other cities in the Kingdom of Winegard faced simultaneous assaults from the vampire horde. The guarding armies were utterly incapable of resisting the vampires' advance, resulting in countless civilian casualties. The following day, news of 12 cities falling to the vampires and the massacre of innumerable humans spread throughout the kingdom. Citizens from countless towns began their frantic flight. Over 1 million souls surged into the capital, Saniat. Many cities were rendered desolate, resembling ghost towns. Upon learning of the calamity, King Richardson hastily organized the remaining forces of the kingdom, forming an army of 11,000 to defend Saniat and the surrounding cities. As the 12 vampire legions continued to effortlessly conquer city after city, the Kingdom of Winegard found itself on the brink of collapse. Those humans who had not managed to escape were taken captive by the vampires, destined to become their sustenance. With the fall of night, the vampire army commenced another wave of assaults. As more cities succumbed, the entirety of humanity in Winegard was engulfed in profound fear and despair. People began to fervently pray for divine salvation. Just as everyone believed the vampire horde would inevitably sweep into Sania, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Over 8,000 werewolves burst forth from the shadowy forest. Under the leadership of the werewolf progenitor, they seized the city previously occupied by the vampires. The vampires left behind in the city were nearly annihilated by the werewolves, towering over 2 meters. Strong and swift ordinary vampires stood no chance against the werewolves. Their once proud physical prowess and regenerative capabilities proved utterly ineffective in the face of the werewolves. Even the elders of the Blood Clan found themselves fleeing in disarray when besieged by the werewolves. A prince from the 13 clans, incensed by the werewolves, personally led thousands of vampires into the fray. However, this prince found himself utterly powerless against the werewolf progenitor. In terms of both strength and physical defense, the werewolf progenitor far surpassed this prince. The prince could only rely on his speed to evade the onslaught of the werewolf progenitor, yet his attacks were nothing more than a mere annoyance to the progenitor. While the progenitor's strikes were beyond the prince's capacity to endure, the prince's once exceptional regenerative abilities faltered before the werewolf progenitor, leaving him no choice but to retreat with the remnants of his vampire kin in a state of utter disarray. The sudden emergence of the werewolf army compelled the entire vampire legion to halt their relentless advance on the human cities. Chapter 57, The Sacred Descent of the Holy See. In order to prepare against the werewolf clan, the princes of the 13 clans convened an urgent elder meeting to deliberate on how to counter the intervention of the werewolf progenitor. The kingdom of Wynegard, which had previously descended into despair, finally gained a fleeting opportunity to breathe following a conversation with King Richardson. Mo Qingqi acquired the privilege to peruse the royal secret archives. After sifting through countless documents, he ultimately uncovered that in the cataclysmic war between the two clans centuries ago, the Blood Clan was ultimately vanquished by the Holy See. Since that fateful conflict, the Holy See's reputation within the kingdom of Wynegard had even surpassed that of the royal family at times. However, the specific means by which the Holy See triumphed over the Blood Clan remained undocumented, suggesting that the Holy See was reluctant for the world to uncover certain secrets, leading to the destruction of all records pertaining to that war. With even the royal family failing to preserve any. Mo Qingqi promptly made his way to the Holy See's sanctuary, seeking an audience with the Pope. Meanwhile, a throng had gathered outside the Inquisition, consisting predominantly of the kingdom's nobility and affluent citizens, all of whom were aflame with righteous indignation. They vehemently demanded to meet with the presiding judge, and even the guards of the Inquisition's precinct could not dissuade them. Reluctantly, the presiding judge emerged to ascertain the intentions of the agitated crowd. Upon sighting the judge, a multitude surged forward, encircling him and bombarding him with questions. Why have the knights of the Holy Temple not been dispatched to protect us? To safeguard the citizens of the kingdom. Indeed, the vampires have slaughtered so many of our people. Why does the Knights of the Holy Temple remain indifferent? Exactly, Judge, you must provide us with an explanation today. Isn't the Grand Knight of the Holy Temple exceedingly powerful? Where has he gone? Could it be that he has hidden away at the mere sight of the vampires? Judge, simply state the amount of gold coins required to persuade the Grand Knight to emerge and repel the vampire army. Is the so-called Reaper's Scythe, the Hell's Arbiter, truly afraid? The judge could only attempt to placate the tumultuous crowd, repeatedly assuring them that the Holy See would indeed protect them, yet, the already anxious populace was beyond the reach of his reassurances. Led by a few individuals, the crowd broke through the guards' obstruction and stormed into the Inquisition. They demanded that the Grand Knight provide them with an answer as to why he had not intervened to thwart the vampire army. As the crowd surged through the Inquisition in search of answers, Chu Yuhan, who had just emerged from the basement, was spotted by them, and countless individuals immediately rushed toward him. They vociferously interrogated the bewildered Chu Yuhan. One wealthy individual who had fled from another city to Zisnia even pulled a bag of gold coins from his bosom and hurled it at Chu Yuhan's feet, his eyes filled with fury and disdain as he shouted, "Isn't it money you seek? Name your price, then hurry and drive away those accursed vampires." No sooner had he spoken than a flash of steel gleamed, and the wealthy man's head fell from his body. Rolling into the crowd, the severed neck gushed forth a torrent of blood, splattering across the faces of the onlookers. In that moment, Chu Yuhan's soul power increased slightly. The once fervent crowd now stood in stunned silence, gazing at the severed head at their feet. Wiping the blood that had splattered across their faces, they glanced at the cold, unyielding man before them and were plunged into a profound silence. Moments later, piercing screams erupted, and the crowd scattered in all directions. It was only then that they recalled that this man was a far more ruthless killer than the vampires themselves. The judge, having arrived at the scene, sighed in resignation as he beheld the unfolding chaos. This incident only served to further solidify the rumors of Chu Yuhan as a merciless slayer. Looking at the judge, Chu Yuhan inquired, "What is the current state of the battle? Is my intervention truly unnecessary?" The judge rubbed his forehead and sighed. "The situation is dire. The vampire army has already advanced to the vicinity of Zisnia. However, the werewolves have unexpectedly entered the fray, causing the vampire army to momentarily cease their assault, but I suspect this respite will not last long. The kingdom's forces are utterly incapable of withstanding the vampire onslaught. Our only hope now rests with the Pope, Xu Yuhan curiously asked. Is the Pope more formidable than the vampire princes? No, the Pope is merely an ordinary old man, incapable of even defeating a young person. Then why do you place your hopes in the Pope? Because the Pope wields the accumulated power of faith that the Holy See has gathered over centuries. Power of faith, yes, all sincere adherents of the light continuously bestow faith upon the Holy See. In ordinary times, the power of faith may seem inconsequential. However, when it reaches a certain magnitude, it becomes akin to a divine artifact of the Holy See. Noticing that Xu Yuhan appeared to struggle with the concept, the judge continued to elucidate. The power of faith will coalesce within the sacred pool of the sanctuary, and when it reaches a profoundly elevated state, the Pope can utilize it to invoke a divine descent. The rites and incantations for this divine descent are known solely to the successive popes. Once the Pope commences the sacred descent ceremony, the vast reservoir of faith amassed over centuries will be offered as a sacrifice to the fabled celestial kingdom. The celestial kingdom will respond to the offerings of the faithful, and the legendary angels will truly descend upon the mortal realm. This is the Holy See's greatest trump card, when the situation reaches an irrevocable juncture. The Pope will unhesitatingly sacrifice all the power of faith. The quantity of faith sacrificed will directly influence the strength of the angels that descend upon the world. The more faith that is sacrificed, the mightier the angels that will manifest in the mortal realm. In the previous war between the two clans, the Pope of that era managed to summon a four-winged angel from the celestial kingdom. At that time, there were 24 vampires who had attained the strength of princes, yet 11 were slain by the four-winged angel. The remaining vampires fled in disarray, leading to the eventual formation of the 13 blood clans. This time, the Holy See has amassed a staggering amount of faith over the course of several hundred years. This terrifying quantity could even suffice to summon a six-winged archangel from the celestial kingdom. Should the Pope truly succeed in summoning a six-winged archangel, unless the 72 demon lords of hell make an appearance, the blood clan would merely be akin to ants in comparison to the archangel's might. And this is precisely why I have refrained from allowing you to engage in battle. Xu Yuhan pondered for a moment before asking, are angels truly that powerful? The judge chuckled softly. Just how powerful they are, I cannot say for certain. After all, they are the guardians of the mythical celestial kingdom. At the very least, the princes of the blood clan would undoubtedly be no match for them, regardless of their numbers, which would prove utterly futile. Thus, regardless of how formidable the blood clan may be, their fate is destined to be one of failure and annihilation. Furthermore, this time, the Pope shall certainly not permit any blood clan prince to escape. Chapter 58, The Knight Commander's Slaughter. After hearing the judge's account, Xu Yuhan furrowed his brow. If he allowed the Pope to invoke the sacred descent and summon the angels of the celestial kingdom, it would not bode well for him. The mission of the Tower of Oblivion required him to slay the werewolf progenitor and the princes of the 13 blood clans. If his targets were ultimately slain by the angels, would that count as him fulfilling his mission? Xu Yuhan dared not take that gamble, as the penalty for mission failure was execution. Therefore, he needed to eliminate all his targets before the Pope could invoke the sacred descent. As the princes of the 13 clans had already awakened from their slumber and gathered together, this spared him the trouble of hunting them down one by one. Moreover, the werewolf progenitor had also made an appearance. As long as he could slay them, he would be but one fallen blood away from completing his mission perfectly. With this in mind, Xu Yuhan could no longer contain himself and directly communicated with the judge. I wish to confront these princes of the blood clan and gauge their true strength. The judge was taken aback, gazing at his disciple in disbelief. Why would he choose to take such a risk? Could he not wait for the Pope to summon the sacred descent? Xu Yuhan replied earnestly, Master, I have never been one to shy away from danger, hiding behind others. Only by battling true masters can I grow stronger. Rest assured, I am well aware of my own capabilities. Even if I am outmatched, I am confident there is no mortal peril. The judge stared at him in a daze, and after a long moment, he sighed deeply, carefully polishing the golden iris emblem on Xu Yuhan's attire. Go forth. I believe in you. You are my greatest pride in this life. Xu Yuhan nodded and then turned to stride purposefully towards the grand doors of the Inquisition. The judge watched the receding figure of his tall disciple, silently placing his hands together in prayer before the divine statue. This time, Xu Yuhan did not bring along the knights of the Holy Temple from the Inquisition. He was to face the werewolf progenitor and the princes of the blood clan. The warriors of the knights would prove no assistance. Rather, they would merely fall victim to the slaughtered. It was far more prudent for them to remain to guard the Inquisition. As he rode forth on his steed, exiting the gates of Zisnia, he glanced back at the city, pausing for a moment before galloping towards the city that had fallen to the Blood Clan. Galicia had been overtaken by the Blood Clan a week prior. After the werewolves joined the fray, the vampires halted their advance at Galicia City, refraining from further aggression against the kingdom of Winegard. When Chu Yunhan arrived in Galicia City, he found that all the inhabitants had been captured by the vampires, serving as their blood reservoir. As he stepped into the city, he was met with an eerie silence and a scene of utter devastation. It was daytime, and the vampires had retreated into the shadows of various buildings to slumber. With an expression of icy indifference, Chu Yunhan entered each dwelling, systematically eliminating the hidden vampires within hours later. He had cleared his way to the Lord's manor. He had slain over 3,000 vampires in Galicia City. Upon pushing open the grand doors of the manor, he was greeted by a scene of chaos. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Yunhan stepped into the dimly lit hall. Moments later, the air was filled with piercing screams as at least 1,000 vampires surged from the second and third floors. Faced with the audacious human before them, all the vampires bared their sharp fangs and let out furious roars before launching themselves at him. Chu Yunhan, expressionless, met their charge with a powerful punch, causing the nearest vampire to explode upon impact. The vampire's razor-sharp claws and fangs proved utterly ineffective against him, failing to even scratch his skin. As more vampires closed in, Chu Yunhan swiftly drew the riftbreaker blade from his waist. With a sweeping motion, several vampires were cleaved in two, collapsing to the ground in a futile struggle. The hall became a cacophony of flashing blades and chilling light, littered with the bodies of slain vampires. After the fierce battle, he had dispatched over 300 of them. The remaining vampires, witnessing this horrifying spectacle, recoiled in terror. At that moment, several elder vampires awakened from their slumber and emerged from their chambers. Their blood-red eyes burning with fury at the sight before them. With a fearsome howl, they charged at Chu Yunhan with a speed far surpassing that of ordinary vampires. Their razor-sharp fingers lunged towards his chest. Observing the human who had recklessly slaughtered their kin, the elder vampire's eyes glinted with cruelty and disdain. They silently vowed to torment this arrogant human to death in the most brutal manner possible. With a resounding clang, the elder's sharp fingertips pierced Chu Yunhan's body, yet, to their disbelief, their incredibly sharp claws shattered as if striking an impenetrable metal. Chu Yunhan, undeterred by their assault, murmured, "It seems the perfect defense of the Golden Bell is stronger than I initially anticipated." He then seized one of the elder vampires and slammed it down forcefully onto the ground, eliciting a horrifying scream. The remaining elders, their eyes wide with terror, began to retreat, witnessing their companion's pitiful state and the echoes of his screams. An overwhelming dread surged within them. This human was akin to a demon from hell, instilling in them a terror they had not felt in centuries. They had never imagined that a human could possess such formidable power. Before this human, they, as elders of the vampire clan, appeared weak as infants. Their once invincible claws could not even graze this human's skin. In that moment, all the vampires were convinced that he was undoubtedly a hellish demon clad in human skin. However, Chu Yunhan afforded them no time for lamentation. He dashed towards the elders, and with a flash of his blade, one elder was slain on the spot, even before a scream could escape his lips. Another elder was struck in the waist by a powerful kick, sending him crashing into a distant wall, where he crumpled into a heap, silent and motionless. The remaining vampires, witnessing the effortless demise of their elders at the hands of this human, were paralyzed with fear and scurried into various rooms, as if hiding could spare them from this demon's wrath. Chu Yunhan walked slowly through the bloody battlefield, heading towards the rooms where the vampires had sought refuge. Chapter 59, Werewolves. Before nightfall, Chu Yunhan had thoroughly scoured Galicia City. Despite having slain over 4,000 vampires, he found no trace of the vampire prince. Instead, he discovered over 1,000 residents of Galicia City imprisoned in the dungeons. They were crammed into small cells, each barely 10 square meters, with hundreds of residents packed inside. In the overcrowded confines, the faces of Galicia's citizens were ashen, engulfed in an abyss of despair. The occupying vampires would drag out dozens of prisoners daily and drain their blood before the eyes of their fellow captives. Living in such a hellish existence, the residents had long abandoned any hope of survival. When Chu Yunhan finally unlocked the dungeon doors, the residents remained in shock for a considerable time, their expressions vacant, numbly awaiting their fate at the hands of the vampires. Only after he severed the locks of all the dungeon doors did disbelief flicker across their faces. The joy of having escaped death illuminated their features. And those rescued residents wept uncontrollably, kneeling before Chu Yunhan in gratitude for their salvation. Chu Yunhan silently regarded the survivors, sighing softly before turning to exit the dungeons, after resting for a night in Galinia City. The next morning, he mounted his warhorse and continued his journey towards the next city under vampire occupation. In just half a month, Chu Yunhan had liberated 12 cities from vampire control. He had slain over 100 vampire elders. While the number of ordinary vampires he dispatched reached nearly 30,000, the soul power absorbed by his innate spirit had escalated to a staggering 300,000, from the cities reclaimed from the vampires. He had rescued nearly 50,000 residents, thus all human cities that had fallen to the vampires had been purged by Chu Yunhan. Yet, despite this, he had not encountered a single vampire prince. It was as if they had vanished from existence. Even after nearly annihilating the entire vampire clan, he could not lure them out. The only remaining stronghold was the city seized by the werewolves. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Yunhan set off towards the werewolves. For him, whether it was slaying the 13 clan princes or the werewolf progenitor, both tasks were inevitable. Only by completing all the missions issued by the Tower of the Abyss could he hope for ample rewards upon his return. If possible, he did not intend to overlook any of the 5 tasks assigned by the Tower of the Abyss. In every mission world, he aimed to exert every effort to achieve perfection in fulfilling all tasks. Only then could his strength see rapid advancement. In the infinite multiverse, every task represented a cycle. If he merely went through the motions, meeting the bare minimum standards for the Tower of the Abyss's tasks, he might encounter insurmountable challenges and foes in the next world. By then, it would be too late for regrets. Back at the Xianyang Imperial Pass, faced with the invading armies, he had felt like an ant, forced to shamefully flee, watching countless comrades die before his eyes, powerless to intervene. This deeply ingrained humiliation was etched into his heart like a sharp dagger. In the real world, the ambiguous stance of the Great Xia dynasty towards hunters loomed over him like a mountain. Should the Great Xia dynasty decide to eliminate such unstable elements, his current abilities would be utterly inadequate for resistance. Moreover, his sister would also face endless troubles. Thus, he must cherish every task at hand. Only by exhausting every means to enhance his task completion rate could he secure better rewards. Furthermore, his innate spirit destined him to rise through bloodshed. The more enemies he slayed, the greater the soul power he absorbed. Only with sufficient soul power could he continue to break through and survive in the hellish realm of the Tower of the Abyss, since he had yet to find a trace of the 13 vampire clan princes. He would begin with the werewolf progenitor. Traversing a vast expanse of wilderness, the city seized by the werewolves came into view. Unlike vampires, werewolves were not afraid of sunlight. Their sole fear lay in silver weapons. Thus, upon Chu Yunhan's arrival, the werewolves on the city walls spotted him from afar. A few werewolves raced towards him from a distance upon seeing him. By the time they stood before Chu Yunhan, they had fully transformed, towering nearly 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles, fearsome visages, dripping fangs, and glistening claws, all of which attested to the werewolves' strength far exceeding that of the vampires. The only flaw of the werewolves was their lack of intelligence and sparse population. Especially after transformation, they gradually lost their rationality. Ordinary werewolves, after biting a human, would cause some of the wounded to transform into werewolves themselves in a few days. However, those transformed through bites became mindless beasts, attacking even the werewolf progenitor without distinction. Thus, once a human fell into the clutches of the werewolves, survival was virtually impossible. Unlike vampires, werewolves were not incapable of reproduction. Vampires could expand their numbers simply by bestowing the first embrace upon humans and transferring their blood, thus creating new descendants. The werewolves possess the ability to reproduce among themselves. However, the pregnancy rate of female werewolves is astonishingly low, so low that one may only conceive a single time throughout her lifetime. Consequently, the population of werewolves has perpetually lagged far behind that of vampires, let alone humans. A few werewolves seem entirely disinterested in understanding why these humans have appeared here. To them, being present on the battlefield simply denotes an enemy. The enormous razor-sharp claws howled as they lunged toward him. Chu Yunhan remained composed, coldly observing the oncoming wolf claw. With a single punch, he unleashed a ferocious force that sent the approaching werewolf flying, lifeless as it crumpled to the ground. Sensing the absorption of 20 points of soul power in his mind, he proceeded to eliminate the remaining werewolves one by one, under the terrified gazes of the others. Chu Yunhan flicked the blood from his hands and strode towards the city. In the distance, upon witnessing their companion's swift demise, the werewolves howled mournfully to the sky. As Chu Yunhan entered the city gates, He beheld countless werewolves beginning their transformation, their bodies swelling rapidly within a brief span of time. Once their transformations were complete, a throng of werewolves charged towards him with ferocity. Chu Yunhan's gaze turned icy as the void cutter transformed into a flurry of afterimages. Slicing through the approaching werewolves, of blood splattered everywhere as the immensely strong werewolves found themselves utterly incapable of withstanding the sharpness of the void cutter. Like cutting through vegetables, they fell one after another beneath its blade. Meanwhile, the werewolves' claws failed to inflict any harm upon Chu Yunhan. Soon, the number of fallen werewolves increased exponentially. Chapter 60. Slaying the werewolf ancestor. A resounding wolf howl echoed from afar. Chu Yunhan lifted his gaze to see two werewolves, towering at 2.5 meters, sprinting swiftly across the rooftops. Upon reaching the city gates, they leapt down from the rooftops, their massive claws glinting ominously as they aimed for his head. Chu Yunhan delivered a powerful punch that sent one of the leaping werewolves crashing away. He then surged towards the other, driving his elbow forcefully into the werewolf's midsection. Instantly, the creature doubled over in agony. Retching violently, with a swift motion, he severed the werewolf's head, which rolled to the ground just as he prepared to deliver a finishing blow to the one he had sent sprawling. A thunderous wolf howl approached. A gargantuan werewolf, over 3 meters tall, charged towards him with astonishing speed. Its thick, white fur and explosive muscles seemed to contain boundless strength, and its claws were twice the length of those of ordinary werewolves. Chu Yunhan sneered, summoning all his strength to rush toward the colossal werewolf. Boom! With a violent collision, both figures were sent flying. Chu Yunhan wiped the blood from his arm, his expression turning serious. This was the first time he had sustained an injury since mastering the Golden Bell Shield. He realized that this massive werewolf was likely the werewolf ancestor, the skin that vampires and werewolves alike could not breach had, in their first clash, been cut open by the werewolf ancestor. Leaving several wounds, since arriving in this world, he had not experienced such an exhilarating battle in a long time. The opponents he previously encountered were far too weak, easily crushed by his might. Finally encountering an adversary that matched him in both strength and physique filled Chu Yunhan with excitement. Clenching his fists, he transformed into a blur, darting towards the werewolf ancestor. The werewolf ancestor, just regaining its footing, swiped clawfirst at the rushing Chu Yunhan. Chu Yunhan's fist struck the werewolf ancestor's massive claw, forcing it to stagger back several meters. The werewolf ancestor's eyes turned blood red, emitting an enraged roar. It was the first time someone had surpassed it in strength. Even the vampire princes, in its presence, could only rely on speed to evade, never daring to confront it head-on. The werewolf ancestor propelled itself forward, its enormous form lunging at the human, its massive, gaping maw snapping ferociously at Chu Yunhan. With keen eyes, Chu Yunhan swiftly dodged the attack and retaliated with an elbow strike to the werewolf ancestor's side. Bang! The werewolf ancestor appeared oblivious to the pain, rapidly turning to fix its blood-red gaze upon Chu Yunhan. Its forelimbs carved deep grooves into the ground as it leapt, its sharp claws aimed at Chu Yunhan's heart. Chu Yunhan nimbly evaded, the werewolf ancestor's massive paw missing him entirely with a powerful push off the ground. He leaped high and delivered a heavy punch to the back of the werewolf ancestor's head. Bang! The punch landed squarely on the werewolf ancestor's skull, producing a crack. The werewolf ancestor stumbled, crashing to the ground. Chu Yunhan roared in exhilaration. Come on, bring it on! The werewolf ancestor shook its head and rose, its massive frame taut, emitting a series of cracking sounds. Suddenly, its speed surged, resembling a flash of lightning as it charged towards Chu Yunhan. Boom! Chu Yunhan felt an overwhelming force barreling towards him, leaving him no time to react as he was sent flying several meters away. He crashed heavily to the ground, pain radiating throughout his body. Rising, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, an expression of gravity appearing in his eyes for the first time. He had not anticipated that the werewolf ancestor possessed not only tough skin and immense strength but also such incredible speed. Seeing the werewolf ancestor leap towards him, Chu Yunhan executed a swift spin, delivering a powerful kick to the incoming werewolf ancestor. Bang! The werewolf ancestor's massive body was sent hurtling backward from the force of the blow. A howl of agony escaped its lips as blood gushed from its monstrous maw. Enraged, it lunged at Chu Yunhan once more, this time with even greater ferocity, as if intent on tearing him to shreds. Chu Yunhan summoned all his strength, launching both fists at the charging werewolf ancestor. The tremendous force struck the werewolf ancestor's chest, causing it to vomit a mouthful of blood. Ignoring the pain, the werewolf ancestor wrapped its enormous arms around Chu Yunhan. Exerting tremendous force, Chu Yunhan felt an overwhelming pressure constricting him from all sides, making it nearly impossible to breathe. The bones in his body began to creak ominously. No matter how hard he struggled, The immense strength held him firmly in place, rendering him incapable of escape. While the werewolf ancestor spat blood, it unleashed all its might, determined to crush this formidable opponent in its grasp. A glint of determination flickered in Chu Yunhan's eyes as he drove his knee hard into the werewolf ancestor's lower body. A pained howl erupted from the werewolf ancestor, its grip loosening slightly. Although this blow did not free him, it revealed an opportunity. Seizing the moment, Chu Yunhan withdrew his right hand and delivered a fierce uppercut to the werewolf ancestor's jaw. Bang! The impact sent the werewolf ancestor stumbling back several meters, its jaw a bloody mess. In the instant he broke free from its grasp, he darted forward, delivering powerful strikes to the werewolf ancestor's temples. One after the other, blood poured from its ears and nostrils, and its massive body began to tremble uncontrollably. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Yunhan unleashed a relentless barrage of punches upon the werewolf ancestor's head. It was only when the werewolf ancestor's body finally slumped to the ground, devoid of life, that he ceased his assault. Gasping for breath, Chu Yunhan walked over to retrieve the void cutter, feeling the absorption of 5,000 points of soul power in his mind. He turned to face the multitude of terrified werewolves in the distance. The ferocity and terror emanating from him caused the remaining werewolves to retreat several steps. In a flash, Chu Yunhan charged into the pack of werewolves. Amidst the gleaming blade, werewolves fell one after another. The death of their ancestor and the shadow of mortality seemed to awaken the primal ferocity within the werewolves, their already dwindling rationality gradually dissipating. Countless werewolves surged towards the frenzied figure, engulfing him in a sea of wolves. Under the blazing sun, the city resembled a hellish battlefield, a relentless display of slaughter and death. Chapter 61, Breaking Through the Five Extremes. Concealment. When Chu Yunhan, drenched in blood, emerged from the city of corpses and rivers of blood, it was already deep into the night. Within the entire city, aside from the few hundred werewolves that had regained their senses and fled, all others had fallen at his hands. He was too exhausted to pursue those fleeing werewolves. The relentless assault of over 7,000 werewolves had left him utterly drained. His hands trembled uncontrollably. Nearly unable to grasp the void cutter, even the ordinary werewolves could not pierce his skin. Their reckless onslaught had left him with no time to catch his breath. He had battled from dawn until midnight. And not only was his spirit utterly fatigued, but even his robust body had grown weak. Despite having reached the minor completion of blood transformation, his bones had suffered multiple fractures under the onslaught of thousands of werewolves. His skin had turned a deep purple, filled with bruises. The abundant vitality within him had been entirely depleted. Not even after a half-month of cleansing 12 cities and slaying tens of thousands of vampires had he felt such exhaustion. Chu Yunhan stumbled to the bank of a small river outside the city, stripped off his blood-soaked clothing, and leaped into the water. He washed for a full half-hour before finally ridding himself of the dark, congealed blood and bits of flesh. The entire surface of the river turned a dark crimson hue. After cleaning himself, he lay on the grass by the riverbank, utterly exhausted, and fell into a deep slumber. It was not until the following evening that he stirred awake. Chu Yunhan rose to his feet, taking a moment to assess his physical condition. After sleeping for an entire day, the stagnant blood within him had nearly dissipated thanks to the healing capabilities of the blood transformation realm. The vital energy within his body was gradually replenishing. Although yesterday's battle had nearly exhausted him, his innate talent for soul absorption had allowed him to gather nearly 160,000 units of soul power. Coupled with the cleansing of over a dozen cities and the slaying of more than 30,000 vampires in the past month and a half, the soul power absorbed by his innate talent had reached a staggering 470,000. Chu Yunhan could scarcely imagine how far his strength would soar if he had ample elixirs to replenish the energy consumed during his breakthroughs. Without hesitation, he first consumed a primary cellular recovery potion from his spatial storage. And soon, the various minor injuries within him healed completely under the potion's effects. He then took out the remaining 3 Shin blood pills, swallowing one whole. As the immense medicinal power surged within him, Chu Yunhan decisively elevated his realm. Instantly, 40,000 points of soul power merged into his being, accompanied by the boiling of his blood. A vaporous force of vitality erupted from his body, soaring into the heavens. He broke through from the minor completion of the blood transformation realm to its major completion. His overall strength increased by nearly half with this breakthrough. The body refinement technique finally reached its pinnacle. The next level would be the 5 extremes Dao realm. Unfortunately, the highest level achievable in the body refinement technique he learned from the Xianyang continent was merely the major completion of the blood transformation realm. When he examined the information in his mind, his gaze sharpened, and a wave of ecstatic joy washed over his face. Hunter, Heavenly Punishment Talent, Soul Absorption Soul Power, 432,151 Title, None Rank, 1. Merit 310, Technique, Body Refinement Technique, can be deduced. Eternal Calamity Body, Upper, Body Refinement, Perfected Golden Bell Shield, can be enhanced, items, Rending Skyblade, A-Class Origin Crystal Realm, Major Completion of Blood Transformation Origin Power, 0 Space, for cubic meters although there was no further information available regarding realm enhancement. The body refinement technique indicated it could be deduced. Xu Yunhan did not ponder whether to wait until returning to the ruins tower to exchange for techniques. Instead, he chose to deduce the body refinement technique immediately. As a practitioner of the Great Dao Xian Tian system, since the ruins tower had placed trial tasks in the Xianyang continent, the body refinement technique from this continent would undoubtedly surpass other initial techniques in aiding him during the early stages. The subsequent techniques deduced from the body refinement technique would undoubtedly be the most suitable for him. Perhaps the ruins tower possessed superior techniques, but only those that truly suited him could be deemed the best. As countless points of soul power surged into the depths of his consciousness, his original 430,000 points of soul power suddenly diminished by a full 100,000. Nearly an hour later, the body refinement technique finally transformed into the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Secret Classic. With the completion of the technique's deduction, the opportunity for enhancement in the major completion of blood transformation realm finally appeared. Even if Xu Yunhan remained calm, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement. The fifth stage of body refinement barely qualified as an entry-level technique in the Great Dao Xian Tian system. At best, it could only be considered a powerful martial artist. If it weren't for the perfected Golden Bell Shield, he might not even be able to contend with the progenitor of the werewolves. However, the realm beyond the fifth stage of body refinement, the Five Extremes Dao realm, was an entirely different matter. The Yin-Yang 5 Elements Secret Classic deduced from his soul power corresponded to the 5 organs and elements of the human body. The 5 Extremes Dao focuses on refining the most vulnerable internal organs of the human body. Practitioners must meticulously hone organs such as the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys to perfection. The 5 organs serve as the center of life activities, representing the most vital parts of the human body. The so-called 5 organs store essential energy without leaking. Hence they hold spirit, vitality, and soul. Once the 5 Extremes Dao is fully cultivated, it signifies that the path of martial arts has reached its pinnacle, achieving true vitality akin to smoke, with the body forming a perfect unified whole. Only upon perfecting the 5 Extremes Dao can one be said to have truly touched the gates of the Great Dao Xian Tian system. As for the Dragon Spine secret realm beyond the 5 Extremes Dao, that belongs to the limits of mortals, a true entrance into that grand door. With these thoughts in mind, Xu Yunhan chose to break through. A full 100,000 points of soul power surged into his liver. His liver began to emit a radiant glow. The once turbulent vital energy within him began to deplete rapidly. Xu Yunhan quickly consumed the remaining 2 Xian blood pills in one gulp. The immense medicinal power released from the Xian blood pills swiftly replenished the rapidly depleting vitality. After half an hour, the vast medicinal energy from the Xian blood pills had all been exhausted, and the vitality within him had diminished significantly, finally halting its rapid consumption. The glow emanating from his liver receded completely. His skin began to exude a substantial amount of thick black substance. Xu Yunhan let out a gasp, expelling a large pool of black, tainted blood. With the liver refined to perfection, his body's detoxification capabilities became extraordinarily powerful. Xu Yunhan quickly jumped into the river, cleansing all the impurities expelled from his body. As he felt his body grow lighter, an overwhelming sense of comfort washed over him. It seemed as though an immense vitality was continuously being generated within him, and an indescribably powerful feeling surged to his heart. Xu Yunhan understood that he had finally broken through to the first stage of the 5 Extremes Dao. The Wood, Liver. Chapter 62, The Holy Descent Ceremony. After breaking through to the 5 Extremes Dao, Xu Yunhan began to sense the vast power hidden within his body. Although there remained 230,000 points of soul power, allowing for further enhancement of his technique, he dared not proceed any further. Each enhancement of his technique's realm consumed a significant amount of his vitality. Without sufficient elixirs to replenish his energy, if he recklessly chose to continue enhancing, it would surely reduce him to a mere husk. Thus, he opted to elevate his body refinement technique, and as 100,000 points of soul power flowed into him, a golden radiance began to emanate from his entire being. His once resilient skin gradually took on a bronze hue, and as time passed, the golden light fused into his skin and muscles. Xu Yunhan drew the rending sky blade and made a swift cut across his arm, producing a sharp grating sound. Despite the blade's sharpness, it could not pierce his skin. With the body refinement technique having reached the second layer of the diamond resolution, his body's defenses had reached a fearsome level. If he were to battle the progenitor of the werewolves now, even with all its might, it would likely be unable to inflict any harm upon Xu Yunhan. In terms of defense, strength, and speed, he had reached the pinnacle of this world. His overall power was now several times stronger than before. He checked the information from the ruins tower, which now read, Hunter, Heavenly Punishment Talent, Soul Absorption Soul Power, 132,151 Title, None Rank, 1, Merit 310, Technique, Yin Yang 5 Elements Secret Classic. Eternal Calamity Body, Upper, Body Refinement, Novice Diamond Resolution Items, Rending Skyblade A-Class Origin Crystal Realm, First Stage of the 5 Extremes Tao, Wood Origin Power, 0 Space, 4 cubic meters having reached the peak of his power. An unmistakable glimmer of confidence shone in Xu Yunhan's eyes. In this E-level task world, his strength had reached the absolute limit of this tier, unless someone capable of surpassing this world's power threshold appeared. He was certain that no one could pose a threat to him. Now all that remained was to locate the princes of the 13 clans and the Fallen Blood, after clearing all the cities occupied by the Vampire clan. He had found no trace of those princes. They must have either hidden themselves or, more likely, all retreated to the capital of the Waynagard kingdom, Cecilia. With this thought in mind, Xu Yunhan mounted his warhorse and set off towards Cecilia. At this moment, Cecilia was in a state of frenzy. Ever since Xu Yunhan had liberated the cities seized by the vampires and rescued over 50,000 citizens, these people hurriedly fled to Cecilia. They also relayed the terrifying achievements of the Holy Knight Commander to the populace there. Upon learning of the situation, excitement surged through everyone. The fear and despair that had weighed heavily on their hearts were finally lifted. They had never imagined that the vampire army could be vanquished single-handedly by the Holy Knight Commander. Despite the notorious reputation of that killer, no one dared to complain about the Holy Knight Commander this time. Upon receiving the news, many who had fled to Cecilia planned to return to their hometowns as soon as confirmation arrived. Even King Richardson, upon learning the news, allocated a substantial amount of fine wine and delicacies from the royal kitchen to celebrate this joyous occasion with the people. Meanwhile, within the Holy See, the presiding judge of the Inquisition and several archbishops appeared exceedingly helpless and regretful. When the vampire clan initiated a full-scale war against humanity, seizing a dozen cities, the Pope had long since departed for the Holy See's forbidden ground, the Pool of Light. To resolve the threat posed by the vampires, half a month prior, the Pope had already sacrificed all the accumulated faith power of the Holy See over centuries to the heavens and commenced the Holy Descent ceremony. Once the ceremony began, it could not be interrupted. Otherwise, not only would all the power of faith be wasted, but as a sacred vessel of divine descent, it would inevitably be reduced to ashes. The divine descent involves the sacrificial offering of countless faith energies to a particular angel residing in the heavenly realm. Upon receiving this faith, the angel experiences a substantial enhancement in strength. In return for the sacrifices made by the faithful, the angel bestows blessings. It descends into the world of the sacrificial believers in the form of a soul entering the pure vessel prepared by the Church. Although the angel cannot fully exert its inherent power after descending, it is still capable of vanquishing any vampire or werewolf progenitor. The light pool, as the absolute forbidden ground of the Church of Light, has always been accessible only to the Pope. Regardless of whether one is a cardinal or the chief inquisitor, they can only guard outside the sacred precinct. The entire duration of the divine descent ceremony will be protracted. The more powerful the angel, the longer the process. The remaining hundreds of holy knights of the Church and the Inquisitor's Templar Order vigilantly stand outside the forbidden ground, preventing anyone from intruding and interrupting the ritual. The Chief Inquisitor, sensing the waves of potent light emanating from within the forbidden ground, realizes that they have arrived at the most critical moment. If all goes as expected, the angel descending this time may even surpass the one summoned during the war with the vampires hundreds of years ago. After all, the faith energy offered this time is overwhelmingly abundant, representing centuries of accumulation by the Church of Light. Inside the forbidden ground, in a pool shimmering with celestial radiance, lies a woman. She emanates an endless aura of sanctity. Her exposed skin becoming luminescent and fair, the Pope kneels earnestly beside her, continuously reciting the ritual incantations of the pure faith energy contained within the light pool flows into her body. As time passes, the aura radiating from the woman grows ever more formidable. She becomes enveloped in an infinite glow. Amidst this brilliance, her form begins to undergo a transformation. A pair of wings, forged from light, gradually unfurls from her back. Meanwhile, two additional pairs of luminous wings are coalescing. Witnessing this spectacle, the Pope cannot help but express his excitement and astonishment. The faith energy accumulated by the Church of Light over centuries has indeed succeeded in garnering the favor of a six-winged archangel. The divine descent ceremony is nearing its conclusion. In half a day's time, the six-winged archangel will truly manifest in this world. At that moment, whether it be the 13 noble clans of vampires or the werewolf progenitors, they will be reduced to ashes beneath the divine might of the six-winged archangel. This time, the Church of Light will utterly eradicate all vampires and werewolves. Chapter 63, The Six-Winged Archangel. Just as the Chief Inquisitor lamented the countless wasted powers of faith, a group of figures cloaked in black approached the Church of Light's sanctuary as the sun set. The knight guarding the entrance swiftly obstructed these unwelcome guests. As the knight advanced to inquire, a sudden plop echoed. The knight's body crumpled to the ground. Other guards, sensing something amiss, were preparing to investigate when the mysterious figures swiftly darted past them at an astonishing speed. Several guards clutched their bleeding necks, their faces contorted in agony. They opened their mouths to sound the alarm but fell silently to the earth. As this group of shadowy figures stormed into the church's sanctuary, the headquarters of the Church of Light, which had never encountered an attack in centuries, transformed into a battlefield of slaughter. Hundreds of holy knights and templars found themselves utterly defenseless against the assault of these mysterious assailants. The spectral speed rendered all resistance futile. Yet, this one-sided massacre did not instill fear in these devout believers. Even if they could not harm their attackers, they still brandished their knightly swords and charged at the enemy. The Chief Inquisitor, stationed outside the forbidden ground, also heard the faint sounds of conflict emanating from beyond. He drew his great sword and rushed outside. Upon witnessing the bloody scene, the Chief Inquisitor let out a furious roar and charged toward the assailants. His great sword whistled down at the foremost figure clad in black. However, this furious strike was effortlessly evaded by the black-clad man, who then seized the Inquisitor's arm, tearing through flesh and leaving gory wounds. Before the Chief Inquisitor could react, a chill ran down his spine, followed by an excruciating pain. His back had been lacerated with 2 deep gashes, revealing bone, and blood gushed forth. Stumbling a few steps, the Chief Inquisitor planted his sword into the ground, struggling to remain upright. The black-clad man appeared somewhat taken aback, surprised that this human, so gravely injured, had not yet collapsed. With a flash, the black-clad figure lunged toward the wounded Inquisitor. The Inquisitor, with great effort, lifted his great sword, but he could not block the ensuing blow. A sharp pain pierced his chest as a hand plunged into his torso, the heart being pierced by razor-sharp fingertips. With his last ounce of strength, the Chief Inquisitor drove his great sword into the body of the black-clad man before him, yet, the black-clad man seemed unaffected, withdrawing his hand from the Inquisitor's chest. Discarding the sword on the ground, and turning to leave, the Chief Inquisitor fell heavily to the ground, his vision blurring. Catching a glimpse of the silent, cold figure, a faint smile crept onto the blood-stained lips of the man. After dispatching the last remaining guard, the cloaked figures removed their hoods, revealing the 13 vampire princes. Prince William, who had just slain the Chief Inquisitor, sensed the overwhelming and loathsome aura of sanctity and located the forbidden ground housing the light pool. The door to the forbidden ground was smashed open with a resounding crash. The Pope turned in shock, witnessing the entry of the 13 vampire princes, their gazes instinctively drawn to the radiant figure emanating boundless light. At that moment, the woman embodying the six-winged archangel had sprouted her second pair of luminous wings, while a third pair was in the process of forming. Prince William's expression shifted dramatically as he charged toward the woman. The Pope swiftly spread his arms to block William's path but was effortlessly swatted aside, crashing to the ground, unconscious. Watching the sacred descent ceremony nearing completion, with the third pair of wings forming behind the woman, an intense fear flashed in William's eyes. He hastily retrieved a glass vial containing fallen blood from his robe. As he uncorked the vial, he poured all the fallen blood over the woman. In an instant, the woman, once suffused with an aura of sanctity and light, became tainted with decay, corruption, and darkness. It was as if what was descending was no longer the six-winged archangel of the heavenly realm, but rather a demon from the depths of hell. A pained expression crossed the woman's face as her tightly shut eyes revealed distress. The wings that were on the verge of coalescing instantly dissipated. A terrifying aura began to awaken from within her. Sensing the impending awakening of this aura, Prince William and the other 12 vampire princes turned pale and raced toward the entrance of the forbidden ground. Moments later, the woman destined to bear the six-winged archangel slowly opened her eyes, a noble, cold, and ruthless expression emerging within them, upon perceiving the taint of fallen blood upon the light pool and within her vessel. The woman let out an enraged roar, her four wings flared wide, but the once pure and pristine wings had now transformed into a duality of black and white, purification of light, with a sweep of her hands. An intensely radiant light cascaded from above, enveloping her form. The fallen blood, which had been rapidly spreading, began to contract under the brilliance, seemingly struggling against it. However, the fallen blood proved remarkably resilient and powerful, exuding an aura of decay and darkness, entering a stalemate with the light. Meanwhile, the 13 vampire princes, having narrowly escaped, collapsed the entire passageway outside the forbidden ground, sealing off its exit. Sensing something, William's previously terrified expression gradually relaxed. There was no need to worry. The fallen blood was not something this yet to be fully manifested six-winged archangel could resist. Upon hearing William's words, the other 12 vampire princes breathed a sigh of relief. The overwhelming aura of light had frightened them. If the six-winged archangel completed the sacred descent ceremony and truly manifested, they would be crushed like ants, and now, as they had anticipated, the curse contained within the fallen blood successfully interrupted the sacred descent ceremony, forcing the angel descending from heaven to watch helplessly as they fled, left to contend with the taint of fallen blood within the forbidden ground. The sacred descent has a time limit. The power of the six-winged archangel, still incomplete, is insufficient to purify the fallen blood within the allotted time. The princes, having escaped the church's sanctuary, felt that their earlier hasty retreat was somewhat disgraceful, and thus turned their attention to the gathering crowd outside. A cruel and ruthless crimson gleam ignited in their eyes. Subsequently, shadowy figures surged toward the crowd beneath the twilight. Chapter 64, The Self-Destructive Prince. During the following day, as the sun rose, golden rays bathed the earth. The usual morning sounds of vendors and bustling footsteps were absent in Sigia. The entire landscape of Sigia had transformed overnight into a scene of carnage. With corpses strewn across the ground, countless bloodstains and lifeless bodies littered the streets of the city. Following a night of slaughter by the 13 royal bloodsuckers, Zisnia had descended into a hellish nightmare. The innumerable residents, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, were mercilessly slain by the vampiric royals. It was only when the sun rose, bathing the earth in light, that the blood-sucking princes ceased their carnage, retreating to the shadows where sunlight could not reach. Biding their time for the next round of butchery, the anguished cries and pleas for help that echoed throughout Zisnia the previous night had left the populace in shock. Many disregarded all else in their desperate flight from the city. By dawn, the streets of Zisnia were utterly deserted. Those residents who had not managed to escape now seized the opportunity of daylight to flee from their hiding places, crossing over the bodies that lay strewn across the ground, their faces etched with unbridled terror as they surged towards the city limits. Even King Richardson, under the protection of his guards, hastily fled the city. The once magnificent and thriving capital of the Winegard kingdom had, in a single night, transformed into a desolate ghost town. It was at this moment that Chu Yunhan, having traveled through the night, finally returned to Zisnia. On his journey, upon hearing from fleeing residents about the massacre wrought by the 13 blood princes, he hastened his pace. Upon entering the city, he dismounted his steed and rushed towards the Inquisition. However, he found no one he sought, prompting him to turn towards the holy sanctuary. Upon entering, he beheld an elderly man, his chest pierced and his lifeblood drained, lying quietly upon the ground. Chu Yunhan's countenance darkened instantly, a palpable aura of vengeance enveloping him, the very air seeming to thicken with his wrath. He lifted the fallen elder, gently wiping the dried blood from his visage, cradling the old man's corpse and retrieving the massive broadsword that had accompanied him throughout his life. He made his way slowly towards the Inquisition. There, he laid the elder's body and weapon within a coffin, interring it in the cemetery reserved for the past inquisitors. Then, he stood vigil by the city gates, a solitary figure with his blade, awaiting the encroaching dusk. As nightfall descended, the 13 blood princes emerged from their hiding places. Upon discovering the city of Zisnia utterly forsaken, they scoffed with indifference. Those with long lifespans, no matter where humanity sought refuge, they could never escape the fate of slaughter. The world would once again be under the dominion of the Blood Clan. No matter where humans fled, their existence held no significance. Their only purpose was to be herded like livestock, serving as reservoirs of blood for their vampiric overlords. The last bastion of the Holy See, the divine ascendants, had been tainted by the fallen blood. There was no force left in this world capable of threatening the Blood Clan. Even the progenitor of werewolves, no matter how formidable, was but a solitary being. Perhaps a single prince could not contend with him, but when 13 princes joined forces, the werewolf progenitor would undoubtedly falter. This was why the werewolf progenitor had seized a city from the Blood Clan, yet the 13 princes had not hastened to annihilate him. For the princes of their 13 clans, the only true threat in this world was the Holy See. Thus, they resolved to prioritize the eradication of the Holy See, and now the game of flight and slaughter was about to commence. The princes anticipated that these pitiful beings might add a modicum of amusement to their long and dreary existence. As the 13 princes approached the gates of Zisnia, ready to continue their pursuit of the fleeing humans, they were astonished to find a lone human standing there, silently observing them. Prince Turing of the Gongro family curled his lips into a bloodthirsty, cruel smile, exclaiming with laughter, "Lo and behold, a mere insect dares to gaze upon us without fleeing. To reward his audacity, I shall rend him asunder. Do not dare to contest with me." The other princes erupted into laughter. Jesting, "Lord Turing, do take care not to be bested by this brave soul. After all, humanity rebels in tales of warriors vanquishing dragons. Ha, indeed, Turing, beware, for the tale of the warrior triumphing over the demon has echoed through the annals of human history for centuries." Prince Turing responded with a grin, "Very well, I shan't waste your time, for with so many ants having fled, we must devote our efforts to tracking them down." With that, Prince Turing dashed towards the human at the gate. His blood-red eyes gleamed with malice, yet the human remained seemingly paralyzed with fear, standing motionless. Turing swiftly closed the distance, seizing the man by the shoulders and attempting to tear him apart. However, the anticipated screams and geysers of blood failed to materialize. Turing paused bewildered, then, refusing to be deterred, he pulled with renewed vigor. The human remained unyielding, merely regarding him with cold eyes. Laughter erupted from the other princes in the distance, amplifying Turing's growing shame, his pallid complexion transforming into a deep crimson. In a fit of rage, he thrust his right hand towards the man's chest, intent on extracting the insect's heart and consuming it before his very eyes, to redeem himself from his recent humiliation. With a resounding clang, Turing felt an excruciating pain radiate from his fingertips. Glancing down to discover all 5 of his fingers had shattered, his once razor-sharp claws had curled grotesquely. Turing's expression morphed into one of disbelief. Quickly realizing the gravity of the situation, just as he prepared to retreat, he found his arms firmly grasped by the human man. The voice of the human echoed in his ears, "Is this all? What audacity you possess to present yourself before me?" Before Turing could comprehend, an overwhelming agony surged through his body. With a swift motion, Chu Yunhan tore Turing's arms from his body. Blood gushed forth from the severed stumps. The prince emitted a scream of terror as he felt a hand plunge into his chest. In that instant, a searing pain enveloped his heart. In the face of Turing's horrified gaze, Chu Yunhan gently squeezed, reducing it to a pulpy mass. Then, a massive hand obscured his vision, grasping his face. With a resounding thud, Turing's body slowly collapsed to the ground, convulsing weakly. Chapter 65, The Slaying of the 13 Clan Princes. The 12 princes in the distance stared in disbelief at the scene before them. In mere seconds, Prince Turing had been effortlessly crushed by the human, akin to a mere insect. The surreal spectacle left all the princes feeling as though they were ensnared within a hallucination. It took them a moment to regain their composure. Gazing upon the lifeless body of Prince Turing, expressions of terror spread across their faces. They had never anticipated that Turing, who had survived for centuries like themselves, would meet such a fate here. Prince William's expression darkened considerably, an overwhelming dread surging within him. Despite Turing's slightly lesser strength compared to himself, the disparity was negligible, yet, this human had dispatched him with the ease of squashing an ant. This revelation struck William like a bolt from the blue. He began to suspect this human might be the disguised form of the 6-winged archangel of the divine ascendants, yet, the man bore no trace of a divine aura. All at once, "Tear him apart!" William roared. Instantly, the 12 blood princes surged forth, moving with the swiftness of phantoms towards Chu Yunhan. As the vampiric princes converged upon him, a flicker of hatred and ferocity ignited in Chu Yunhan's eyes. He propelled himself forward, akin to a bolt of lightning, crashing into the ranks of blood princes. His right fist, like a phantom, struck one of the princes with tremendous force. The impact was akin to a cannonball, creating a massive crater in the prince's chest, sending him hurtling backwards to the ground, where he could only emit faint groans. Simultaneously, with his left hand, he seized another prince by the arm and, in the face of the latter's terror, hurled him violently to the ground with a resounding crash. Following the swift dispatch of 2 blood princes, Chu Yunhan charged forward like a train, colliding with another blood prince. Crack! The prince was sent flying several dozen meters, his bones shattered, collapsing to the ground amidst anguished wails. Prince Brush's blood-red pupils constricted sharply, and he recoiled from the fray, desperate to distance himself from this terrifying beast. Yet Chu Yunhan showed no mercy. Like a shadow, he pursued Brush, landing a crushing blow to his head. With a resounding thud, Brush's body slowly fell to the ground, motionless. Prince William watched in disbelief as 4 powerful blood princes were swiftly dispatched by Chu Yunhan. A furious roar escaping his lips of blood surged within him, and a trace of fallen blood began to coalesce at his fingertips, radiating an intensely blinding crimson light. He pointed a finger at Chu Yunhan's body. Just as the luminous blood was about to strike, Chu Yunhan grasped William's wrist, halting the brilliant crimson light mere inches from his chest, preventing it from advancing further. Prince William's expression changed drastically, and he exerted all his strength, yet his fingertips remained unable to advance an inch. Observing this, the other besieging princes rushed forward, desperately clinging to Chu Yunhan's body. A glint of cold ruthlessness flashed in Chu Yunhan's eyes as he exerted force with his right hand. Crack! Prince William's wrist was instantly crushed, and the crimson glow at his fingertips gradually dimmed until it vanished. Prince William spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire aura instantly withered, with a flick of his hand. Chu Yunhan sent Prince William flying, crashing down at a distance. The other bloodline princes, witnessing this, trembled in fear and attempted to release Chu Yunhan to flee. However, Chu Yunhan provided them no opportunity for escape. In a flash, he delivered a heavy punch to one bloodline prince's head, instantly killing him on the spot. Following that, he struck another bloodline prince in the waist, creating a gaping hole in his body. This prince's body immediately went limp, collapsing to the ground while screaming in agony. The remaining surviving bloodline princes were instantly terrified and scattered in all directions. Chu Yunhan drew the sky-rending blade, and in a fleeting moment, the blade flashed, cleaving one of the pursuing bloodline princes in two. He then turned and exerted all his strength to chase after the other 6 fleeing bloodline princes. Since breaking through to the realm of Wuji Daozang, Chu Yunhan's speed had seen a tremendous enhancement. Even the bloodline princes, with their ghostly speeds, fell far behind him. After a frantic chase, he ultimately managed to slay 5 out of the 6 fleeing bloodline princes. The remaining bloodline prince seized the opportunity while Chu Yunhan was preoccupied with hunting the others, reciting incantations to transform into a swarm of bats, successfully escaping and vanishing from Chu Yunhan's sight. When Chu Yunhan returned to the city gate where the battle had unfolded, the bloodline prince whose chest he had caved in with a punch had already lost all signs of life. Meanwhile, another prince, whose bones had been shattered, had against all odds crawled over 100 meters away due to his formidable recuperative abilities. Chu Yunhan approached and swiftly severed his head, then moved towards the 2 severely injured bloodline princes, dispatching them one by one. Apart from the one who had escaped, the only surviving member of the 13 bloodline families was Prince William, who sat on the ground, his aura diminished. Chu Yunhan approached Prince William and inquired, who was the elder wielding the greatsword that was slain in the cathedral of the Holy Church? Hearing this, Prince William was momentarily stunned, then his expression shifted to one of extreme regret. Had he known that this monster was seeking revenge for the human elder he had casually killed, he would never have dared to lay a finger on that old man. Prince William forced a self-deprecating smile and weakly asked, "Who exactly are you?" I am the disciple of that elder, the Grand Knight of the Holy Inquisition." Prince William's face contorted in disbelief as he muttered, "How is this possible? How could a mere human attain such power?" Chu Yunhan's gaze turned frigid, and he offered no further response. With a flash of his blade, Prince William's body collapsed to the ground. After slaying all the severely injured bloodline princes, Chu Yunhan set off in pursuit of the fleeing bloodline prince. Whether it was the task from the Tower of the Abyss or the death of the Inquisitor, he would not let a single bloodline prince escape, even if it meant chasing them to the ends of the earth. He would eradicate them completely. Chapter 66. The corrupted Inquisitor. 80 kilometers outside of Cisnea City, in a grove, a swarm of red bats suddenly darted into a tree hollow. A squirrel within the hollow was startled by this uninvited intrusion. Chattering frantically before swiftly escaping, this swarm of red bats was none other than the fleeing prince of the Morses family. Watching the squirrel flee, Prince Morses dared not harm it, fearing that even a hint of blood would attract the pursuing demon. Moments later, footsteps echoed from outside the grove. Chu Yunhan surveyed the grove before him, letting out a cold chuckle. He had seen the prince transform into a swarm of bats fly into this very grove from afar. Evidently intending to hide within the trees to evade his pursuit, Chu Yunhan slowly entered the grove, his keen gaze scanning every movement within. Soon, a squeaking sound pierced the air. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a small squirrel on a branch of an oak tree, incessantly screeching towards a distant hollow. A glimmer of amusement crossed his eyes as he approached the oak tree, leaping onto the trunk and delivering a powerful punch to the hollow. Boom! The entire tree, along with the hollow, was obliterated by his strike. Amidst the flying debris, the swarm of red bats, pierced by countless wooden splinters, plummeted to the ground. Chu Yunhan stepped forward, crushing each bloodied bat underfoot. A dozen or so lightly injured bats desperately attempted to soar into the sky. but were swiftly cut in half by a flash of his blade. At that moment, Chu Yunhan sensed the 3,000 points of soul power that his innate ability, the Soul Reaver, had just absorbed. With that, all the bloodline princes of the 13 families were completely exterminated. This also granted him a total of 39,000 points of soul power. After eliminating the last bloodline prince, Chu Yunhan set off to return to Cisnea. He still had one final task to complete, the annihilation of the fallen blood. Since the bloodline prince had mentioned the fallen angel tainted by the fallen blood, it was highly likely that the taint lay within that very angel. Upon arriving at the Cathedral of the Holy Church, he found 2 men fervently digging in the depths of the forbidden area. Previously, even he as the Grand Knight lacked the privilege to enter this place. Only the Pope could. Sensing Chu Yunhan's arrival, the 2 men immediately halted their excavation, their gazes fixed on him with caution. These 2 were the Inquisitors of the City of the End and comrades of Mo Qingqi. Chu Yunhan regarded them coldly and asked, "The fallen blood should be within, correct?" The 2 men's faces paled in unison. They had hidden away during the bloodline prince's rampage. It was only later, upon receiving information from Mo Qingqi, that they learned she was buried within the church's forbidden area. Moreover, her current condition was dire, prompting them to rush over with hopes of rescuing her. "Who are you?" one of the men named Bruce questioned. Simultaneously transforming into a towering brown bear over 2 meters tall, the other man brandished a massive firearm, aiming it directly at Chu Yunhan. A flicker of understanding crossed Chu Yunhan's eyes. It turned out these 2 were indeed the Inquisitors of the City of the End. Since entering this task world, this was the first time he had encountered someone from another original realm. From the task prompts of the Tower of the Abyss, he learnt that the Inquisitors of the City of the End had entered the task world prior to him. Yet he had heard nothing about them until now. It seemed they had been hiding away. However, they appeared rather weak. After some consideration, Chu Yunhan realized that slaying the Inquisitors of the City of the End would yield no rewards from the Tower of the Abyss. Moreover, he was uncertain of the potential repercussions, thus, he decided to let them go for the time being. Me, I am the Grand Knight of the Holy Inquisition. Upon hearing Chu Yunhan's response, the 2 men were visibly taken aback. "What, you are the legendary Reaper's Scythe?" Previously, when Chu Yunhan had rampaged against the vampires in Valence City, they had learned of his legend from King Richardson. They never expected to encounter him at this moment. "Step aside, the Pope seems to still be in the forbidden area." Upon hearing this, Bruce and his companion hesitated briefly before quickly clearing a path. After all, he was the Grand Knight, and it was quite reasonable for him to rescue the Pope and investigate the fallen blood. Furthermore, they seemed unlikely to stand a chance against him. Chu Yunhan approached the forbidden area, buried beneath rubble, and with a few brutal punches, he smashed into the stone pile. With a resounding boom, debris flew in all directions. And in no time, he cleared the entrance to the forbidden area. Ignoring the astonished expressions of the 2 men, he stepped directly into the forbidden area. In the depths of the forbidden area, a figure leaned against the wall, seated on the ground, exuding a feeble aura. It was none other than the Pope of the Holy Church, who had previously initiated the sacred descent ceremony. Upon seeing Chu Yunhan enter, the Pope's eyes lit up with joy. "A night of divine punishment, quickly stop her. She has been tainted by the fallen blood and will soon lose her sanity, becoming a fallen angel." Chu Yunhan turned to look. And in the luminous pool of the forbidden area, a woman with 2 pairs of wings appeared in torment. Most of her body had already turned black, and the darkness was relentlessly spreading toward her head. The pairs of wings behind her had turned as black as ink, exuding a miasma of decay and darkness. Chu Yunhan inquired, "How do we stop it?" The Pope shouted urgently, "Kill her. The corruption is irreversible. Once she is fully tainted, she will become a fallen angel, and this world will face a terrifying disaster." However, at that moment, Bruce and his companion, upon seeing the woman, exclaimed, "Captain," and rushed forward to assess her condition. Chu Yunhan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the woman tainted by the fallen blood was also an inquisitor from the City of the End. He then cast a questioning glance at the Pope. The Pope let out a bitter smile and explained, "Her name is Mo Qingqi, a distinguished guest of King Richardson and the commander of the Rose Knights, after the Blood Clan's army commenced their assault on the human realm. She sought me out, hoping to acquire the power to vanquish the Blood Clan." The situation at that time was exceedingly dire. With the Blood Clan poised to invade Cisnea, the sacred descent ritual of the Holy See required a pure vessel. If the ritual were successfully performed, the angels of heaven would descend upon this vessel, granting her the power to defeat the Blood Clan. She was perfectly suited for this purpose. However, the sacred descent could only be maintained for 30 days. Once this duration elapsed, the angels would return to heaven, and Mo Qingqi would regain her full consciousness. Unexpectedly, at the most critical juncture of the sacred descent ritual, a prince of the blood clan stealthily infiltrated the forbidden grounds and sprinkled the fallen blood into the holy pool. The six-winged archangel, who had not fully descended, could not purify the fallen blood and was on the verge of being corrupted by it. Sensing the imminent danger, the descending six-winged archangel abandoned her avatar of descent and returned to heaven. Mo Qingqi awakened, yet she was utterly powerless to resist the corrosive influence of the fallen blood. Should she become completely tainted, both the avatar left by the six-winged archangel and Mo Qingqi's consciousness would succumb to the corruption of the fallen blood, transforming her into a cursed fallen angel. Thus, the only option left was to eliminate her before the corruption took hold. Chu Yunhan nodded and inquired further, "How can we completely annihilate the fallen blood?" The Pope pondered for a moment before responding. According to the records of the Holy See, centuries ago, after the angels descended through the sacred descent ritual and slew the progenitor of the blood clan, they cast his body, infused with fallen blood, into the magma beneath Mount Vis. Only then was the fallen blood finally eradicated. However, it remains a mystery how the prince of the blood clan acquired this fallen blood. "I see," Chu Yunhan nodded, turning to draw the Riftbreaker blade as he approached Mo Qingqi. The two individuals assessing Mo Qingqi's condition turned pale upon hearing the Pope's words, their gazes wary as they watched Chu Yunhan advance. Bruce, transformed into a colossal brown bear, let out a thunderous roar, his massive paw striking toward Chu Yunhan with ferocity. Chu Yunhan remained unfazed, delivering a powerful punch that sent the bear hurtling backward, crashing heavily against the wall before rolling to the ground, howling in pain. The other adjudicator, witnessing Bruce's plight, was struck with alarm, and the gun in his hand ignited with a flash, unleashing a barrage of bullets that clanged harmlessly against Chu Yunhan's skin. Ignoring the gunfire, Chu Yunhan continued forward, delivering a swift slap that sent the adjudicator flying, tumbling through the air before crashing to the ground, unconscious. Mo Qingqi, struggling against the encroaching fallen blood, stared in disbelief as her companions were effortlessly crushed by Chu Yunhan. He approached her, observing her state, and shook his head, remarking, "How have you managed to survive in the city of the end with such weakness?" Upon hearing this, Mo Qingqi's pupils dilated in shock, her face reflecting sheer terror. The Grand Knight of the Holy Temple was, in fact, a hunter from the Tower of the Void. Since entering this task world, she had been seeking information about the hunters from the Tower of the Void but had found nothing. As the hunters from the Tower of the Void had entered the task world a full month after her team, she had understood from the outset that this hunter would undoubtedly be far more formidable than them. The City of the End had permitted her team to descend a month early to balance this disparity in power, yet, she had never anticipated that the Grand Knight, known as the Scythe of Death and the Hell's Judge, was indeed a hunter from the Tower of the Void. The gap in strength was staggering. This was merely an E-level world. Why would the Tower of the Void send such a monster to complete a task? She had previously considered relying on the Rose Knights to ensnare him. Now it was over. Mo Qingqi painfully closed her eyes. Faced with such a disparity in strength, she had no means to resist. Even her trump card, the third-tier magic scroll, would likely have no chance to activate in the presence of the hunter. Moreover, in her quest for the power to slay the prince of the blood clan, she had undergone the sacred descent ritual of the Holy See, only to be tainted by the fallen blood. Finding herself in this predicament of life and death, Chu Yunhan, however, gazed at the fallen blood spreading across her body with intrigue and said, "How about I help you find release? Judging by your appearance, it seems you cannot withstand the corruption of the fallen blood. If you lose your autonomy and succumb to the corruption, who knows? You might become exceedingly lascivious. After all, if even angels can fall, women are bound to become even more terrifying when they do." "How horrifying!" Mo Qingqi exclaimed, her eyes snapping open, her face flushed with rage as she shouted, "I will not fall you. You are the one who will become lascivious." After cursing, Mo Qingqi glanced at her fallen companions, determination etched on her face. She closed her eyes, seemingly communicating with something in her mind. Just as Chu Yunhan was about to strike her down with the Riftbreaker blade, a sudden radiance emanated from Mo Qingqi. In an instant, she and her two companions vanished from this world, leaving behind only an ethereal shadow of a body in the holy pool, the remnant of the failed sacred descent, the avatar left by the six-winged archangel, after losing its vessel of descent. The avatar gradually faded into nothingness. The fallen blood, having lost its target of corruption, reverted to a pool of black liquid rolling on the ground like mercury. Chu Yunhan bent down to retrieve a glass vial. collecting the fallen blood within. He then gazed at the spot where Mo Qingqi had vanished, murmuring to himself, "Did I enter the wrong primordial land? Is the city of the end so accommodating to the judges? The task remains unfinished, yet I can forcibly return. Damn it, why does the Tower of the Void impose such strict penalties?" Meanwhile, in a vast and desolate city at the center of chaos within the infinite multiverse, Mo Qingqi found herself in her exclusive chamber, foregoing any healing and erupting into a tirade of curses. A month later, the capital of the Winegard Kingdom, Zisnia, gradually regained its former liveliness. The citizens of the kingdom were well aware that the immensely powerful Grand Knight of the Holy Temple had slain all the princes of the Blood Clan and the werewolves. Moreover, throughout this past month, the Grand Knight had led the surviving Holy Knights of the Inquisition to cleanse every hiding spot of vampires and werewolves. From this point onward, vampires and werewolves would become mere legends. The knight known as the Scythe of Death and the Hell's Judge Thiantha had also gained an additional title among many, the Reaper of Demons. The prestige of the Holy See had never been greater. Even the Prince of the Winegard Kingdom was required to receive the Pope's baptism and blessing to assume the crown. Atop Mount Vis, Chu Yunhan gazed into the lava intermittently erupting from the crater. Casually tossing a glass vial into it, moments later, his figure vanished from this world. Chapter 68. The Tiger Soul Demon Blade. In a flash of white light, Chu Yunhan reappeared in his exclusive chamber within the Tower of the Void. The healing light lingered on his body for only a few seconds before dissipating. The mission settlement information from the Tower of the Void simultaneously materialized. Hunter has returned to the exclusive chamber of the Tower of the Void. Mission: The Lament of the Blood Moon. Mission difficulty: 2 stars. E-level. First, identify and slay the mastermind behind the indiscriminate slaughter of the populace. Second, restore the glory of the Holy See. Third, slay the progenitor of the werewolves. Fourth, slay the 13 princes of the Blood Clan. Fifth, annihilate the fallen blood. Mission completion level S. Note: scores range from E to SSS, calculated based on the hunter's performance. Rewards from the Tower of the Void are being compiled. Rewards: Blood Clan Prince level Bloodline 1, S level Origin Crystal 1, Meritorious Points 4, Storage Space 1 cubic meter, Origin Power 6000. All rewards have been deposited into the storage space. The hunter may check them at their convenience. The hunter's next mission will commence in 30 days. The hunter may choose to temporarily return to their own world. The hunter must return to the Tower of the Void before the mission deadline. Otherwise, the Tower of the Void will directly erase the hunter. Chu Yunhan's expression brightened as he reviewed the mission settlement information from the Tower of the Void. This time, the task of the Lament of the Blood Moon had finally earned an S rating. He had completed all 5 missions issued by the Tower of the Void entirely on his own. Although it was merely an S level, it was more than satisfactory for him. Furthermore, the rewards from the Tower of the Void were exceptionally generous. The Origin Power reward amounted to 6,000 points, while the S-level Origin Crystal and 4 Meritorious points were precisely what he needed. The Blood Clan Prince level bloodline did not align with his cultivation system and held too low a ceiling for him. However, despite his inability to utilize it, he firmly believed that it would fetch a handsome price at the auction house in the shared square. After all, the majority of the hunters on the first level of the Tower of Return were relatively weak. Each venture into the task world was fraught with peril, where survival was never guaranteed. If he could harness the power of a bloodline prince, his ability to preserve his life and enhance his speed would see a significant boost, an aspect of paramount importance within the Tower of Return. After reviewing the task settlement information, Chu Yunhan promptly accessed the exclusive exchange marketplace of the Tower of Return. Point 1. Bee King Needle, Hidden Weapon, Level, F grade. Description: the stinger of the Bee King from the blood poison bee swarm. Imbued with deadly toxins. Exchange price: 1 F grade Origin Crystal. Point 2. Tianyang Herb. Level, D grade. Description: one of the primary ingredients for the Tianyang pill, it can neutralize the effects of the Xianin herb. Exchange price: 1 D grade Origin Crystal. Point 3. Shen Iron Spear. Level, E- grade. Description: a long spear forged entirely from Shen iron, incredibly resilient, weighing 120 pounds. Exchange price: 1 E- grade Origin Crystal. For Cloud Spirit Jade Pendant. Level, C grade. Description: a protective jade pendant that can withstand 1 attack below C grade. Exchange price: 1 C grade Origin Crystal. Point 5. Tiger Soul Demon Blade, Weapon, Level, B grade. Description: forged from Gengchen gold in the fire of the earth. It encapsulates the soul of the Shin tiger within. Upon its completion, a fierce flame engulfs it, capable of captivating the soul. Only those of great willpower can subdue it. Exchange price: 1 B grade Origin Crystal. Upon seeing this, Chu Yunhan's eyes brightened. This Tiger Soul Demon Blade surpassed his original sky-rending blade by several levels. With his rapid rise in strength, the sky-rending blade had gradually become inadequate to meet his needs. If he were to encounter formidable foes in the future task worlds, his weapon would become his sole vulnerability. He had initially contemplated auctioning the Bloodline Prince level bloodline at the shared square while also scouting for a suitable weapon. To his surprise, he had stumbled upon it directly in the exchange marketplace. As for the note stating that only those of great willpower could subdue it, he chose to disregard it without hesitation. He split his previous A-grade origin crystal into 2 B-grade origin crystals and exchanged for the Tiger Soul Demon Blade. The blade gleamed in a silvery white, adorned with a blood-red stripe along its body. And the hilt was intricately carved with the visage of a fierce tiger. According to the scoring system of the Tower of Return, items surpassing D grade would no longer receive a score but would instead be categorized by their level. The Sky-Rending Blade had a mere score of 198, classifying it as an E-grade weapon, while the Tiger Soul Demon Blade had achieved B grade. As soon as Chu Yunhan grasped the Tiger Soul Demon Blade, a resonant roar of a tiger echoed in his mind. Deep within his consciousness, a colossal white tiger began to materialize, its blood-red eyes glaring menacingly at him. Suddenly, it lunged forward, its sharp fangs poised to strike. With a grave expression, Chu Yunhan focused all his strength and delivered a powerful punch to the tiger's head, sending the massive beast flying several meters before the white tiger could regain its footing. He charged forward, raining down a flurry of punches upon its skull until the formidable apparition dissipated. Emerging from his trance, he gazed at the now tranquil Tiger Soul Demon Blade in his hand and let out a cold chuckle. Casually storing it in the Tower of Return's spatial compartment after acquiring the Tiger Soul Demon Blade, he still possessed 1 B grade and 1 S- grade origin crystal. With a surge of anticipation, he decided to spend 1,000 points of origin power to refresh the exchange marketplace, hoping for a stroke of luck to acquire the items he sought, preferably of S- grade, upon the marketplace's refresh. Chu Yunhan focused intently only to find his countenance darken. The finest item available was a D- grade wind-cutting sword technique, rendering his expenditure of 1,000 points of origin power utterly wasted. After closing the exchange marketplace, he exited his exclusive chamber and made his way to the shared square on the first level of the Tower of Return. At the center of the square stood the auction house established on every level of the tower. Chu Yunhan promptly listed the Bloodline Prince level bloodline for 10,000 points of origin power and began browsing through the items currently up for auction. After perusing for a while, he discovered that the most expensive items were a fragmentary jade slip of a sword technique and a magical artifact known as the Celestial Master Seal. The Tower of Return's description of the sword technique fragments stated that, after countless ages, most of the information contained within the jade slip had been lost. Even the name of the sword technique was unknown, and it only preserved the first 3 forms of the technique along with some insights. All subsequent moves and cultivation methods had been entirely forgotten. Nevertheless, despite its incompleteness, the Tower of Return had deemed it an astonishing S grade. Upon reading the auction house's description, Chu Yunhan's heart raced. Even in such a fragmented state, the Tower of Return had awarded it an S grade rating. It was evident that had the contents of this sword technique not been lost, it would undoubtedly be among the most elite sword techniques within the Tower of Return. Chapter 69, Sword Scar. With this thought, he felt a surge of desire. The sword techniques he had previously trained in on the Xianyang continent were merely rudimentary slashing moves. All along, he had relied on brute strength and speed to overcome his adversaries, leaving his swordsmanship woefully inadequate. The only way to learn top-tier sword techniques would be to wait for them to refresh in the exclusive exchange marketplace or purchase them from others. Although this sword technique was severely incomplete, he possessed the talent of the Spirit Executioner, which allowed for deduction. As soon as he successfully learned the first form of the sword technique, he could use his soul power to reconstruct all the subsequent lost techniques. It was a perfect match for his Spirit Executioner talent. With this realization, Chu Yunhan eagerly checked the price of the sword technique fragment. However, the staggering cost of 100,000 points of origin power felt like a bucket of cold water doused over him. Staring at that price, he felt an urge to drag the seller out and give him a beating. He had completed an S-grade task, yet the Tower of Return had only rewarded him with 6,000 points of origin power. How dare this person list something for such an exorbitant price? Even if an S-grade item were truly worth that much origin power, who could possibly afford it? The first level of the Tower of Return was predominantly filled with novice hunters, and even the most arduous task would yield only a few thousand points of origin power. No one would dare hoard their origin power without using it, for the consequence would be stagnation in strength and a high likelihood of death in the next task world. Such a price, even if posted for 100 years, would never see a buyer. Coming to this realization, Chu Yunhan understood that the seller had set such a high price in hopes of exchanging it for something of equal caliber. He promptly contacted the seller, who went by the name of Di Ming, using the contact information provided in the auction house. Soon, the seller responded, and they arranged to meet at a restaurant operated by humans. Half an hour later, a figure clad in a black cloak and mask appeared before Chu Yunhan. Casting a glance at the individual, Chu Yunhan inquired directly, "What do you wish to exchange for that sword technique fragment?" The man named Di Ming sat down and smiled, saying, "A demonic cultivation technique of the same level from the immortal demon Dao system." Chu Yunhan furrowed his brow and shook his head. "Not only do I not possess such a thing, but even if I did, I wouldn't consider trading it for yours. You must understand that this sword technique fragment is severely lacking. It contains only the first 3 forms and some insights. No one would willingly trade an S-grade technique for it. Let us be practical. It's clear that you've been trying to sell it for a while. No one on the first level of the Tower of Return would buy it." Di Ming shook his head and sighed. "I don't currently have anything I urgently need. If it comes to that, I'll have to wait until I ascend to a higher level." With that, he stood up, preparing to leave. Grade origin crystal, Chu Yunhan's voice called out from behind. Di Ming halted, turning to fixate on Chu Yunhan. With an impassive gaze, Chu Yunhan met his stare, and after a moment, Di Ming suddenly burst into laughter. "I've encountered the strongest individuals on the first level of the Tower of Return. Yet this is the first time I've seen you. You must have been chosen by the Tower of Return to become a hunter not long ago, yet you possess an S-grade origin crystal? It appears a formidable newcomer has arrived in the Tower of Return. Well then, if you have that, there is no issue. However, you must be aware that while anyone can theoretically cultivate, this sword technique fragment is better suited for practitioners of the Great Dao Xin Tian system. Once the trade is done, there is no room for regret." Chu Yunhan remained silent, swiftly initiating a trade request through the Tower of Returner. Upon completion of the transaction, he rose to leave, casting a final lingering glance at the hunter known as Di Ming. After Chu Yunhan departed, Di Ming stared at the origin crystal floating in the air, a smile creeping onto his face. An interesting newcomer. After the successful transaction, Chu Yunhan did not rush back to his room to cultivate the sword technique fragment. Instead, he returned to the shared square and sold his original sky-rending blade for a mere 1,000 points of origin power. Eager to avoid wasting time haggling over prices, he then ventured to the central auction house to see if any items or pills could restore his vitality. After a lengthy search, he discovered that the vast majority of pills no longer met his requirements. After reaching the Wuji Daozong realm, the amount of vitality he needed for each breakthrough had become overwhelmingly substantial. The typical elixirs designed to replenish one's vitality and blood are woefully inadequate to compensate for the consumption incurred during his breakthrough. Solely relying on the body to accumulate strength would prove to be an exceedingly protracted endeavor. Reluctantly, he found himself once more at the apothecary, expending 5,200 points of primordial power to procure 3 Xin blood pills. Upon returning to his designated chamber, Chu Yunhan retrieved the fragmentary jade tablet containing the remnants of a sword technique and began to attempt the cultivation of this unnamed blade art. The instant his consciousness entered the jade tablet, a formidable and piercing chill assaulted him. Chu Yunhan discovered himself standing upon a vast, desolate expanse. A figure, obscured in appearance, was seen not far away, slowly cleaving the void with a single stroke. That strike, imbued with an extraordinary essence, sliced through the frigid winds, and a white blade mark flickered into existence in the air. The originally biting cold winds curiously dissipated before that silhouette, and the fluttering edges of its garments returned to tranquility. In an instant, that figure vanished from the desolate land. Chu Yunhan's pupils constricted sharply, staring in a daze at the resplendent blade mark as it gradually faded from view. The ineffable trajectory and the profound essence contained within the blade mark left him profoundly shaken. In that moment, it felt as if he glimpsed an entirely new world. At this juncture, all things in the universe had ceased to exist. His mind was solely occupied by himself and the marvelous blade mark just struck by that figure. The Tiger Soul Demon Blade materialized in his grasp, and he struck towards the void ahead. No, this was not right. 1 strike, 2 strikes. Chu Yunhan seemed to tirelessly unleash countless slashes into the emptiness. What was amiss? His eyes were now laced with blood, filled with confusion and bewilderment. He appeared to be in a trance, frantically swinging his blade at the air. 1 strike after another, he relentlessly executed countless cuts. Yet, regardless of how many he unleashed, he could not even approach the essence of that blade mark. Instead of embodying any artistic flair, his movements were mechanical and repetitive. What was wrong? A frenzied light flickered in Chu Yunhan's eyes as he endeavored to replicate that stunning blade mark. His consciousness and spirit felt as though they were being drawn into the abyss of madness by that blade mark, until a gust of cold wind brushed against his face. He suddenly halted. The frantic motions of his blade coming to an abrupt stop. Closing his eyes, he silently attuned himself to the flow of that cold breeze, achieving a state of tranquility. Time passed, and eventually, with his eyes still shut, Xu Yunhan slowly executed a peculiar arc in front of him. The motion was exceedingly deliberate, as if he feared disturbing that fleeting cold wind. A white line flashed through the air for a brief moment before vanishing instantly. Xu Yunhan's eyes flew open, bursting forth with an astounding brilliance. An unmistakable joy surged within him. He fixed his gaze upon the emptiness ahead, as if something immensely alluring resided there. After a prolonged interval, the Tiger Soul Demon Blade cleaved through the void, tracing a remarkable white line along an unseen pattern. The biting cold wind seemed to pause for an instant in that moment, then it swiftly swept past him. Xu Yunhan erupted into wild laughter as the Tiger Soul Demon Blade emitted a dazzling radiance, the blade light carving a unique curve through the void. The speed of his strikes increased exponentially, each cut more brilliant than the last. Eventually, the Tiger Soul Demon Blade unleashed a thunderous roar. A colossal white tiger apparition coalesced from the blade's tip, surging forth along the blade mark into the distant void. The once piercing cold wind astonishingly dissipated between heaven and earth, as if erased from this vast land by that blade mark. Only then did Xu Yunhan cease his frenzied slashing. His vitality and spirit plummeted to an extreme low, and he collapsed to the ground. When he next regained consciousness, he found himself lying on the floor of his designated chamber, rubbing his aching head. His gaze swept across the luminous screen in the air, only to realize that 3 days had inexplicably passed. Truly, the S-rated fragment of the blade technique was formidable. It was astonishing that merely mastering the first stance had nearly depleted all his vitality and spirit. Fortunately, he had finally grasped that fleeting opportunity and successfully entered the threshold of mastery, although he remained far from the realm of understanding embodied by the figure within the jade tablet. He was confident that one day he would reach that level. With this thought in mind, Xu Yunhan hastily examined the information in his mind. Hunter, Heavenly Punishment Talent, Spirit Severing Soul Power, 171151. Title, None. Rank, 1, Merit 710, Cultivation Techniques, Yin Yang 5 Elements Secret Tome. Eternal Cataclysm Body, Upper, Blade Technique Fragment Blade Technique, First Stance, Wine Cleave Body Refinement, Vidra Entry-Level Items, Tiger Soul Demon Blade, B Grade Primordial Crystal Shin Blood Pills 3 Realm, 5 Extremes Tao Repository. First Extreme, Wood Primordial Power, 800 Space, 5 cubic meters. He was taken aback to discover that no information regarding an upgrade appeared under the Blade Technique category. Moreover, with over 170,000 points of soul power remaining, he found himself unable to advance to the second stance of the blade technique. He recalled that even breaking through to the second layer of the Eternal Cataclysm Body only required 100,000 points of soul power. The only plausible explanation was that he had not met the prerequisites for enhancing the blade technique. Judging by the current circumstances, it seemed that to learn the second stance of the blade technique, he would need to elevate his spirit to a higher level before he could attempt it. At that moment, an overwhelming sensation of hunger surged within him, compelling Xu Yunhan to set aside his thoughts and head to the communal square for a hearty meal. After resting in his designated chamber for 2 days, his spirit was finally fully restored. A ripple of energy flashed, and Xu Yunhan's figure vanished from the chamber. In the deep mountains near Langia Prefecture City, a figure suddenly appeared, causing a wild hare to bolt in fright. Upon returning to the real world, Xu Yunhan emerged from the mountains and gazed at the vast city in the distance. After a moment's hesitation, he began walking towards it. The largest city in Langia Prefecture, the economic and administrative center of Jiangnan Province, the city boasted a staggering population of over 3 million. Xu Yunhan had only visited the city once, brought there by his elder sister on his 10th birthday. The city's prosperity and grandeur had deeply impressed the young Xu Yunhan. Upon entering the city, he was greeted by towering skyscrapers, bustling traffic, and a cacophony of voices, making him feel as though he had stepped into another realm. Strolling along the bustling streets, he savored the vibrant atmosphere of the city. The tension he had maintained within the Tower of the Abyss was now relaxed for him. The real world felt more like a sanctuary for the spirit, after enduring the bloody battles across the myriad realms. Returning to the real world to ease his frayed nerves was a rare respite. However, just as he thought of the Jing'an division from his previous visit to investigate the case in Yong'an town, a flicker of worry crossed his mind. If he were merely a solitary wanderer, that would be one thing, yet he had his elder sister, his only family in this world, who had been by his side since childhood. He could remain in the real world for no more than a month. If, upon returning to the Tower of the Abyss, something unfortunate were to befall his sister in the real world, he would be utterly powerless. Even if he returned and eliminated everyone, he could not undo the tragedy. He could not bear to imagine the lengths he would go to if anything were to happen to his sister. If the one person he cared for, his only bond, were to be harmed, what reason would there be for him to remain in this world? Thus, he must find a force within the real world to protect her, allowing him to return to the Tower of the Abyss with peace of mind. In the Dacia dynasty, no force was more formidable than the imperial authorities, hence, he resolved to visit the Jing'an division to glean their stance on the executors of the primordial realm. If the Jing'an division posed no threat to the executors of the primordial realm, he could confidently seek to join the law enforcement bureau. Moreover, with his current strength, he was confident that no one in Langya Prefecture could detain him. As long as he remained unscathed, the Jing'an division would surely not dare to act against his sister. After learning the location of the Jing'an division in the city, Chu Yunhan made his way there without delay. The Jing'an division was situated within a 12-story building on the eastern side of the city, its imposing and dignified entrance flanked by 2 stone statues of mythical beasts. Passers-by hurried their steps upon seeing the Jing'an division. Seemingly fearful of being seized, within the guardhouse at the entrance, several armed guards vigilantly observed all those who passed by. As Chu Yunhan approached, the guards swiftly issued a stern warning, and one of them stepped forward to inquire about his purpose. Chu Yunhan mentioned the name of the division's chief, Su Jinhong, asserting that he was there to see him. One of the guards quickly dashed inside the building to relay the message, and shortly thereafter, the impeccably attired chief, Su Jinhong, emerged. Upon seeing Chu Yunhan, Su Jinhong paused for a moment, seemingly taken aback. Then, a broad smile broke across his face as he welcomed Chu Yunhan into the building. In the office on the 3rd floor of the Jing'an division building, Su Jinhong placed a steaming cup of tea before Chu Yunhan and inquired with curiosity, "What brings you here today, Brother Chu?" After a brief pause for contemplation, Chu Yunhan tentatively asked, "May I inquire, Chief Su, if you are aware of where Mr. was during the months of his disappearance?" A flicker of surprise flashed in Su Jinhong's eyes, and after a prolonged silence, he replied with a smile, "If my guess is correct, Mr. Yu should have gone to the same place as you, Brother Chu." Chu Yunhan did not respond, merely fixing his gaze on Su Jinhong. Understanding his apprehension, Su Jinhong finished his tea in one gulp and slowly continued, "There is no need for you to be so guarded. In truth, circumstances akin to those of Boss Yu and Brother Chu are not uncommon within the great Xia dynasty. Such occurrences transpire frequently across nations worldwide. Approximately 6 years ago, a series of mysterious disappearances began to emerge in various provinces of the empire. Despite exhaustive investigations by law enforcement agencies, no substantial leads were uncovered. Initially, these cases were presumed to be homicides, with the missing individuals thought to have met grim fates. However, as the number of disappearances surged, it became apparent that they were widespread and lacked any discernible connections among the victims. Eventually, law enforcement discovered that several of those previously missing had reappeared. Upon detailed inquiry, these individuals exhibited a remarkable resistance to questioning. After months of absence, those who returned were endowed with extraordinary strength and exceptional skills, with some even possessing bizarre abilities. The constables of the law enforcement agencies proved utterly ineffectual against them. Consequently, our Jing'an division commenced its investigation. After elite members of the Jing'an division captured and interrogated these individuals, they inexplicably vanished. Regardless of the methods employed, we were unable to ascertain how they eluded the Jing'an division. It was not until one fateful day when a certain captain disappeared from his home during slumber that the gravity of the situation became evident. Months later, this missing captain reappeared in the very same abode. Following that incident, we became aware of the 2 primordial locations, the City of Finality and the Tower of Return. Given the critical nature of this matter, the Jing'an division's headquarters discreetly reported it to His Majesty the Emperor. Subsequently, the Emperor, along with Prime Minister Zhang Taiyuxuan and various esteemed princes, deliberated for half a month. As the primordial sites pertain to the survival of our world, the Empire ultimately resolved to assist those fortunate enough to enter these realms in enhancing their strength, referring to them as the Chosen Ones. However, as some of these Chosen Ones grew ever more formidable, a faction broke away from imperial oversight, believing themselves to be divine elects, destined to become celestial beings. They asserted that they were the rightful rulers of this world, with the power to dictate the fates of all. They contended that all resources should be allocated for their cultivation. They established a clandestine organization, self-styled as the Temple of Deities. Upon mentioning the Temple of Deities, a flicker of disdain and hatred crossed Su Jinhong's eyes. After a moment of silence, he continued, "Since the establishment of the Temple of Deities, they have relentlessly sought to recruit the chosen ones. The temple's actions have been brazen and heedless, regarding human lives as mere chaff and all things as mere fodder." Thus, conflict erupted between the two factions. After the empire paid a grievous price, it succeeded in eliminating several key leaders of the temple. Subsequently, the temple retreated into the shadows, periodically orchestrating horrifying bloodshed within the Great Xia dynasty. Of course, many chosen ones opted to serve the empire, which promised to safeguard their families. Thus, I had long been aware that Brother Chu was among the chosen ones of the primordial realm. Indeed, he need not exercise such caution. Even within our Jing'an division, numerous individuals share his status as chosen ones. A glint of realization flickered in Chu Yunhan's eyes, for it was unexpected that many had been selected by the primordial realm 6 years prior. Those who had not reappeared since likely either perished during trials or failed to pass the selection altogether. Given that the Great Xia dynasty had long been aware of the situation concerning the primordial realm, there was no longer any need for concealment. Furthermore, as Su Jinhong had mentioned, he could choose to join the empire, which would offer protection for their families. Consequently, even if he entered the Tower of Return, he need not worry about his sister's safety. Observing Chu Yunhan deep in thought, Su Jinhong smiled and suggested, "Brother Chu, why not consider joining our Jing'an division? Currently, the chosen ones may choose to enlist in either the Imperial Military or the Jing'an division. Should you opt for the military, you would be stationed at the borders, primarily tasked with guarding against other nations' chosen ones infiltrating the Great Xia dynasty. Alternatively, joining the Jing'an division allows you to select any division, such as our Langia Prefecture's Jing'an division. After returning from the primordial realm, there will be little to occupy your time, as you will only be called upon to assist with cases that the law enforcement agency or ordinary Jing'an division members are unable to handle. Moreover, joining the Jing'an division not only offers substantial remuneration but also grants you official recognition as a government official within the empire. Additionally, all data collected by the empire regarding the primordial realm will be made accessible to you. Brother Chu, rather than wandering alone on the precipice of life and death, it would be wiser to choose to join the empire. The empire will also provide essential cultivation resources to all chosen ones. Furthermore, to my knowledge, your Brother Chu has a sister married in the Chang'an prefecture of the Liang province. Once you join the empire, your sister will also receive the empire's protection." Chu Yunhan, after a moment of contemplation, nodded in agreement. His primary objective was to resolve his concerns. Having attained the answer he sought, there was no need for indecision. Su Jinhong, witnessing Chu Yunhan's affirmative nod, was filled with excitement, for should Chu Yunhan join the Jing'an division, he would also receive a share of the credit for the recommendation. Su Jinhong handed Chu Yunhan a form to fill out according to his circumstances, which the Jing'an division would subsequently verify for authenticity. This would determine the nature of Chu Yunhan's benefits upon joining the Jing'an division. Chu Yunhan began to scrutinize the form. Aside from basic information, the first item required was the specific primordial realm he had entered, along with the date of entry. After completing that, the second item pertained to his chosen cultivation system and an evaluation of his trial tasks. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to fill it out truthfully. As the Tao of Profound Heaven system was too conspicuous to conceal, the third item on the form pertained to the number of completed tasks and their final evaluations. After a brief moment of contemplation, he recorded the numbers 3, and S-, only by demonstrating sufficient potential would the Jing'an division truly regard him, thereby ensuring greater protection for his sister. For the final item regarding his current strength, Chu Yunhan did not shy away, simply writing, "First level of the 5 extremes Tao Canon, Chapter 72, the flag of the Jing'an division." Upon completing the form and submitting it to Su Jinhong, Su Jinhong casually glanced over it. In an instant, he was struck dumb, seemingly in disbelief. He picked it up again, scrutinizing it multiple times to confirm he had not misread. Su Jinhong fixed his gaze on Chu Yunhan for an extended period, his expression grave, before exiting the office with the form in hand. Less than half an hour later, Su Jinhong returned accompanied by a middle-aged man. Upon seeing Chu Yunhan, the middle-aged man greeted him with a beaming smile and introduced himself. The man was named Lu Jianjun, a deputy of the Jing'an division, and the highest-ranking official of the Jing'an division in Langia Prefecture, overseeing the entire division in the prefectural city. The Langia Prefecture Jing'an division comprises 812 members. including 1 deputy, 2 captains, 8 flags, and 16 team leaders. Unlike ordinary individuals joining the Jing'an division, chosen ones can assume the role of team leader upon successful enlistment. Those who have traversed multiple task worlds and possess formidable strength may even ascend to high-ranking positions within the Jing'an division. In the entire Great Xia dynasty, there are over 1,000 chosen ones within the Jing'an division, yet among them, only one has chosen the Tao of Profound Heaven system and successfully passed the trial tasks. Furthermore, Chu Yunhan's task evaluations of A, and S are exceedingly rare among the chosen ones throughout the Great Xia dynasty. Given Chu Yunhan's evident strength and potential, it was clear why Lu Jianjun would lower himself to personally extend an olive branch. After all, the rate of advancement for chosen ones far surpasses that of individuals in the real world. After introducing Chu Yunhan to the conditions of the Jing'an division, Deputy Lu Jianjun invited him to stay temporarily within the division. His official position would need to be reported to the provincial capital's Jing'an division, where the provincial inspector would make the final determination. After bidding farewell to Chu Yunhan, Lu Jianjun departed with his documentation. Su Jinhong then led Chu Yunhan to the quarters designated for members of the Jing'an division. After assisting Chu Yunhan in selecting a quiet room, he busied himself with procuring various necessities. During their conversation, Chu Yunhan learned that although the Jing'an division enjoyed a formidable reputation, the tasks assigned to members were perilously dangerous, often involving extremely ruthless outlaws or cases that defied ordinary comprehension. Each year, the Langya Prefecture Jing'an Division suffers the loss of at least 100 members during missions. However, due to the division's unique nature, only those with significant strength or potential have a chance to join. The full complement of the Prefectural Jing'an Division stands at 1,200, yet it has long struggled to meet this number. In fact, most members are elite veterans from the military. Thus, the Jing'an division is always eager to recruit individuals who are powerful and willing to adhere to imperial law, particularly the chosen ones. Anyone who recommends a chosen one for enlistment in the Jing'an division is rewarded with substantial merit. This explains why Su Jinhong was so willing to accommodate Chu Yunhan upon hearing of his visit. Since joining the Jing'an division, Chu Yunhan has spent his days honing the wind-cutting blade technique in the division's training grounds. A week later, Su Jinhong finally came to inform him that the appointment from the provincial capital's Jing'an division had been issued. Chu Yunhan directly bypassed the team leader and assumed the position of the chief flag officer of the Jing'an division in Langya Prefecture. The previous chief flag officer of the 7th Battalion had perished while on duty, and thus Chu Yunhan took over his role, overseeing 2 captains and 64 team members. Upon Chu Yunhan's arrival at the 7th Battalion's floor, all work came to a halt, and everyone stared at him intently. They had previously received word that a chosen one would take on the role of chief flag officer, which left all members of the 7th Battalion utterly astonished. The 2 captains, Zhong Wu and Li Yunfei, had served for nearly 5 years and were well loved by their team for their caring treatment. After the demise of the former chief flag officer, everyone had assumed that the new chief would be selected from among the 2. To their surprise, an outsider had suddenly been parachuted in. This unexpected turn of events ignited a sense of indignation among the members of the 7th Battalion. Noticing the expressions on their faces, Chu Yunhan understood immediately. He shook his head, realizing that he could not escape the necessity of establishing authority. He bellowed towards the office area, "All members of the 7th Battalion, assemble at the training ground immediately." With that, he turned on his heel and left. The dozens of individuals in the office were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances, before they shifted their gaze towards the 2 men. "What are you waiting for? The chief flag officer has spoken. Do you intend to disobey?" The 2 exchanged a knowing look, forced smiles upon their faces, and led the way to the training ground. When everyone arrived at the training ground, they found it already teeming with onlookers eager to witness the spectacle. They had heard the news of the new chief flag officer appointed to the 7th Battalion and were well aware of the battalion's circumstances. Observing the scene before them, it was evident that a new official was preparing to make his mark. Chu Yunhan, with a stoic expression, addressed the members of the 7th Battalion. "I understand your discontent. Now, I offer you a chance. You may all come at me together. If you can defeat me, I shall resign my position immediately." Just as he anticipated the 2 captains to mock him and incite hatred, and as the crowd surged forward ready to showcase their might, he was taken aback when the 2 captains spoke in unison, reporting to the chief flag officer, "None of us harbor any dissent. We warmly welcome you to the 7th Battalion." Chu Yunhan was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. This was not how he had envisioned it. Far off, hidden among the crowd, Su Jinhong was equally stunned. He had deliberately spread the word to allow Chu Yunhan to demonstrate his prowess before everyone in the Jing'an division, hoping to establish his reputation. However, the two captains proved to be more astute than he had anticipated. Not challenging Chu Yunhan as he had imagined, this was a predicament. His good intentions had backfired. He had intended to do a favor for Chu Yunhan, fully aware of the latter's formidable potential. During his investigation in Yong'an town, he had learned that Chu Yunhan was merely a reckless ruffian before, yet, in less than half a year, he had reached the realm of the five extremes Dao within the great Dao Xin Tian system. Such a rate of advancement was unparalleled among all the chosen ones he knew. He had toiled for 18 years, and his family had invested countless resources in his training, yet he had only just attained the pinnacle of the fifth realm in martial arts. Equivalent to the completion of the blood transformation realm in the great Dao Xin Tian system, the journey to break through to the sixth realm, on par with the five extremes Dao, was still long ahead. This was undeniably a figure of great significance. If he did not seize the opportunity to forge a bond with him now, when would he? To his astonishment, the two captains were not foolish. A newly appointed chosen one as chief flag officer could only signify either remarkable strength or astonishing potential. How could they oppose such a figure assuming command over the 7th Battalion? A powerful chief flag officer would naturally ensure their safety during perilous missions. No1 would jeopardize their life over a mere title. Chapter 73. The youth who acts for heaven. Chu Yunhan quickly regained his composure. It seemed that everyone in the Jing'an division was astute, devoid of any foolish individuals. With the establishment of authority unsuccessful, he could only seek to win their favor. Since no one disobeys, I shall henceforth be the chief flag officer of the 7th Battalion. In the future, regardless of the dangers we face, I will stand at the forefront of every mission. Having introduced himself, he announced, "Now, you may disperse. Captains, please hand over the case files that require my attention." Understood. All members of the 7th Battalion echoed in unison. Once in the office, Chu Yunhan perused through a thick stack of case files. Captains Zhongwu and Li Yunfei stood by, detailing the unresolved cases. The majority involved homicide cases that the local enforcement agencies in Langia Prefecture could not handle, which had been handed over to the Jing'an Division for investigation. As an imperial royal institution, the Jing'an Division only needed to ascertain the identity of the perpetrator and could exercise authority without substantial evidence. Hence, many cases, regardless of their obscurity and lack of evidence, would lead to immediate arrests once a suspect was identified. This approach had garnered significant resentment, particularly among the common populace, as the Jing'an Division's reputation had never been stellar. When Jing'an Division personnel undertook missions, they often encountered brutal martial artists, resulting in a consistently high casualty rate. Just months prior, the 7th Battalion had faced a homicide case that resulted in the deaths of the chief flag officer and 26 team members. Such a severe casualty had sent shockwaves through the Jing'an Division. With 2 lieutenants dispatched to investigate the case still unaccounted for. As of now, the Jing'an Division had yet to uncover the assailants from that incident. Chu Yunhan examined the various cases within the files and selected the most troublesome one. Instructing Zhongwu to gather the team so that he could personally address it, this case involved a large factory in Qinghe County, under Langia Prefecture, which had been set ablaze, resulting in the deaths of 23 workers. The factory owner and his family of 5 had also been exterminated. Following an investigation, the local enforcement agency had identified a suspect, but the team dispatched to apprehend the individual was entirely annihilated. The perpetrator even began targeting the enforcement officers. The death toll among the local law enforcement had risen to dozens, leaving the entire Qinghe County in a state of panic, with officials and officers reluctant to step out of their precincts. The case was swiftly escalated to the Jing'an Division, but the 12-member team sent to Qinghe County had also vanished without a trace. When the chief flag officer leading that team returned, he was gravely injured. The case had since remained unresolved, awaiting the return of the Jing'an Division's lieutenants for further action. Upon hearing that Chu Yunhan intended to tackle this case, Captain Zhongwu's expression shifted. And though he hesitated to speak, he ultimately remained silent and proceeded to gather the team. After such a heinous homicide, Qinghe County had lost its former vibrancy and prosperity, although the perpetrator had not targeted ordinary civilians. The fear of the unknown loomed large. Consequently, nearly all shops on the streets were shuttered, and the populace rarely ventured outside. When Chu Yunhan and his team arrived in Qinghe County, the scene before them was one of desolation. Upon entering the local enforcement agency, they found the officers in a state of heightened anxiety, akin to startled birds. Learning of the Jing'an Division's arrival, the head of the enforcement agency rushed out to meet them. Fear etched across his face as he recounted the events that had transpired. Several years prior, a wealthy merchant had returned to the area and established a pharmaceutical company that produced a medication to treat children's fevers. Thanks to the merchant's marketing prowess and willingness to invest, the product gained significant popularity across several neighboring counties. However, 2 months ago, the Qinghai County Judicial Bureau received a report from a woman claiming that the fever medication had caused her child's death. The investigators took the matter seriously, given the stringent regulations surrounding pharmaceuticals in the Great Xia dynasty. After an examination by the investigators and several physicians from the local clinic, it was determined that the child's death was unrelated to the medication. The cause was attributed to complications from a persistent fever, exacerbated by the family's negligence in administering treatment, as they resorted to a folk remedy involving the burning of talismans and administering the ash mixed with water. The child's condition worsened until it became critical, at which point the family hurriedly provided the fever medication, but alas, it was too late, and the child succumbed to severe inflammation. After the Judicial Bureau clarified the cause of death to the family, they refused to accept that their ignorance had led to their child's demise. They caused a ruckus at the Bureau for several days, leading to the arrest of the disruptive family members by the enforcement officers, who charged them with negligence resulting in death unexpectedly. The 3 family members committed suicide in the enforcement agency's jail that night. This incident escalated the situation as news of the family's suicide spread to neighboring counties, sparking speculation among the populace that the enforcement agency had subjected them to harsh treatment, prompting their tragic choice. Before the investigation team from Fucheng had even arrived, the wealthy merchant's factory was set ablaze. This was swiftly followed by a series of assaults and homicides. What was most astonishing was that initially the law enforcement agency suspected that the relatives of the deceased were seeking vengeance. However, it was only after the Jing'an Division commenced their investigation that it was revealed the assailant bore no relation to the victim's family. The perpetrator was merely an 18-year-old youth who, driven by various absurd rumors, believed himself to be an agent of justice, targeting corrupt officials. Unfortunately, this young man possessed extraordinary skills, rendering ordinary martial artists utterly powerless against him. The failure of the Jing'an Division only emboldened him further. After listening to the account from the head of the law enforcement agency, Chu Yuhan cast a glance at Zhong Wu, who nodded in affirmation of the director's words. Following an inquiry into the assailant's movements, Chu Yuhan instructed Zhong Wu and his companions to remain at the law enforcement agency for security, while he set off in search of the youth, eager to uncover the nature of the extraordinary encounters that had granted him such formidable power. The members of the Jing'an Division were all at least second-tier martial artists, with the squad leader exceeding third-tier prowess, and yet they had been bested by a mere 18-year-old, who had managed to inflict severe injuries upon the overall commander. A formidable fifth-tier fighter. Chapter 74. The eerie clown-masked Chu Yuhan did not search for long before he encountered the youth responsible for the slaughter of dozens. It seemed the young man was aware that the Jing'an Division had sent personnel to apprehend him and had deliberately come to confront Chu Yuhan and his companions. Clad in a black cloak with his hair dyed white, he wielded an exquisitely crafted ancient sword. Upon spotting Chu Yuhan, the youth regarded him with disdain, his expression one of arrogance and coldness. Sneering, "You court lackeys of the court, truly fearless of death, why not live well instead of acting as accomplices to your own demise?" Chu Yuhan abruptly inquired. "What does it feel like to kill?" The youth was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a question. His countenance darkened, and he fell silent. Chu Yuhan continued, "You set fire to 23 innocent workers, exterminating the factory owner's family of 5, sparing neither the elderly nor the children. In the aftermath, you went on to murder dozens of constables and members of the Jing'an Division. You haven't even grasped the truth of the matter. You merely acted on hearsay and resorted to violence, thinking you were enacting divine justice. Enough." With a furious roar, the youth's face flushed crimson, his anger palpable. He then retrieved a peculiar clown mask from his garments and donned it. The moment the mask enveloped his face, his demeanor transformed into one of cunning and madness. He carelessly discarded the ornate ancient sword onto the ground and erupted into maniacal laughter, which resonated with an unsettling blend of insanity and eeriness. As he revealed his blood-red eyes, an aura of bloodlust and ferocity emanated from him. In an instant, he vanished from sight, moving with an uncanny speed to appear before Chu Yuhan, brandishing an exceptionally sharp surgical knife aimed at his mouth. Unfazed, Chu Yuhan swiftly grasped the knife with his right hand, applying a slight pressure that shattered it into fragments. The deranged youth retreated momentarily, then conjured a host of sharp surgical knives, launching them toward Chu Yuhan. With measured steps, Chu Yuhan advanced toward the youth, the knives clattering harmlessly against his body. Observing that his attacks seemed ineffective, a flicker of astonishment crossed the youth's frenzied gaze, prompting him to hurl his remaining knives with reckless abandon until he had exhausted all his supply. Chu Yuhan tore away the tattered remnants of his clothing, revealing an unscathed torso beneath. Witnessing this, the youth's blood-red eyes widened in shock, before he suddenly plunged his hands into his own body. Inflicting 6 wounds that formed a hexagram, a crimson light erupted forth from his form, causing his entire body to tremble violently.